Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 4464 to Chapter 4551. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia indifferently. You know your place. You should be happy that I didn't kill you, but you still came to cause trouble for me. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Divine Flame Sacred's expression turned gloomy when he heard Lin Feng's words. Wasn't this brat's ego a little too high? The others couldn't help but roll their eyes as well. They actually hoped that Lin Feng would be able to crush Divine Flame Sacred under his feet. However, they knew that such a thing was impossible. Divine Flame Sacred's cultivation was too strong. Lin Feng was still far from being able to deal with Divine Flame Sacred. Lin Feng could only rely on his eloquence. However, with Divine Flame Sacred's personality, did Divine Flame Sacred really think he would let him go? Of course not. I will end your life within 3 moves. Divine Flame Sacred looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't care about Lin Feng at all. He was full of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was a piece of cake. It was as easy as blowing off dust. That was how confident Divine Flame Sacred was. Just as Divine Flame Sacred was about to attack, Lin Feng said, "Since you want to fight, this young master can play with you. However, I don't have the time to deal with you right now. 3 days from now, you and I will fight to the death on the arena in Divine Sovereign City's plaza. Do you dare accept?" Lin Feng's words caused a commotion in the crowd. Was Lin Feng stalling for time by challenging Divine Flame Sacred to a life-and-death battle? Many people believed that Lin Feng was stalling for time, waiting for a better opportunity. Then, he would flee. In truth, Lin Feng wasn't stalling for time. Lin Feng was in a hurry to refine the undying Sinner Blood Stone. How could he be in the mood to deal with Divine Flame Sacred? Divine Flame Sacred wasn't afraid that Lin Feng would flee. He sneered and said, "That's even better. I like to kill my opponent in front of everyone. 3 days later, I will personally kill you on the arena." With that, Divine Flame Saint walked away. This was why Divine Flame Saint agreed to Lin Feng's request. Indeed, it was as Divine Flame Saint had said. Killing Lin Feng now would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. He liked to torture and kill his opponents in front of everyone. He liked being the center of attention. He liked it when others were afraid of him. And the life-and-death duel with Lin Feng just happened to be a good opportunity. He could experience that feeling again. After Divine Flame Saint left, Lin Feng, Mu Yasi, and Sui Han left as well. On the way, Sui Han asked, "You've delayed for 3 days, are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to escape? If you beg this young lady, perhaps this young lady can help you escape from Divine Lord City." Lin Feng asked, "Why do I have to escape?" Sui Han said, "Divine Flame Saint is a human immortal with great talent. He's not an ordinary human immortal. He's the kind of human immortal who can challenge those of a higher realm. Your cultivation isn't weak, but if you think you can fight Divine Flame Saint, then you're gravely mistaken." From her words, it was clear that she didn't think Lin Feng had the ability to do so. Lin Feng said, "It's just Divine Flame Saint. He's nothing." "You." Sui Han was annoyed. She couldn't help but feel vexed. She said coldly, "When the time comes, just wait and see Divine Flame Saint cut you into pieces." Lin Feng said, "How can he have that ability?" Sui Han was speechless. Lin Feng was indeed too arrogant. He even considered everyone else beneath him. Where did Lin Feng get his confidence from? When Lin Feng went back to his residence, he sealed it with some deployment spells. Someone secretly followed him. Lin Feng had long sensed their tracks. Lin Feng guessed that they were people sent by Divine Flame Saint to keep an eye on him. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. He entered seclusion. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, the news that Lin Feng was going to have a life-and-death duel with Divine Flame Saint quickly spread throughout Divine Sovereign City. It caused a huge uproar. Who was Divine Flame Saint? He was the grandson of the Divine Heavenly King. He was the leader of the Divine Legion stationed in Divine Sovereign City. He was someone like that. Who dared to provoke him? But now, someone actually dared to provoke Divine Flame Saint. And he even challenged Divine Flame Saint to a life-and-death duel. Of course, this matter was shocking. However, many people hated Divine Flame Sacred Capital, especially the natives of Divine Monarch City. Because of the destruction of Divine Lord Xuanyuan's statue, their hatred for Divine Flame Saint was very strong. Therefore, they couldn't wait for Divine Flame Saint to be killed. In fact, Divine Flame Saint knew this as well. He agreed to Lin Feng's life and death duel. First, it had something to do with his personality. Second, Divine Flame Saint wanted to warn the people of Divine Sovereign City. You don't like me, right? So what if you don't like me? I'm still living a carefree life. Not convinced? You want to find trouble with me? Then I'll kill you directly. You people are simply too weak in front of me. Many people were looking forward to this battle because in those people's opinion, the person who dared to challenge Divine Flame Saint must be at an extremely high realm. But then there was another news that said that the cultivator who challenged Divine Flame Saint was very young. And he was a human cultivator who only had a lifespan of more than 100 years. After hearing this news, there were wails. A human cultivator with a lifespan of more than 100 years, how high could his cultivation be? What did he have to challenge Divine Flame Saint? Therefore, when this news came out, many people felt that there was nothing unexpected about this battle at all. Lin Feng, the challenger, would definitely die miserably. But there were also some people who felt that this rumor might not be reliable. Maybe Lin Feng wasn't just a human cultivator with a lifespan of more than 100 years? Maybe he was an extremely powerful human cultivator. It wasn't impossible. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the battle to come. While the outside world was in an uproar because of the battle between Lin Feng and Divine Flame Saint, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. He entered time and space. Before refining the immortal bloodstone, Lin Feng planned to refine the Earth Immortal's origin that he'd obtained before. Because his realm wasn't particularly perfect before, Lin Feng hadn't refined the Earth Immortal's origin. But now, Lin Feng felt that his realm was quite perfect. It was time to refine the Earth Immortal's origin. The Earth Immortal's origin. It should be quite effective. Lin Feng was now at the third firmament of the Holy Emperor realm. He wondered after refining the Earth Immortal's origin. Would his realm increase a bit? Of course, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. After taking out the Earth Immortal's origin, Lin Feng began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Under the circulation of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art, the Earth Immortal's origin was continuously refined. As Lin Feng continued to absorb the Earth Immortal's origin, Lin Feng could clearly feel the powerful energy within his body increasing. This feeling was simply too good. The powerful energy fused into his Fa Li. Lin Feng's Fa Li began to rapidly transform. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the third heavenly layer of Saint Emperor to the fourth heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. There was still a lot of Earth Immortal's origin in his body. It seemed that the Earth Immortal's origin had a rather good effect on Lin Feng's cultivation level. After breaking through, Lin Feng did not stop. He continued to refine the Earth Immortal's origin in his body. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the fourth heavenly layer of Saint Emperor to the fifth heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. Breaking through 2 levels consecutively did not consume much of the Earth Immortal's origin in his body. This made Lin Feng very excited. This was because Lin Feng felt that he could continue to break through. His accumulation was simply too powerful. Breaking through was also incomparably difficult. If he could continue to break through, Lin Feng would naturally be pleasantly surprised. After about 4 hours, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the 5th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor to the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. However, Lin Feng's Earth Immortal's origin was still not completely consumed. Lin Feng continued to refine the Earth Immortal's origin. After all the Earth Immortal's origin was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation level. He broke through from the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor to the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Emperor. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. He had broken through 4 levels in one go. The effect of the Earth Immortal's origin shocked Lin Feng. One had to know. Lin Feng's accumulation was simply too powerful. His breakthrough of 4 levels was completely different from other people's breakthrough of 4 levels in one go. Lin Feng had broken through 4 cultivation levels in a row and his fighting abilities had increased by a terrifying amount. Lin Feng sensed the increase in Fa Li in his body. He could not help but smile. The Fa Li in his body was truly powerful. This made Lin Feng quite excited. He was now a step closer to becoming a monarch lord. Lin Feng wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Because there were too many experts in the undying realm. His current level of cultivation was still not enough. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of urgency. But Lin Feng also knew. The matter of increasing one's cultivation base could not be rushed. Because in itself, he had to take it one step at a time. It was unrealistic to want to reach the heavens in a single bound. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng was in a good mood. After a short rest, Lin Feng took out the undying sinner blood stone. He looked at the undying sinner's blood stone and couldn't help but mutter to himself, whose blood has fused into the sinner's blood stone. Since the other party had said that the blood that had fused with him was not the blood of the main bloodline, Xianxia could not help but sigh. Then whose could it be? Could it be the blood of an ancestor of my Lin clan? Lin Feng placed his hand on the undying bloodstone. Then, his undying bloodline began to circulate. When Lin Feng's undying bloodline began to circulate, suddenly, the undying bloodstone began to change. A large amount of blood qi surged out from the undying bloodstone. And the blood qi, it surrounded Lin Feng. The blood qi contained unimaginable power. And that power was so strong that it could move one's expression. Lin Feng sensed the power of the undying bloodline. The blood qi was actually formed by the fusion of the undying bloodline and the energy of the immortal stone. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. Suddenly, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice ringing in his ears. The voice came from the undying bloodstone. Lin Feng was very surprised. Could that voice be the voice of that ancestor? His voice was branded by the undying sinner's bloodstone. Lin Feng wanted to have an epiphany and see some scenes of the past. However, he wasn't able to do so. Lin Feng had only heard that voice, that was all. Moreover, after that voice, Lin Feng didn't even hear any other voices. The undying bloodline began to circulate faster and faster. As the undying bloodline began to circulate, the blood qi within the undying bloodstone began to flow out faster and faster. The blood qi poured into Lin Feng's body in an endless stream. Then it was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. As Lin Feng continued to absorb the blood qi, he felt that his immortal bloodline was becoming hotter and hotter. Even Lin Feng's body began to heat up. Lin Feng felt as if his body had become an oven. At the same time, Lin Feng felt as if his bloodline shackles were being broken. Bloodline shackles were something that couldn't be seen, but they truly existed. It was just like how luck was something that couldn't be seen, but it truly existed. Breaking a bloodline shackle and awakening a special bloodline was the main way to evolve a bloodline. Of course, there were many ways to evolve a bloodline. But the conventional bloodline evolution method was to break a bloodline shackle. As Lin Feng's bloodline shackles were gradually being broken, Lin Feng's breathing also began to quicken. He couldn't wait to see what kind of abilities he would obtain after his bloodline shackles were broken. Of the abilities Lin Feng had awakened before, only the 9 steps of death from his first awakening had been a bit weaker. Actually, the 9 steps of death was extremely powerful. But because Lin Feng had cultivated so many powerful abilities, and even several immortal and demonic scriptures, Lin Feng felt that the 9 steps of death was a bit weaker. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the second and third awakenings of his undying bloodline. The Golden Dwarf and Nirvana Rebirth were extremely useful to Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng spent 5 days in seclusion. After Lin Feng devoured all the blood energy in the undying sinner's blood, Lin Feng's undying bloodline had finally completed its 4th awakening. At this moment, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the shock and impact of the awakening of his undying bloodline. Lin Feng sensed the new ability given to him after the awakening of his undying bloodline. Samsara of life and death. This was the new ability Lin Feng had obtained after the 4th awakening of his undying bloodline. Samsara of life and death was a supreme bloodline ability. It was rumored that this ability didn't just have unimaginable attack power. In fact, he could even fight for a chance of survival for those who had died, and then awaken the dead. It could give them new life. When he saw the effects of Samsara of life and death, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a deeply shocked expression. Samsara of life and death was truly a terrifying ability. This ability seemed to be slightly similar to the 6 paths of reincarnation. He wondered if samsara of life and death was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Could it be that he could awaken an even more powerful 6 paths of reincarnation in the future? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the battle between Lin Feng and Xianxia. It was a very lively day. Early in the morning, many people rushed toward the square. Everyone was naturally looking forward to this battle. Many people did not have much hope for Lin Feng. But what if a miracle happened? Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a miracle. It would be best if Lin Feng could kill Xianxia. There was a sea of people in the square. Suihan, Muyasi, and a dozen other disciples came together. She said, Lin Feng's residence is closed. He won't dare to come, right? Muyasi said, this doesn't seem like Lin Gongzi's style of doing things. Don't worry. Lin Gongzi will definitely come out. Suihan nodded. She didn't know why, but she didn't want Lin Feng to come either. Should she not want him to be cut into pieces? Why did she not want him to come? Was she worried that he would be killed by Xianxia? She wanted to kill him to avenge her humiliation. Therefore, she did not want this guy to be killed by Xianxia. Suihan thought of this reason and immediately convinced herself. That must be it. A commotion could be heard in the distance. The Sacred Legion's cultivators opened a path. 9 flood dragons pulled a carriage over. The divine carriage stopped in the void. A beautiful servant girl opened the carriage's curtains. Then, Xianxia walked out. He came out for a life and death duel and made such a big show. This guy is really vain. He's always thinking about showing off. Suihan curled her lips and said. Muyasi, on the other hand, looked at Suihan thoughtfully. Xianxia landed on the arena of life and death. He was very young and very handsome. At this moment, he was dressed in snow-white clothes. It made him look like a banished immortal. However, many people cursed in their hearts. They were filled with disgust toward Xianxia. Look, that kid is here, a cultivator who had participated in the trade fair a few days ago pointed into the distance. That cultivator clearly knew Lin Feng and had witnessed the entire conflict between Lin Feng and Xianxia. Therefore, he saw a young cultivator flying over from afar. He was quick to recognize the other party. The young cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators also turned to look at Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wasn't the cultivator who challenged Divine Flame Saint too young? It seemed that he was really dead. Many of the cultivators who were hoping for a miracle shook their heads. No one thought that Lin Feng could defeat an expert like Divine Flame Saint. Even Suihan thought so. Not to mention those who didn't know Lin Feng. Lin Feng also landed on the stage. I thought you would be like a stray dog, taking advantage of these 3 days to find a chance to slip away. However, you didn't run away. This is really beyond my expectations. Divine Flame Saint looked at Lin Feng with contempt. That gaze contained deep disdain for Lin Feng. Why should I run away? Today, I'm going to beat the weak. Of course, I won't run away. Lin Feng shrugged. Beat the weak? Many people couldn't help but look at each other. Then, those people couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did Lin Feng mean that fighting with Divine Flame Saint was actually beating the weak? Was he looking down on Divine Flame Saint? After all, there were very few people who had come into contact with Lin Feng. Therefore, when everyone saw how arrogant Lin Feng was, they couldn't help but be speechless. Where did Lin Feng get the confidence to be so arrogant? Of course. Everyone really hoped that Lin Feng had the capital to be arrogant. He had the strength to kill Divine Flame Saint. However, the key point was, Lin Feng was too young. How could he be a match for Divine Flame Saint? Therefore, in many people's opinion, in front of Divine Flame Saint, Lin Feng was a dead man. Could it be that he wanted to say something before he died? Many people thought so. Perhaps there was such a possibility. After being mocked by Lin Feng, Divine Flame Saint's face darkened. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. In terms of eloquence, he was really not as good as Lin Feng. Kid. I'll tear you apart. Divine Flame Saint looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he walked step by step toward Lin Feng. I'll let you wait for death in fear. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura suddenly emitted from Divine Flame Saint's body. That terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng. It pressed down on Lin Feng. Although Divine Flame Saint's aura was not targeted at the cultivators outside. However, many cultivators who were watching the battle felt the pressure from the aura. There was still a feeling of suffocation. That suffocating feeling couldn't help but cause them to turn pale with fright, and their minds went cold. Domineering aura, it's domineering aura. Divine Flame Saint used domineering aura. At this time, someone said. There were many experts and talents in the Undying Realm. Therefore, it was not particularly incredible to be able to see Divine Flame Saint's domineering aura. When they heard that Divine Flame Saint used domineering aura, many people could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Since ancient times, people with domineering aura were too rare. Needless to say, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to awaken the innate domineering aura. Acquired domineering aura was not so easy to cultivate. This was because the method to cultivate domineering aura was almost impossible to find. Moreover, even if one obtained the method to cultivate domineering aura, if one did not have the domineering bone, they would not be able to cultivate domineering aura. The conditions to cultivate domineering aura were too harsh. Therefore, the probability of successfully cultivating the acquired domineering aura was infinitely close to zero. At this time, another cultivator said, I heard that Divine Flame Saint awakened the white domineering aura. Divine Flame Saint is indeed a super genius. He actually awakened domineering aura. There is a huge gap between that kid and Divine Flame Saint to begin with. Now that Divine Flame Saint has used his domineering aura, I'm afraid that kid doesn't even have the strength to resist, right? Divine Flame Saint said to let him wait for death in fear. He was right. Now that kid should be imprisoned by Divine Flame Saint's domineering aura, he must be extremely terrified right now, right? That's right. No matter who it is, they'll probably feel terrified. That's right. Many people discussed spiritedly. Everyone knew that this battle had just begun. It was already over. Lin Feng did not even have the chance to make a move. It was not that Lin Feng was not strong enough. It was that Divine Flame Saint was simply too strong. Too strong. It was so strong that people could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng could not resist Divine Flame Saint's attack at all. Later, Divine Flame Saint would probably torture Lin Feng to death, right? Divine Flame Saint was looking forward to seeing Lin Feng's frightened face. He liked to look down on others from a high position. He liked to decide the fate of others from a high position. However, Divine Flame Saint found that he didn't see any fear on Lin Feng's face. All he saw was a deep sense of contempt and mockery. Lin Feng's expression deeply hurt Divine Flame Saint's heart. It also hurt Divine Flame Saint's dignity. Divine Flame Saint was so angry that he wanted to burn the sky. What right did Lin Feng have? How could he show such contempt and mockery to him? Now, Divine Flame Saint only wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to kneel in front of him like a dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Kneel. Divine Flame Saint said coldly. An even stronger pressure surged toward Lin Feng. Divine Flame Saint's aura pressed down on Lin Feng. Naturally, the aura integrated with the qi was very powerful. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Feng said sarcastically. You dare to show off your insignificant skills? If it were me, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because Lin Feng was too arrogant and domineering. They had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. He was so arrogant. In their eyes, Lin Feng didn't seem to have the right to be so arrogant in front of Divine Flame Saint. After all, the gap between Lin Feng's cultivation and Divine Flame Saint's was too big. Divine Flame Saint walked toward Lin Feng step by step. The qi in his body kept increasing. Just as he said, he wanted to suppress Lin Feng with his qi and make Lin Feng kneel on the ground. However, Lin Feng wasn't affected at all. What a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng looked at Divine Flame Saint and said softly. After being humiliated like this, Xianxia's killing intent soared into the sky. At this moment, the crowd who were watching the show also realized that something was amiss. Everyone thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand Xianxia's domineering attack. However, nothing happened to Lin Feng, which made many people surprised. A thought suddenly flashed through many people's minds. Could it be that this person really had a way to deal with Divine Flame Saint? When this thought appeared in his mind, many people couldn't help but jump in fright. After all, this was too inconceivable. Because Lin Feng was really too young. Many times, one would be looked down upon if one was young. "I'll take your life," the furious Divine Flame Saint shouted coldly. Carrying a boundless domineering aura, he charged towards Lin Feng. "Today, I'll let you know what true dominance is," Lin Feng said indifferently. The next moment, Lin Feng brought out his 4 haki. The 4 domineering auras overlapped. Then, they charged towards Divine Flame Saint. Among Lin Feng's 4 domineering auras, the weakest one, Epic Aura, had now surpassed the level of Divine Flame Saint's aura. Moreover, Lin Feng overlapped the 4 domineering auras and displayed them together. The power that erupted was even more unimaginable. The 4 domineering auras unleashed a destructive attack. It instantly shattered Divine Flame Saint's domineering aura. Then, it charged towards Divine Flame Saint. Divine Flame Saint looked horrified and hurriedly performed a defensive magic to block Lin Feng's domineering attack. The defensive magic that Divine Flame Saint performed was called Golden Light Sacred Sky Shield. Dazzling sacred light condensed and formed. It formed a huge light shield. And this huge light shield protected Divine Flame Saint within. Divine Flame Saint wanted to use this defensive light shield to block Lin Feng's domineering attack. However, Divine Flame Saint's wishful thinking was wrong. Although his defensive magic was powerful, to block Lin Feng's 4 domineering auras, just how difficult was that? This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. Therefore, when Lin Feng's 4 domineering auras collided with the defensive light shield outside Divine Flame Saint's body, the defensive light shield, it shattered. Then, Divine Flame Saint was sent flying. Barf, in midair, Divine Flame Saint spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the huge square instantly became silent. Divine Flame Saint, a human immortal super genius, was actually beaten to the point of spitting out blood by Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and horror. He's actually so powerful. I always thought that he was bragging, but now I know that he actually has such a powerful cultivation base. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I had such a cultivation base, I would be even more arrogant than him. Actually, he might only be stating a fact. However, in our eyes, he's extremely arrogant and insolent. Who is this person? He's so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he's a human cultivator. Could he be a celestial or immortal? Now that the human race has declined, there are only a few races that haven't declined. I'm not sure. This person is very mysterious. I've never heard of him before. The densely packed cultivators began to discuss animatedly. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed was too shocking. So much so that everyone's face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. But basically, they had no clue. Even those who participated in the trade fair were not familiar with Lin Feng. In fact, even Muyasi, Suihan, and the others were not familiar with Lin Feng. I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. Suihan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Previously, she had launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. But in the end, she was captured by Lin Feng. In fact, she was not very convinced by Lin Feng. She felt that she still had some trump cards that she had not used yet. If she used them, she might not lose to Lin Feng. But today, when she saw Lin Feng truly make a move, only then did she realize how terrifying Lin Feng was. I've said it before. If you don't rely on the divine heavenly king's reputation, who do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications for this young master to look at you. If this young master wants to crush you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. A trash like you doesn't even have the qualifications for this young master to make a move. So, put away your arrogance because you have nothing to be proud of. Now, kneel down immediately. kowtow and apologize to this young master. This young master can spare your dog life. Otherwise, even if you're the divine heavenly king's grandson, this young master will still take your dog life. Lin Feng was standing in the air, looking like a young holy emperor. It could be said that he was incomparably arrogant, but at this moment, everyone felt that it was natural. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Lin Feng was too strong, so Lin Feng's words were natural. Xianxia had always been used to everything going smoothly. This guy had never been defeated. Until he was defeated by Lin Feng. Therefore, Xianxia was extremely angry now. He couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. The humiliation that Lin Feng brought to him today almost made him go crazy. Kid, I admit that I underestimated you before. Your strength is beyond my expectations, but today, you will still die. Soon, you will know how terrifying I am. At that time, I will let you die in endless despair. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Then, waves of sacred light gushed out from between his eyebrows. The sacred light that gushed out from between his eyebrows was very powerful. The sacred light seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had a strange feeling. The sacred light from between Xianxia's eyebrows was not his power. Buzz. Suddenly, the sacred light sprinkled down, and a cultivator appeared in the sacred light. It was an old man wearing sacred armor. The old man's body emitted an aura that made people unable to help but feel suffocated. That old man. Powerful. Mysterious. Immortal. High and mighty. Like a god. Sacred Heavenly King, it's the Sacred Heavenly King. When they saw the old man, many people couldn't help but exclaim. That old man. It was actually the Sacred Heavenly King. The High and Mighty Sacred Heavenly King. The Sacred Heavenly King, one of the 18 Heavenly Kings under the Heavenly Emperor. No one would have thought that a shadow of the Sacred Heavenly King would appear between Xianxia's eyebrows. It's the origin chi. This is the origin chi of the Sacred Heavenly King sealed between Xianxia's eyebrows. If Xianxia is in danger, he can use this origin chi to fight the enemy. When Divine Flame Sacred uses this origin source energy, his combat strength will greatly increase. After seeing the Sacred Heavenly King's shadow, an old man said in a deep voice. Obviously, this old man had some understanding of Xianxia's means. The Sacred Heavenly King's shadow was formed by the origin chi. Therefore, the Sacred Heavenly King's shadow contained part of the Sacred Heavenly King's power. Even if it was just a origin chi, it was no small matter. After all, this was the source energy of a true immortal expert. It was easy to imagine how powerful the origin energy of an expert of this level was. The Divine Heavenly King's Phantom and Divine Flame Saint instantly merged into one. Next, waves of terrifying ripples surged out of God Yanqing's body. No one would believe that it was coming from God Flame Saint's body after sensing that wave of energy. It was simply too powerful. It was unbelievable. It was as if an ancient expert had awakened from a deep slumber. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Then, he looked at God Flame Saint with a serious expression. Divine Flame Saint has received a strand of Divine Heavenly King's origin energy. His battle prowess has already reached the peak. Although that boy is extremely strong, I'm afraid he's no match for Divine Flame Saint now. Yeah, it's too difficult to defeat the current Divine Flame Saint. I can't imagine how powerful he is now. The grudge between that brat and Divine Flame Saint runs too deep, so Divine Flame Saint will never let him go. Many cultivators couldn't help but start discussing. Clearly, these cultivators had seen Divine Flame Saint's technique. Their confidence in Lin Feng instantly collapsed. Divine Flame Saint was already powerful enough, and now he had received the support of Divine Heavenly King's origin energy. Divine Flame Saint's strength. It had already reached an appalling level. Therefore, those cultivators, they no longer had high hopes for Lin Feng. I think that brat might have some heaven-defying techniques. Maybe he won't lose to Divine Flame Saint. That's right. I think so too. That brat is very heaven-defying. Don't underestimate him. There were also some cultivators who were more confident in Lin Feng. It didn't matter if they were confident in Lin Feng or those who weren't optimistic about Lin Feng. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. The pinnacle battle was about to begin. "Brat, do you know how you're going to die later?" Divine Flame Saint looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with endless killing intent. His fist was surrounded by boundless holy light. Obviously, Divine Flame Saint was preparing a powerful attack. Divine Flame Saint, who had received the support of Divine Heavenly King's origin energy, was extremely confident in his battle strength. He believed that he could kill Lin Feng. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Trash. Even if you receive the support of external forces, you're still trash. How can an ant compete with a giant dragon? Lin Feng replied indifferently. His words were said casually, but in the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was revealing his domineering aura. Who would dare to say such words to Divine Flame Saint at this time? Lin Feng dared to say such words. Those who were watching the battle all felt their blood boiling. Lin Feng's words. It seemed to have ignited the hot blood in their bodies. "Take my punch." Divine Flame Saint's expression was cold as he punched towards Lin Feng across the void. An energy fist condensed from holy light. It quickly blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. He dodged the punch that was hurtling towards him. Then, Lin Feng walked towards Divine Flame Saint step by step. Divine Flame Saint's eyes turned cold. He punched towards Lin Feng one after another. Every punch. They all contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. A dense number of fist shadows condensed and formed. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng dodged all the punches that were coming towards him. This guy is really powerful. Sui Han couldn't help but exclaim. She discovered. The more she understood Lin Feng, the more she discovered, the more terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. It made people involuntarily feel. They wanted to unveil this mysterious veil. Then, they wanted to see what kind of person Lin Feng was. Crossing the primitive world, shattering the world, seeing Lin Feng getting closer and closer to him, Divine Flame Saint felt a trace of dangerous aura. His face became gloomier. Therefore, Divine Flame Saint no longer held back and directly used his most powerful attack. After the divine ability was used, a primordial aura spread out between the heavens and the earth. Boundless desolation energy permeated the space between heaven and earth. Amidst the boundless primitive force, Yi Zichen was shocked. An earth-shaking sound of crushing the heavens was heard. Kill, then, the roar resounded through the sky. The sound of war drums. Followed by the sound. It was a densely packed army. They quickly rushed over from afar. Hundreds of millions of troops. It was as if they had crossed the primitive era. The void of the undying realm was so strong. But at this moment, in the void of the undying realm, under the suppression of hundreds of millions of troops, countless cracks appeared. What a powerful ability! Divine Flame Saint has the support of Divine Heavenly King's origin energy. With this powerful ability, he's practically invincible. I'm afraid that Brat will be defeated by Divine Flame Saint. Maybe he'll be killed on the spot, one cultivator after another exclaimed, feeling the terror of Xianxia's attack. On the faces of those cultivators. Their faces turned pale with fright. Divine Flame Saint's attack was indeed terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, the cultivators who didn't think highly of Lin Feng were even more pessimistic about Lin Feng. As for the cultivators who had originally thought highly of Lin Feng, they were shocked. His expression also became serious. Divine Flame Saint's attack was terrifying. This caused those cultivators to lose their confidence in Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at God Flame Saint in surprise. The divine ability that this fella used was truly powerful. Of course, the strength of the divine ability was one thing, but the most important thing was that the Divine Heavenly King's origin energy was too strong. Divine Heavenly King's origin energy greatly boosted Divine Flame Saint's attack. Therefore, Divine Flame Saint's attack was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. He walked forward in the void. Next, Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. O mighty Tao of Fate, Please descend with the power of fate, and let those elemental spirits that have long since passed away return to silence. It was Lin Feng's voice. It resounded between heaven and earth. As soon as his voice fell, a river of fate appeared in the void. The river of fate swept through the world. It shook the void. The river of fate directly enveloped the densely packed army that was crushing down on them. The power of fate descended. The power of fate surged into the bodies of these cultivators. When the power of fate entered the bodies of those cultivators, the cultivators' bodies began to fade away. The cultivator army itself was an illusory form. They were formed from divine abilities. It wasn't real. The power of fate returned them to nothingness. Not good. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to use this powerful divine ability to defeat Lin Feng in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect Lin Feng's divine ability to restrain his divine ability. Looking at the densely packed army, their bodies seemed to have completely dissipated. Divine Flame Saint wasn't willing to give up just like that. Powerful Dharma power poured out endlessly to strengthen this technique. The illusory image of the army seemed to have solidified. However, the illusory army was destined to be unable to resist Lin Feng's Tao of Fate. When the army arrived in front of Lin Feng was stunned. The illusory image of the army dissipated. Seeing this scene, the corner of Divine Flame Saint's mouth twitched violently. He didn't want to believe what he saw. He couldn't accept what he saw. The peerless divine ability that was enhanced by the Divine Heavenly King's origin energy was actually broken by Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the arrogant Divine Flame Saint. Heavens! Is he already so powerful? The cultivators watching the battle exclaimed. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Divine Flame Saint's attack was indeed too powerful. However, such a powerful attack wasn't even able to exert any of its power. Lin Feng had already broken it. No matter who it was, they would find it unbelievable. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush toward Divine Flame Saint. Traverse the wilderness. Shatter the world. At this moment, Lin Feng also used a divine ability. The divine ability he'd used was the same one Divine Flame Saint had used before. Lin Feng had used the 72 transformations divine ability. He had deduced the method to use Divine Flame Saint's divine ability. Lin Feng's 72 transformations was heaven-defying. It was the inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. This divine ability could deduce all divine abilities. Therefore, in theory, any divine ability that Lin Feng saw, he could deduce it with the 72 transformations. Now, an endless army had gathered around Lin Feng. The army had traversed the wilderness. Shatter the world. It was a scene of apocalypse. When they saw this, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng had actually used Divine Flame Saint's divine ability. This puzzled everyone. They didn't know how Lin Feng had done it. Isn't this guy too powerful? Sui Han couldn't help but exclaim. The female cultivators around her nodded in agreement. Lin Feng was indeed too powerful. The beautiful eyes of many female cultivators revealed extraordinary splendor. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Lin Feng was so domineering. He was so powerful at such a young age. In addition, Lin Feng was extraordinarily handsome. It was only natural that countless women secretly admired him. Some female cultivators even wondered if they could ask senior sister Muyasi to introduce them to him. Maybe she would be able to marry Lin Feng. In truth, Muyasi was also very shocked at this moment. 72 transformations, the great sage, heaven's equals divine ability. Muyasi took a deep breath. This woman was indeed extraordinary. She recognized Lin Feng's divine ability at a glance. Lin Feng led an endless army and sent Divine Flame Saint flying. Barf, Divine Flame Saint spat out another mouthful of blood. Furthermore, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Seeing Divine Flame Saint in such a miserable state, many people felt satisfied. Divine Flame Saint, this guy. He would die 1,000 times. 10,000 times. It was hard to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Divine Flame Saint. You're really too weak. Today, I'll kill you first. Then, I'll find a chance to kill your father, Shinzongtian. Lin Feng sneered. Brat, you think too highly of yourself. Divine Flame Saint said coldly. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Now that he had suffered such serious injuries, it was simply the greatest humiliation in his life. Celestial, bloodline, in the face of Lin Feng and his endless army, Divine Flame Saint shouted. Divine Flame Saint roared. Divine Flame Saint was a celestial cultivator. His celestial bloodline might not be comparable to that of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline. But that was only in relative terms. In fact, Divine Flame Saint's celestial bloodline was very powerful. In order to fight Lin Feng, Divine Flame Saint used his celestial bloodline. Divine Flame Saint's celestial bloodline was awakened. Celestial Holy Empire. Then, Divine Flame Saint roared. An ancient kingdom appeared behind Divine Flame Saint. That kingdom was the celestial race's ideal holy empire. Mysterious, ancient, powerful, and immortal. Billions of troops charged over. They were instantly devoured by Divine Flame Saint's celestial holy empire. Then, Divine Flame Saint summoned his celestial holy empire. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The celestial holy empire crushed the void and suppressed Lin Feng. The celestial Saint Empire was very terrifying. Previously, it had buried an endless army. Now, it wanted to bury Lin Feng. Celestial bloodline. Divine Flame Saint has activated his celestial bloodline. His celestial bloodline is extremely powerful. Now that he has activated his celestial bloodline, will that kid still be his match? Immediately, some cultivators cried out in alarm. The celestial bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. In fact, from the beginning of the era until now, all the major bloodlines had declined greatly. However, the celestial bloodline was one of the few bloodlines that had not declined much. Perhaps it was because of this that the celestial race was so prosperous now. The power of the celestial bloodline. It was absolutely shocking. In the Undying Realm, there were not many celestial race members. The celestial race members in the Undying Realm had a very respected status. For example, the Celestial Emperor's bloodline. For example, the Divine Heavenly King's bloodline. Their statuses were all high and mighty. They looked down on everyone. Usually, very few people could force them to use their celestial bloodline. However, under Lin Feng's continuous attacks, Divine Flame Saint had no choice but to activate his celestial bloodline. Divine Flame Saint's celestial bloodline was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have condensed the Celestial Saint Empire. Many people looked at the Celestial Saint Empire with reverence in their eyes. It was as if they were ordinary people in the mortal world. They were as fearful as the nobles when they saw the imperial family. No one knew if Lin Feng could contend against Divine Flame Saint's celestial bloodline. Now, no one dared to comment on this matter anymore. This was because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. No matter what Lin Feng did, everyone felt that it was a matter of course. Therefore, even if Lin Feng could break Divine Flame Saint's celestial bloodline now, no one would have any doubts. Celestial bloodline. What a great celestial bloodline. But then again, celestial bloodline was not considered a particularly powerful bloodline in the human race back then. In the face of the Celestial Holy Empire's attack, Lin Feng still had a calm expression. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xianxia sneered and said, "Boy, you think too highly of yourself. The Deva bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the world. As a human cultivator, your bloodline is destined to be suppressed by mine." Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Clearly, he was extremely confident in his Deva bloodline. The others also agreed with Divine Flame Saint's words. Because celestial bloodline. It was indeed one of the most powerful bloodlines of the human race. Lin Feng said, in the era of the Xiantian human clan, there were many human bloodlines that surpassed the celestial being bloodline. But as time passed, most of these bloodlines died out. Have you heard of this saying? It's called choosing the general from the dwarves. It's not because of how powerful the Deva bloodline is. It's because after the Xiantian human bloodline died out, the seemingly ordinary Deva bloodline stood out among the many ordinary bloodlines. Lin Feng's words belittled the Deva bloodline as if it was nothing. This infuriated Xianxia greatly. He sneered and said, "Boy, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly." As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial holy empire descended from the sky. From afar, it looked like Lin Feng was about to be suppressed by the celestial holy empire. At that moment, Lin Feng's cold laughter suddenly rang out. "The ignorant are fearless. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began to circulate his sovereign blood. Buzz. The blade of God vibrated with terrifying fluctuations. Then, it flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. The power contained within the blade of God was so great that it was shocking. Between heaven and earth, there was an ancient killing weapon, which was also the blade of God. And the blade of God that Lin Feng condensed was an ability that was awakened when the sovereign blood was awakened. So, Lin Feng had always felt that the blade of God was an ancient killing weapon. Did it have a deep relationship with the sovereign imperial clan? Of course, whether it was what he guessed or not, this matter needed to be confirmed in the future. At this moment, the blade of God had already flown to the side of the celestial holy empire. Then, the blade of God. It slashed towards the celestial holy empire. Everyone saw Lin Feng's blade of God. It actually tore apart the celestial holy empire. Many people's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The celestial holy empire was a supernatural power condensed from the Deva bloodline. Now, it was actually unable to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, wasn't it? It was really unbelievable. Everyone had a doubt in their hearts. How did Lin Feng cultivate? Even if he started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb, he would not be able to cultivate to such a heaven-defying fighting strength, right? But Lin Feng actually possessed such fighting strength, causing everyone to feel extremely shocked in their hearts. After the blade of God destroyed the celestial holy empire, it quickly slashed towards God Flame Saint. "No! This is impossible!" God Flame Saint roared hysterically. His Deva bloodline awakened. The attack that he unleashed, it was actually broken by Lin Feng. This was too big of a blow to God Flame Saint. God Flame Saint. He simply could not accept such a blow. "I'm afraid God Flame Saint is finished." Many people's faces revealed a smile. The Sacred Army had destroyed many families and forces in the Sin domain. They even suspected that the other party was related to the sinner's blood descendants. They would slaughter the other party's entire family. The Sacred Army's reputation had long been completely ruined. But the Sacred Army was too powerful. So, even though everyone was extremely dissatisfied with the Sacred Army, they did not dare to say anything. Now that they saw that Lin Feng was very likely to kill God Flame Saint, a Sin domain cultivator. Naturally, they were extremely excited. The blade of God instantly arrived in front of God Flame Saint and slashed towards him. God Flame Saint took out a shield. He held the shield in his left hand to block the blade of God's attack. Clang, the blade of God ruthlessly slammed into the shield in God Flame Saint's hand. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. God Flame Saint's shield actually blocked the blade of God's attack. Before he could even let out a sigh of relief, he felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to move horizontally, but it was already too late. Lin Feng silently appeared behind God Flame Saint. God Flame Saint did not have time to block Lin Feng's punch and was sent flying by Lin Feng. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. His bones were broken, and his magic power was scattered by Lin Feng's punch. Die! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he sent a palm strike towards God Flame Saint. "Kid! How dare you!" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Then, an old man stepped out of the void and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. After sensing the old man's aura, many people could not help but turn pale with fright. This old man, he was actually an Earth Immortal expert. An Earth Immortal Realm expert was so powerful that Lin Feng had to take him seriously. If he wasn't careful, he might die at the hands of an Earth Immortal Realm expert. The Earth Immortal Realm expert in front of him was most likely Divine Flame Saint's protector. A protector was a bodyguard sent by the upper echelons of the family to protect important figures. Generally speaking, no one was qualified to intervene in such a battle of life and death in the arena. But obviously, the protector wouldn't sit by and watch Divine Flame Saint die at the hands of Lin Feng. Therefore, the Earth Immortal Realm expert attacked. His attack was very terrifying. But Lin Feng didn't plan to fight him head-on. When the Earth Immortal Realm expert attacked, Lin Feng used the teleportation magic. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was already beside Divine Flame Saint. Lin Feng waved his right hand and a sword chi slashed toward Divine Flame Saint's head. No! Divine Flame Saint screamed in horror. But no one could save Divine Flame Saint. No one could stop Lin Feng from killing Divine Flame Saint. The Sacred Army slaughtered the descendants of the sinner's blood. Lin Feng had a strong killing intent toward the Sacred Army. How could he let go of an executioner like Divine Flame Saint? If he wanted to destroy the Sacred Army, he should start with Divine Flame Saint. Puff, with a tearing sound, everyone saw a head fly into the sky. It was Divine Flame Saint's head. Lin Feng's sword chi was so powerful that it didn't just cut off Divine Flame Saint's head. It also destroyed all of Divine Flame Saint's life force. So when Divine Flame Saint's head flew into the sky, all of Divine Flame Saint's life force was cut off. Blood spurted out from his neck. Countless people widened their eyes as they watched this scene in shock. Divine Flame Saint was really killed. He was the grandson of the Sacred Heavenly King and was doted on by the Sacred Heavenly King. That was why Divine Flame Saint had a protector by his side. However, right now, even the protector hadn't been able to save Divine Flame Saint. The scene in front of him. It was indeed too shocking. However, this made countless people extremely excited. That grandson of Divine Flame Saint. He was finally dead. It was good that he died. It was great that he died. But then, everyone began to worry about Lin Feng. Everyone naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be fine. But Lin Feng killed Divine Flame Saint. The army of the Sacred Legion and that Earth Immortal level expert would not let Lin Feng go, would they? How could he escape? Could it be that he was going to die here? You. At that moment, the Earth Immortal cultivator pointed at Lin Feng. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. As the Tao protector of Divine Flame Saint, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame for Divine Flame Saint's death. Little bastard, no one in this world can save you. The Earthly Immortal Realm expert roared furiously. A dense killing intent burst out from his eyes. Woo! At the same time, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through heaven and earth. Then, a dense army of the Sacred Legion surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. Lin Feng stood on top of the arena, facing thousands of soldiers and horses. He was still as calm as a mountain. Such a bearing. It was extremely admirable. Capture him alive. I will personally deliver this little bastard to the Divine Heavenly King and let him deal with him. The Earth Immortal expert's voice was filled with resentment. Kill, after receiving the order. The Sacred Legion's army of cultivators all rushed toward Lin Feng. The enemy's army of cultivators has been mobilized, and there's even an Earth Immortal expert. I'm afraid that kid is in danger. Seeing this, a cultivator immediately said. In the eyes of countless people. At this moment, Lin Feng was indeed in danger. After all, the Sacred Legion's forces were just too powerful. And everyone knew. The Sacred Legion would definitely spare no expense. Capture Lin Feng. Because, if the Sacred Legion's cultivators did not capture Lin Feng, they would not be able to explain it to their superiors. Relying on the Sacred Legion's cruel rules, when the time came, they would most likely be severely punished. So, now, in order to capture Lin Feng, these people used all their means, without holding back. Come out, facing the siege of the army, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, 2 large insect swarms were immediately released by Lin Feng. Ancient Demon Refining Insect Swarm. Celestial Devouring Insect Swarm. Blotting out the sky and covering the earth, they flew toward the surrounding cultivators. A large number of insects instantly drowned those cultivators. Incomparably shrill screams were heard. Many cultivators did not even have time to react before they were bitten to death by the insects. Then, those cultivators began to hurriedly cast defensive light shields or took out powerful magic treasures to resist the insect swarm's attack. At this moment, the Sacred Legion's army stationed in other positions was quickly rushing over. Lin Feng knew. With his own strength, he wanted to contend against the Sacred Legion's army that had an Earth Immortal level expert. It was simply unrealistic. Therefore, Lin Feng did not plan to continue staying here. Lin Feng had almost inquired about the information that he wanted to know. It was time to leave Divine Monarch City. Sacred Heavenly King should be killed. Now, this young master will first kill Divine Flame Saint. Not long after. I will definitely cut off the Sacred Heavenly King's dog head. Lin Feng could not help but laugh, under the cover of the endless insect swarm. Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of the city gate. As the Sacred Legion's army had not yet arrived, only a portion of the Sacred Legion's cultivators stationed in the city tower had arrived. Therefore, this portion of people could not stop Lin Feng at all. The Earth Immortal level expert wanted to capture Lin Feng, but the insect swarm was too terrifying. In addition, Lin Feng had taken out 5 stone swords. The 5 stone swords were hidden in the insect swarm. Whenever the Earth Immortal level expert attacked, Lin Feng would immediately activate the stone swords to deal with him. The Earth Immortal level expert was almost killed by Lin Feng's stone swords. Therefore, he did not dare to continue forward. Activate the array, completely trap him, the Earth Immortal level expert shouted loudly. The Sacred Legion Spirit Array Master completely activated the Divine Monarch City's array. The Divine Monarch City's array formed a huge light shield. It completely enveloped the entire Divine Monarch City within. The people outside could not come in. The people inside could not come out either. Ha 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 ha, kid, you are now a turtle in a jar. Do you think you can still escape? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Seeing Lin Feng trapped in the Divine Monarch City by the array, the Earth Immortal level expert suddenly laughed out loud. In his opinion, the current Lin Feng was already a trapped beast. He wanted to play Lin Feng to death, so he could play Lin Feng to death. Not good. The Divine Sovereign City has been sealed off. That kid is trapped inside the city. I'm afraid he's finished this time. Yeah, now that he's trapped in the Divine Sovereign City, when the Sacred Army stationed in all directions arrives, how powerful will the Sacred Army be? Even if this kid has 2 kinds of powerful insect swarms, I'm afraid he'll still be dead by then. To be honest, this kid is a heaven-defying genius. It's really a pity to die in the hands of these people. Countless people started to discuss, and many people even began to feel sorry for Lin Feng. Because they felt that Lin Feng would definitely not be able to escape death. After seeing the trapped Lin Feng, Sui Han didn't know why, but she unexpectedly said, "Senior sister, is that guy really unable to escape? Should we help him?" Muyasi said, "Don't worry, I think he still has a way. This person. He's really unfathomable." Hearing senior sister Muyasi say that Lin Feng might still have a way. Although she was quite worried about Lin Feng, Sui Han could only calm her heart and continue to wait. She looked into the distance and saw Lin Feng directly rushing towards the Divine Sovereign City's defensive light shield. Sui Han frowned slightly. Why did Lin Feng rush towards the defensive light shield? The most important thing to do now was to quickly enter the Divine Sovereign City and hide before the Sacred Army's army closed in. After all, the Divine Sovereign City was so huge. Hiding might temporarily avoid the other party's search. But obviously, Lin Feng didn't seem to think so. In Sui Han's view, Lin Feng rushing towards the defensive light shield, wasn't this courting death? Why did he do this? Sui Han couldn't figure it out. But the next moment, Sui Han's beautiful eyes widened. Because when Lin Feng arrived in front of the defensive light shield, he actually easily tore apart the defensive light shield. Such means were really extraordinary. It made Sui Han's heart filled with deep shock. What kind of powerful array level was this, to be able to destroy the defensive light shield so easily? Think about it. It gave people a feeling of disbelief. But Lin Feng did it. Not to mention, he did it in front of so many cultivators. Lin Feng rushed out of the crack in the array. Damn it. Damn it. Hurry up and chase. We can't let that brat escape. The earthly immortal expert roared in exasperation when he saw this scene. He couldn't accept what he saw. Lin Feng actually wanted to escape. Something like this must never happen. Or else. How was he going to explain this to the higher-ups? The earthly immortal realm expert led his army out of the divine monarch city and chased after Lin Feng. But obviously, Lin Feng had long since disappeared without a trace. What happened in divine monarch city could not be concealed at all. The news spread like wildfire. Especially the death of divine flame saint, which caused a huge uproar in Sin Domain. The sacred army guarded the Sin Domain. Which cultivator in Sin Domain was not afraid of the sacred army? The sacred army was definitely a force that no one dared to provoke in Sin Domain. But now, there was actually a grandson who killed the sacred heavenly king. The young master of the sacred army. Was this a challenge to the sacred army? Was this a slap to the sacred heavenly king's face? And it was said that the person who killed divine flame saint was a young human cultivator. This matter made people's imagination run wild. At this moment, in Sin Domain, ancient cities, there were many ordinary cities. Even the cultivators in small towns. They were all talking about this matter. Who do you think killed divine flame saint? He even said that he would kill the sacred heavenly king in the future. He's really bold. Yeah, I've never seen such a bold person, but this person's strength is really strong. Back then, he tore apart the divine monarch city's defensive light shield and left. Such means were really shocking. If he was given time, he might really be able to kill the sacred heavenly king. Don't joke around. The sacred heavenly king is a true immortal. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't be the sacred heavenly king's opponent. Didn't you say to give him time? Youth is capital. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? That's true. Do you think that the kid who killed divine flame saint also has the sinner's bloodline? Ah? Sinner's bloodline? Is that possible? Of course. First of all, did that kid need to kill divine flame saint? That would completely offend the sacred army. Second, he said that he would kill the sacred heavenly king in the future. This means that there's a grudge between him and the sacred heavenly king or the sacred army. Finally, he's a human cultivator, and he's so heaven-defying that even divine flame saint wasn't his match. Divine flame saint is a celestial cultivator with a powerful bloodline. I heard that during the war, that kid was extremely disdainful of the celestial bloodline and even said that the celestial bloodline was only an ordinary one among the innate human bloodlines. As a human cultivator, he killed divine flame saint despite being weaker than him. This means that his bloodline is definitely stronger than divine flame saints. Most of the ancient human bloodlines during the innate human era have fallen silent, but that doesn't mean that all of them have fallen silent. There are still some that haven't fallen silent, but those are all labeled as sinners' bloodlines. That's why I think that kid might be a sinner's bloodline possessor. In various places, all sorts of discussions could be heard. There were also many cultivators guessing Lin Feng's origins. After some analysis, some concluded that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sinner's bloodline. It had to be said. In this world, there were indeed some extremely intelligent people. Lin Feng's identity. The other party had guessed correctly. Not long after, an arrest warrant was issued. Sin Realm had placed a bounty on Lin Feng. However, the Sacred Army was unable to draw a portrait of Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng's luck was too strong. Anyone who drew a portrait of Lin Feng, that portrait would instantly combust. And then it would turn into ashes. Thus, Lin Feng's arrest warrant. They could only use words to describe Lin Feng's appearance. But to describe his appearance with words, it was obviously not as vivid as a portrait. It was also very difficult for people to distinguish Lin Feng. Other than Lin Feng, Wu Tianhai was also wanted by the Sacred Army. There was a portrait of Wu Tianhai, and it was extremely lifelike. It was extremely close to Wu Tianhai's appearance. What shocked everyone was the arrest warrant read: Lin Feng and Wu Tianhai were accomplices. Anyone who caught the two of them or provided clues about them would be heavily rewarded. The moment the arrest warrant was issued, It immediately caused another huge uproar. Wu Tianhai was the demon realm sinner's blood. Lin Feng and Wu Tianhai were accomplices. Didn't that mean, could this already confirm the fact that Lin Feng was also a sinner's blood? The only difference between him and Wu Tianhai was, Lin Feng was not the demon realm sinner's blood, but the human race's sinner's blood. The Sin domain was looking for Lin Feng. However, without a portrait of Lin Feng, it was not easy to find Lin Feng. Just based on the description of his appearance, even if they saw Lin Feng, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize who Lin Feng was. At this moment, Lin Feng was flying towards the northwest. According to the information he got from Su Yinran, there might be descendants of Emperor Shun in the northwest. He didn't know if he could find them. There were basically no big cities in the northwest. The real big cities were basically in the eastern and central regions of the Sin domain. However, there were still many towns in the northwest. However, as he went deeper into the northwest, the weather gradually became colder. The northwest of the Sin domain, the north, and the northeast were the legendary bitter cold lands, because that area was closer to the extreme north of the Undying Realm. The extreme north of the Undying Realm was covered by endless icebergs. The climate there was extremely cold, and it was a place that no one was willing to enter easily. That place was simply too dangerous. Although it was not a life-forbidden zone, it was comparable to a life-forbidden zone. As for the few places close to the extreme north, they were all barren lands. As he went deeper, even the small towns became fewer and fewer. Lin Feng went to many small towns and tried to find the whereabouts of the sinner's bloodline. However, he didn't find anything. It's snowing. The three-headed viper flew quickly above the mountain forest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the head of the three-headed viper. Heavy snow fell. Lin Feng didn't stop the snowflakes from falling on his body. In the north, it was cold and the ground was frozen. He hadn't seen any small towns with cultivators for more than 10 days. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally saw a small town. There was a huge stone tablet next to the town. There were 2 words written on the stone tablet. Snow Town. This area was covered in snow all year round. It would snow for more than half of the year. That was how the town got its name. Snow Town was cold, but there were many cultivators. The Snow Lady has appeared, the Snow Lady has appeared. All of a sudden, someone shouted in the snowy town. Hearing that the Snow Lady had appeared, many cultivators moved out. He quickly flew into the forest. Lin Feng found a restaurant. Then, he ordered a table of dishes. In this cold weather, a pot of hot wine and a table full of delicious dishes was truly a great enjoyment in life. They're all going to die. Seeing many cultivators rushing towards Gu Lin, the old man sitting at the table beside Lin Feng shook his head. That old man was too old, and his body was a little stooped. His eyes were cloudy. There were 2 dishes on the table in front of him. A plate of fried peanuts. There was also a plate of green vegetables, but he wasn't sure if they were wild vegetables. Then, there was a bottle of wine that looked rather inferior. But the old man drank it with relish. Lin Feng looked at the old man and said, "Senior, isn't it boring to drink alone? If you're interested, why don't you come to my place and have a taste of my fine wine?" When the old man heard Lin Feng's invitation, he stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for your invitation, young friend. It would be impolite of me to refuse." Lin Feng poured a cup of wine for the old man. This was the best spirit wine, brewed with hundreds of expensive ingredients. It was not something that ordinary wine could compare to. Lin Feng poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man took a sip and smacked his lips, looking like he was savoring the taste. "This junior is Lin Feng. How should I address you, senior?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't deserve to be called senior. My name is Bai Lianshan, and I'm just a rogue cultivator who has accomplished nothing," the old man said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Senior, you're too modest. Senior, let's not just drink wine. Try these dishes and see if they're to your liking. Today, I'm basking in young friend's glory." The old man smiled and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fled dragon meat, eating it with relish. Lin Feng toasted the old man 3 times. The old man drank happily and started chatting with Lin Feng about everything. After some conversation, Lin Feng found out that the old man had lived in this town for a long time. Thus, he knew a lot of things about this town. Lin Feng asked the old man how long he had lived here. Lin Feng was unable to sense the old man's age. However, the old man only smiled and did not say anything. "Senior, you said that those who went out to search for the snow ladies were sending themselves to their deaths. Could the snow ladies they were looking for be cultivators of the snow lady tribe?" Lin Feng asked calmly. The snow lady tribe was a very mysterious tribe. Back when Lin Feng was in the Tianwu continent, he had some interactions with the snow lady tribe. It was rumored that there were no males in the snow lady tribe. The snow lady tribe was made up of all females. Moreover, the snow lady tribe members were all as beautiful as fairies. However, their temperaments were cold. Every snow lady would go out to train when they were 3,000 years old. After the training ended, they would return to the land of the snow lady tribe. After a period of time, they would head to the sacred mountain, drink the sacred water, and give birth to children. This was the way the snow lady tribe passed on their ancestral line. Lin Feng and the snow lady tribe's Xianxia had some interactions, and they had even developed some ambiguous feelings. However, this ambiguity did not last long. After that, Lin Feng never saw Xianxia again. He did not know how Xianxia was doing. The old man said, "The snow lady mentioned here is not a member of the snow lady tribe. The snow lady mentioned here should be called a snow demon." "Snow demon?" Lin Feng looked at the old man in surprise. The old man nodded with a serious expression and said, "The origin of the snow demon can be traced back to more than 10,000 years ago. At that time, many adventurers entered the depths of the forest to search for opportunities. It is said that someone saw a beautiful woman who would seduce men. However, all the men who were seduced by her were eventually eaten by her. That woman is the snow demon. The snow demon was not so powerful at the beginning. But as time passed, the snow demon devoured more and more people. And her cultivation also became stronger and stronger. However, that woman is indeed beautiful. In the past, I once saw her peerless appearance from afar. Perhaps it was because others did not want to associate such a beautiful woman with a demon, so the name of the snow lady gradually spread." "So that's how it is," Lin Feng nodded and asked, "Then where did this snow lady come from? Why are they searching for the snow lady?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The snow lady was beautiful. But there were many beautiful women. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't think that so many people were searching for the snow lady because she was too beautiful. Powerful cultivators wanted to find beautiful women. Actually, it wasn't a difficult task. It said that the snow lady controls the snow spirit bone fire, so those people want to kill her and steal her heavenly fire. The old man continued. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Snow spirit bone fire, Lin Feng had heard of this before. Among the many heavenly fires, the snow spirit bone fire was ranked 30th. It was in the middle of the heavenly fires. The heavenly fire's value couldn't be judged by its ranking. Of course, relatively speaking, the higher the heavenly fire's ranking, the more powerful it was. However, the heavenly fire's abilities were different. For example, the purple earthcore fire. This heavenly fire was more harmful to the cultivator's soul. For example, the black flame god-devouring fire. This heavenly fire could devour the opponent to increase its own strength. As for the snow spirit bone fire, it was said that it could freeze heaven and earth. That's right. It could freeze heaven and earth. Don't think that all heavenly fires were of the hot attribute. Actually, this understanding was wrong. Among the heavenly fires, some were of the cold attribute. For example, the snow spirit bone fire was such a heavenly fire. Actually, Lin Feng had some information about other heavenly fires. For example, the extreme fiend fire, which was ranked 5th. However, Lin Feng couldn't find this heavenly fire for the time being. There was also the dragon snake flaming sun fire. It was ranked 22nd. Lin Feng couldn't find it for the time being. However, Lin Feng had clues about the dragon snake flaming sun fire and the extreme fiend fire. Lin Feng had already absorbed 5 types of celestial fire, so he wanted to absorb more celestial fire. He wondered how the snow lady was doing. However, according to the old man, the snow lady was extremely powerful. Those people couldn't deal with the snow lady at all. For now, he didn't have to worry about the snow spirit bone fire being stolen. Senior, you've lived here for so long. Have you heard anything about the descendants of Emperor Shun? Lin Feng asked the old man. The old man was shocked. Then, he looked around. They realized that no one was paying attention to them. Only then did he let out a long sigh. The descendants of Emperor Shun are of the sinner's bloodline. Why are you asking about them? There are people from the Sacred Legion in this place. Be careful not to let them know. When the time comes, we'll be in big trouble. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, I was just asking casually. Does Senior know about it? I heard that many years ago, Emperor Shun's descendants were found by the Sacred Legion, and then all of them were slaughtered. The old man whispered. What? Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly. Next. A dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. He is now. His anger was overflowing. His killing intent was monstrous. Don't get rid of the Sacred Legion. What a waste of human life. Little brother. The Sin Domain was not like any other place. In the Sin Domain, he had to keep a low profile. Only then can we live longer. The old man said meaningfully. I've always been a low-key person. Lin Feng said. The old man smiled. Then, they began to drink again. The two of them regretted not meeting earlier. They drank until night time before leaving the restaurant. Little brother, do you have a place to stay? If you don't have a place to stay, you can come to this old man's place. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He did not reject the old man. Because he really did not have a place to stay. Going to the old man's place was a good choice. Lin Feng followed the old man to his residence. The old man's residence was a dilapidated courtyard in the southeast corner of the town. The old man came to the old man's residence. They drank until late at night. Lin Feng was known to not get drunk after 1,000 cups, but he was still dizzy from drinking. When he woke up the next morning, he found that the snow had stopped. The snow on the ground was very thick. Lin Feng planned to leave. He wanted to go to the forest to take a look. Would he be able to gain anything? Little brother, take this. The old man handed something to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the things the old man gave him. Lin Feng found that it was a wooden figure. What is this? Lin Feng asked. It's carved from peach wood. It's used to ward off evil. The old man said. Lin Feng nodded and left. After Lin Feng left, a nine-tailed fox ran in from outside. Then, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a little loli who looked about 11 or 12 years old. She was very beautiful. A descendant of sinner's blood, the little loli said. Yes. The old man nodded. I heard that recently, Divine Heavenly King's grandson, Divine Flame Saint, was killed by a young human cultivator. The Sacred Army is currently looking for that young human cultivator. Could that young human cultivator be this kid? The little loli asked in astonishment. The old man said. It should be him, why bother with him? We can't afford to make any mistakes in what we're about to do. Little loli immediately said. Her voice had already become somewhat cold. Speaking of which, the ancestors of Sinner's blood had a good relationship with the ancestors of our devil race back then. This kid wants to find the snow lady and snatch her snow spirit bone fire. He's simply courting death. Out of respect for his ancestors, we'll help him. The old man said. The little loli frowned when she heard the old man's words, but she did not say anything. When will the Lord arrive? The old man asked. We'll have to wait for a while. However, the Lord should be coming out of seclusion soon, the little loli said. I hope we'll succeed. The old man said after taking a deep breath. We've planned this for tens of thousands of years. We'll definitely succeed, the little loli said. Her words were more like words of encouragement to him. Lin Feng naturally did not know that a nine-tailed fox would appear in the old man's courtyard after he left. Lin Feng also did not know the old man's identity. After entering the forest, Lin Feng quickly headed deeper into the forest. This forest was called the Arctic Ancient Forest. It was said that it extended all the way to the extreme north. It was extremely huge. The Arctic Ancient Forest was an extremely dangerous place. Wild beasts ran rampant here. Moreover, there were many terrifying restrictions. If one was careless, one might die in the Arctic Ancient Forest. Lin Feng went deeper into the forest. 10 days later, intense fluctuations came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng was also alarmed. He quickly flew deeper into the forest. Lin Feng saw it from afar. Hundreds of cultivators. They surrounded a silver-haired woman. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could that silver-haired woman be the Snow Lady? Author's note, this is the 4th update. Brothers, have you completed the reinforcement mission today? Everyone, go and complete the mission. You're currently ranked 13th, don't fall. The silver-haired woman's figure was graceful. She was dressed in white. Coupled with her silver hair, she gave off a mysterious vibe. The silver-haired woman's cultivation was unimaginably powerful. Even though she was surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, her expression did not change. Snow Lady. We have no intention of harming your life. If you hand over the snow spirit bone fire, we can spare your life. A cultivator shouted coldly. They wanted to make the Snow Lady submit. Snow Lady, she was indeed the Snow Lady. Lin Feng had guessed that this woman was the Snow Lady. Now. This woman was indeed the Snow Lady, but it was impossible for these people to make the Snow Lady hand over the snow spirit bone fire obediently. No one would agree to such a thing. If it was Lin Feng would not agree to it either. Scram, or die, the Snow Lady said coldly. You want to do this the hard way? Attack together and kill the Snow Lady. A cultivator shouted. Kill. Following that, a group of cultivators yelled as they charged towards the Snow Maiden in an attempt to kill her. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Didn't Bai Lianshan say that the Snow Lady would seduce cultivators? He looked at the Snow Lady's cold expression. Did she look like the kind of woman who would seduce men? It seemed that he could not take all the rumors seriously. Frozen heaven and earth, the Snow Lady's cold voice sounded. Then, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The cultivators' bodies also started to tremble from the cold. As time passed, many cultivators started to turn into human popsicles. The Snow Lady's methods were indeed very powerful. The cultivators who were sealed in ice were directly shattered. They died on the spot. However, not everyone was sealed in ice by the Snow Lady. There were many cultivators who were not sealed in ice by the Snow Lady. Their mystiques and treasures arrived in front of the Snow Lady and blasted towards her. Nation of Snow. The Snow Lady unleashed another powerful mystique, and an ancient kingdom appeared behind her. It was an ancient nation. It was a silver nation with snow floating in the air. In the forest, above the palace, above the grassland, and other places. They were all covered in snow. That place. It snows 365 days a year. The snow in that place. It would never stop. The country of thousands of snow shook slightly. In an instant, a terrifying power filled the air. The thaumaturgies of the cultivators were shattered one after another. One by one, the magic treasures of the cultivators were sent flying. Under such circumstances, for the surrounding cultivators, this was naturally extremely bad news. Bang! 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 Then, one cultivator after another was sent flying by the country of endless snow. The injuries of the cultivators who were sent flying by the country of thousands of snow were also different. Some were directly killed, some were seriously injured, and some were lightly injured. The Snow Maiden's abilities were truly powerful. At this moment, everyone realized that the Snow Maidens were not to be trifled with. This woman was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The surviving cultivators didn't dare to continue fighting. They all fled in all directions. And at this moment, in the void, a dazzling demonic light illuminated the world. Next, the demonic light descended from the sky. It instantly tore apart the Snow Maiden's country of thousands of snow. Then, the demonic light blasted towards the Snow Maidens. The Snow Maidens were shocked. The person who attacked was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The combat strength of this existence. It must be incomparably heaven-defying. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to break through her thaumaturgy. With a flash of light, a treasure appeared in the Snow Maiden's hands. It was a cold moon dagger. The Snow Maidens held the cold moon dagger and directly attacked the demonic light. Clang! In the next moment, the cold moon dagger in the Snow Maiden's hands collided with the demonic light, and an earth-shattering sound of collision rang out. The demonic light revealed its true body, and it wasn't a real demonic light. It was the transformation of a cultivator. That cultivator held a sinister and terrifying demonic saber in his hands. Divine Sect Tao. The seventh son of the divine heavenly king. This person is a heaven immortal expert. The cultivators who were originally running away immediately exclaimed when they saw the cultivator holding the demonic saber attacking the Snow Maidens. The divine heavenly king had many heirs, and most of them held positions in the sacred army. The three strongest heirs were quasi-true immortal experts. He was the deputy commander of the sacred army, and had many experts under him. Although Xianxia couldn't compare to his brothers, his cultivation was still extremely terrifying. Divine Sect Tao, both immortal and demonic. He was very resourceful. Although no one had a good impression of Divine Sect Tao. But at this moment, everyone's target was the Snow Maidens. Therefore, the cultivators who were running away immediately turned around when they saw Divine Sect Tao, and planned to join forces with Divine Sect Tao to attack the Snow Maidens. The Snow Maidens were powerful. But facing the combined attack of Divine Sect Tao and so many experts, the situation was naturally not good. F***ck. How shameless! Yi Zichen muttered. Seeing so many cultivators attacking the Snow Maidens, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Even though Lin Feng really wanted the Snow Spirit Bone Fire, he didn't want it. But Lin Feng's idea was to try and negotiate with the other party. Take out something that the other party was interested in, and then exchange it. Lin Feng didn't want to kill the other party and take the Snow Spirit Bone Fire. Of course, Lin Feng had killed the Sky Demon Emperor's son before, and took the Black Flame God devouring fire from him. But that was because Lin Feng had an irreconcilable enmity with the Sky Demon Emperor's son. He didn't have any enmity with the Snow Maidens. Naturally, he wouldn't use the same method to deal with the Sky Demon Emperor's son. But Lin Feng didn't care how others dealt with the Snow Maidens. The Snow Maidens retreated under the combined attack of the cultivators. These people's thoughts were simple: kill the Snow Maidens, then take the Snow Spirit Bone Fire. Although their cultivation wasn't as strong as Divine Sect Tao. But some of them had hidden some special methods. If they could get the Snow Spirit Bone Fire, these cultivators were confident that they could escape successfully, so they weren't worried about being killed here. Divine Sect Tao hid behind the Snow Maidens, and slashed at her with his saber again. The Snow Maidens turned around, and the cold moon dagger in her hand clashed with Divine Sect Tao's demonic saber again. After this clash, the Snow Maidens couldn't hold on any longer, and she was sent flying by Divine Sect Tao. The other cultivators' treasures also attacked. Although the Snow Maidens took out a defensive treasure to block the attacks, she was still severely injured. However, she still suffered a great deal of damage. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her defensive magic treasure also became dim. Die. Xianxia's attack was too powerful. If this attack landed on Snow Lady's body, then Snow Lady would probably die a tragic death. Even Lin Feng thought that Snow Lady wouldn't be able to block Xianxia's attack. However, he didn't expect the Snow Lady's body to be covered in runes. Those runes were very mysterious. Those mysterious runes protected the Snow Maiden within them. When Xianxia's attack came, it was blocked by those runes. Of course, that didn't mean that Snow Lady wasn't hurt. In fact, Snow Lady was hurt too. She was sent flying, and her face became even paler. Xianxia's attack didn't break through the mysterious runes protecting Snow Lady. However, there was still a terrifying power that passed through the runes and violently struck Snow Lady's body. That terrifying power dealt significant damage to the Snow Maidens. The rest of the cultivators rushed forward to kill Snow Lady. However, at that moment, a huge gust of wind blew. Snowflakes flew everywhere. countless snowflakes were swept up by the huge gust of wind. Such a powerful gust of wind seemed to cover the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. Anyone who saw such a gust of wind would feel their hair stand on end. A large number of cultivators were swept into the gust of wind. Some of the weaker cultivators' bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. At this moment, Snow Lady probably only used this technique when she was risking her life. Otherwise, this technique wouldn't be so terrifying. Shenzongdao was also swept into the gust of wind. Of course, Shenzongdao was powerful enough. Snow Lady's powerful attack didn't cause any damage to Shenzongdao. After the gust of wind dissipated, Snow Lady had already disappeared without a trace. Shenzongdao couldn't help but roar, Snow Lady has already been severely injured. Search, we must find Snow Lady. If we can't take this opportunity to kill Snow Lady, it won't be so easy to kill Snow Lady in the future. Then, these cultivators quickly dispersed and began to search for traces of the Snow Maiden. In the depths of the mountain forest, there was a place filled with restrictions that cultivators could not pass through. There was a cold pond here. This frozen pond was very special. Although the temperature of the frozen pond was extremely low, however, when one's body was injured, one only needed to soak in the frozen pond for a period of time. When the time came, his body's injuries would quickly recover. The Snow Maidens had discovered this lake by chance. From then on, whenever the Snow Maidens were injured, the Snow Maidens would be killed. She would come to the cold pond to heal her injuries. Pieces of clothing slid down one by one. The Snow Maiden only wore her undergarments as she entered the glacial pond. Then she closed her eyes. Although the temperature of the cold pond was bone-chilling. However, the Snow Maidens weren't afraid of the frigid temperature of the lake. Or perhaps, she was already used to this kind of cold temperature. The Snow Lady felt very comfortable as her body soaked in the cold pond. If I'm not mistaken, this cold pond should have healing properties, right? Suddenly, a voice sounded, startling the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden opened her eyes. His cold eyes looked in the direction of the voice. The Snow Maiden saw a young cultivator. A dense killing intent immediately appeared in her eyes. The Snow Lady didn't expect this. Someone had actually followed her here without making a sound. Furthermore, the person who followed her in was such a young human cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The Snow Maiden wouldn't underestimate Lin Feng just because he was young Lin Feng. In fact, most of the time, the younger the cultivator, the more extraordinary they were, the more one had to pay attention to them. This was because those young cultivators were often very terrifying. For example, this young human cultivator in front of her. He was actually able to hide from her senses. Although her senses had decreased a lot because of her injuries. However, that was only relatively speaking. Her senses were still very strong. It wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. However, she couldn't even detect this young human cultivator in front of her. This already explained too many things. Don't misunderstand. I didn't come here with any hostility towards you. Lin Feng looked at the Snow Maiden in the cold pond with interest. She wasn't embarrassed. He chatted with the Snow Maiden while admiring the beauty bathing. It was truly an extreme enjoyment. What did you see? The Snow Maiden looked coldly at Lin Feng. This woman was clearly more concerned about whether Lin Feng had seen her bathing. As for Lin Feng's motive for coming here, it became a secondary concern. Lin Feng said, "When you entered the water, I was still breaking the array. I didn't come here at all, so you don't have to worry." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snow Maiden's expression became slightly better. Then, the Snow Maiden said, "Guard outside for me. If anyone comes, kill them without mercy." Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. However, the Snow Maiden saw that Lin Feng had found this place. Therefore, she couldn't guarantee that no other cultivators would come here. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. This woman was quite good at ordering people around. She actually ordered him to guard her. However, Lin Feng didn't say much. This was because the Snow Maiden's injuries weren't light. Lin Feng knew that the Snow Maiden needed treatment. Of course. Lin Feng also knew that this was the best time for him to negotiate. After all, the Snow Maiden was injured. Lin Feng felt more confident. However, Lin Feng was a person who cooperated with others. He had always adhered to the principle of mutual benefit. Therefore, he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng found a smooth rock outside the lake. Then, he turned his back to the lake. Then, he sat cross-legged. Time slowly passed. After about 3 days, the Snow Maiden woke up from her cultivation. Lin Feng heard the Snow Maiden walking out of the lake. However, Lin Feng didn't turn around. The Snow Maiden should have recovered by now. Even if she hadn't, she should be fully recovered soon. The Snow Maiden's cultivation level was too high. The divine sect Tao was at the heaven immortal realm. Since the Snow Maiden could fight against the divine sect Tao, this meant that the Snow Maiden should be at this level. What do you want to cooperate with me for? The Snow Maiden's voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around. He realized that the Snow Maiden had already tidied herself up. He looked at the Snow Maiden up close. Only then did he realize how beautiful this woman was. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart beat faster. Of course. Lin Feng had seen many beautiful women. Therefore, although the Snow Maiden was beautiful, she didn't look like a mortal woman. However, Lin Feng's self-control was very strong. He wasn't mesmerized by the Snow Maiden's peerless beauty. Lin Feng calmed himself down and said, "Do you want to kill Xianxia? If you and I work together, we'll definitely be able to kill him." As the son of the divine heavenly king, Xianxia had followed the divine heavenly king and killed countless sinners' blood descendants. Lin Feng naturally wanted to kill Xianxia. Not just Xianxia, but Xianxongtian, Xianxongshan, the divine heavenly king, and the others. Lin Feng wanted to take their lives. However, Lin Feng knew that those existences were too powerful. How could it be so easy to take their lives? However, Xianxia was different. Xianxia was a heavenly immortal. Although a heavenly immortal was already powerful enough. However, if the plan was meticulous, there was a high chance of killing an expert of that level. Kill Xianxia? With just you? Do you think you're qualified to work together with me? Snow Lady sneered at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm qualified to work with you. When I first arrived here, I discovered that the restrictions here were extremely powerful. I can use a formation to connect the restrictions here. That way, the restrictions will be able to unleash their full power. When the time comes, I'll control the formation to assist you. Killing Xianxia is highly likely." The Snow Woman glanced at Lin Feng indifferently and asked, "What? Are you very skilled in formations?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm very skilled, but I'm the successor of the Celestial Master sect. I'm sure my mastery of formations is pretty good, right?" Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She had naturally heard of the Celestial Master Taoism. Although she had never seen anyone from the Celestial Master Taoism, she knew how profound their attainments in array formation were. Lin Feng was young. However, Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect. His mastery of formations must be extremely high. "I can give it a try." The Snow Lady narrowed her eyes, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Previously, because of the divine sect Tao, the Snow Maidens were severely injured. This was a grudge. The Snow Maidens naturally didn't forget. Lin Feng said, "Since you agree, then it's easy. I'll go set up the formation later." "What? Do you have another reason for looking for me?" the Snow Maiden asked as she looked at Lin Feng. She was a very smart person. Naturally, she couldn't tell that Lin Feng had other motives for this trip. Lin Feng said, "That's right, there is indeed another purpose. I heard that you control the snow spirit bone fire. I wonder if the rumors outside are true. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right?" the Snow Maiden said bluntly. Lin Feng continued, "I want to make a deal with you. I plan to use something to exchange for your heavenly flame. No matter what it is, as long as you like it, I can give it to you. Top-grade magic treasures or even immortal scriptures. What do you think?" the Snow Maiden said, "You're quite generous. However, I didn't refine the snow spirit bone flame." "You didn't refine the snow spirit bone flame?" Didn't the outside world say that you refined the snow spirit bone flame? A look of disbelief appeared on Lin Feng's face. Back then, when I broke through to the divine fire realm, I used the snow spirit bone flame to ignite my divine fire. That's why my divine fire contains a trace of the snow spirit bone flame's origin energy. That's why others think that I refined the snow spirit bone flame, but in reality, I didn't refine the snow spirit bone flame. The Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng was very shocked. He hadn't expected the truth to be like this. However, Lin Feng quickly regained his senses. The Snow Maiden didn't refine the snow spirit bone flame. However, the Snow Maiden said that when she ignited her divine fire, she used the snow spirit bone flame to ignite it. This meant that the Snow Maiden had indeed come into contact with the snow spirit bone flame. However, perhaps she didn't have the ability to refine the snow spirit bone flame back then. Do you know where the snow spirit bone flame is? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Why? Do you want it? Save it. No one can refine the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire will instantly destroy your body. The Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The purple earth core fire flew out. As for the other 4 heavenly fires, Lin Feng didn't take them out. Lin Feng just wanted to tell the Snow Maiden. He could refine the heavenly fire. He didn't want to show off in front of the Snow Maiden. So, he just needed to show the Snow Maiden his heavenly fire. There was no need to take out all the heavenly fire. Heavenly fire, when she saw the heavenly fire that Lin Feng took out, the Snow Maiden couldn't help but frown slightly. Although she didn't know what kind of heavenly fire Lin Feng took out. However, Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire, which meant that Lin Feng could refine the heavenly fire. The Snow Maiden felt that this was unbelievable. Generally speaking, a cultivator's physical body couldn't withstand the backlash of the heavenly fire. Unless it was in existence with an extremely heaven-defying physical body. It was only possible to withstand the backlash of the heavenly fire and finally refine it. And Lin Feng was just a human cultivator. Human cultivators had weak physical bodies. This was something that everyone knew. However, Lin Feng had refined the heavenly fire. Therefore, the Snow Maiden was also puzzled as to how Lin Feng did it. Now that I've proven that I can refine the heavenly fire, can you tell me where the snow spirit bone fire is? Lin Feng looked at the Snow Maiden and asked. The Snow Maiden said, that's a secret place, an extremely dangerous secret place. How about this? If you can kill Shen Zongdao, I'll bring you to that secret place. Secret place? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Snow Maiden said, that's right. When I entered that secret place, I almost died. Fortunately, I was lucky. Not only did I use the snow spirit bone fire to ignite my divine fire, but I also escaped from the secret place. Originally, I planned to not explore that secret place until I reached the true immortal realm, but now, I've changed my mind. If we work together, we can try to explore that secret place. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's great. Let's not delay any longer. I'll go set up the formation now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng leaped out and walked toward the forest in front of him. The forest in front of him. Restrictions were densely packed. Many of the restrictions had already been broken, so it was very difficult for the restrictions here to form a continuous attack. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to use the formation to perfectly connect these restrictions together. Then, these restrictions would be able to form a continuous attack. When the time came, he would lure Shen Zongdao into the formation. Then, he would be able to activate the formation and attack Shen Zongdao continuously. The Snow Maiden had more or less recovered by now. The formation, the Snow Maiden, and his many treasures. Lin Feng was at least 70 to 80% confident that he could kill Shen Zongdao. Lin Feng planned to set up some top-notch arrays, because Lin Feng was worried that ordinary arrays wouldn't work. Moreover, Divine Zongdao's cultivation was so powerful that ordinary arrays would be easily broken by Divine Zongdao. So, since he was setting up an array, he naturally had to set up a stronger array. This way, Lin Feng would be able to rest assured. The probability of success. It could also be higher. Lin Feng spent about 7 days setting up the array. After the array was set up, Lin Feng activated the array, and in an instant, the densely packed restrictions in the forest were completely awakened. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed a smile on his face. He waved his hand. Instantly, the array and the densely packed restrictions that he had set up completely fell silent. After doing all this, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lin Feng had the impression that the deployment spells were extremely powerful. Therefore, regarding the matter of killing Divine Zhongdao, Lin Feng was full of confidence. Lin Feng looked at Snow Lady and said, "Now that the array is set up, the next step is to lure Divine Zhongdao out." "I'll lure Divine Zhongdao here," Snow Lady said. Lin Feng said, "No, I'll go." "You're going?" Snow Lady frowned slightly. Obviously, she felt that it was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng to lure Divine Zhongdao here. It was no wonder that Snow Lady thought so. Even though Lin Feng had shown many extraordinary things, he was still very strong. However, after all, there was still a big gap between Lin Feng's realm and Divine Zhongdao's realm. The difference in their realms was so great. If Lin Feng lured Divine Zhongdao here, what if Divine Zhongdao caught up to him? At that time, it would definitely be a dead end. Lin Feng seemed to know what Snow Lady was thinking, and said, "Divine Zhongdao is an expert of the heavenly immortal realm, so he is naturally an extremely smart person. When he saw Fairy appear and led him to another place, what do you think Divine Zhongdao will think? This guy will definitely be suspicious, so it won't be easy for you to lure Shen Zhongdao here. Once we arouse Shen Zhongdao's suspicion, it will be even more troublesome to deal with Shen Zhongdao in the future. As for me going, it's the most suitable thing to do. Because I don't know Shen Zhongdao, and Shen Zhongdao knows that Fairy is a lone wolf. Therefore, Shen Zhongdao won't associate me with Fairy. I only need to provoke and humiliate Shen Zhongdao, and Shen Zhongdao will definitely want to tear me into pieces. At that time, he will definitely hunt me down and won't suspect me." The Snow Lady said, "It's not that simple. Because your cultivation level isn't high. You dare to provoke the Divine Sect Dao with your cultivation. The Divine Sect Dao will definitely be suspicious. I will use the array to trap Shen Zhongdao. Then, I'll provoke him again. I'm good at formations, and I'm extremely confident in my own formations. Therefore, I feel that I can use formations to kill cultivators with high cultivation bases. Is this reason sufficient?" Lin Feng said to the Snow Maiden. The Snow Lady frowned slightly. In the world of cultivators, there was no lack of cultivators who were extremely confident in themselves. These cultivators usually had some extraordinary methods. And these methods could guarantee that they could kill cultivators with high cultivation bases at low cultivation bases. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the world of cultivators. Therefore, when it really happened, many people might still feel extremely shocked. But after the shock, they would naturally feel that it was only natural. Lin Feng's attainments in formations were extremely high. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that with his proficiency in formations, he could deal with cultivators with high cultivation bases. This was completely reasonable. The Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng and said, "Then you be careful. I'll wait here for your good news." Lin Feng nodded and flew outside. It was actually very easy to find out information about Shen Zhongdao. This person usually spent most of his time in the army camp. Especially during this period of time, he had also sent out the cultivator army of the Sacred Army. The cultivator army entered the ancient forest to search for the injured Snow Lady. Therefore, he had been waiting for news in the army camp. Lin Feng chose a very good place. That place was a naturally formed killing ground of 7. It was very suitable for setting up killing formations. Lin Feng set up dozens of killing formations. Then, he enlightened a giant forest ape. Then he imprinted a message in the jade tube. Lin Feng had the giant forest ape give the jade tube to Shen Zhongdao. The giant forest ape arrived outside Shen Zhongdao's army camp. It saw the patrolling cultivators of the Sacred Army. The giant forest ape spoke in human language. "My master has a letter for Shen Zhongdao. Why aren't you going to report it? If you delay the letter between Shen Zhongdao and my master, how many heads do you have left to lose?" Seeing the ferocious appearance of this ferocious beast that had suddenly appeared, the patrolling cultivators all frowned. Because they didn't know where the giant forest ape came from. the captain of the guards said. Wait here, I'll send someone to report to my master right now. Soon after, the guard captain sent a cultivator to report this matter. Not long after, the cultivator returned. Then he brought the giant forest ape to see Xianxia. Xianxia asked, "Who is your master? Why are you looking for me?" The giant forest ape said, "Everything my master wants to say is recorded in the jade tube." After the giant forest ape finished speaking, the jade tube was wrapped in magic power. Then it flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia's divine sense entered the jade tube. Lin Feng's voice resounded in Xianxia's mind. Snow Girl has been captured by me. If you want the snow ladies, then bring enough high-grade immortal stones. Come to the 7 Despair Mountain Range. Snow Girl has been captured? Xianxia frowned slightly. Xianxia was a cautious person. After hearing this news, he instantly suspected whether or not the other party was lying to him. However, thinking about it carefully, the other party had no reason to lie to him. How many people in the Undying Realm dared to offend the sacred army, and behind Xianxia stood the entire sacred army? There's no mention of your master's identity. Xianxia frowned. The giant forest ape said, "You'll know once you see it." Xianxia waved his hand and let the giant forest ape leave. Then he pondered. Soon, Xianxia sneered, "Any schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. I don't care who you are. If you're sincere in your cooperation, then I'll let it go. If you dare to scheme against me, then I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. For safety's sake." When they set off, Xianxia took 1,000 dragon knights with him. This army of dragon knights was the strongest elite army under Xianxia's command. Xianxia believed that with this army of dragon knights, even if he faced a quasi-true immortal expert, he would have a way to kill them. As for true immortals, Xianxia didn't even consider cultivators of this level. If a cultivator of this level wanted to deal with him, they could just directly attack. There was no need for any schemes or tricks. P.S. Brothers, this is today's 8th chapter, the first chapter to make up for the previous 2 chapters. Also, the character support's ranking has fallen to 15th. I want to cry but have no tears. Brothers, help me up. I'm counting on you guys. Soon, Xianxia led the army of dragon knights to the 7 Despair Mountain Range. Lin Feng stood on top of a mountain in the depths of the 7 Despair Mountain Range, coldly looking at the incoming group of cultivators. Seeing the army that Xianxia brought, Lin Feng was speechless. This guy was a sky immortal expert. How could he be so timid? How could he bring so many experts with him? Kid, were you the one who told the giant ape to send me a message? Xianxia led the army of dragon knights to the top of the mountain range. Then, Xianxia frowned at Lin Feng. No wonder Xianxia frowned. After all, when Xianxia saw Lin Feng, he realized that Lin Feng was too young. How much cultivation could such a young cultivator have? How could he capture the snow lady? Was this a joke? I was the one who told the giant ape to send you a message. Xianxia, this place will be your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. He directly activated the killing formation here. Then, the densely packed formation came to life. Every formation emitted a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth. That wave of fluctuation caused people to involuntarily feel a kind of feeling of being overwhelmed with shock. Apart from that, the 7 Despair Mountain Range was overflowing with endless killing intent. This was the land of 7 kills. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng used the formation to mobilize the power of 7 kills here. After the power of 7 kills merged with Lin Feng's formation, the formation's power suddenly increased. You ant, how dare you scheme against me? You're courting death. Break the formation and kill this ant. After the formation was activated, Xianxia couldn't help but roar in exasperation. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the formation's power was released. Lin Feng made the first move and attacked everyone trapped in the formation. The power of dozens of killing formations was completely released. Within the formation, all kinds of terrifying attacks swept across the void. Shen Zongdao's cultivation naturally had no problem dealing with the formation's power. However, the Dragon Knights were already having a hard time dealing with the might of the formation. Of course, although it was a little strenuous, they still managed to resist the attack of the formation. Shen Zongdao's expression sank. He didn't expect a young cultivator like Lin Feng to be able to set up such a powerful formation. Could it be that the Great Array was not set up by Lin Feng? Was Lin Feng just a puppet that was pushed to the front? Was there another expert hiding behind Lin Feng? Let's not talk about whether Lin Feng really had an expert hiding behind him. Shen Zongdao decided to break the array first. Just as he was about to break the formation by force, who would have thought that 5 powerful stone swords quickly slashed towards him. Shen Zongdao was slightly shocked and did not dare to be careless. He held the demonic saber in his hand and slashed at the stone sword. Clang 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 clang, Shen Zongdao's demonic blade sent the stone sword flying. But at this moment, mournful screams rang out one after another without end. Shen Zongdao looked over. Next, his anger was overflowing. Because he didn't know when it started. An endless swarm of insects appeared in the Great Array. At this moment, the swarm of insects attacked the Dragon Knight Legion. As one of the most elite troops of the Sacred Legion, the Dragon Knight Legion was naturally very powerful. Man and dragon as one. They were invincible. They charged forward in the great battle. It was simply appalling. However, here, the Dragon Knight Legion could not exert any effect. Because, the Dragon Knight Legion was trapped by the Great Array. Now, the Dragon Knight Legion was resisting the attack of the Great Array with great difficulty. Although they resisted the attack of the Great Array, their minds were also drawn in by the Great Array. They had no time to be distracted. Another point. Those dragons were huge in size. And the swarm of insects, although the swarm of insects was densely packed and innumerable. But in fact, whether it was the great desolate demon refining insect or the celestial devouring insect, they were relatively small. And their defense was extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to kill them. So a large number of insects quickly approached these dragon knights and dragons. Then the swarm of insects began to eat these dragon knights and dragons. Many of the dragon knights had been gnawed clean, leaving only skeletons behind. Then, the dragons were also eaten clean by the swarm of insects. Now, Lin Feng's swarm of insects had begun to self-evolve. The so-called self-evolution meant that there was no need for Lin Feng to cultivate them. They could promote their own evolution by devouring all kinds of things. In this way, their strength would continue to increase. Now, Lin Feng's 2 large insect swarms had been constantly evolving. So the strength of the 2 large insect swarms was also constantly increasing. Seeing the cultivators and dragons under his command being eaten clean by the swarm of insects, Shen Zongdao was simply mad with hatred. He had never encountered such a sullen thing. The key was to watch the cultivators and dragons under his command being killed by the other party, and there was nothing he could do. This kind of feeling almost drove Shen Zongdao crazy. Who the hell are you? Why are you targeting me? Shen Zongdao roared out. He was indeed quite depressed now. The cultivator in front of him who wanted to kill him was very unfamiliar to Shen Zongdao. He didn't even have any impression of him. So, Shen Zongdao didn't even know what happened before he was schemed against. Naturally, Shen Zongdao felt very depressed. You deserve to die, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. I know, you are a descendant of the sinner's blood. You must be a descendant of the sinner's blood. Suddenly, Shen Zongdao's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Other than a descendant of the sinner's blood, who would dare to attack him, other than a descendant of the sinner's blood, who would have such a deep hatred for the sacred army, so. Shen Zongdao guessed that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sinner's blood. Shen Zongdao's face suddenly showed a cold killing intent. He said, a centipede dies but never falls down. Sooner or later, I will slaughter all the descendants of the sinner's blood. After saying that, Shen Zongdao used his ultimate move. One with the blade, shattering heaven and earth. Shen Zongdao's body. It directly merged with the demonic blade in his hand. Then, it turned into a dazzling ray of demonic light. It slashed toward the Great Array. In the air, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. Lin Feng's 5 stone swords were sent flying. Then, Shen Zhongdao and the demonic blade merged into one to form a killing light, which displayed an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. That beam of killing light directly tore apart one grand formation after another. As expected of a heavenly immortal expert. How terrifying! Yi Futian murmured. Seeing Shen Zhongdao's great power, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He put away the 5 stone swords. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. Without Lin Feng's support, the great array's power was greatly reduced. So, it was quickly torn apart by Shen Zhongdao. Shen Zhongdao rushed out. Then, he returned to his original body. However, at this moment, Shen Zhongdao's magic power was very weak. Clearly, that one with the blade technique had consumed a lot of Shen Zhongdao's energy. If it weren't for the dangerous situation, Shen Zhongdao wouldn't have used one with the blade so easily. Shen Zhongdao hurriedly took out a bottle of spirit liquid and drank it. He didn't know what that bottle of spirit liquid was, but after drinking it, Shen Zhongdao's magic power quickly recovered. The others also rushed out. But this time, Shen Zhongdao's side lost more than 300 dragon knights and 300 giant dragons. This made Shen Zhongdao's heart ache. Chase, Shen Zhongdao said in a deep voice. He now hated Lin Feng to the bone. He wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. So, how could he let Lin Feng escape? Shen Zhongdao led the dragon knights to chase after Lin Feng. But the dragon knights were far slower than Shen Zhongdao. So it didn't take long for them to be completely left behind. And Shen Zhongdao didn't have time to care about the dragon knights. He increased his speed to the extreme. He continued to chase after the escaping Lin Feng. Finally, 6 hours later, Shen Zhongdao caught up to Lin Feng. Kid, I have to say that your great formation level is very high, but so what? With the great formation, you're still not my opponent. Now, have you thought about how you're going to die? Shen Zhongdao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing Lin Feng directly was too easy for Lin Feng. Shen Zhongdao was even thinking about how to capture Lin Feng. How to torture Lin Feng. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. It was understandable that Shen Zhongdao had such thoughts. Because he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was such a young cultivator. In Shen Zhongdao's eyes, it was simply a great humiliation. So, he absolutely couldn't let Lin Feng die so easily. Haha, I really miscalculated this time. I originally thought that I could rely on the formation to get rid of all of you. I didn't expect that the formation would be broken by you. Experts at the celestial immortal realm are really extraordinary. However, even if you break the formation, you still can't do anything to me. Because with your tortoise speed, you'll never be able to catch up to me. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Shen Zhongdao was almost angered to death. It was a young human cultivator. His realm wasn't particularly high either. He actually dared to say that his speed was that of a tortoise. He was an expert at the heavenly immortal level, a lofty existence. How could he accept such humiliation? In the eyes of the divine sect Dao, Lin Feng was just an ant. He could slap Lin Feng to death with one hand. Shen Zhongdao increased his speed. He just wanted to catch Lin Feng as soon as possible. Then, when the time comes, that would be enough. He wanted to torture Lin Feng to his heart's content. While Shen Zhongdao increased his speed, Lin Feng also increased his speed. 8 small worlds floated beneath Lin Feng's feet. It was as if he was passing through the 8 small worlds. The distance between Lin Feng and Shen Zhongdao gradually increased. Lin Feng mocked, "You didn't believe me when I said you were that fast. Now, do you believe that you're that fast?" Shen Zhongdao's expression was incomparably gloomy. He was humiliated by Lin Feng again and again. Shen Zhongdao's mood was extremely bad. However, Shen Zhongdao couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. This was what made Shen Zhongdao the most furious. He was chasing after a young cultivator. Even with his speed as a heavenly immortal, he couldn't catch up to him. To Shen Zhongdao, this was. He couldn't accept it. Shen Zhongdao said coldly, "Kid, don't be too happy now. You can't get rid of me at all. And your Fa Li can't compare to my Fa Li." At most, we'll have a long battle. Once you've used up most of your Fa Li, you'll fall into my hands. As he said this, Shen Zhongdao's mood became slightly better. This was because Shen Zhongdao felt that this method was indeed not bad. As a heavenly immortal, you actually used such a despicable method to deal with me. Don't you feel ashamed? Even I feel embarrassed for you. If you still have a little self-awareness, you should quickly leave now instead of continuing to chase after me. Lin Feng shouted. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Zhongdao felt that Lin Feng must be afraid. That was true. In this world, was there anyone who wasn't afraid of death? A bad life was better than a good death. Shen Zhongdao didn't think that there was anyone who wasn't afraid of death. Lin Feng must have realized how dangerous his situation was. Therefore, that was why he said those words to provoke him. Shen Zhongdao, who saw everything clearly, sneered, "Kid, are you afraid now? If you are, then hurry up and stop. This way, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the consequences." Lin Feng no longer cared about Shen Zhongdao and flew towards the depths of the forest. Shen Zhongdao had already decided to fight a battle of attrition with Lin Feng. Therefore, he continued to chase after Lin Feng. While chasing after Lin Feng, he was still thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing Lin Feng. Shen Zhongdao thought of many methods. However, the prerequisite was to find Lin Feng. Only then could he use those methods on Lin Feng. Both sides, one running and one chasing. 10 days passed quickly. Shen Zhongdao could clearly feel that Lin Feng's speed was beginning to decrease. However, Shen Zhongdao's speed was still at his peak. "Kid, you don't seem to be able to hold on any longer. This battle of pursuit will end soon," Shen Zhongdao sneered. Lin Feng still didn't care about Shen Zhongdao. He continued to fly towards the depths of the forest. This place had already reached the periphery of the area covered with seals. Lin Feng rushed into the area and quickly rushed towards the depths. A broken restriction? Shen Zhongdao frowned slightly. After seeing the broken seals, he became cautious. However, Shen Zhongdao soon sneered. From Shen Zhongdao's point of view, Lin Feng obviously wanted to use these broken seals to get rid of him. Since Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these seals, naturally, he didn't need to be afraid. After all, Shen Zhongdao was a heavenly immortal expert. He had seen too many storms and waves. If he really encountered a dangerous situation, when the time came, he could definitely leave. Shen Zhongdao was still confident. Shen Zhongdao passed through the seals. Gradually, he went deeper into the area covered with restrictions. When Shen Zhongdao arrived at the depths of the area, suddenly, the formation runes around him intertwined and many large formations were activated. It covered an area of 1,000 meters around them. Shen Zhongdao was also trapped within. "Ha ha ha ha, Shen Zhongdao. It's time for you to die." Lin Feng sneered. "Chain formation? Kid, I was able to break your formation before. I can do it again this time." Shen Zhongdao sneered. "This formation is 100 times stronger than before. It won't be easy for you to break it. Moreover, I have help." Lin Feng sneered. "Help? Who is it?" Shen Zhongdao asked in a deep voice. "It's me," Snow Lady said. Her clothes were as white as snow and fluttered like a fairy. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Under the contrast of the white snow, she was as beautiful as a fairy in the snow. When he saw the Snow Lady, Shen Zhongdao's expression could no longer be described as ugly. Shen Zhongdao knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng, and he had been tricked so deeply. If he was only dealing with Lin Feng and the formation that Lin Feng had set up, Shen Zhongdao was confident that he could escape. However, now that the Snow Lady had appeared here, things were getting troublesome. Even in a one-on-one battle, Shen Zhongdao wasn't confident that he could defeat the Snow Lady. Let alone now. "Attack," Lin Feng said. Then, he activated the formation. After the formation was completely activated, the restrictions within the formation also came to life. Attacks covered the sky as they charged towards Shen Zhongdao. At the same time, the Snow Lady charged into the formation with her cold moon dagger. Under Lin Feng's control, The attacks from the formation and restrictions couldn't harm the Snow Lady. They only targeted Xianxia. Xianxia was greatly suppressed. He couldn't help but roar, "How dare you trick me like this? This isn't something a hero would do." The Snow Lady curled her lips and said, "I'm a little girl, not a hero." Lin Feng laughed inwardly. It seemed that the Snow Lady could be quite humorous at times. Lin Feng wanted to shout, "I'm a little girl's man, not a hero." However, he could only think about it. Naturally, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Lin Feng said, "What's a hero? Can it be eaten?" After hearing Lin Feng and the Snow Lady's answers, Xianxia was almost angered to death. Clearly, Lin Feng and the Snow Lady were playing with him. Lin Feng and the Snow Lady's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia found it harder and harder to defend himself. Now, Xianxia had a taste of being surrounded. Negotiation? How about we negotiate? As long as you let me go, we can negotiate any conditions. Xianxia said in a low voice. He now knew how dire his situation was. If the battle continued, he might really die at the hands of Lin Feng and the Snow Maidens. Taking the initiative to negotiate with Lin Feng and the Snow Lady was a great humiliation to the God sect. It would definitely become a stain in his life. However, this was the best solution at the moment. Xianxia thought that once the negotiations were over and he was out of danger, he would lead his army to kill Lin Feng and the Snow Lady. When the time came, he was going to tear Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden to shreds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger and killing intent. Lin Feng said, "Negotiate?" "Sure, I love negotiating with people the most. I heard that your bloodline is also of the celestial race's bloodline, so there must be an ancient celestial scripture that was passed down, right? Hand over the immortal scripture. You want my immortal sutra? Aren't you being too greedy?" Xianxongdao's expression was extremely gloomy. Immortal sutras were precious, they were the foundation of their clan. If the upper echelons of the clan found out that he had told others about the immortal sutra, they would definitely be furious. When the time comes, he would definitely be executed by 1,000 cuts. Even if he was the son of the divine heavenly king, he would still die. This was the clan's rule. No one could go against the clan's rules. Is the immortal scripture more important than your life? Think about it carefully. Lin Feng smiled and said. Next. His attacks were even more ferocious than before. All sorts of restrictions. All sorts of formations. All of them were activated. 5 stone swords. Black dragon sword. Green mountain sword. Hell king bell. Stone dagger. Heavenly drum. 9 demons painting. 5 flames 7 birds fan. 12 heavenly flags. And many other treasures. All of them were taken out by Lin Feng and charged towards Xianxongdao. Seeing so many magic treasures charging towards him, Xianxongdao was shocked. How many multitasking did he have? How could he control so many magic treasures, this brat's ability? How could he be so abnormal? Not only was Xianxongdao shocked. Even the Snow Maiden was extremely shocked. Cultivators who could multitask could occasionally be seen. But Lin Feng was multitasking. Such an ability. It was unheard of. Seeing Lin Feng's prowess, the Snow Maiden's spirit couldn't help but be shaken. Her attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The Snow Maiden held the cold moon dagger and slashed out endless cold light. Behind the Snow Maiden, a cold moon even appeared. That cold moon crushed the void. It charged towards Xianxongdao. It was extremely powerful. It was really shocking. Under the continuous attacks of Lin Feng, the Snow Maiden, the formation, and the restrictions, Xianxongdao was severely injured. Xianxongdao was furious. He never thought that he would be in such a situation. Now, he was in danger. Xianxongdao felt the threat of death. Xianxongdao didn't want to die. So, Xianxongdao decided to agree to Lin Feng's conditions. Don't kill me, I'm willing to give up my clan's sacred immortal scripture. Xianxongdao shouted. The sacred immortal scripture was obviously the immortal scripture passed down by Xianxongdao's clan. Xianxongdao's clan was the heavenly human clan. His ancestors were extremely terrifying, so the immortal scripture they created was definitely extraordinary. Imprint the immortal scripture, Lin Feng squinted his eyes and said. Shen Zongdao took out a jade tube and began to imprint the immortal scripture. Then he imprinted the immortal scripture. Let me go, and I'll give you the immortal scripture. Otherwise, I'll destroy the jade tube immediately. Shen Zongdao said. I'll remove the formation, and you throw the jade tube to me. Lin Feng said. No problem. Shen Zongdao nodded. The Snow Maiden frowned slightly. She didn't know what Lin Feng was doing. Was he really going to let Shen Zongdao go? Lin Feng removed the formation. Shen Zongdao threw the jade tube to Lin Feng and rushed outside. However, the jade tube exploded in midair. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're really an idiot. I only used a little trick, and you were fooled, Shen Zongdao laughed sinisterly. However, in the next moment, Shen Zongdao's expression became extremely ugly. Because the dense array of restrictions in the forest were all awakened. Shen Zongdao had indeed left the formation set up by Lin Feng, but he hadn't left the forest. There were restrictions everywhere in the forest. Lin Feng's formation control technique could easily control these restrictions. Therefore, Shen Zongdao was stopped. Lin Feng sneered. I knew you would play tricks. Do you think I'll believe that you'll cooperate obediently? I asked you to imprint your clan's immortal scripture because I want to see if there are any restrictions in your mind. If there are restrictions in your mind, your soul will definitely be destroyed when you imprint the immortal scripture. Then, we'll just admit that we're unlucky and can't hope to get your immortal scripture. If you can imprint the immortal scripture, it means that there aren't any restrictions in your mind. After we suppress you, we can search your soul without worry. We won't have to worry about being attacked by the restrictions in your mind. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Shen Zongdao's expression became extremely ugly. He originally thought that he had tricked Lin Feng. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Lin Feng. P.S. Lin Feng has refined 6 heavenly flames. They are the purple earth core fire, black flame god incinerating fire, underworld flame, golden dragon divine flame, black flame god engulfing fire, and green dragon true fire. There were 2 places where it was mistakenly written as 5 heavenly flames. It has now been corrected. Everyone, have you done your support mission today? There are still 8 chapters today. This is the 3rd chapter. Previously, Xuannu was confused as to why Lin Feng wanted to cooperate with Shen Zongdao. It turned out that Lin Feng had already seen through Shen Zongdao's intentions. Therefore, Lin Feng had schemed against Shen Zongdao. Xuannu couldn't help but admire Lin Feng's meticulous planning. If there was a restriction in Shen Zongdao's mind, he could use the soul-searching technique on Shen Zongdao. They might be attacked by the restriction in Shen Zongdao's mind. If the restriction in Shen Zongdao's mind was too powerful, it might destroy them. But now, he didn't have to worry about that. Lin Feng and Xuannu began to attack Shen Zongdao. Although they had left the formation, Shen Zongdao's injuries were quite serious. Therefore, Shen Zongdao's battle strength was greatly reduced. They had to deal with him. Naturally, it wasn't that difficult. Moreover, there were many restrictions in the forest, and they were all activated by Lin Feng. They all began to attack Shen Zongdao. Therefore, Shen Zongdao's situation wasn't good. Lin Feng's dozens of powerful magic treasures released terrifying power, in addition to Xuannu's attacks. Therefore, Shen Zongdao was surrounded by danger. Lin Feng found an opportunity. He silently appeared behind Shen Zongdao. Then, he punched towards Shen Zongdao's back. A muffled sound of collision suddenly rang out. Shen Zongdao was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sent a sky immortal cultivator flying with a punch. This feeling, not bad. At this moment, Xuannu also showed her might and directly froze Shen Zongdao. Break! Shen Zongdao roared. He channeled his magic power and broke the layer of ice that sealed his body. However, at this moment, Lin Feng flew over. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals. Dense runes flew out and imprinted themselves on Shen Zongdao's body. They directly sealed Shen Zongdao. Lin Feng's 8 divine seals was a supreme divine ability passed down from the celestial master path. The power of this supreme divine ability was extremely terrifying, and Lin Feng had tested it repeatedly. Even though Shen Zhongdao was a heavenly immortal expert, but after being sealed by Lin Feng's 8 god-sealing seals, he was unable to break free. He still couldn't break Lin Feng's 8 god-forbidding seals. After struggling a few times, even the divine sect Dao ended in failure. Therefore, Shen Zhongdao knew that he really couldn't break free from Lin Feng's seal. No, no, no. This was impossible. How could I have been sealed by a young human cultivator? Shen Zhongdao roared. He couldn't accept what had happened. But what was done could not be undone. Lin Feng looked at Shen Zhongdao indifferently and said, Shen Zhongdao, although you are a celestial immortal expert, you are too arrogant. Don't look down on the world. Brat, we can negotiate. I can agree to any condition you have. Shen Zhongdao shouted. He could already feel the dense killing intent from Lin Feng. Shen Zhongdao didn't want to die. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate. Lin Feng sneered and said, Do you think I will still believe you now? My father is the divine heavenly king, a true immortal expert. If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you off. Think about it, how terrifying would it be to bear the wrath of a true immortal? I believe that in this world, no one would be willing to bear the wrath of a true immortal, right? If we negotiate, the situation will be different. This is something that will benefit both of us. Shen Zhongdao brought up his father, the divine heavenly king. As a true immortal expert, the divine heavenly king's deterrence was indeed powerful. However, so what if that was the case? Lin Feng was still fearless. Do you know who killed Xianxia? Lin Feng looked at Shen Zhongdao, then revealed a devilish smile. Although Shen Zhongdao had always been guarding the city, he had heard the news of Xianxia's death. Shen Zhongdao didn't know much about Xianxia's death. The only thing he knew was that Xianxia was killed by a young human cultivator. As for other news, he didn't know much. Now that he heard Lin Feng's words, Shen Zhongdao's eyes widened. He cried out in shock, It's you, that's right, it's me. Killing one is still killing. Killing two is still killing. Lin Feng sneered, then grabbed Shen Zhongdao's forehead with his right hand. Next, Lin Feng used the great soul-searching technique. Shen Zhongdao roared loudly, Don't even think about searching my soul. I'd rather burn my own soul than let you search it. The moment Shen Zhongdao finished speaking, his divine soul actually started to burn. Lin Feng sneered and said, Shen Zhongdao, there's no need for you to resist. No matter how you resist, your fate is already sealed. No one can change your fate. After Lin Feng said that, a strand of destiny power entered Shen Zhongdao's soul. It was extinguished in an instant. Lin Feng's soul-searching technique started to search Shen Zhongdao's soul. Shen Zhongdao had a lot of memories. Lin Feng was not interested in looking at ordinary memories, he only looked at some of the more important memories. For example, some of the family's ancient secrets. Another example. It was a sacred immortal scripture passed down by his clan. The Shen Zhongdao clan was considered a royal clan within the heavenly human tribe. A force of this level was already powerful enough. And through Shen Zhongdao's memories, Lin Feng found out. His main bloodline was also extremely powerful in the heaven realm. And in the undying realm, his father was the strongest person, with the cultivation of true immortal realm. Unfathomable. Lin Feng found a lot of important information from Shen Zhongdao's soul memories. Of course, the most important information was the cultivation method of the sacred immortal scripture. After Lin Feng finished the soul-searching technique, Shen Zhongdao roared with hatred, You dare to use the soul-searching technique on me, brat, you will die a horrible death, my father will not let you off, and Snow Lady, you bitch, your clan has already been wiped out, it's great that you died, you bitch will soon follow in their footsteps. Die. Snow Lady's beautiful eyes revealed a dense killing intent. She slapped Shen Zhongdao's head. Bang, Shen Zhongdao's head exploded, Shen Zhongdao. He died on the spot. Clearly, Shen Zhongdao mentioned Snow Lady's painful memories. This also angered Snow Lady. Therefore, Snow Lady killed mercilessly. Lin Feng could not help but click his tongue, this was the first time he saw Snow Lady so angry. Don't get angry over this kind of person, it's not worth it. Lin Feng said. Snow Lady nodded, then walked into the distance, as if she wanted to be alone for a while. Lin Feng did not chase after her, he took out a cluster of heavenly flames and burned Shen Zongdao's body to ashes. Only a ball of heavenly immortal's origin was left. Lin Feng kept that ball of heavenly immortal's origin. Lin Feng imprinted the divine immortal scripture into the jade tube. Then, he prepared to give it to Xuannu. However, Xuannu seemed to be in low spirits. So, Lin Feng didn't disturb Xuannu for now. After Xuannu recovered a bit. Then, he gave it to Xuannu. The cultivators outside naturally didn't know about Shen Zongdao's death. However, there was one place that knew. That was the Divine Heavenly Palace. The Divine Heavenly Palace was the gathering place of the Shen family. It was located in the southeast of the Heavenly Court. In that area, the Divine Heavenly Palace floated in the clouds. Everywhere, there were cultivators moving about. It was extremely lively. It was a flourishing scene. The Divine Heavenly King usually cultivated in the Divine Heavenly Palace. He didn't go to the military camp. Only when he encountered some important matters, such as eliminating the sinner's blood descendants. Only then would the Divine Heavenly King come out. For example, the current situation was like this. The Divine Heavenly King was cultivating in seclusion. Without the Divine Heavenly King's order, no one dared to disturb him. Even the Divine Heavenly King's son. No one dared to disturb him. But today, the Divine Heavenly Lamp Palace's Grand Elder, Xianxia, had a serious expression as he arrived outside the palace where the Divine Heavenly King was cultivating. Xianxia was also a celestial race cultivator. However, he wasn't a direct descendant. He belonged to a side branch of the Shen family. However, Xianxia's cultivation was extremely high. He was an earth immortal expert. So, he was able to obtain the position of Grand Elder of the Divine Heavenly Lamp Palace. Grand Elder Shen, Master is in seclusion. Please stop. The guard commander said after seeing Xianxia. The guard commander was called Yihan. He was thin, but his eyes were extremely spirited. Even the Shen family didn't know how strong Yihan's cultivation was. The only thing they knew was that the Divine Heavenly King trusted Yihan. Yihan could represent the Divine Heavenly King many times. Xianxia was a smooth and slick person. He was very popular in the Divine Heavenly Palace. After seeing Yihan, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Guard Commander Yin, something big has happened. I must see the Divine Heavenly King." If Xianxia called himself elder in front of others. However, in front of Yihan, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Therefore, he used I to refer to himself. What happened? Yihan asked. Xianxia whispered, "Shen Zongdao has fallen." Hearing this, Yihan's expression changed slightly. Although Shen Zongdao did not break through to the quasi-true immortal realm. However, the Divine Heavenly King had always liked his son, Shen Zongdao. Moreover, Shen Zongdao had broken through to the quasi-true immortal realm. It was only a matter of time. Now, Shen Zongdao had actually fallen. This was no small matter. Yihan seemed to have already seen a bloody storm coming. He took a deep breath and said, "Elder, please wait outside for a moment. I'll go in and report." "All right." Xianxia nodded. Yihan then entered the main hall. Not long after, Yihan walked out. "Elder, please follow me," Yihan said. Xianxia nodded and followed Yihan into the hall. After entering the main hall, Xianxia secretly raised his head and looked inside. He saw a cultivator standing in the depths of the hall. The cultivator's back was facing him and Yihan. And his hands were behind his back. It was a burly cultivator. Even if he could only see the person's back. Xianxia also felt the pressure. "I've heard about Zongdao from Yihan. Did the primordial spirit lamp record the scene of Zongdao's death?" Divine Heavenly King asked without turning around. "No. I think there must be someone with great providence in that area. His providence is too strong, so his providence is hidden from the heavens. That's why the primordial spirit lamp didn't record the scene of Zongdao's death." Shin Xiaokuan hurriedly said. I'll go take a look at Di Wudao. The mirror of future might be able to make some deductions. Divine Heavenly King said. Then, Divine Heavenly King disappeared. Not long after, Di Wudao, who was cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes. I didn't expect Divine Heavenly King to grace me with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. May I know the reason for your visit? The void trembled slightly. Divine Heavenly King stepped out of the void. He was an extremely dignified old man with a terrifying aura. He looked at Di Wudao and said, Your Highness, you can actually sense my aura. It seems like Your Highness has already cultivated to the level where I can enter the void. Your Highness, you're not far from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Di Wudao sighed. How can breaking through to the true immortal realm be so easy? I hope everything will go smoothly. Although he said that breaking through was not easy, in reality, Di Wudao's expression was filled with confidence. He believed that he could break through. Divine Heavenly King did not have the time to chat with Di Wudao. He directly said, Your Highness, I'm here to ask for a favor. Oh? What is it? Di Wudao asked without batting an eyelid. Divine Heavenly King said, My 7 sons, Zongdao, has been killed. However, the primordial spirit lamp did not record any scene of the incident. It seems like there's someone with great providence in that area. That's why it's hidden from the heavens. I would like to ask the Mirror of Future to help me deduce who killed Zongdao. Di Wudao could not help but be shocked. He knew Shen Zongdao's strength well. Shen Zongdao was a heavenly immortal. Furthermore, Shen Zongdao had always been a cautious person. Whenever he went out, he would bring a large group of cultivators with him. To kill Shen Zongdao, one would need at least a quasi-true immortal expert. Currently, Shen Zongdao was guarding the northwest region of the Xin domain. There should not be any particularly powerful cultivators in that region. Even if there were cultivators who could kill Shen Zongdao, those cultivators would not dare to attack him. After all, Divine Heavenly King and the Divine Army were not the only ones standing behind Shen Zongdao. There was also the entire Heavenly Court. Who would be so fearless as to kill Shen Zongdao? Di Wudao felt that there was something fishy about this matter. That's easy. Heavenly King, please wait for a moment. Di Wudao said. Then, he looked at the Mirror of Future not far away and said, Mirror of Future, help me deduce who killed Shen Zongdao. No problem. I'm happy to serve Divine Heavenly King, Mirror of Future said. Next. Many ripples appeared on the Mirror of Future's surface. The Mirror of Future was trying to deduce what had happened. An hour later, the ripples on the Mirror of Future's surface gradually disappeared. A clear image appeared on the Mirror of Future's surface. Di Wudao and Divine Heavenly King both looked at the image in the Mirror of Future. It was a scene of a great battle in the forest. 3 blurry figures, many treasures, powerful formations, and restrictions were displayed one by one. However, only Shen Zongdao could see the 3 of them clearly. As for the other 2, he could only see that they were a man and a woman. However, he had no way of knowing. This was because Lin Feng's luck was too strong. It blocked all heavenly secrets and senses. Therefore, even the Mirror of Future could not deduce Lin Feng's appearance. They used formations and restrictions to kill Zongdao. Who is that male cultivator? His mastery of formations is actually so profound? The Divine Heavenly King's expression was extremely ugly. Di Wudao's gaze was fixed on the 5 stone swords. His eyes, he could no longer move them away. Stone swords. He had already collected 9 of them. Di Wudao's rise had a lot to do with the 9 stone swords. Di Wudao also wanted to collect all 36 stone swords. However, it was not an easy task. It was not something that Di Wudao could collect just because he wanted to. He needed luck. 5 stone swords. Di Wudao's eyes were filled with greed. He was also curious about the identity of the blurry figure in the image. This was because when Di Wudao saw the 5 stone swords, he already had the intention to kill that figure. 5 stone swords, what kind of concept was that? If he could snatch the 5 stone swords, then, he would have 14 stone swords. He would also be able to comprehend the secrets of the other 5 stone swords. Thinking of this, Di Wudao felt extremely excited. Di Wudao could not wait to rush over and kill that figure in the image, then snatch the 5 stone swords. Is there no way to make the image clearer? Di Wudao asked. It's not that there is no way to make the image clearer, but as the saying goes, you lose as much as you gain. If you want to make the image clearer, you have to pay a huge price. What price? The divine heavenly king frowned slightly and asked. Immortal essence, the mirror of future said, if divine heavenly king is willing to take out an immortal source, I can borrow the power of the immortal source to break through the concealment of fate. At that time, we will be able to clearly see who the 2 people concealed by fate are. Of course, the immortal quintessence mentioned by the mirror of future was not the pseudo-immortal quintessence. The immortal essence it spoke of was the true immortal essence. The preciousness of a true immortal's essence was self-evident. Not a single true immortal would take out their true immortal essence. Because the damage to the body was too great. No one would do such a stupid thing. Divine Heavenly King said, a few years ago, I obtained an immortal origin in a secret place. Originally, I planned to refine it, but thinking that one day in the future, I might need it somewhere else, so I didn't refine it. Now, it seems that my decision back then was quite foresight. The Divine Heavenly King flicked his finger. A ball of light flew out. There seemed to be an origin sealed within the ball of light. It was an origin. It should be the immortal quintessence that the Divine Heavenly King had mentioned. Can this immortal source energy help you? Divine Heavenly King looked at the mirror of future and asked. The mirror of future laughed strangely. Of course. The Divine Heavenly King flicked his finger, and the immortal origin flew toward the mirror of future. The immortal origin was devoured by the mirror of future. At this moment, the scene in the mirror of future was gradually fading away. Finally, Lin Feng and the Snow Lady appeared. There are legends of the Snow Lady in the mountains of the northwestern region of the Sin Realm. This woman should be the Snow Lady. The Divine Heavenly King's expression was extremely gloomy. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, who is this child? In reality, the Divine Heavenly King's army was looking for Lin Feng. Although the Divine Heavenly King was in seclusion, he had heard about the bounty on Lin Feng. However, the Divine Heavenly King had never seen Lin Feng in person. It's him. Di Wudao narrowed his eyes. The person in the scene. It was actually Lin Feng. Di Wudao recognized Lin Feng at a glance. I really didn't expect this kid to come to the Sin Realm, the Mirror of Future said. Di Wudao said, he's indeed very active. If we let him do as he pleases, he'll definitely cause a lot of trouble. The Divine Heavenly King was confused. He asked, who is this child? Di Wudao said, descendant of sinner's blood. Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng. The Divine Heavenly King's expression changed when he heard the name Lin Baitian. He said solemnly, I didn't expect this child to be so powerful at such a young age. However, he's still lacking compared to his father, Lin Baitian. Di Wudao said, there's a reason why Lin Baitian is so young and powerful. He went to that world where time reversed and grew up there. I've always wanted to know where the entrance to that world is, but I've never been able to find it. The Divine Heavenly King was shocked. That world is real? Di Wudao nodded and said, of course. I wonder if Lin Feng's bloodline contains any memories of that world? We need to capture him alive and search his bloodline memories. It'll be even better if his bloodline contains any information about that world. If he doesn't, it's fine. We'll use him as a hostage and spread the news. Let's see if Lin Baitian will show himself. Di Wudao's face was filled with killing intent. The Divine Heavenly King said, I won't disturb your highness any longer. I'll take my leave first. The Divine Heavenly King then retracted his body and vanished. Di Wudao sneered. That old fox must be tempted after finding out about Lin Feng's true identity. He's probably sending people to capture Lin Feng now. Why did your highness tell him about Lin Feng's identity? The Mirror of Future asked. My position as the crown prince isn't stable. My brothers have always wanted to replace me. Naturally, I had to rope in an expert like the Divine Heavenly King. Di Wudao said. The Mirror of Future said, Your Highness is quite considerate. Di Wudao shouted, Men, the guard commander walked in and knelt on the ground. He waited for Di Wudao's orders. Inform the 8-level palace and have them capture Lin Feng alive. Bring Lin Feng to me as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness. The guard commander quickly left. Lin Feng wasn't very clear about what was going on in the outside world. Lin Feng also didn't know that he had been targeted by the Divine Heavenly King and Di Wudao. However, Lin Feng had experienced too many things over the years, so he had always been more cautious. Killing Xianxia in this forest wasn't known to outsiders. However, some people should have seen how Xianxia chased him to this place. After all, there might be cultivators looking for opportunities in the surrounding forest. Even if no cultivators knew, some powerful beasts should have seen it. Those powerful beasts had already developed spiritual awareness. People like Xianxia who came from large factions often had origin spirit lamps. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that Xianxia's people already knew about Xianxia's death. The Divine Heavenly King must have also known that his son was killed. The Divine Heavenly King must have been furious. With the Divine Army's methods, it wasn't difficult to find clues. Therefore, Lin Feng and Xuannu left that area together. They changed their direction and flew towards the north. As they went deeper, the temperature became lower and lower. Occasionally, they could see some mountain villages in the forest. Lin Feng and Xuannu once stayed in a mountain village. They were shocked to find that mountain village actually worshipped a totem. It was a wolf god totem. The villagers would worship it every day. Totem culture. This was a culture from the early days of the epic. When the various races worshipped the totem. Towns hadn't been formed yet. At that time, the beings that crossed epochs were also at their strongest. Later, towns appeared, especially when formations were popularized. A large number of residents moved into the cities and set up formations to fight against the beings that crossed epochs. The casualties of the beings that crossed epochs were also extremely heavy. Later, they gradually stopped appearing. As time passed, those ancient ancestors no longer believed in totems. They believed in their own strength. The totem culture gradually disappeared. However, in the mountain village near the extreme north of the Undying Realm, the totem culture was preserved. It was extremely cold here, and it often snowed heavily. Lin Feng and Xuannu didn't stay in the village for too long. After resting for a night, they left and continued north. This was because the Snow Maiden had told Lin Feng that the secret realm they were going to was in the extreme north. Lin Feng estimated that they had been flying for about half a month. It would be difficult for the Divine Heavenly King's men to find any clues about him and the Snow Lady. Thus, Lin Feng decided to find a place to go into seclusion. This was because Lin Feng wanted to refine Xianxia's heavenly immortal source. That's the quintessence of a heavenly immortal. I wonder how many levels of cultivation it can raise, the current Lin Feng. He was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. Lin Feng was already very close to breaking through to the Emperor Lord realm. Lin Feng opened up a cave residence. He and the Snow Maiden entered the cave abode. The Snow Maiden sat down with her legs crossed and began to study the Holy Immortal Sutra. During this period of time, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden were both studying the Holy Immortal Sutra. Furthermore, the two of them would also communicate with each other. Everyone benefited greatly from it. Lin Feng took out Xianxia's heavenly immortal source. The quintessence of a heavenly immortal could raise his cultivation by a few levels. Lin Feng wasn't sure. Previously, when Lin Feng refined the Earth Immortal Source, his cultivation had increased by 4 levels. And the effect of the Heavenly Immortal Source would obviously be better. However, there was one thing that was different. When Lin Feng refined the Earth Immortal Source, his cultivation level was lower than now. And as his cultivation level increased, it would become more and more difficult to break through. Therefore, he couldn't use the situation when refining the Earth Immortal Source to predict the situation when refining the Heavenly Immortal Source. Lin Feng swallowed Xianxia's Heavenly Immortal Source and began to circulate the Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant Art. As the Immemorial Dragonesque Elephant Art circulated, the Heavenly Immortal Source was constantly being broken down. Then, the Heavenly Immortal Source turned into incomparably pure energy. Those energies, they were all absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation level. It began to rise steadily. 8th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. 9th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. 10th heavenly layer of the Saint Emperor realm. The effect of the heavenly immortal source was too shocking. Lin Feng's cultivation level had broken through to the 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm, but there was still a lot of heavenly immortal source in his body. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Originally, Lin Feng didn't expect the effect of the heavenly immortal source to be so powerful. Can I break through to the Emperor Lord realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He continued to refine the heavenly immortal source. As the heavenly immortal source was refined, Lin Feng's cultivation level was still rising. His cultivation level quickly broke through from the early 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm to the peak 10th heaven of the Holy Emperor realm. Then, he broke through to the boundary Emperor Lord realm. Lin Feng was extremely close to the Emperor Lord realm. But Lin Feng discovered that the remaining heavenly immortal source was no longer enough for him to complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng also knew that he had accumulated a lot of resources. If he wanted to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, it was definitely an extremely difficult thing. He needed a relatively large opportunity. Only then could he break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Snow Spirit Bone Fire. Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. If he could obtain the Snow Spirit Bone Fire, Lin Feng felt that breaking through to the Emperor Lord realm shouldn't be a problem. The Snow Maiden was still cultivating. Lin Feng didn't disturb her. When the Snow Maiden woke up, Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that you have a deeper understanding of the Divine Immortal Sutra, Fairy?" The Snow Maiden smiled and nodded. Then, she said, "Your cultivation level seems to have improved quite a bit." Lin Feng nodded and continued, "You look so beautiful when you smile. You should smile more." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Snow Maiden's pretty face turned slightly red. The Snow Maiden's cultivation level was extremely high. But in reality, the Snow Maiden was extremely pure. She had nothing to do with the outside world. She had very little contact with it. This was the main reason why the Snow Maiden was so pure. Lin Feng knew something tragic must have happened to the Snow Maiden. But Lin Feng didn't ask about it. He didn't want to mention the Snow Maiden's sad past. After the two of them came out of seclusion, they continued their journey. They flew all the way to the far north. Half a month later, they saw the extreme north in the distance. Above the land of the extreme north, there was a distorted void. Countless destructive laws. They fell from the sky. They floated in the void. In many places, there were even shattered spacetime. The laws of the Undying Realm were so powerful that the void above the extreme north was damaged so severely. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. He didn't even dare to believe his eyes. The extreme north is a place even more terrifying than the land of death, the Snow Maiden said. If it's just because of these shattered spacetime, the danger shouldn't be as high as you say, right? Lin Feng said. The Snow Maiden said, the extreme north is naturally not that simple. It's said that the shattered spacetime in the extreme north is connected to the otherworld. Occasionally, some creatures from the otherworld will come to the Undying Realm from those shattered spacetime. After hearing the Snow Maiden's words, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Foreign life forms were all terrifying and evil. Any foreign life form that could appear in the Undying Realm was definitely an unimaginable existence. The Snow Lady said, "There's no need to be surprised. Every few years, foreign life forms would appear. Then, when they appear, they would usually cause a huge massacre. However, there are simply too few of them. In the end, those foreign life forms were captured by the Heavenly Court." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, why did the Heavenly Court capture them? Just kill them. The Snow Lady shook her head. I don't know. The current Heavenly Emperor is a sinister person. Many of the things he does are incomprehensible. For example, capturing these terrifying foreign life forms. I don't know what he's doing in the dark. Lin Feng felt that this matter wasn't simple. Lin Feng was actually filled with reverence towards the Heavenly Emperor. The current Heavenly Emperor was definitely a ruthless character. He even dared to challenge the Heavenly Realm. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Of course, the main reason was because he had a few sworn brothers. Those few sworn brothers, which one of them wasn't an expert that could intimidate a region, they were existences that even the heavenly realm was wary of. Lin Feng and the Snow Lady entered the extreme north. They were extremely careful. The extreme north was extremely dangerous. They had to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die here. Lin Feng knew this. Hence, Lin Feng was always on high alert. Roar. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The ground cracked open, and a huge lizard emerged from the ground. It was an icy plains giant lizard. Its body was 100 meters long. After it charged out, its huge tail viciously whipped toward Lin Feng and the Snow Lady. The two of them hurriedly dodged the attack. This is a social life form. The icy plains giant lizard king is especially terrifying. There's no need to fight with this icy plains giant lizard. Let's go. The Snow Lady said as she quickly rushed into the depths. It was just as the Snow Lady said. There was no need for them to engage in a battle with the giant lizards here. This was because the giant lizards would most likely emerge from the ground as soon as a battle broke out. When that happened, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden. There were very few creatures in the extreme north, but all of the creatures that appeared here were extremely terrifying. No one dared to underestimate those terrifying creatures. Thankfully, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden were both powerful cultivators, so they didn't perish under the onslaught of the ferocious beasts. They had already been in the extreme north for 10 days, but they still hadn't reached that area. During these 10 days, Lin Feng and the Snow Lady didn't even see a single person. The far north was too dangerous. No one was willing to come here. Unless the other party clearly knew where the opportunity was, only then would they be able to come to the extreme north. Otherwise, they would definitely not come here. Large amounts of engulfing power surged out of the shattered space from time to time. Lin Feng and the Snow Lady were almost engulfed by the shattered space several times. Coupled with the power of the law of destruction, this place was simply too dangerous. On this day, Lin Feng discovered that a bronze mirror in the space of time was emitting a weak ripple. Lin Feng took out the bronze mirror that was emitting a weak ripple. Is this Macho's bronze mirror? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. When Lin Feng was young. Lin Feng was really young back then. He was only in his teens. During one of his training trips, he went to Macho's cave abode. Even though many years had passed, Lin Feng still remembered this incident. Lin Feng had obtained the bronze mirror from Macho's cave abode. Macho was a peerless beauty. The man she loved deeply had gone out. She had been waiting for the man she loved to return. But he never came. Grass grows under the Dragon Creek, crows clamor over the city. Who was in the city? Pomegranates were planted in the corners of the city. Black hair tied to 5 horses, golden hair tied to 2 oxen. White fish steered a lotus boat, swimming 10 miles at night. No one knew when he returned, sneaking into the Agarwood Inn. The gauze bed leaned on the jasper, the waning moon hooked the curtains. Today the hibiscus flowers fall, tomorrow the paulownia trees fall. How can I be called macho if I fail to do business? This was a poem Macho had written when she missed her lover. Perhaps because she had waited for too long, Macho wondered if her lover no longer loved her. Thus, she never returned. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that the man was called Luo Xianxia. Even when Macho died, he never appeared. With longing, sorrow, and reluctance. Just like that, Macho died all alone. Now that the bronze mirror was behaving strangely, he didn't know what had caused the bronze mirror to behave strangely. Lin Feng carefully studied the bronze mirror, but he couldn't find anything special about it. Is the bronze mirror very special? The Snow Maiden asked. Lin Feng said. I obtained it in my early years, bearing the weight of a sad love. The Snow Maiden said, when you love, it's hot, but when you lose, it's painful. If that's the case, then it's better not to love at all. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. He really couldn't answer the Snow Maiden's question. Could he persuade the Snow Maiden to fall in love with him? Would he be slapped to death by the Snow Maiden? Could he tell the Snow Maiden that she was right? However, Lin Feng felt that the Snow Maiden wasn't right. It didn't matter if it lasted forever, it only cared about having it once. Many times, the environment changed a person's situation. Therefore, That was why there was a saying that people in the pugilistic world couldn't help themselves. The bronze mirror's fluctuation quickly disappeared, causing Lin Feng to feel a little apprehensive. The bronze mirror's fluctuation came suddenly and disappeared quickly. He didn't know what went wrong. Lin Feng placed the bronze mirror back into time and space. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden saw that on the ice plains of the extreme north, there was a cultivator with disheveled hair. He was pulling an ancient and mysterious stone coffin. Pulling a coffin in the ice plains. Lin Feng had seen such a scene before. In the past. In the Sky Martial Continent's Ruins of God. Lin Feng had seen the ice plains coffin pulling before. At that time, Lin Feng had heard that the ice plains coffin pulling was a curse. Those who were cursed would completely lose themselves. Then, pulling the stone coffin, they continued to move forward in the ice plains. They suffered endless pain. They would never wake up again. They didn't know who they were. No one knew who had cursed them. After the ruins of God, Lin Feng saw the ice plains coffin pulling again. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden went around the ice plains coffin pulling man and quickly flew deeper into the ice plains. Before leaving, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the ice plains coffin pulling man. It was a resolute face with a full beard. His eyes were very cloudy. After seeing this man, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This man. Why did he give him a sense of déjà vu? It's him. Lin Feng did not expect to see him here again. This man was none other than him. It was the coffin carrier that he had seen in the ruins of God. Now, he had actually come to the extreme north of the Undying Realm. Could it be he was pulling the ancient coffin? He had crossed the starry sky world. Had he come to the Undying Realm at this moment? Lin Feng's heart was very unsettled. Lin Feng's heart. He was filled with deep shock and many doubts. Seeing Lin Feng stop, the Snow Lady asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lin Feng said, "I saw him when I was in the 9 States Great World. The Ice Plains coffin carrier is a curse. The cursed person will pull the ancient coffin and travel aimlessly in the ice plains. He should be the cultivator who was cursed. However, I did not expect to see him again after so many years when I came to the Undying Realm." The Snow Lady frowned slightly and said, "There is indeed something strange about this. I heard that the cursed person would be in a certain area and would not be able to leave that area. However, he was able to come to the Undying Realm from the 9 States Great World. It sounds unbelievable, but perhaps the curses in the world are not the same. There will always be some curses that we do not understand. These curses are mysterious and unfathomable, but they are also very powerful." Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only blame it all on the unknown and mysterious curses. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain the current situation. He was still pulling the ancient coffin, just like he had been doing since ancient times. Lin Feng looked at him in a deep and meaningful way, and then left with the Snow Woman. Half a month later, Lin Feng saw that there were many ancient ruins in the plains. That area was full of broken walls and ruins. It seemed to be a temple. However, it was severely damaged now. The secret realm that we are going to is under the temple. The temple is connected to an underground world. We need to enter the underground world first, the Snow Lady said. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. He and the Snow Maiden entered the ruins. It could be seen that in the past, this place was very prosperous. But now, it was already ruined beyond recognition. No one knew what had happened back then, but this powerful and ancient force had been completely destroyed. Time could erase everything. Even the strongest forces could be destroyed by the power of time. I've heard that the land of Extreme North was once a holy land for cultivation. However, after several great battles, the land of Extreme North was destroyed, turning into the land of death it is now. Moreover, even the void of the land of Extreme North was destroyed. Some places are connected to foreign worlds, so the land of Extreme North is no longer possible to recover, the Snow Lady said. These ruins are so huge, and there are so many temples. It seems like the faction that was here in the past was also an unimaginable faction. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was similar to the decline of the sovereign emperor clan, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, Pangu, Nuwa, and other orthodoxies. In this world, how could there be any power that could last forever? Even though the celestial race and the immortal race were incomparably powerful right now, the celestial race was still very powerful. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Perhaps. Would they also be buried by the power of time? Anything was possible. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden flew toward the depths of the ruins. After flying for an entire day, they finally arrived at the depths of the ruins. In the depths of the ruins, there was a huge crack. Black gas was occasionally spewing out from the crack. That black gas was very terrifying. It contained an unimaginably cold power. Therefore, they had to be careful when dealing with that black gas. Or else, they might suffer because of it. Lin Feng and the Snow Woman entered the gigantic fissure. They quickly flew downward. The crack was very special. The gap at the top was relatively large. However, as they continued to descend, the crack continued to shrink. Therefore, the deeper they went, the narrower the crack became. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng saw a deep tunnel appear at the bottom of the crack. The wind whistled in that tunnel, and they couldn't see the end of it. The Snow Maiden said, "After passing through that tunnel, we can enter the underground world." Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He entered the tunnel with the Snow Maiden. Then, the two of them began to fly downward. An hour later, they flew out of the tunnel. Then, they landed on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, densely packed flying swords slashed toward them. There were more than 100 flying swords, and their power was extremely shocking. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden's expressions suddenly turned cold. It seemed like someone had ambushed them here. The two of them were also very powerful people. They traveled through the void and dodged the flying swords' attacks. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden appeared 100 meters away. At this moment, the void trembled slightly. More than 100 people walked out of the void. Not bad. You actually managed to dodge our attacks. The leader was a young master in a brocade robe. He looked at Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden in surprise. When he saw the Snow Maiden, he raised his eyebrows slightly. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Who are you? How dare you ambush us? Are you tired of living?" Lin Feng sneered. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group was stunned. Then, the cultivators came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden only had 2 people on their side. On their side, there were more than 100 cultivators. Lin Feng dared to say, "Are you tired of living?" to them. Was he looking down on them? Was he provoking them? The cultivators naturally wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Brat, do you know who our young master is?" "Our young master is the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, Duguli. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your treasures and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death," a cultivator said coldly. "Duguli? The Heavenly Emperor's nephew?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He suddenly thought of Dugu Chen, who he had killed earlier. Dugu Chen seemed to have said that he was the Heavenly Emperor's nephew. Could he be Duguli's brother? However, compared to Duguli, that Dugu Chen was worlds apart. After all, even the most powerful clans didn't have everyone powerful. Weak clans didn't necessarily have no peerless powerhouses. This cultivator wanted Lin Feng to hand over his treasures. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't do such a thing. If he really handed over his treasures, would these people let him and the Snow Maiden go? Definitely not. Moreover, Lin Feng had always been a strong-willed person. This group of people had ambushed him and the Snow Maiden to kill them and steal their treasures. Lin Feng already wanted to kill them. "Kid, didn't you hear me? Hand over the treasures on your bodies. If you dare to delay any longer, I'll kill you both." The cultivator's expression darkened when he saw that Lin Feng and Snow Lady didn't move. His face darkened, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Snow Lady's cultivation was very strong, and she hit her true cultivation level. That was why the cultivator couldn't sense her cultivation level. If he knew that Snow Lady was a sky immortal, He wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in front of her. Everywhere I go, I meet arrogant people who don't know how to spell the word death. Lin Feng mocked. The cultivator who spoke was called Zhang Mingyan. He had joined the Duga family a long time ago. He had cultivated for 540,000 years, and he was very powerful. That was why he didn't take Lin Feng and Snow Lady seriously. Even though Lin Feng and the Snow Girl had dodged the attack, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng and the Snow Girl were only a bit stronger than the others. Their other abilities weren't that strong. However, Lin Feng and Snow Lady might have some powerful treasures on them. That was why they were able to enter the extreme north. I want this woman. As for this kid, I'll kill him, Dougali said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Snow Lady the entire time. His gaze was very evil. The Snow Lady's physique was the icy snow physique. This type of physique was extremely rare. Furthermore, it was a supreme-grade dual cultivation constitution. Lin Feng had discovered it long ago. However, Lin Feng wouldn't lie in front of Snow Lady. Seeing the evil gaze in Dougali's eyes, Lin Feng guessed that Dougali might have discovered Snow Lady's special constitution. That was why Dougali had such an evil gaze. Snow Lady's gaze turned cold. She said, "These people deserve to die." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'll deal with them. As a peerless beauty, I have to maintain my elegance and beauty." The Snow Maiden blushed slightly as Lin Feng teased her from time to time. He often teased the Snow Maidens until they blushed. This made the Snow Maidens feel rather helpless at times. However, the Snow Lady felt that, in the depths of her heart, she seemed to like being teased by Lin Feng. "Brat! Die!" At this moment, Zhang Mingyan snorted coldly and leaped out. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. After this guy's aura was released, Lin Feng roughly sensed this guy's realm. Zhang Mingyan should be a peak Saint Emperor. Even in the Undying Realm, this realm could be considered a tyrant. But in front of Lin Feng, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and tapped gently in the air. In an instant, a finger condensed from energy shot towards Zhang Mingyan. After feeling the pressure of the energy finger, Zhang Mingyan felt his soul tremble. "Impossible," Zhang Mingyan cried out in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too young. Lin Feng was only a little over 100 years old. Although Zhang Mingyan couldn't sense Lin Feng's specific realm. But even if Lin Feng was talented, Lin Feng was still too young. Even if he could cultivate to the Saint Emperor realm. But presumably, his realm wouldn't be too high. But after Lin Feng attacked, Zhang Mingyan realized how wrong he was. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't fight against him. Zhang Mingyan's expression became extremely ugly. He felt the threat of death. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But he couldn't. Lin Feng's energy finger struck Zhang Mingyan's body. With a bang, Zhang Mingyan's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Obviously, Dougali and the others didn't expect things to turn out like this. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng was probably much stronger than they had imagined. "Kid. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think that with just the two of you? Do you think you can fight against so many of us?" Dougali looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said mockingly, "What? You want to surround us? Those lousy swords of yours won't be able to hurt us." "Lousy swords?" Hearing Lin Feng's description of their treasures, the group's expression darkened. Clearly, Lin Feng looked down on them. Those who had sided with the Duga clan were fine. But how could Dougali tolerate others' mockery? "Lowly thing, who do you think you are? How dare you act cool in front of this young master?" Dougali looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He waved his hand and said, "Attack together and tear this kid to pieces." Actually, Dougali didn't lack experts on his side. There were even a few rogue immortals. However, Dougali was still a cautious person. He had seen Lin Feng instantly kill Zhang Mingyan. He felt that Lin Feng wasn't simple, so Dougali didn't dare to be careless. Over 100 cultivators attacked after receiving Dougali's order. Terrifying ripples surged out, and over 100 cultivators began to prepare powerful divine abilities. Soon, the divine abilities of over 100 cultivators were formed. Their divine abilities all shot towards Lin Feng. The divine abilities formed a divine ability river in midair, and then quickly flooded towards Lin Feng. "Kid, after you die, I'll vent all my anger on your woman," Dougali said sinisterly. This guy thought that the snow woman was Lin Feng's woman, and cursed. One look and one could tell that he wasn't a good person. The snow woman didn't attack Dougali because she didn't care. In the snow woman's eyes, kill Dougali. It would dirty her hands. Not to mention that Lin Feng had already said that he would take care of these people. The snow woman naturally trusted Lin Feng. A bunch of clowns, facing the attacks of over 100 cultivators, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. He stepped in midair. Then, a loud voice resounded between heaven and earth. "Great Tao of Destiny, let the power of destiny shine upon the world, let the power of destiny disperse the evil." Lin Feng used the great art of destiny. The power of destiny coiled around Lin Feng's fist. Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the river of godly skills. Bang! Along with the sound of violent collisions. The divine ability river was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng opened his hand and punched the air. A gigantic hand made of energy appeared. It instantly condensed and fell from the sky, attacking over 100 cultivators. The cultivators were all shocked, and worked together to block Lin Feng's attack. However, they couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. Dead. They were all dead. Seeing Lin Feng kill so many experts with one slap, Dougali was shocked. Dougali's face was filled with disbelief. Dougali wasn't a simple person. He had cultivated for 70,000 years. Now, he was already in the human immortal realm. Naturally, this level of cultivation was already extremely profound and powerful. But after seeing how strong Lin Feng was, Dougali trembled in fear. Even a human immortal realm cultivator couldn't reach Lin Feng's level. With a raise of his hand, he had killed over 100 cultivators with one slap. This battle power was so heaven-defying that it made people pale. Run, that was Dougali's only thought. He had to run. Otherwise, he would definitely die at Lin Feng's hands. Dougali didn't want to die. Whoosh! Dougali turned and ran. Lin Feng chased after him and said indifferently, "Didn't you say you were extremely strong before? You thought you were so high and mighty that you could take people's lives as you wished. How did you become a stray dog?" When Lin Feng finished talking, he threw a punch at Dougali. When he sensed Lin Feng's terrifying punch, he was shocked. Dougali's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng's terrifying punch. It was too powerful. Dougali didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his magic power and punched at Lin Feng. Dougali's punch was called the Heavenly Emperor Fist. It was a secret technique created by the Heavenly Emperor. Dougali was the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, so he had learned this technique. Bang! With a fierce collision sound, Lin Feng and Dougali collided. Lin Feng was unharmed. Dougali flew back like a kite with a broken string. His arm was broken. In the air, he spat out blood. The situation was terrible. Seeing Dougali's pitiful state, Lin Feng didn't feel any sympathy. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he and Xuannu weren't strong enough, then when they landed, they would have been killed by Dougali and the others. If he and Xuannu were killed, who would reason with them, to put it bluntly? In this world, the one with the bigger fist was the one with the right. Lin Feng charged forward and suppressed Dougali. "My uncle is the Heavenly Emperor. If you dare to kill me, my uncle won't let you." Dougali used the Heavenly Emperor to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid of Dougali's threat. He looked indifferently at Dougali and said, "So what if you're a Heavenly Emperor? Sooner or later, I will kill him. Since you are the Heavenly Emperor's nephew, you must have some Heavenly Emperor tell me the immortals." When he heard that Lin Feng wanted his celestial scriptures, Dougali shivered. He said, "I didn't cultivate an immortal sutra. Who are you trying to fool?" Lin Feng coldly snorted. "It seems that a seal has been placed in your mind. If that's the case, what's the point of me keeping you alive?" Just as Lin Feng was about to kill Duguli, Lin Feng suddenly felt a bone-chilling aura behind him. Lin Feng's expression changed. Heaven-mending technique. At that critical moment, Lin Feng used his heaven-patching technique and grabbed Duguli. They disappeared from their original position. The moment Lin Feng disappeared, a ghostly claw-like hand appeared in the air. That ghostly claw-like hand failed to hit Lin Feng. The next moment, an old man who was as thin as firewood appeared. The skinny old man looked like an old ghost that had crawled out of hell. The aura he emitted was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. At this moment, Lin Feng was already 100 meters away. When Duguli saw the old man, he cried out, "Ancestor, save me." That old man was clearly an expert of the Dugu clan. In fact, Duguli and the others had been waiting for this old man to arrive. The old man hadn't arrived, but Lin Feng and Snow Lady had arrived first. Thus, Duguli decided to kill Lin Feng and Snow Lady. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and Snow Lady. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful? "You are a sinner's blood," the old man narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. He had actually sensed Lin Feng's bloodline. Ever since Lin Feng had cultivated the great destiny art, very few people had been able to sense Lin Feng's bloodline. In fact, ever since Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm, no one had been able to draw a portrait of him. The old man glanced at Lin Feng and immediately sensed Lin Feng's bloodline. It was truly extraordinary. Undying sinner's blood. It seems that you are a descendant of someone exiled by the Undying clan. The old man continued. He hadn't mentioned the sovereign emperor's blood, so it seemed that he hadn't sensed Lin Feng's sovereign emperor's blood. He had only sensed the undying bloodline. Lin Feng said, "Sir, you must have been a true immortal in the past, right?" The old man paused, then asked, "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng said, "I've seen a few quasi-true immortals, but they couldn't sense my bloodline." "Sir, you were able to do so, which means that your methods aren't something that ordinary quasi-true immortals can compare to. Sir, you are clearly not a true immortal. I think that you were a true immortal in the past, but your cultivation level fell later on. You should be a quasi-true immortal now, right? I wonder if my guess is right." Lin Feng said indifferently. "You are an extremely smart person," the old man said. Lin Feng said, "Thank you for the praise. Let Duguli go. This seat can spare your life. Or else. This seat will make you die without a grave," the old man said. Lin Feng didn't believe the old man's words at all. Letting Duguli go would allow him to live. This old man was clearly trying to trick him. Lin Feng was very clear on this point. "Since you know that I'm the sinner's blood you speak of, do you think I'll let this guy go?" Lin Feng sneered. In the next moment, crack. Lin Feng snapped Duguli's neck. After killing Duguli, he took his storage ring. Lin Feng flew into the distance and said loudly, "Fairy, let's meet at the agreed place." "Kid, where do you think you're going?" The old man was furious as he chased after Lin Feng. The snow girl opened her mouth. She wanted to say that if she teamed up with Lin Feng to deal with the old man, they might be able to defeat him. However, when she thought about how the old man was a true immortal who had fallen, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Feng lured the old man away because he didn't want her to be in danger. Thinking of this, the snow girl felt a sweetness in her heart. She had been living alone for so many years, and there were always people who wanted to kill her and take her snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng was extremely fast, so fast that even the Snow Maiden could not compare to him. The Snow Maiden was very clear about this, so when she saw Lin Feng lure Patriarch Dugu away, the Snow Maiden did not get involved in this matter, because after she got involved, when the time came, they would be in even more trouble. Lin Feng led Patriarch Dugu away alone. He would definitely be able to get rid of Patriarch Dugu smoothly. The Snow Maiden was extremely confident in Lin Feng's speed. At this moment, Lin Feng was flying quickly in front. As he flew, he cursed Patriarch Dugu who was chasing after him. "You old thing, half of your body is about to be buried in the ground, and you still have the nerve to chase after me? Why are you so shameless? You've thrown away the face of 18 generations of your ancestors. Could it be that you're an old tortoise? Is that why you're so thick-skinned? I think you should just change your name." Just call yourself Old Tortoise Dugu. Isn't that a good name? It's refreshing and refined. Of course, I think it's not bad to call you Old Dog Dugu. But thinking about it, calling you an old dog is an insult to the word old dog. Lin Feng was the world's #1 sharp-tongued person. When he heard Lin Feng curse him, he was furious. Patriarch Dugu was so angry that his entire body trembled. Who would dare to curse a high and mighty existence like him? But today, Lin Feng dared to do so. Patriarch Dugu's sinister voice rang out. Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you directly, because I've taken a fancy to your body. Such a young identity, and with the undying bloodline, it's really enviable. When Lin Feng heard Patriarch Dugu's words, he knew what Patriarch Dugu was up to. Patriarch Dugu was simply too old now. Lin Feng said that half of his body was buried in the ground, which was actually very appropriate. Lin Feng guessed that Patriarch Dugu should be an expert who broke out of the Godstone. The cultivators in the undying world who sealed themselves in Godstones had different realms compared to the cultivators in the mortal world who sealed themselves in Godstones. The cultivators of the mortal world who sealed themselves in the Godstones would have their cultivation levels constantly drop. However, their lifespan would not elapse. When they were reborn, they would still maintain the same cultivation level as when they broke the divine stone, but their lifespan would be depleted faster. If he spent a year like a normal person, he would lose a year of his life. However, for people like them, if they spent a year, they might lose 3 years, or even 5 years of their lives. How much you gain, how much you lose. This principle would never change. However, the situation was different for the cultivators in the self-sealing divine stone of the Undying Realm. Because the realm of the Undying Realm's cultivators would not drop after being sealed by the divine stone. Therefore, when the experts in the Undying World came into being, their lifespan would elapse faster than the cultivators in the mortal world. Other than that, there was one more point. And that was, the cultivators in the Undying Realm who were sealed in the God-sealing stone would face a change in their realm after coming out. The first type. His realm would rise again. The second type. If his realm couldn't increase, then it would drop greatly. This was a serious problem that the cultivators in the Undying Realm who were sealed in the God-sealing stone faced after coming out. To them, there was no such thing as staying put. This kind of situation was too normal for normal people. But to them, if they didn't advance, they would retreat. Those younger cultivators or those in the prime of their lives, their blood and chi were strong. Therefore, after breaking the divine stone, they could still continue to improve their cultivation. Their strength was getting stronger and stronger. However, for those old and weak experts, after breaking the divine stone, it would be more difficult for them to continue to break through. Of course, it wasn't that all the old and weak cultivators couldn't break through. But only a small portion of them could break through. Most of the old and weak cultivators couldn't continue to break through. And old ancestor Dugu belonged to the second type of cultivator. After breaking the divine stone, old ancestor Dugu wanted to break through to a new realm. However, he failed. As a result, his realm fell from the true immortal realm all the way to the current quasi-true immortal realm. If a period of time passed, he would even fall from the quasi-true immortal realm to the heavenly immortal realm. As his body became older and older, his blood and chi became more and more exhausted. His realm would definitely fall all the way. Until he died. In fact, during this period of time, old ancestor Dugu had been planning to possess someone's body. This was because he knew that his situation was extremely bad. Possessing someone's body was the only way. However, possessing someone's body wasn't something that could be done just by possessing someone's body. Possessing someone's body could be said to be filled with danger. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Moreover, possessing someone's body to cultivate again was something that would damage one's virtue. If one failed, one's soul would forever fall into the yellow springs. To experience pain and torment for an eternity was truly a fate worse than death. However, in order to survive, old ancestor Dugu knew that he had to do that. Since he had decided to do this, the next step was to choose a target to possess. Since he wanted to possess someone, he naturally had to choose a young cultivator with great talent but not a particularly strong background. Even if he possessed such a cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about this cultivator's clansmen finding trouble with him. However, it was clear that such a person was extremely difficult to find. When old ancestor Dugu saw Lin Feng, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Lin Feng was the perfect target for possession. First of all, Lin Feng was very young, very strong, and very talented. And although Lin Feng was a member of the Forbidden Clan, he was a descendant of the banished people. So there was no need to worry about revenge. Lin Feng's top priority right now was to get rid of this old thing. He had no interest in fighting with this old thing. After all, this old thing was a quasi-true immortal realm cultivator. In addition, he was a cultivator who had fallen from the true immortal realm. He had many powerful methods that even quasi-true immortals could not master. Wouldn't fighting with this guy be a dead end? Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directions world and pushed his speed to the limit. As for old ancestor Dugu, he kept on chasing after him. One fled and one chased. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Old ancestor Dugu's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that he could easily catch up to Lin Feng. Then, he would catch Lin Feng. However, after chasing for so long, he was still unable to catch up to Lin Feng. This made old ancestor Dugu very angry. I have to think of a way to get rid of this old thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He continued to travel through the mountain forest. Rumble, suddenly, a loud sound came from afar. Lin Feng increased his speed and flew forward. He saw that a huge underground river had appeared in front of him. Lin Feng flew above the underground river. Then, he directly used the Great Water Elemental technique and jumped into the underground river. Lin Feng condensed the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor. Wrapped in the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor, Lin Feng's speed in the water was even faster than flying in the sky. The Water Emperor was the Emperor of the Water. It represented the supreme great Tao of water of the 5 elements. The Black Emperor was the embodiment of water, which was equivalent to the embodiment of Tao. The power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor was the purest source of the great Tao of water. Only cultivators who mastered the Great Water Elemental technique could condense the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor. Lin Feng cultivated 3,000 types of great Tao. Condensing the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor was naturally not a difficult thing. Seeing Lin Feng enter the river below, old ancestor Dugu's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. Powerful magic power wrapped around him. He also entered the bottom of the river. Then, he continued to chase Lin Feng. Kid, you can't escape. Your fate has long been determined, and that is to be converted by me. Old ancestor Dugu's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't pay attention to that old bastard. He increased his speed. As time passed, old ancestor Dugu realized that something was wrong. He realized that Lin Feng's speed was getting faster and faster. And his speed was getting slower and slower. Lin Feng's power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor made him like a fish in water. After the initial stage of adaptation, his speed naturally became faster and faster. Old ancestor Dugu was different. Old ancestor Dugu was unable to condense the power of the Water Emperor's Black Emperor, and his magic power was constantly being consumed. Therefore, his speed became slower and slower as his magic power was constantly consumed. Coupled with the fact that he was moving in the water, the resistance he encountered was very high. The resistance also affected old ancestor Dugu to a certain extent. The lower he went, the greater the resistance, the greater the impact on his speed. Therefore, it was too difficult for old ancestor Dugu to catch up to Lin Feng in the water. He was gradually shaken off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng left old ancestor Dugu in the dust 2 hours later. Lin Feng continued to move through the water. An hour later, he saw a huge whirlpool in front of him. Many of the surrounding aquatic creatures, including some of the ferocious beasts in the water, could not withstand the suction of the huge whirlpool. He quickly flew toward the huge whirlpool. In the end, he was swallowed by the vortex. What the hell is that? After seeing the huge whirlpool, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying aura from the inside of the huge whirlpool. That aura made Lin Feng's mind tremble slightly. Lin Feng planned to quickly leave this place. He felt that the inside of the huge whirlpool contained an extremely terrifying danger. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the demon lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Enter that whirlpool, demon lord, you're awake," Lin Feng said in surprise. Ever since entering the Undying Realm, the demon lord had completely fallen into a state of silence. Obviously, there was an enemy of the demon lord in the Undying Realm. Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with the demon lord's past, but he more or less knew some things. For example, the demon lord had a great enemy in the demon realm called the Sky Prison Demon Emperor. Back then, this guy wanted to descend to the 9 states. However, Lin Feng and the demon lord worked together to destroy it. The demon lord obviously had a great enemy in the Undying Realm. Therefore, the demon lord fell into a state of silence, afraid of being discovered by his enemy. Lin Feng guessed. The demon lord's enemy must be extremely terrifying. In the Immemorial era, the demon lord was an expert at the level of an area lord. An area lord at that time. He must have been an expert at the level of a true immortal. Therefore, one could imagine how terrifying the demon lord's enemy was. "Now is not the time to talk to you. Hurry up and enter the vortex," the demon lord said anxiously. Lin Feng nodded and quickly rushed into the vortex. Then, he was swallowed by the vortex. The powerful tearing force wanted to completely destroy Lin Feng's body. Fortunately, Lin Feng's body was strong enough. He successfully resisted the vortex's devouring. Then, he landed at the bottom of the vortex. The tearing force at the bottom of the vortex wasn't particularly strong. This made Lin Feng a little surprised. Swish. A light flashed. The demon lord appeared. "Demon lord, who is your great enemy in the Undying Realm?" Lin Feng looked at the demon lord and asked. "Many," the demon lord said indifferently. "Damn, I didn't expect you to be such a troublemaker back then," Lin Feng said. The demon lord couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "If not for your ancestor Jizishu, how could I have offended so many people? I was implicated by Jizishu, okay?" Lin Feng, Yao Jun continued, "However, I don't blame him. Your ancestor allowed me to understand many things that I didn't know about. It also allowed my cultivation to reach a whole new level. It was only at that time that I realized how ignorant I was," Lin Feng said. "What do you mean by unknown things?" The demon lord said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Feng shrugged and asked, "Your enemies, can you reveal a few of them? Countless years have passed. I estimate that many of them have left the Undying Realm." The demon lord muttered. Lin Feng said, "Since they have left the Undying Realm, what are you afraid of?" The demon lord said, "But the Celestial Emperor is still here. The Celestial Emperor was one of the experts who dealt with me back then. As the master of the Undying Realm, the Celestial Emperor's flesh, blood, soul, and even soul have fused with the Undying Realm. Thus, it is unimaginable how powerful the Celestial Emperor is now. The Celestial Emperor will definitely be able to sense my aura. If he discovers me, I will die miserably, and you will die miserably as well. The Celestial Emperor's killing intent towards you is much stronger than his killing intent towards me." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "But I don't even know the Celestial Emperor's grandson. If you say that Di Wudao's killing intent towards me is extremely strong, I agree. But how could the Celestial Emperor notice me?" The demon lord said, "You are naturally insignificant, but don't forget that half the blood in your body is the blood of the Sovereign Clan. The Celestial Emperor hates the Sovereign Clan. Back then, he was unable to exact revenge on the Sovereign Clan. But things were different now. The Sovereign Clan is no longer able to survive. You are a descendant of the Sovereign Clan. The Celestial Emperor can toy with you to death however he wants." Lin Feng frowned. The demon lord was clearly saying that the Celestial Emperor had a deep hatred towards the Sovereign Clan. The demon lord said, "Back then, your ancestor, Jizishu, did many things after coming to the Undying Realm. Many experts were defeated by Jizishu. He even went to the Heavenly Court to take a stroll around. The Heavenly Court is the Celestial Emperor's territory. Think about it. What would happen if Jizishu went there?" Lin Feng was speechless. The demon lord's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. He said, "Back then, Jizishu was very young, very powerful, and very confident. He liked to challenge the strong. Back then, he punched through the Undying Realm's realm crystal wall. Perhaps this matter had already sealed the grudge between him and the Undying Realm, as well as the Celestial Emperor. However, the Celestial Emperor was defeated by Jizishu. The Celestial Emperor knew how to endure. After losing to Jizishu, he didn't say anything. He seemed to have accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, the seed of hatred had already been planted in his heart. Lin Feng said. Victory and defeat are commonplace, right? Just because he lost, he bore a grudge against the sovereign's clan? As the sovereign of the Undying Realm, how could the Celestial Emperor be so narrow-minded? The Demon Lord said. Do you think that great figures have to be magnanimous? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly at the Demon Lord's question. The Demon Lord continued, the Celestial Emperor is a very vicious person. He's a hypocrite. You should know that hypocrites are even scarier than villains. The Celestial Emperor's cultivation is very strong, and he has many friends. Thus, even the Celestial Realm wouldn't easily provoke him. Actually, everyone is the same. They would rather offend villains than hypocrites. Later, something happened to your ancestor, Jizishu. At this point, Yao Jun paused for a moment. Lin Feng knew that something had happened to Jizishu. He had entered the world of the mastermind in an attempt to kill him. However, he had failed at the last moment. The Demon Lord sighed and continued, there is one thing that can be confirmed. The Heavenly Emperor is connected to the mastermind. Lin Feng frowned and said, in that case, Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor are really jackals of the same lair. Back then, Di Wudao colluded with the people of that world to harm my father. If we're not family, we won't enter the same house. The Demon Lord nodded and said, the father and son are indeed the same kind of trash. It seems that making Di Wudao the crown prince wasn't without reason. Back then, when the Sky Emperor found out about Jizishu's accident, he joined forces with others to kill me and Draco Elephant Supreme. However, at this time, we still don't know about this matter. Supreme Draconic Elephant has separated from me due to some matters. Later on, I was besieged by the Celestial Emperor and the others. The Demon Lord didn't say anything else. It seemed like the fall of the Demon Lord had something to do with that battle. There's a sealed archaic Draco Elephant in the demonic pearl. My archaic Draco Elephant art was imparted to me by him. Who is that existence? Lin Feng asked. It's the manifestation of Draco Elephant Supreme's evil intent, sealed in the demonic pearl, the Demon Lord said. In the past, Lin Feng had asked the Demon Lord this question, but the Demon Lord didn't answer Lin Feng. He didn't know if it was because Lin Feng's cultivation had increased or not. Therefore, the Demon Lord wasn't willing to tell Lin Feng some things. Now, it was time to tell Lin Feng. How did Draco Elephant Supreme's evil intent get sealed in the demonic pearl? Lin Feng asked curiously. Draco Elephant Supreme isn't simple. He's very talented, and his comprehension ability is also very strong. He created a special cultivation technique and used it to forcefully separate his evil intent from his good intent. Once the evil intent leaves the body, it can easily turn into a Yin soul. That's why Draco Elephant Supreme begged me to seal his evil intent in the demonic pearl. The Demon Lord said. Draco Elephant Supreme should have fallen, right? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said. I'm not sure, but Draco Elephant Supreme's evil intent is growing stronger by the day. If he had fallen, his evil intent should have been devoured by the demonic pearl. However, his evil intent is growing stronger. I suspect that Draco Elephant Supreme hasn't fallen. What? He hasn't fallen? Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. If Draco Elephant Supreme hadn't fallen, it would be great news for Lin Feng. Draco Elephant Supreme was his ancestor's disciple. He could become his backer in the future. Just like the barbarians and Senior Duguya. Can you find out any information about Draco Elephant Supreme? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said. No. Let's wait and see what happens next. Lin Feng could only nod. Let's go and take a look. The Demon Lord said. He took the lead and walked into the depths. Lin Feng asked, what is this place? The demonic netherworld Eye. The Demon Lord said. When Lin Feng heard that name, his hair stood on end. Even though he didn't know what the demonic netherworld eye was, Lin Feng was terrified. Lin Feng asked, "What's the demonic netherworld eye? Is it related to the netherworld?" Yao Jun nodded and said, "It is indeed related to the nether dimension. It's extremely ancient and terrifying. It roams the three dimensions and might appear at any place. However, the places it likes to appear the most are places with more corpses. For example, ancient battlefields. I never expected that I would actually encounter the nether devil eye here today." Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that there were still too many things in the three realms that were full of mysteries and unknowns to him. Lin Feng followed behind the demon lord. After a short time, they arrived in the depths. Lin Feng saw a gigantic pitch-black hole. A pair of eyes floated in the black hole. It was a pair of black eyes. Demonic, cold, and terrifying. The eyes didn't seem to have awakened. The demon lord and Lin Feng stopped. "Demonic netherworld eye, we meet again," the demon lord said. Swish. Hearing the demon lord's voice, the demonic netherworld eye opened. It was a pair of incomparably terrifying eyes. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through the truest world in one's heart. Those eyes made one's heart palpitate. No one wanted to look into those eyes. That was the demonic netherworld eye. "It's you," a voice was heard. It was the demonic netherworld eye's voice. Obviously, it remembered who the demon lord was. "You actually brought a young human cultivator with you? Is this a gift for me?" The demonic netherworld eye continued. As soon as it finished speaking, Lin Feng felt his body turn cold, as if he had fallen into hell. "Do you dare to eat a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan?" The demonic netherworld eye said, "Eh? You really are a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan." It hadn't been observing Lin Feng earlier. Now, it was observing carefully. It had indeed sensed the Sovereign Emperor bloodline in Lin Feng's body. The demonic netherworld eye continued, "So what if he's from the Sovereign Emperor clan? So what if he's eaten by Emir Jr.? Things are different now. In the past, the Sovereign Emperor clan was a clan that no one dared to provoke. Now, everyone wants to trample on the Sovereign Emperor clan. Hee hee. Do you think you're going against your will?" the demon lord asked. The demonic netherworld eye sneered. "I'm not going against my will." However, the demonic netherworld eye clearly lacked confidence in its words. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath. It seemed that the demonic netherworld eye was just bragging in front of the demon lord when it said it would eat him. Moreover, Lin Feng had a feeling that the demon lord and the demonic netherworld eye seemed to have some relationship. The demon lord said, "I need something." "I know you have it." "What do you need?" the demonic netherworld eye asked. "The golden body law bone," the demon lord said. The demonic netherworld eye said, "The past and the present should no longer be involved. If you want to transcend, you should move forward. If you continue to be involved in the past, all your years of cultivation will be for naught," the demon lord said. "One can't do as one pleases in the martial world." "How can I think so much now?" the demonic netherworld eye said, "What you said makes sense. Living in the present is the most important thing." The demon lord said, "That's right. I no longer seek to transcend. In the future, I should take one step at a time. Perhaps there will be some unexpected surprises?" the demonic netherworld eye said. "I hope so." In the next instant, something flew out of the black hole. The thing was enveloped in golden light, making it impossible to see what it was. However, when it flew out, the golden light gradually dissipated. That thing also revealed its form. That thing turned out to be a skeleton. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. The golden skeleton was densely covered with runes. It seemed that the golden skeleton had an unimaginable origin. After seeing the golden skeleton, the demon lord's eyes revealed a complicated expression. However, the demon lord was standing in front of Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not see the change in the demon lord's gaze. "Whose skeleton is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The demonic eye of the netherworld asked, "What? You want to know?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course. The remains of Emperor Shun," the demonic netherworld eye said. After hearing the Netherworld Magic Eye's words, Lin Feng's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Emperor Shun. One of the 5 kings. He was the ancestor of the human race. Lin Feng had heard of the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors since he was young. But now, Lin Feng had actually seen Emperor Shun's skeleton. Lin Feng had been looking for Emperor Shun's descendants in the Xin domain. He had not found any of them. Instead, he had found Emperor Shun's skeleton. "I owe you a favor," the Demon Lord said. "Then I will remember this favor. I will repay it in the future," the demonic eye of the Netherworld said. "Of course, I always keep my word," the Demon Lord said. Then, the Demon Lord looked at Emperor Shun's skeleton. He grabbed it. Then, he entered the demonic orb again. Then, there was silence again. Why does the Demon Lord want Emperor Shun's skeleton? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The demonic eye of the Netherworld said, "You should ask the Demon Lord himself, not me." Lin Feng curled his lips and asked, "Since you are the demonic eye of the Netherworld, why don't you stay in the underworld?" The demonic eye of the Netherworld said, "I really want to eat people right now." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "This junior still has matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He did not dare to stay here any longer. If he was eaten by the demonic eye of the Netherworld, he would be in trouble. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. There are still descendants of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Very good, the demonic eye of the Netherworld muttered to itself. Lin Feng quickly left the underground river. After leaving the underground river, Lin Feng continued to fly deeper into the underworld. Lin Feng wanted to meet up with the Snow Maiden in the depths. Then, they would go to the Snow Spirit bonfire together. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a dozen cultivators flying over. This surprised Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, no one would come to this place. Earlier, Lin Feng had seen a group of people from the Dugu clan. Now, there were cultivators from other forces. This made Lin Feng very confused. Why were there so many cultivators? Lin Feng did not appear. He continued to fly deeper into the underworld. Not long after, Lin Feng saw another group of cultivators. There were more than 30 of them. This was the 3rd group of cultivators that Lin Feng had seen. In the following period of time, Lin Feng saw more than 10 groups of cultivators. Each group of cultivators was overseen by an expert. This surprised Lin Feng. These people must have received some kind of news to come here. Otherwise, they would not have come to the extreme north in such a large group. Moreover, they had come to this underground world. Not long after, Lin Feng even saw a few experts from the 8 Extreme Palace and the Sacred Army. Lin Feng avoided those people and continued to fly deeper into the underworld. About 3 days later, Lin Feng saw another group of people. He saw Ziyuanyuan from afar. When he saw Ziyuanyuan, Lin Feng was very excited. But soon, Lin Feng's face became gloomy again. Obviously, the current Ziyuanyuan was not the real Ziyuanyuan. Ziyuanyuan was the reincarnation of Venerable Yuan's sister. Venerable Yuan's sister's soul seed had awakened and wanted to devour Ziyuanyuan's soul. There are 2 situations in reincarnation. The first is that the soul enters the mind of the fetus and turns into a soul seed. The soul seed awakens and then devours the soul of the reincarnated body. This is equivalent to being reborn. Ziyuanyuan is in this situation. The second situation is that only a part of the memory is preserved and enters the mind of the fetus. As one's cultivation increases, this part of the memory will gradually recover and become the memory of the reincarnated body. This situation is equivalent to the reincarnated body remembering some things from their previous life. For example, the Red World Fairy was in this situation. Lin Feng wanted to save Ziyuanyuan, but he did not have the ability to do so. Therefore, he saw Ziyuanyuan again. Lin Feng knew that Ziyuanyuan was definitely still Venerable Yuan's sister. Maybe I can join forces with the Snow Lady to suppress Ziyuanyuan's body, which is already controlled by Venerable Yuan's sister, and destroy her soul. This way, Ziyuanyuan will be saved. Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy to carry out this plan. But so what, Lin Feng wouldn't give up on his plan so easily. When the time came, he would have a good chat with the Snow Girl about it. If the Snow Maidens were willing to help, their chances of success would be greatly increased. Ziyuan wasn't alone. Apart from her, Lin Feng also saw Sovereign Yuan Tian. She was very powerful. Although her cultivation level had fallen to an unprecedented level, she was still a terrifying figure. Lin Feng hid himself and didn't show himself. If those people saw him, he wouldn't have a good ending. After Ziyuan and the others left, Lin Feng appeared. In the next few days, Lin Feng saw a few other factions. He even saw the Stone Sovereign's son. Back then, he'd led an army to attack the Tao Sacred Palace. He'd even been able to contend against ancient weapons. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Stone Emperor's son was. Lin Feng also saw the great demon Yu. She, the Eastern Sovereign's son, the blood-haired woman, Huang Fuqing Tian, and the others. Back then, Huang Fuqing Tian's arm had been cut off by him and he'd fled without a trace. It seemed that he'd recovered well. Of course, it was impossible for him to recover that arm. The great demon Yu was as beautiful as ever. She looked like a fairy, but in reality, she was a great demon. In this epoch, the first great war that swept the heavens had been started by her brother, the great demon Celestial. Back then, the great demon Yu had been the great demon Celestial's right-hand man. One could imagine. At her peak, the great demon Yu was a terrifying existence. For someone like her, her battle prowess could be considered heaven-defying. She seemed to have recovered quite well. All the monsters are here. Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper. He was even more confused. What were those people doing here? Lin Feng wanted to go investigate, but the people who'd come had all come in groups. Lin Feng naturally couldn't rush forward. Who knew if they'd kill him to steal his treasures, such a thing. Naturally, this was something that was highly likely to happen. Not long after, Lin Feng actually saw another guy he knew. 10,000 Immortal Sect. The descendant of the Northern Wilderness War God. The Northern Wilderness War God, on the other hand, was powerful. The War God of the Northern Wilderness was one of the powerful beings from the Primordial Age. The Northern Wilderness War God clan was a traditional force in the Undying Realm. For example, the current Celestial Emperor was an outsider because he came from the Heaven Realm. On the other hand, the Northern Wilderness God of War was a legitimate force from the Undying Realm. It was said that the Northern Wilderness War God controlled the 12 regions in the north. The dominators of the 12 northern regions all obeyed the orders of the Northern Wilderness Warlord. The Northern Wilderness War God should be one of the most powerful figures in the Undying Realm other than the Heavenly Emperor. Of course. The War God of the Northern Wilderness was loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. But how much of this loyalty was real, and how much of it was fake, that was unclear. When Lin Feng was in the Immortal Burial Star Sea, he met Xianxia, Niu Qinshan, and Situ Nanshan from the Undying Realm. After that, he followed them to search for the place where the second medicine god fell. After finding it, they obtained the treasure left behind by the second medicine god. At this time, the 10,000 Immortal Sect arrived with his subordinates, wanting to kill Lin Feng and the others and seize the treasure. However, the 10,000 Immortal Sect underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng killed those subordinates of the 10,000 Immortal Sect and originally wanted to kill the 10,000 Immortal Sect. However, the 10,000 Immortal Sect used a secret technique to escape. However, the 10,000 Immortal Sect's second brother was crippled by Lin Feng. From then on, he could no longer be a real man. The current 10,000 Immortal Sect had indeed undergone some changes compared to before. Although the original 10,000 Immortal Sect did not have any masculine aura, at most, he dressed like a pretty boy. His temperament was also more feminine. However, the current 10,000 Immortal Sect was wearing gaudy clothes, and his face seemed to be smeared with something like rouge. Therefore, the 10,000 Immortal Sect's face looked white with a hint of red. However, when Lin Feng saw it, he felt like vomiting. After this guy's dick was crippled, did he become a sissy? No. Perhaps this guy had become a bottom. Lin Feng saw a group of fierce men following the 10,000 Immortal Sect. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The 10,000 Immortal Sect arrogantly led a group of subordinates and flew towards the depths. Lin Feng also flew into the depths of the palace. He wanted to see why so many strong cultivators had gathered there. That night, Lin Feng was resting in the forest. Not long after, more than 10 cultivators flew over and landed not far from where Lin Feng was resting. Lin Feng hid his figure. These people wore beast skin clothes and seemed to be barbarians. They raised a bonfire and roasted the beast meat. They drank wine while waiting for the beast meat to be cooked. I wonder if the rumor this time is true. If this rumor is true, then it's too shocking. Perhaps it's true. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. They're all here for the Hoi Bao. The Hoi Bao is one of the 10 great taboo weapons. Who wouldn't covet it? Hee, this treasure is most suitable for us. We barbarians are good at archery. The Hoi Bao is simply tailor-made for us. The group of barbarian cultivators chatted. And Lin Feng basically understood the whole story from these people's conversations. It turned out that these people were all here for the Hoi Bao. The Hoi Bao was also known as the sun-shooting divine Bao. Back then, it shot down 9 suns. It was simply shocking. From then on, the name of the Hoi Bao shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, it was called one of the 10 great taboo weapons. One had to know. That era was the era of the titled gods. How powerful were the weapons in the hands of the titled gods? At that time, there were countless experts in the world. For example, the ancient demon emperor of the demon race, the ancient saint emperor of the human race, the demon lord of the demon realm, and so on. Which one of them wasn't in existence that shocked the world? The magic treasures they forged could compete with ancient weapons. And in that era, it was very difficult for ancient weapons to be listed in the 10 great taboo weapons. But the Hoi Bao. It was listed in the 10 great taboo weapons. From this, one could see how powerful the Hoi Bao was. Hoi had once used the Hoi Bao to injure the demon emperor Dijun. But demon emperor Dijun was one of the strongest existences in the world at that time. The Hoi Bao was powerful. But there was still a gap between Hoi and demon emperor Dijun. In the end, Hoi was killed by demon emperor Dijun. The Hoi Bao also fell into the hands of demon emperor Dijun. Later on, the war of liches and demons broke out. In the end of the war of liches and demons, demon emperor Dijun died in battle. But there were also rumors that demon emperor Dijun went missing. After all, that was in the early days of the epic. After tens of thousands of years, much of the true history had disappeared. The history that was passed down now was mostly fabricated. But regardless of whether demon emperor Dijun died in battle or not, there was one thing that could be confirmed. After the war of liches and demons, the Hoi Bao never appeared again. Now, Lin Feng was very interested in the Hoi Bao, mainly because Lin Feng felt that he really needed a powerful giant Bao Dharma treasure to supplement his arsenal. Obviously, the Hoi Bao was definitely the best Dharma treasure for long-range combat. However, Lin Feng also knew that it would not be easy to get the Hoi Bao. After all, so many forces had come. He didn't know if the Snow Maidens would try to snatch the Hoi Bao after hearing the news, but that didn't matter. Lin Feng planned to snatch the Hoi Bao. How could this treasure fall into the hands of others? If others knew that Lin Feng was going to snatch the Hoi Bao, they would definitely laugh their heads off. After all, the other forces. Which force didn't have a big shot overseeing it? Besides those top experts, there were many other experts in those forces. And Lin Feng was alone. The disparity in strength was too great. However, Lin Feng did not think so. If the opportunity was strong enough. Even if he was not strong enough, he would still have a chance to obtain the treasure. If the opportunity was not strong enough. No matter how strong he was, it would all be in vain in the end. Lin Feng had snatched Dharma treasures from experts time and time again. Therefore, this kind of thing to him. He was already used to it. Of course, Lin Feng would not blindly make a move. If there was a chance to make a move, he would definitely make a move. If there was no chance to make a move, he would observe the specific situation in the dark. The first cultivators to arrive here were those from the major forces. However, there were many itinerant cultivators who came later. It seemed that the itinerant cultivators had also received the news. Some of the stronger itinerant cultivators chose to act alone. Some of the weaker itinerant cultivators chose to form a temporary alliance and act together. Lin Feng flew all the way into the depths and a huge lake appeared in front of him. It was said that one could only reach the place where the Hui Bao was after crossing the lake. Actually, there was one thing that Lin Feng was puzzled about. Why would the Hui Bao appear here? Could this be the burial place of the demon emperor, Di Jun? After all, the Hui Bao had never appeared again after Di Jun's death. Therefore, if someone had told Lin Feng that this was Di Jun's burial ground, Lin Feng wouldn't have been surprised. He felt that this was very likely. If this was really the burial ground of the demon sovereign, Di Jun, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. Demon Emperor Di Jun, the founder of the Heavenly Court, was one of the strongest cultivators in the universe. One could imagine how powerful his orthodoxy was. If he could obtain Di Jun's legacy, it would definitely be beneficial to his cultivation. It could even allow one to soar into the 9 heavens, borrowing the momentum to rise up. Since ancient times, there had been many cultivators like this, all because they had obtained the opportunity of a certain supreme expert. From then on, he was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A large number of cultivators entered the lake. Lin Feng purposely fell behind those great powers. This was because the relationship between Lin Feng and some of the major forces could be described as irreconcilable until one of them dies. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally couldn't head to the location of the Hui Bao with those major powers. If he was discovered by those big powers, wouldn't that be a disaster? At that time, Lin Feng would probably die. Lin Feng himself was also very clear about this point. Therefore, he flew towards the location where the Hui Bao appeared with the rogue cultivators who came later. A large number of rogue cultivators gathered together, which was also a force that couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps these rogue cultivators' individual strength couldn't compare to those cultivators from the major powers. However, this didn't mean that these rogue cultivators weren't strong enough. In fact, it was the opposite. These rogue cultivators weren't weak, but there was still a gap between them and those cultivators from the top forces. However, rogue cultivators also had their advantages. There were many rogue cultivators. Ants could even bite an elephant to death when there were many of them. Moreover, even though rogue cultivators couldn't compare to cultivators from the major powers, they were definitely not ants in front of those cultivators from the major powers. When a large number of rogue cultivators flew towards the depths, suddenly, a splashing sound was heard. Then, densely packed tentacles stretched out from the lake. Each tentacle was thousands of meters long. They were like mountain peaks. Those tentacles were actually densely packed with suction cups. Those suction cups were very strange, and an extremely powerful suction force was emitted from them. Those suction cups suddenly sucked in. In an instant, a powerful suction force surged out. That powerful suction force enveloped one cultivator after another. Many cultivators couldn't control their own bodies. Their bodies flew towards the huge tentacles one after another. Then, those cultivators were swallowed by the huge suction cups. What the hell is that? Retreat quickly. Many cultivators cried out in horror. The monster that appeared out of nowhere was too powerful, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. Suddenly, those huge tentacles began to dance in the void. It was as if mountain peaks were waving in the void. Many cultivators wanted to dodge those tentacles. However, they couldn't do it at all. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of violent collisions, the sound of violent collisions was heard. One cultivator after another was swept away by the huge tentacles. Some cultivators suffered minor injuries, some suffered more serious injuries, and some were directly whipped to death by the monster's tentacles. Their internal organs were directly spat out. Their deaths were too tragic. Take out your magic treasures and kill it, a cultivator shouted loudly. The rest of the people hurriedly took out their own magic treasures. One by one, the magic treasures shot towards the monster. However, the suction cups on the monster's tentacles were really terrifying. One magic treasure after another. They were all directly swallowed by those suction cups. Those suction cups could not only swallow cultivators. They could also swallow cultivators' magic treasures. There was simply no weakness. Screech, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from below the amber. After hearing the monster's cry, many people couldn't help but hold their heads. They screamed in incomparable pain. The monster launched a soul attack, causing serious damage to the souls of the surrounding cultivators. After the soul attack, the suction cups on the monster's tentacles continued to surge with a large amount of suction force. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were swallowed by the monster. What a terrifying monster! Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He and many other cultivators had already retreated from the battlefield. He didn't know what that monster was, but it was too powerful. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Many people's expressions were extremely ugly. Because, it was too difficult to kill that monster. At this moment, an immortal light flew from the sky and slashed towards the monster. An immortal light cut through the sky and shattered the void. Its power was shocking. Looking carefully, it was actually an immortal light formed by an immortal sword. Someone used the sword controlling technique to deal with the huge monster. The gigantic monster still wanted to devour the immortal sword, just like how it had devoured the other cultivators and magic treasures. A powerful suction force surged out and wrapped around the immortal sword, wanting to swallow it. However, the opponent's sword controlling technique was too powerful. The immortal light formed by the immortal sword was not affected by the powerful suction force. The immortal light formed by the immortal sword arrived in front of the huge monster. PSHH. The sword slashed down. One of the monster's tentacles was cut off. Screech, an ear-piercing roar of pain was heard. With one of its tentacles cut off, it was obvious that the monster had suffered a great deal of damage. The immortal sword continued to slash at the monster's second tentacle. PSHH, another sword slash. The power of the second sword was also incomparably powerful. Just like before, it also cut off one of the monster's tentacles. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It seemed that a top expert who knew the sword-controlling technique had appeared. Everyone saw the hope of killing the monster, so they attacked it again. All kinds of powerful magic treasures and thaumaturgies were thrown at the monster. Bang bang bang, powerful attacks bombarded the monster's body. One tentacle after another was blown to pieces. But the monster's vitality was very strong. The monster didn't die. After suffering such serious damage, it didn't dare to continue floating above the water. The monster dived into the water and disappeared without a trace. After the monster had escaped, Yi Zichen looked around. A dozen or so cultivators walked out from the void. The immortal sword fell into the hands of a female cultivator. That female cultivator was actually dressed as a man, wearing men's clothes. In fact, this kind of situation was quite common. Because many female cultivators felt that it was more convenient to move around in men's clothes. So when they were outside, they wore men's clothes. Of course, there were also some female cultivators who were focused on cultivation and didn't want to talk about love affairs. So these female cultivators also chose to wear men's clothes. It was to tell the people who were pursuing them, I don't want to be in a romantic relationship with anyone. If you want to pursue me, then save it. I won't agree to it. I just want to cultivate well. There were also some female nuns who dressed as men because they didn't want to attract too much attention outside. These women were often peerless beauties. Because if too many people paid attention to them, they would attract all kinds of attention. Quite a few of them would even have some filthy thoughts. For example, the Red World Fairy disguised herself as a man because it was more convenient for her to move around. Secondly, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Therefore, the Red World Fairy rarely wore skirts outside. After all, women's skirts were not as convenient as men's clothes. As for the female cultivator in front of her, she had 3 reasons. First, she felt that it would be more convenient for her to dress up as a man outside. Secondly, she wanted to tell others that she was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't want to talk about love affairs. Let those men who were pursuing her give up as soon as possible. Thirdly, she didn't want to attract too much attention. It's Nangong Muley. When they saw the female cultivator, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Is she Nangong Muley? Even if she dresses up as a man, it can't hide her peerless elegance. That's right. Nangong Muley is one of the top 10 beauties in the Undying Realm. Her master, the Cloud Spirit Senior Immortal, is a famous rogue cultivator in the Undying Realm. It is said that his cultivation is extremely high. Over the years, countless men have wanted to pursue Nangong Muli. It is said that even a direct descendant of the Emperor of Heaven wanted to marry Nangong Muli, but Nangong Muli didn't agree. Nangong Muli once said that in her life, she only wanted to cultivate and would never touch the relationship between men and women. So from then on, she tied up her long hair and wore men's clothes. Her talent is indeed powerful. Even the top geniuses in the undying realm don't dare to say that they can suppress Nangong Muli in terms of talent and strength. Many people couldn't help but talk about it. Lin Feng also heard the discussion. He looked at Nangong Muli, who was dressed as a man. This woman was indeed beautiful. Even if she dressed up as a man, it couldn't hide her exquisite and beautiful face. Wearing men's clothes added a different kind of beauty to her. It was said that clothes made the man, and saddles made the horse. Red flowers needed green leaves to set them off. But a peerless beauty like Nangong Muli was extremely beautiful no matter what clothes she wore. She was a different kind of beauty from Baoya. Muyasi was full of elegance, dignity, and nobility. And Nangong Muli was like a celestial lotus in this turbid world. One could only look at her from afar and not touch her. She was clearly standing there, but she gave people a feeling that she was unapproachable. Nangong Muli wanted to get rid of all her pursuers, but it was obviously not a realistic thing. For example, there were some geniuses following Nangong Muli now. Although they stayed with Nangong Muli for the reason of exploring opportunities together. But in fact, the depths of those people's eyes were filled with deep greed. They wanted to take Nangong Muli for themselves. Junior Sister Nangong's sword manipulation technique is really superb. This 9 Spirits Heaven Extinction sword manipulation technique is worthy of being a top-notch immortal technique. Now, there are not many people below the true immortal realm who can contend with Junior Sister Nangong's sword manipulation technique. A young master wearing a long robe of stars and moons said with a smile. Someone recognized the young master's identity. That young master was called Young Master Xianxia. He came from the 10,000 Heaven Palace. This 10,000 Heaven Palace was a force on the same level as the 8-level palace. Its foundation was extremely strong, and its strength was incomparably powerful. It was a giant force that no one dared to provoke. In the Undying Realm, it was a top-notch sect that oversaw a region. And this young Master Xianxua's identity was not simple. His grandfather was said to be the palace master of the 10,000 Heaven Palace. Young Master Xianxua was the same as young Master Mingyu. They were both one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. They were the top geniuses of the younger generation. Senior brother Xianxua is too kind, Nangong Muli said. This group of people didn't continue to stay. They left quickly. After this group of people left, Lin Feng and the other itinerant immortals also continued to fly forward. Many people were still talking about Nangong Muli. They were amazed by Nangong Muli's peerless beauty. Thinking of Nangong Muli's peerless beauty, they were still in shock. 10 days later, everyone crossed the lake. Then, they saw a huge mountain range appear in the distance. We're here. That's the place where the Hui Bao is buried, a cultivator said. Everyone sped up and arrived at the periphery of the mountain range. Look, there's a stone man on that mountain peak. Is that the Hui Bao in the stone man's hand? Someone pointed at the stone man on the main peak of the mountain range and said. The stone man wasn't particularly tall, he was only about 2 meters tall. He held a giant bow in his hand as he stood at the peak of the mountain. It was as though he was trying to drag everyone back to the time when Hui shot the godly sun with his bow. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the giant bow in the stone man's hand. That giant bow couldn't really be the Hui Bao, could it? Lin Feng had always thought that the Hui Bao was buried underground or in some cave or graveyard. However, that didn't seem to be the case. It's not a living creature from the stone tribe. It's just a stone statue. However, there's divine energy in the statue. It's obvious that someone built this statue with great care. Even after so many years, this stone statue still hasn't been destroyed. Could it be that this statue was built just to make him pick up the Hui Bao? Someone voiced out the doubts in his heart. It was just as the cultivator had said. Perhaps that was what the other party had in mind. Otherwise, why would they build such a stone statue? Do you think this stone statue is Hou Yi's stone statue? Some people raised their own opinions. Many people frowned when they heard the cultivator's words. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could this stone statue be Hou Yi's stone statue? Hou Yi was an ancient, mysterious, and powerful existence. This existence was filled with myths and legends. However, he really did exist. He was the grand shaman of the sorcerer tribe. In the past, he was an expert who stood at the peak of cultivation. Of course, even the experts who stood at the peak of cultivation were divided into different grades and ranks. Compared to the shifter Emperor Dijun, Hou Yi was still slightly weaker. Lin Feng said. Didn't they say that the Hou Yi Bao was taken away by the shifter Emperor Dijun? After Dijun's death, the Hou Yi Bao never appeared again. Logically speaking, the Hou Yi Bao should have been buried together with Dijun. However, it doesn't seem to be the case. If that stone statue is really Hou Yi's stone statue, it means that someone deliberately built a stone statue for Hou Yi and let it hold the Hou Yi Bao. Although I don't know who built the stone statue, this person must be full of respect for Hou Yi. The only thing we can be sure of is that this person is not in cahoots with Demon Emperor Dijun. After Demon Emperor Dijun died, he probably saw Demon Emperor Dijun's corpse and obtained the Hou Yi Bao from Demon Emperor Dijun. Of course, there could be another reason. After Demon Emperor Dijun died, the Hou Yi Bao was taken away by someone else. However, in the end, the Hou Yi Bao was taken away by the cultivator who built the stone statue of Hou Yi. After building the stone statue of Hou Yi, the cultivator placed the Hou Yi Bao on top of it. Actually, what puzzles me the most is that even though the Hou Yi Bao is so precious, that expert didn't take it with him after obtaining it. Instead, he left it here. What's his goal? Is it purely out of respect for Hou Yi? I feel that there's more to this matter. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, many people couldn't help but nod. The whole thing was indeed full of strangeness. However, no matter what the reason was, it was something that happened countless years ago. Now, everyone was eyeing the Hou Yi Bao covetously. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the Hou Yi Bao. Such a supreme treasure was enough to drive people crazy. However, the mountain range was now densely covered with restrictions. Those restrictions were simply too powerful. Even though Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master sect, after sensing the terrifying power contained in those restrictions, he was still terrified. Lin Feng still felt a sense of trepidation. Perhaps someone could resist the power of the restrictions. However, Lin Feng wasn't confident. Many powerful forces didn't make a move either. They were all observing and waiting in the dark. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more he could feel the terror of those restrictions. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more he cherished his life. Naturally, not many people would joke about their lives. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that something in time and space was emitting violent waves. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was emitting waves. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was the supreme treasure of the Magus tribe. It was born with the 12 ancestral magi. It was a connate supreme treasure that was born from heaven and earth and possessed unimaginable power. Now, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was emitting waves. Was it because it sensed the Hou Yi Bao? Lin Feng guessed that it might be because the Hou Yi Bao and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman were of the same origin and were both supreme treasures of the Magus tribe. Therefore, when the two supreme treasures sensed each other, it was very normal for them to emit waves. At this moment, the Hou Yi Bao seemed to have sensed the aura of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Therefore, the Hou Yi Bao actually trembled slightly. Everyone was staring at the Hou Yi Bao. Therefore, when the Hou Yi Bao started emitting waves, naturally, everyone noticed this situation immediately. The Hou Yi Bao really emitted waves. Lin Feng was shocked. This was just as he'd expected. The surrounding cultivators, on the other hand, were in an uproar. The Hou Yi Bao emitted waves. Did this mean that the Hou Yi Bao was about to be born? There were too many top factions that came this time. The Baji Palace, the Northern Wilderness War God Clan, the Great Demon Clan, the Sacred Army, the beings that transcended epics, and so on. These top factions, all of them had supreme experts overseeing them. Therefore, Once the Hou Bao was born, the cultivators of these top factions would definitely fight to the death for the Hou Bao. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. There are so many experts. How am I supposed to snatch the Hou Bao? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He was also eyeing the supreme treasure that was the Hou Bao. However, eyeing was eyeing. He wanted to snatch the Hou Bao. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a daydream. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged out of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Then, Lin Feng's body uncontrollably walked into the depths of the mountain range. Damn. What's going on? Lin Feng was speechless. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman's power controlled Lin Feng to go to the Hou Bao. Of course, Lin Feng wanted the Hou Bao. However, he felt that with his current cultivation, he might have a chance if he secretly used the heaven-devouring jar to obtain the Hou Bao. It was impossible for him to obtain the Hou Bao openly. If he went there now, he would be surrounded by experts. What was the difference between that and suicide? Are you F***king trying to trick me? Hurry up and make me stop. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Ever since Lin Feng had obtained the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he hadn't noticed anything special about it. However, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman's first reaction was to trick Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so annoyed that he almost coughed up blood. Lin Feng felt helpless. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman ignored him. He couldn't resist the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so Lin Feng continued to walk towards the Hou Bao. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Since he couldn't resist, he could only choose to face everything head-on. So Lin Feng gradually tried to communicate with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng tried to communicate with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, Lin Feng was shocked to find that the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was surging towards his body. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman seemed to contain endless power. This shocked Lin Feng. It was indeed the most ancient treasure of the Magus tribe. It was full of mystery. Lin Feng had always wanted to control the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, but he couldn't do it before. Although he could control the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman now, he could only control the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman passively. This made Lin Feng smile bitterly. Since he had to look forward, Lin Feng started thinking about the positive side of things. With the protection of the Magus tribe's Jade Talisman, maybe he could get the Hou Bao. Lin Feng walked forward and began to absorb the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The positions of these top forces were extremely different. The stronger the forces, the closer he got to the mountain. The second level of forces was 100 meters away. The third level of forces was 100 meters away. So, it wasn't a place where he could walk forward as he wished. The cultivators of the lower forces, entering the area where the cultivators of the higher forces were. Wasn't this courting death? Therefore, the rogue cultivators were in the outermost area. And now, Lin Feng was walking towards the depths. Many people looked at Lin Feng. Brother, where are you going? Some of the rogue cultivators who were with Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng suddenly walked towards the depths, which made them confused. Snatch the Hou Bao, Lin Feng said. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of cultivators rolled their eyes. Of course, they didn't think that Lin Feng was telling the truth. They thought that Lin Feng was just joking. Lin Feng's cultivation. How could he possibly snatch the Hou Bao? Would such a young cultivator be slapped to death by one of the experts inside if he tried to snatch the Hou Bao? Of course, Lin Feng could be a genius, and he could also challenge those above his level. But so what? Lin Feng was too young. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Feng was joking. However, they soon discovered that Lin Feng did not seem to be joking. This was because Lin Feng had already walked out of the region where the loose immortals were. Then, he soared into the sky. It quickly flew towards the Hou Bao. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. In front of him was a group of top forces. With so many experts, he naturally had to rush to the mountain range as fast as possible. Then enter the restriction. This way, he wouldn't be besieged by the experts of the top forces. If he was besieged by the experts of the top forces at that time, before he could even touch the Hui Bao, he might have already died without a burial place. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. The attention of the cultivators of the major forces was on the Hui Bao, because the Hui Bao was fluctuating more and more violently. And the power of the restriction seemed to be constantly weakening. Therefore, the cultivators of the major forces were very excited. They were ready to attack at any time. When the restriction dissipated, it was time for them to snatch the Hui Bao. The major forces didn't expect that someone would rush to the Hui Bao without a care for his life. As such, when Lin Feng crossed the place where the cultivators of more than 30 forces were standing, the cultivators of the major forces finally came back to their senses. "Kid, are you courting death?" Many cultivators shouted coldly. The positions of the major forces were a rule that had been passed down for a long time in the world of cultivators. The major forces had to abide by this rule. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. In fact, this was the principle. But now, Lin Feng had violated this rule, which naturally aroused the anger of many forces. Lin Feng was simply slapping the cultivators of those influential groups in the face. "This kid is crazy." The corners of the mouth of many rogue cultivators in the periphery couldn't help but twitch violently after seeing this scene. Their first thought was that Lin Feng was crazy. If Lin Feng wasn't crazy, why would he do such a thing? "Kid, go to hell." Some cultivators attacked Lin Feng. The Earth Immortals and experts above the Earth Immortal level naturally disdained to attack such a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Therefore, the one who attacked was a human Immortal level cultivator. Of course, this level was also an extremely terrifying figure. Lin Feng was a human cultivator, so many people couldn't help but show contempt when they saw Lin Feng. There weren't many powerful bloodlines left in the human race. Because the celestial race and the immortal race didn't recognize themselves as humans, so after countless years, the cultivators in the universe also felt that the celestial race and the immortal race didn't belong to the human race. For a long time, the human race didn't seem to have any young experts rising up. This was also the reason why many forces looked down on the human race. The human immortal cultivator thought he could easily kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't. But soon, the human immortal level cultivator's face revealed a look of surprise. Lin Feng's hand moved towards him and instantly dispersed his attack. Then, the human immortal level cultivator felt the aura of death. Bang! In the next moment, the human immortal level cultivator was killed by Lin Feng's palm strike. Heavens, how is this possible? Many people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Killing a human immortal in an instant was indeed too heaven-defying. And Lin Feng was only a little over 100 years old. He was so young and a human cultivator, but he was actually so powerful. It was indeed too unbelievable. In fact, very few cultivators of other races could reach Lin Feng's level of combat strength at Lin Feng's age. "It's you." At this moment, many people recognized Lin Feng. The great demon Yu looked at Lin Feng with interest. Lin Feng's growth was indeed beyond her expectations. Huangfu Qing Tian, the son of the Eastern Emperor, the blood-haired woman, young Master Mingyue, the myriad immortal sect, the Sacred Army, Old Man Black Wind, Supremacy Yuan Tian, Zi Yuan 1, and the others all recognized Lin Feng. Then, waves of dense killing intent shrouded over. There were so many experts. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Kill him," many people gave the order. Then, the cultivators of the top forces all attacked, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Divine abilities that could destroy heaven and earth were condensed. Those divine abilities gathered together and blasted toward Lin Feng. Under the shroud of so many attacks, Lin Feng suddenly felt the aura of death enveloping his body. He felt as if he had fallen into hell. This time, that kid is dead for sure, seeing so many forces attacking Lin Feng. Many people thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Feng was. Could it be that he could contend against so many powerful cultivators? Wasn't this a daydream? Die, die. Huangfu Qingtian's face was full of ferocity. Lin Feng was finally going to die. Even at night, he would dream of Lin Feng being killed. Lin Feng was a thorn in Huang Fuqingtian's heart. Huang Fuqingtian had always wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he couldn't do it. Instead, he was miserably beaten up by Lin Feng. And today, Lin Feng was about to be killed. His dream was about to come true. Huang Fuqingtian was extremely excited. Now, Huang Fuqingtian was about to wake up from his dream with a smile. Little bastard, you're finally going to die. One immortal sect was also gnashing his teeth. He had always been going smoothly until he met Lin Feng. It was the first time he tasted failure. However, the price they paid each time was too heavy. Because his penis was crippled by Lin Feng. He was no longer a real man. The 10,000 Immortal sect hated Lin Feng even more than Huang Fuqingtian. Huang Fuqingtian and One Immortal sect were just two typical representatives. The rest also wanted to kill Lin Feng for various reasons. Now that so many attacks were coming, they were naturally confident that they could kill Lin Feng. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng and a dead man. There was no difference. Those terrifying attacks were about to hit Lin Feng, but at this moment, Lin Feng's body suddenly disappeared. Xianxia took advantage of Lin Feng's opportunity. Lin Feng used the sky patching technique and dodged the attacks of the strong cultivators. When Lin Feng reappeared, Xianxia was surprised. Lin Feng was only 100 meters away from the restriction. Lin Feng rushed toward the restriction. He's not dead. Who is that kid? He's not dead under the attacks of so many experts. What a freak. The cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of shock. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone. Damn it, those cultivators from the major forces looked extremely gloomy. So many people tried to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was safe and sound. It was as if he had been slapped in the face one after the other. A group of people. They were extremely angry. But, no matter how angry they were, it was too late to stop Lin Feng from entering the restriction. Therefore, they were so depressed that they were about to go crazy. They could only hope that Lin Feng would die under those powerful attacks. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush into the restriction, a mirror light shot out from the void. The mirror light shot toward Lin Feng, trying to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He moved to the left and dodged the attack. In the next moment, a mirror appeared. It was the mirror of future. This wasn't the true body of the mirror of future. It was just a phantom that the mirror of future had projected through the endless void. The mirror of future's methods were extremely terrifying. Moreover, it had many heaven-defying methods. For example, it had projected a phantom to stop Lin Feng from entering the restriction. This kid is Lin Baitian's son. He has the bloodline of sinners. Kill him. What? He's Lin Baitian's son? Everyone was shocked when they heard the mirror of future's words. 100 years ago, Lin Baitian had risen to power. One had to know that the world hadn't changed back then. It was still the age of chaos. Even in places like the Undying Realm and the Celestial Realm, it was rare for a true immortal to appear. However, the age of chaos couldn't stop Lin Baitian's advancement. The bloodline of sinners, once again, it illuminated the world. This matter caused a huge uproar in the Undying Realm, especially among the top factions. They knew the origin of the sinner's bloodline. If a supreme powerhouse of the sinner's bloodline rose to power, it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Fortunately, Lin Baitian had suffered a calamity. So he's the one the Crown Prince wants to capture. The quasi-true immortal of the 8-level palace revealed a sinister look. He hadn't made a move against Lin Feng before, but now he planned to deal with Lin Feng. The 8-level palace had received an order from Di Wudao to capture Lin Feng, the son of Lin Baitian. In the past, Di Wudao could imprint Lin Feng's appearance into a jade tube or crystal. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased. His luck was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Di Wudao couldn't do that. Therefore, although the 8-level palace had received the order, they didn't know what Lin Feng looked like. Although the other party had described Lin Feng's appearance verbally, the appearance formed in the mind was still relatively vague. Naturally, it wasn't as impactful as a portrait. Therefore, the quasi-true immortal of the 8-level palace didn't recognize Lin Feng. But now, he knew Lin Feng's true identity. Naturally, he couldn't let Lin Feng die a quick death. He had to capture Lin Feng. He had to capture him alive. Because Di Wudao's request was to bring Lin Feng alive to see him. Lin Baitian's son. He's actually Lin Baitian's son. Great. After capturing him, we can exchange him for countless benefits from Di Wudao. Many cultivators from different forces had greedy looks in their eyes. Although those forces didn't receive Di Wudao's order, they also knew about the grudge between Di Wudao and Lin Baitian. Therefore, they knew what Lin Feng meant. A group of strong cultivators, including half-true celestial cultivators, attacked Lin Feng. The mirror of future blocked the way. Lin Feng only had one choice. That was to rush forward. Destroy the mirror of future's shadow. Sovereign blood. Awaken. Lin Feng shouted coldly and then jumped out. Then, Lin Feng turned into the Blade of God. Body turned into the Blade of God. This was an ability that could only be obtained after cultivating the Blade of God to a higher level. When Lin Feng's sovereign blood was activated. Above the undying realm. Endless blood qi filled the air. A terrifying pressure began to surge between heaven and earth. The endless blood qi began to condense. It vaguely turned into the emperor of the human race. The sin realm was special. Too many descendants of sinners had died, and their wills had merged with the sin realm. Lin Feng's sovereign blood was called the king of sinners' blood. This was the most powerful sinner's blood. Therefore, when Lin Feng's sovereign blood was activated, the sin realm's laws sensed all of this. The sinner's blood's will has condensed into a saint emperor. A person with the supreme sinner's blood has been born in the undying realm. At this moment, the sin realm shook. In the sin realm, many people had tears in their eyes. Would there be a day when the sinner's blood could be redeemed? Was this day about to arrive? In front of the mountain range, Lin Feng's blade of domination rushed towards the mirror of future as fast as lightning. Soon, Lin Feng's blade of domination had already rushed to the front of the mirror of future. Then, it slashed towards the mirror of future. The void in front of the mirror of future was distorted. The mirror of future's methods were too shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, it still distorted the void in front of it. The mirror of future wanted to use the distorted void to block Lin Feng's attack. But the mirror of future obviously underestimated Lin Feng's methods. Now, Lin Feng's research on the Tao of space was quite deep. So, the distorted void condensed by the mirror of future couldn't stop Lin Feng's footsteps at all. Swish. A light flashed. Lin Feng passed through the distorted void. Then, he appeared in front of the mirror of future. Then, Lin Feng's blade of domination blasted the mirror of future. With a bang, the mirror of future shattered. Because the mirror of future was an illusion, so, it dissipated after shattering. And Lin Feng's blade of domination rushed into the restriction that shrouded the mountain range. Many powerful restrictions wanted to kill Lin Feng. But the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman vibrated with extremely terrifying fluctuations. After the terrifying fluctuations dissipated, those restrictions no longer attacked Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. The experts of many forces saw Lin Feng destroy the illusion of the mirror of future. Then, they rushed into the restriction. One by one, they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Those cultivators attacked one after another, unleashing extremely powerful supernatural powers towards Lin Feng. However, their attacks were instantly broken by the powerful restriction. Then, those restrictions launched an attack on a group of cultivators. Those restrictions were too powerful, and the attacks they unleashed were simply appalling. When the experts of those forces felt the terrifying power of the restrictions, their faces couldn't help but change drastically. The group of cultivators retreated in a somewhat sorry state. They wanted to avoid the attacks of the restrictions. Some people managed to successfully dodge the attack. However, most of them were unable to avoid the attacks of the restrictions. Therefore, they had no choice but to face the attacks of the restriction head-on. Bang bang bang, along with the sounds of violent collisions, one after another, came the sound of violent collisions. The powerful restrictions collided with the cultivators. The more powerful cultivators were able to withstand the attacks of the restrictions. Even so, many of the cultivators had suffered serious injuries from the attacks of the restrictive arrays. Furthermore, some of the cultivators were directly killed by the restrictions. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The restrictions here were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the protection of the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman, which prevented the restrictions from attacking him. If these restrictions were to launch an attack on him, then, at that time, it was hard to say whether or not he could withstand the attacks of these restrictions. Just a little carelessness. He could also die under the attacks of these restrictions. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Lin Feng ignored the people outside and walked towards the Hui Bao. Lin Feng couldn't wait to get the Hui Bao. At the same time, the Crown Prince Palace. The Mirror of Future couldn't help but roar in anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard Lin Feng destroyed the illusion I created with a single move. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Obviously, the Mirror of Future couldn't accept that the illusion it created had been destroyed by Lin Feng with a single move. If it had been destroyed by Lin Feng's continuous attacks, the Mirror of Future would have felt better. But now, the Mirror of Future was in an extremely bad mood. Di Wudao's expression darkened when he saw how exasperated the Mirror of Future was. If this continues, this kid will become something. The Mirror of Future said. Di Wudao nodded. Indeed, but we can't say for sure. After all, his cultivation level is still too low. Even if he obtains the Hui Bao, he won't be able to unleash its full power. With so many strong cultivators surrounding him, do you think he can escape? The Mirror of Future said. Of course not. After saying that, the Mirror of Future couldn't help but frown. If Lin Feng had some hidden techniques, perhaps he could escape. Everything was still unknown. Di Wudao and the Mirror of Future waited for the final result. At this moment, Lin Feng ascended the main peak. Buzz. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman flew out and hovered above Lin Feng. That's the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. When the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman flew out, many people recognized it. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The supreme treasure of the ancestral Magus tribe. No one would have thought that Lin Feng would have such a treasure. Everybody finally understood why Lin Feng's deployment spells were ineffective against him. It must be because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. After all, both the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman and the Hui Bao were supreme treasures of the Magus tribe. Therefore, it was normal for them to form a connection with each other. Buzz. 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 At this moment, the Hui Bao was vibrating with terrifying energy. Sensing the terrifying energy from the Hui Bao, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He reached out to grab the Hui Bao. Lin Feng's hand grabbed the Hui Bao. Then, Lin Feng's energy surged into the Hui Bao. Then, Lin Feng felt an extremely close connection with the Hui Bao. It was because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The Hui Bao didn't reject him at all. He had easily refined the Hui Bao. Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He could feel the terrifying power of the Hui Bao. Besides, Lin Feng realized that Hui's Bao wasn't sealed. It wasn't damaged either. In other words, as long as he was strong enough, then, he could unleash the Hui Bao's power to his heart's content. After Lin Feng refined the Hui Bao, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman didn't return to the spacetime continuum. Instead, it flew into Lin Feng's dantian. Moreover, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman had formed a special connection with Lin Feng's dantian. Previously, Lin Feng had been unable to refine the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. But now, Lin Feng felt that he could give it a try and see if he could refine the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Powerful Dharma powers surged into the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. Lin Feng's Dharma powers were absorbed by the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. And as time passed, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that he had formed a close connection with the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman was a supreme treasure. It was actually refined by Lin Feng. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds came from all directions. The restrictions in the mountain range were disappearing rapidly. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirits were lifted. Then, those cultivators looked at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. In their opinion, so what if Lin Feng had the Hui Bao? Lin Feng couldn't unleash the power of the Hui Bao at all. When the restrictions completely dissipated, Lin Feng would still be dead. 7th update. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. The power of the restriction quickly dissipated. Many experts from various factions surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. There were so many people there that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Obviously, these influential groups wouldn't let Lin Feng leave alive. Both the Hui Bao and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman tempted these cultivators. Moreover, many believed that Lin Feng might have other supreme treasures and legacies on him. After all, Lin Feng was Lin Baitin's son, so no matter what happened. In everyone's eyes, this was a very normal occurrence. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Their eyes were filled with greed. A large number of rogue cultivators stood outside, not making a move. They were waiting for an opportunity. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when the opportunity presented itself. If there wasn't an opportunity, they would just watch the show. Kid, it's time to end this. One by one, the experts closed in, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Experts surrounded him. Rogue immortals, human immortals, earth immortals, and sky immortals were all gathered here. There were even a few quasi-true immortals. The situation was very dangerous. Anyone would feel despair after being surrounded by so many experts. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Ever since he'd refined the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he'd discovered that his power and the talisman's power seemed to be connected. Lin Feng felt as if the Hui Bao had become a part of him. Lin Feng, the Hui Bao, and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman formed a special cycle. This cycle allowed Lin Feng to freely control the Hui Bao. It's time for the world to experience the Hui Bao's supreme power again, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It was as if they understood Lin Feng's words. The Hui Bao actually let out a series of vibrations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many cultivators soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Feng. This is the hell that will bury all of you, Lin Feng said indifferently. What shameless boasting. Those strong cultivators were looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. They were extremely confident in their own strength. In their opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was as easy as blowing off dust. They sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Those top experts fell behind. If their subordinates could deal with Lin Feng, naturally, they didn't need to do anything. After all, the strong had their own dignity. So many people besieged Lin Feng. If top experts like them were to make a move as well, it would be a huge blow to their reputations. It was precisely because of this, therefore, those top-notch experts had yet to make a move. Lin Feng gripped Hou Yi's bow with his right hand. He grabbed the bowstring with his left hand. Then, he slowly drew the Hui Bao. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions to form an energy arrow. The energy arrow was shot by Lin Feng. Whoosh, everyone saw that the energy arrow, with a long tail of light, instantly arrived in front of a loose immortal expert. Then, it shot towards the body of the loose immortal expert. With a loud bang, that loose immortal expert's body exploded. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Many people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hou Yi's bow was terrifyingly powerful. A condensed arrow could actually kill a loose immortal. It was truly too powerful. But soon, they revealed even more shocked expressions. Because Lin Feng had shot out a second arrow. This arrow shot towards a human immortal expert. That human immortal expert's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly took out a defensive shield. He held the shield in his hand to block the arrow. However, by the time the Hui Bao's energy arrow had reached his side, the Hui Bao's energy arrow had already reached him. The energy arrow instantly pierced through the shield, then shot into that human immortal expert's body. Bang! With a second violent explosion, that human immortal expert was also killed by Lin Feng's arrow. Even a human immortal was killed in an instant. Hou Yi's bow truly lives up to its name as one of the 10 great taboo weapons. It's simply too heaven-defying. The loose immortals watching from the periphery couldn't help but exclaim. The power displayed by Hou Yi's bow was extremely shocking. At this moment, Lin Feng attacked as fast as lightning. One after another, energy arrows condensed and shot towards the cultivators charging from all directions. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out one after another as the fleshly bodies of the powerful cultivators were blown apart. Lin Feng discovered that the further the Hou Yi's bowstring was drawn, the more terrifying the condensed energy arrow was. Of course, the further the bowstring was drawn, the more dermic power was consumed. However, Lin Feng had the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so he could attack without any worries. Without the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, his dermic power alone wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His dermic power was about to be depleted. After all, a supreme treasure like Hou Yi's bow was simply too heaven-defying. Naturally, the dermic power consumption was extremely severe. At first, only some loose immortals and human immortals died. Later, even earth immortals died under the Hou Yi's bow. It was a horrifying scene. Countless immortals charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood on the mountain peak. It was as if he was possessed by Hou Yi. He drew the Hou Yi's bow and killed one immortals after another. The immortals from the top factions were all terrified by Lin Feng's slaughter. "Retreat, hurry up and retreat," many people cried out in horror. Even the earth immortals' faces changed drastically. They were almost scared to death. The Hou Yi's bow's power was simply too heaven-defying. They didn't dare to fight against it at all. Therefore, the immortals all retreated. However, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. Arrows were shot out one after another. The immortals who were retreating were also shot to death. Everyone watched the scene unfold in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. It was simply too shocking. They couldn't believe what they were seeing was real. It was just like a scene from a dream. One man and one bow, facing the immortals of the world alone. The immortals from the top factions were so terrified that they fled pathetically. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Feng in awe and fear. Some people were even looking at him with disdain. Some of them were filled with admiration. Even Nangong Muley looked at Lin Feng with a hint of splendor. "Kid, you deserve to die 10,000 times. A Sky Immortal expert said coldly. He stepped forward, wanting to kill Lin Feng. There were a total of 7 Sky Immortals from 7 top factions. The Sky Immortals are about to attack. That kid probably can't withstand their attacks, right? Many people exclaimed when they saw the 7 Sky Immortals attacking. Sky Immortals were high and mighty. They were at the pinnacle of the Void Immortal realm. Therefore, in many people's opinion, even if Lin Feng had the Hou Yi's bow. But, when faced with the attack of a heavenly immortal state being, there was only death awaiting him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield in front of him. The cultivators from the major factions hated and feared Lin Feng at the same time. They wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Feng. But they were defeated by Lin Feng. Most of them died miserably. Only a few of them were lucky enough to escape Lin Feng's attack. Thinking back to the scene just now, they couldn't help but feel aghast. Now they saw 7 celestial immortal experts attack. They saw hope in suppressing Lin Feng. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince issued an order to capture you. You're really a scourge, just like your father. After capturing you, I'll hand you over to His Highness the Crown Prince. When the time comes, His Highness will use you to lure out your father. At that time, all of you will die. A celestial immortal expert from Baji Palace sneered. Looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were full of dense killing intent. In his opinion, today, Lin Feng was bound to be unable to escape even if he grew wings. As soon as the man's voice faded, the 7 celestial immortals all charged at Lin Feng. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng shouted coldly. He pulled the giant bow. At this moment, Lin Feng pulled the Hou Yi bow into a half-full moon state. This was Lin Feng's limit. He even used 6 times the strength of the Dracophan arm. But he only pulled it to a half-full moon state. But a half-full moon state was already powerful enough. 7 energy arrows condensed and formed. Whoosh 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 whoosh, next. 7 energy arrows were released by Lin Feng. The 7 energy arrows pierced through the void, shooting at the 7 celestial immortal experts. Break, the 7 celestial immortals had profound cultivation bases, so they were naturally full of confidence. Facing the terrifying arrows shot out from the Hui Bao, the 7 celestial immortals roared at the same time. In the next moment, they unleashed powerful divine abilities to deal with the incoming arrows. But the 7 celestial immortals obviously underestimated the terrifying power of the Hui Bao. Their divine abilities were instantly penetrated by the energy arrows shot out by the Hui Bao. Then, the 7 arrows rapidly shot towards the 7 celestial immortals. Looking at the energy arrows that shot towards them at high speed, the expressions of the 7 heaven immortal experts couldn't help but change greatly. They didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly used even more powerful techniques to block the 7 energy arrows. Some people took out powerful magic treasures to block the energy arrows, while others used methods to distort the void to block the energy arrows. 9 immortal slaying arrows. Lin Feng sneered as he continued to shoot arrows. Every time, he would pull it to the limit of a half-full moon. The first time, Lin Feng shot 7 arrows, so the power of the arrows was not at its peak. But now, Lin Feng had drawn the Hui Bao to a half-full crescent and had only shot out a single arrow. The power of this arrow naturally reached the pinnacle level. 9 arrows flew out one after another. One after another. 9-star alignment. Shooting down celestial immortals. Lin Feng's 9 arrows were all locked onto the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace. This guy's mouth was full of nonsense. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to get rid of this guy first. At this moment, the celestial immortal of the Baji Palace had summoned a golden pagoda. The golden pagoda floated above him, and rays of golden light shone down on him. The first arrow was blocked by the golden light released by the golden pagoda. Now, 9 arrows were shot one after another. The power of these 9 arrows was even more powerful and terrifying. Clang, the first arrow hit the defensive light shield of the golden tower. There was a sonorous collision sound, and then it dissipated. Clang, the second arrow was shot, and the same clanging sound of collision was heard. Then, it dissipated. Clang, the third arrow was also shot over. This time, the third arrow caused damage to the defensive light shield formed by the golden pagoda. Because cracks had appeared on the defensive light shield. Of course, to be honest, the first and second arrows didn't cause any direct damage to the defensive light shield formed by the golden pagoda. But in fact, they had destroyed the defensive system of the golden pagoda. Therefore, when the third arrow was shot, the defensive light shield of the golden pagoda had begun to crack. The fourth arrow was shot. The cracks became bigger. The fifth arrow was shot. The cracks continued to intensify. At this moment, the cracks on the defensive light shield had spread out like a spider web. The arrows shot by Lin Feng were all concentrated on one point. Therefore, the destructive damage caused by these arrows was extremely terrifying. When the sixth arrow hit the defensive light barrier, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The defensive light shield was directly shattered. Then, the seventh arrow was shot towards the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace. The celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace had an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect that the power released by Lin Feng's Hui Bao would be so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than he imagined. Facing the attack of the seventh arrow, the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace reached out his hand towards the seventh arrow. His fingers had turned green. Then, his fingers collided with the seventh arrow. His finger had actually blocked the terrifying power of the seventh arrow. However, before the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace could let out a sigh of relief, the seventh arrow directly exploded. The celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace was blown away. At this moment, the eighth arrow was shot. The reaction of the celestial immortal expert of the 8 Extreme Palace was extremely fast. When the 8th arrow was shot over, the celestial immortal expert of the 8 Extreme Palace had a very fast reaction. When the 8th arrow was about to reach him, his body moved sideways to the left. Then, the 8th arrow almost brushed past his body. The scene just now was really thrilling. The celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace had never been forced into such a difficult situation. Moreover, the cultivator who forced him into such a difficult situation was only a young human cultivator. This made him go mad with hatred. But at this moment, the ninth arrow was already shot. The celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black gas. He wanted to use that cloud of black gas to block the ninth arrow. The black gas exploded and the ninth arrow was blocked. However, he had yet to let out a sigh of relief. The 10th arrow was shot. The pupils of the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace suddenly shrunk. This was because the appearance of the 10th arrow was too sudden. It actually flew out from the void. This was because Lin Feng had fused the power of space into the 10th arrow. Therefore, the 10th arrow quietly hid in the void. The celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace had been resisting the attacks of the previous 9 arrows. He simply didn't notice the 10th arrow shot out by Lin Feng. It was already too late for the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace to dodge the 10th arrow. The next moment, a poochie sound could be heard. Blood splattered. The 10th arrow directly pierced through the head of the celestial immortal expert of the Baji Palace. Bang! The 8-level palace celestial immortal's body exploded, and he died on the spot. Between heaven and earth, everything quieted down in an instant. But after a short moment of silence, an earth-shattering sound of venting rang through the clouds. Dead. Dead. A celestial immortal expert has actually died. My heavens, how is this possible? That's a celestial immortal, but he was killed by Lin Feng just like that. Even if Lin Feng has the Hui Bao, he's still too young. But he was too young. He was so young. How high could his cultivation be? He shouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Hui Bao. Don't look at him like a normal person. Don't forget, he's Lin Baitian's son. When Lin Baitian was his age, even true immortals didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. The cultivators in the outer regions began to discuss spiritedly. They were very glad. Because they didn't attack. Or else, their deaths would have been extremely tragic. Because the current Lin Feng was too terrifying. He was like a peerless fiend god. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. The other 6 celestial immortals were all terrified when they saw the 8-level palace celestial immortal killed. Those celestial immortals were on par with the 8-level palace celestial immortals. If Lin Feng had the ability to kill the 8-level palace celestial immortal, he naturally had the ability to kill them as well. Therefore, when the 8-level palace celestial immortal was killed, the other 6 celestial immortals turned and fled. Seeing the other 6 celestial immortals flee in such a sorry state, many people smiled wryly. If it were any other time, they wouldn't even dare to imagine the scene before their eyes. 6 celestial immortals were scared to the point of fleeing by a young human cultivator. Would anyone believe it if they told others? Of course, no one would. But now, all of this had happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe what they saw. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed was truly too heaven-defying. It was so heaven-defying that many people couldn't help but be aghast. The ancestral shaman jade talisman. You must have used the power of the ancestral shaman jade talisman. Or else, you can't use the Hui Bao continuously. Black Wind Old Man suddenly said. Previously, Black Wind Old Man, evil lord of 10,000 demons, and divine sect Heaven's 3 experts had chased after Wu Tianhai. They were here to obtain the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. However, in the end, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell into Lin Feng's hands. Right now, Black Wind Old Man was filled with killing intent towards Lin Feng. If it wasn't for Lin Feng saving Wu Tianhai, the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman would have been taken away by them. And that was a failure. The Black Wind Old Man regarded it as a great humiliation. Now that he thought about it, there was still a sense of bristling anger. Magic treasures are also a part of one's strength, Lin Feng said indifferently. You're not a member of the witch race. Without the bloodline of the witch race, it's impossible for you to activate the ancestral witch jade talisman. The reason you're able to utilize the ancestral shaman jade talisman now is because the ancestral shaman jade talisman awakened on its own after it converged with the Hui Bao. That's why you can borrow the power of the ancestral Magus jade talisman. However, I'm sure the power of the ancestral shaman jade talisman will quickly decline. When that time comes, you'll still be dead. Black Wind Old Man said sinisterly. So everyone, we don't have to attack this kid at all. Just surround him and prevent him from leaving. This kid will become a turtle in a jar. Black Wind Old Man's idea was actually very wretched. There were several quasi-true immortals here, as well as so many sky immortals, earth immortals, human immortals, and itinerant immortals. However, they were so frightened by Lin Feng that they didn't dare to attack. This was too embarrassing. However, from another point of view, Black Wind Old Man's idea was indeed a little wretched. However, it was still a good idea. Therefore, the other quasi-true immortals didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with Black Wind Old Man's suggestion. Damn. These pseudo-fruit immortals are so shameless, the itinerant immortals watching from the periphery couldn't help but mutter. They all looked at those quasi-true immortals with disdain. After all, they were quasi-true immortals with such high realms. Could they be any more shameless? Of course, no one dared to slander those quasi-true immortals so casually. Unless they didn't want to live anymore. Lin Feng was speechless. Where did these guys have the aura of an expert? However, their methods were similar to Taoist Wu Liang's wretchedness. Actually, Lin Feng knew that Mr. Black Wind was an old bastard. What he said made sense. Although Lin Feng had sacrificially refined the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, he wasn't sure if he could still activate it after the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell silent. Lin Feng wasn't too sure either. Therefore, the safest way was to kill these people in front of him. Lin Feng said, Black Wind Old Man, you're still as cowardly as ever. Back then, we still needed you, the demon lord of myriad demons, and Shen Zongtian to deal with the sky immortal senior Wu Tianhai. You're as cowardly as an egg. I'm starting to wonder if you have balls. You're probably not a man anymore, right? After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Black Wind Old Man couldn't believe that Lin Feng could say such filthy words. He subconsciously roared, Kid, what did you say? I said you're a coward, Lin Feng said. You. Black Wind Old Man was so infuriated by Lin Feng that his entire body trembled. Meanwhile, the itinerant immortals were enjoying themselves. When had they ever seen such a thrilling scene? A quasi-true immortal expert was being pointed at by a young cultivator and scolded by him. This quasi-true immortal expert didn't even dare to fight back. What a strange story. Now, many people were even hoping that Lin Feng would be able to escape. Hui Bao. Let Lin Feng have it. Anyway, looking at the current situation, it would be very difficult for the Hui Bao to fall into the hands of these itinerant immortals. Rather than letting Lin Feng have it, it would be better than letting those itinerant immortals take advantage of it. You have no manners. I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. Black Wind Old Man finally said coldly. Lin Feng said, I have no manners? Manners my ass. You bunch of old farts who have lived for God knows how many years. You don't even dare to fight me head-on and only dare to use despicable methods to deal with me. Now you're saying I have no manners? If you're not cowards, then what are you? Not only is Black Wind Old Man a coward, but all of you are cowards as well. I won't even call you cowards old dogs because that would be an insult to the animals called dogs. Junior, you're courting death. When had these itinerant immortals ever been insulted like this? Therefore, when they heard Lin Feng's insults, the itinerant immortals all roared angrily. They were so infuriated by Lin Feng that their bodies trembled. Their gazes toward Lin Feng were filled with killing intent. Although these quasi-true immortals wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. But they didn't act. Now wasn't the time to argue with Lin Feng. Capturing Lin Feng was their ultimate goal. The rest of the quasi-true immortals didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. If they really did pay attention to Lin Feng, they felt that Lin Feng would take special care of them. Just like Old Man Black Wind. Being scolded by Lin Feng? And then being depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood, kid. We won't argue with you. When you fall into our hands later, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Old Man Black Wind looked coldly at Lin Feng. This old thing had made up his mind to trap Lin Feng instead of fighting Lin Feng head-on. Lin Feng sneered. If you old turtles don't dare to make a move, Then I don't mind taking the initiative to kill you all. Lin Feng walked outside step by step. He held the Hui bow and shot arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one arrow after another shot towards these quasi-true immortals at lightning speed. There were a total of 5 quasi-true immortals. These 5 were Old Man Black Wind, the deputy commander of the Sacred Legion, an ancestor of the Northern Wilderness war god lineage. This person was called Wanderer Gumo, a peerless beauty of the demon race, Great Demon Yu, a grand elder of the 8-level palace. This person was called Venerable Saint Martial. In addition, there was also Lin Feng's old acquaintance, Venerable Lord Yuan Tian. These 5 powerhouses were all quasi-true immortals. Their strength could be described as unfathomable. The arrows shot by Lin Feng from the Hui Bao instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the 5 quasi-true immortals. Seeing Lin Feng take the initiative to attack, the 5 quasi-true immortals had to attack even if they didn't want to. As a result, the 5 quasi-true immortals unleashed powerful divine abilities to block Lin Feng's arrows. After all, they were quasi-true immortals. Cultivators of the celestial immortal realm were no match for them. The divine abilities of the 5 quasi-true immortals instantly collided with the arrows shot by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's arrows were instantly blocked by their attacks. However, after blocking Lin Feng's arrows, their divine abilities also dissipated. Quasi-true immortals are really powerful. The Hui Bao can't hurt them. I'm afraid Lin Feng is done for. Seeing the 5 quasi-true immortals unleashing their invincible might, a cultivator immediately spoke up. Obviously, he was not optimistic about Lin Feng. After all, quasi-true immortals were simply too powerful. When they attacked, it was simply despairing. Although Lin Feng had the Hui Bao and even had the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman to continuously provide Lin Feng with power. However, in the eyes of those cultivators, it was just as Old Man Black Wind had said. Once the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman weakened or the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell silent. When that time came, how could Lin Feng fight against the 5 quasi-true immortals? Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lin Feng frowned and shot arrow after arrow at the 5 quasi-true immortals. However, the cultivation of the 5 quasi-true immortals was simply too powerful. The arrows shot by Lin Feng, all of them were neutralized by the 5 quasi-true immortals. They couldn't hurt the 5 quasi-true immortals at all. Of course, the 5 quasi-true immortals knew that. Even though they had managed to block Lin Feng's arrows, it wasn't easy for them to do so. Therefore, they did not dare to be careless, because if they were careless, they might really die under the attack of Lin Feng's arrows. Therefore, they surrounded Lin Feng but did not attack. They had been exhausting Lin Feng, wanting to exhaust Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression was not particularly good. Lin Feng was also thinking of a solution. Just as Lin Feng was thinking of a solution to the crisis in front of him, suddenly, something in time and space emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was the arrow that was sealed in the Demon Emperor's secret realm back then. Back then, Lin Feng saw 5 divine arrows in the Demon Emperor's secret realm. However, he only sealed one of them. At that time, all the signs showed that the 5 arrows were the legendary sun-shooting divine arrows. However, Lin Feng could not prove this. Later on, he studied it carefully. He could not prove whether the arrow he obtained was the sun-shooting divine arrow or not. Now, this arrow actually emitted such violent fluctuations. Was it because it sensed the aura of the Hui Bao, therefore, was that why it emitted such violent fluctuations? If that was the case, then, was this arrow really the legendary sun-shooting divine arrow? Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the Hui Bao was also called the sun-shooting divine Bao. It was created together with the sun-shooting divine arrow by Hui. The sun-shooting divine Bao and the sun-shooting divine arrow were a set of magic treasures. The sun-shooting divine Bao and the sun-shooting divine arrow were combined together. Only then could the power reach the peak level. Lin Feng summoned the arrow and then removed the seal on the arrow. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that the Hui Bao and the arrow in his hand had formed a special resonance. It was as if a family member who had been separated for a long time had reunited. Was it really the sun-shooting divine arrow? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Next, his face could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy. This was getting interesting. The Hou-Yi Bao and the sun-shooting divine arrow were together. Next, I want your lives. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 5 experts. Brat, stop bragging. Even if you have the Hou-Yi Bao, you can't do anything to us. The black-wind old man looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Obviously, this old thing thought that Lin Feng was bragging. Lin Feng could not be bothered with the black-wind old man's ridicule. He held the bao in his right hand. With the arrow in his left hand, he knocked the sun-shooting divine arrow on the Hou-Yi Bao. Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be a powerful seal inside the sun-shooting divine arrow, so its power could not be completely released. However, this did not matter anymore. The power of the Hou-Yi Bao was already strong enough. The sun-shooting divine arrow only needed to release a portion of its power, coupled with the terrifying power of the Hou-Yi Bao. When the time came, he would be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Lin Feng pulled the bowstring to a half-full moon position. The energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered from all directions. The energy of heaven and earth all gathered into the sun-shooting divine arrow. The runes on the sun-shooting divine arrow seemed to have awakened. Everyone saw a shocking scene. Behind Lin Feng, surprisingly, there was a man holding a bow and arrow. That man. It seemed to be Hou-Yi. His movements were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. Whoosh. The next moment, the sun-shooting divine arrow locked onto the black-wind old man. Then, it quickly shot towards the black-wind old man. Whoosh. The speed of the sunshot divine arrow was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. The sunshot divine arrow pierced through the void. It instantly arrived in front of black-wind old man. Black-wind old man, this old fart, had always been arrogant in front of him. Lin Feng had long wanted to kill this guy. So, Lin Feng decided to use the sunshot divine arrow to deal with black-wind old man first. Seeing the sunshot divine arrow shooting towards him, black-wind old man couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng's arrow to be so terrifying. The main thing was that he didn't know that the arrow Lin Feng took out was the legendary sunshot divine arrow. Hou-Yi Bao and sunshot divine arrow. The power instantly reached the peak. Although the sunshot divine arrow was still a distance away from him, black-wind old man already felt the threat of death. This feeling was really terrible. Black-wind old man couldn't even remember when was the last time he felt this way. Black-wind old man hurriedly took out a defensive Dharma treasure. The Dharma treasure he took out was a shield forged from golden bones. The defensive power of the shield was very strong. Golden Bone Sacred Shield. It's said to be a top-grade immortal artifact defensive Dharma treasure. When the cultivators saw the shield, they immediately exclaimed. It was definitely an incomparably powerful defensive Dharma treasure. Black-wind old man was a sub-immortal expert, so he naturally had many fortuitous encounters in his long life. Therefore, it was extremely normal for him to be able to collect such a top-grade Dharma treasure. The Golden Bone Sacred Shield, this Dharma treasure, became more than 10 times bigger and floated in front of black-wind old man. It completely blocked the path of the sunshot divine arrow. If the sunshot divine arrow shot over, it would definitely hit the Golden Bone Sacred Shield. Black-wind old man was very confident in his Dharma treasure. He believed that this Dharma treasure could block the attack of the sunshot divine arrow. But when the sunshot divine arrow shot over, everyone saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The Golden Bone Sacred Shield, a top-grade immortal artifact defensive Dharma treasure, was instantly penetrated by the sunshot divine arrow. If those people knew that the arrows Lin Feng shot out were the legendary sun-shooting divine arrows, they would naturally think that everything that happened in front of them was a matter of course. However, the key point was that they did not know that the arrow in Lin Feng's hand was the sunshot divine arrow. As such, when the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through the Golden Bone Sacred Shield, a top-grade defensive magic treasure, the shock it brought to everyone present was almost indescribable. After the sunshot divine arrow pierced through the Golden Bone Sacred Shield, it continued to shoot towards old man Black-Wind. Black-Wind old man had never thought that Lin Feng's arrow would be able to penetrate his defensive magic treasure. Therefore, when old man Black-Wind saw the sunshot divine arrow shooting towards him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Puff, in the next moment, the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through old man Black-Wind's neck. When the sun-slaying divine arrow pierced through Old Man Blackwind's neck, all the vitality in his body disappeared. It was completely severed. Before Blackwind Old Man died, he reflexively reached out his hand to cover his neck. Fresh blood gushed out from Old Man Blackwind's neck. Old Man Blackwind wanted to open his mouth to speak. However, in the next moment, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. Old Man Blackwind was dead. He was shot to death by Linfeng's arrow. When he died, his eyes were wide open. Obviously, Old Man Blackwind died with his eyes wide open. Even when he died, he could not believe that he would be shot to death by Linfeng's arrow. One had to know that Old Man Blackwind was an expert of the quasi-true immortal realm. An expert like him was shot to death by an arrow. No matter who heard of this, the other party would probably not believe it. But now, all of this had happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it even if he did not want to. Old Man Blackwind died just like that. His death was extremely miserable. His corpse fell from the sky. It was only at this moment that many people came back to their senses. The surrounding cultivators, whether they were cultivators from the major forces or those itinerant cultivators, were all scared silly. Let's go. The other 4 quasi-true immortal experts were almost scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. How would they dare to stay? Linfeng was so cruel. If they stayed any longer, they would be the ones to die. The cultivators of the major forces were so scared that they fled frantically. The 4 quasi-true immortal experts also fled frantically into the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, the sunshot divine arrow flew back to Linfeng's hand. Linfeng once again knocked the sunshot divine arrow on the Hui bow. This time, Linfeng aimed at Supremacy Yuan Tian. This woman, damn it, whoosh, the sunshot divine arrow flew out quickly and shot towards Supremacy Yuan Tian. Supremacy Yuan Tian, who was running away, was shocked when she saw the scene. She waved her jade-like hand and took out defensive Dharma treasures one after another. As a living being who had transcended eras, Supremacy Yuan Tian had too many Dharma treasures. She took out a total of 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures. These 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures were arranged in order. They formed 13 defensive barriers. Supremacy Yuan Tian wanted to use these powerful defensive Dharma treasures to block the attack of the sunshot divine arrow. To penetrate 13 immortal weapon defensive Dharma treasures was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was even impossible to achieve. However, Linfeng's sunshot divine arrow did the seemingly impossible thing. Pft! 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 The sunshot divine arrow pierced through one Dharma treasure after another. Soon, the 13 Dharma treasures were all pierced through by the sunshot divine arrow. Then, the 13 Dharma treasures fell one after another. The 13 Dharma treasures were completely destroyed the moment the sunshot divine arrow pierced through them. The itinerant cultivators watching the battle in the outer area saw the 13 top-notch Dharma treasures destroyed just like that. They all felt their hearts ache. Such powerful Dharma treasures were actually destroyed. It was really a pity. At this moment, the sunshot divine arrow had already arrived in front of Supremacy Yuan Tian. Venerable Lord Yuan Tianzuan was wearing silver armor. That silver armor was obviously an extremely powerful Dharma treasure. Linfeng felt that the silver armor was much more powerful than the 13 Dharma treasures that had been destroyed by the sunshot divine arrow. However, the sunshot divine arrow was too powerful. Even the silver armor was pierced through by the sunshot divine arrow. The sunshot divine arrow pierced through Supremacy Yuan Tian's chest. However, the power of the sunshot divine arrow was almost exhausted, so it didn't penetrate Supremacy Yuan Tian's body. In the end, it got stuck in Supremacy Yuan Tian's body. Then, the sunshot divine arrow nailed Supremacy Yuan Tian to a rock wall. At this moment, the rest of the people had already fled. It was too late for Linfeng to chase after them. However, to be able to kill 2 quasi-true immortal powerhouses and resolve the crisis of being surrounded by many powerhouses of the major factions, Linfeng was already extremely satisfied with the outcome of this battle. At this moment, the remaining cultivators were all rogue cultivators. They had not attacked Linfeng before, so they did not have to worry about Linfeng taking revenge on them. Therefore, those rogue cultivators did not leave. Now, those rogue cultivators looked at Linfeng with deep reverence. Lin Feng had killed 2 quasi-true immortals with the Hui Bao in his hand. This battle record was too valiant. It was simply shocking. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was like a god. At this moment, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he found that the power of the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman had begun to dissipate. And the speed of dissipation was extremely fast. It did not take long. The power of the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman had completely dissipated. Fortunately, the other quasi-true immortals had been scared away. Otherwise, if they were to take action now, he would not be able to contend with those guys. That kid's power is declining rapidly. It should be the power of the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman that has quickly quieted down. This kid's cultivation is actually not very good. He mainly relied on the Hui Bao, the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman, and the divine arrow to be able to be so fierce. However, he is not a member of the sorcerer tribe, so he cannot activate the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman. Just now, the ancestral sorcerer Jade Talisman resonated with the Hui Bao, so it was temporarily revived. He is considered lucky, so he had the opportunity to activate the power of the Hui Bao. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would have been killed by those quasi-true immortals. If he had stayed, those quasi-true immortals would not have been able to escape. As one of the 8 great childs of the Undying Realm, young Master Xingyu was very powerful. He seemed to have sensed the situation of Lin Feng's body, so he could not help but speak. His words were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Nangong Muley, who was standing aside, frowned slightly. She did not agree with some of young Master Xingyu's words. Although she did not know much about Lin Feng, Nangong Muley felt that Lin Feng was definitely not a simple character. Perhaps he was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. The reason Lin Feng was able to unleash the might of the Hui Bao was definitely not just because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. For example, Nangong Muley had heard that the Hui Bao was very difficult to draw. It was said that some titled gods could only draw at a short distance. However, Lin Feng had drawn the Hui Bao into a half-full moon. This was something that not even the titled gods were capable of. However, Lin Feng did it. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary Lin Feng was. The more he learned about the Hui Bao, the more he realized how extraordinary Lin Feng was. However, Nangong Muley did not refute young Master Xingyu. She looked at young Master Xingyu and asked, "Young Master, do you intend to kill this brat and seize his Hui Bao?" Young Master Xingyu was indeed tempted. He had been considering this matter before. Who was going to make a move? Or not to make a move, however, in the end, young Master Xingyu gave up on the idea of attacking. Because, the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman had just subsided. Did young Master Xingyu not know that the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman had really subsided? Or was it an illusion that Lin Feng had deliberately created to confuse others and then kill the cultivators who had attacked him? If the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman had really subsided, young Master Xingyu was confident that he could kill Lin Feng. If all of this was an illusion created by Lin Feng, young Master Xingyu knew his limits. Even a quasi-true immortal expert had died under the attack of that divine arrow. Young Master Xingyu was naturally not confident that he could block the divine arrow that Lin Feng had shot out. Moreover, young Master Xingyu was a more cautious person. Therefore, he finally gave up on the idea of dealing with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not care about the gazes of others. He walked forward and took Old Man Black Wind's storage ring and origin energy. Then, he walked toward Supremacy Yuan Tian in the distance. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Supremacy Yuan Tian's place. He grabbed the sun-shooting divine arrow and pulled it out. The sun-shooting divine arrow was pulled out by Lin Feng. A stream of blood spurted out from Supremacy Yuan Tian's wound. She's not dead? Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuan Tian, who had fallen to the ground, in surprise. One had to know that after the sun-shooting divine arrow pierced through the body, the sun-shooting divine arrow would vibrate with an extremely terrifying power. That power would instantly destroy all the vitality of the other party. Logically speaking, Supremacy Yuan Tian should have died. However, she was not dead. Perhaps it was because Supremacy Yuan Tian had some extraordinary means. Therefore, although she had been seriously injured by the sun-shooting divine arrow, she had survived. Lin Feng had used the 8 spirit forbidding seals to seal supremacy Yuan Tian. Since this woman was not dead, then he could suppress this woman. Lin Feng still had many things to ask supremacy Yuan Tian. For example, the whole story of the black-robed clan's 4 supremacies besieging his ancestor, Lin Qi. At that time, the 4 supremacies had still been at their peak. As time passed, supremacy Yuan Tian had fallen to the true immortal realm. Tai Dao's supremacy had said that his ancestor, Lin Qi, had been killed by the 4 supremacies. Lin Feng naturally did not believe this. Of course, Lin Qi's ancestor had indeed been seriously injured in the battle with the 4 supremacies. That much was certain. Besides, Lin Feng wanted to know more about the black-robed clan from supremacy Yuan Tian. The black-robed clan was still one of the most terrifying factions. Among the factions that had transcended epochs, the black-robed clan was one of the best. Lin Feng felt that the black-robed clan should have a certain understanding of the Black Mist clan that had suppressed his mother. These were all things that Lin Feng urgently wanted to know. Originally, it was very difficult to understand some things about the Black Mist clan because there was no way to do so. But now, Lin Feng used supremacy Yuan Tian as a breakthrough point. He suppressed supremacy Yuan Tian in the creation gourd. Then, Lin Feng left this place. Numerous itinerant cultivators gathered in the outer area of the mountain range. They watched Lin Feng leave. No one dared to attack Lin Feng. After leaving that area, Lin Feng planned to find a place to recover his body. Apart from recovering his body, Lin Feng planned to check what treasures were in supremacy Yuan Tian and Elder Black Wind storage rings. These 2 were quasi-true immortal powerhouses. And they had lived for such a long time. They must have many precious things on them, right? Especially supremacy Yuan Tian, who was a creature that had transcended epochs. Presumably, this woman must have a lot of unimaginable and shockingly valuable treasures on her. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. While Lin Feng was in seclusion, the cultivators of the major factions all fled the place. At the same time, all kinds of news began to spread gradually. What happened in the underground world was a great humiliation to the major factions. Naturally, they would not spread the news of what happened in the underground world. Therefore, the ones who spread the news were the itinerant cultivators. Lin Feng, the son of Bloods and Forests Badian, rose to power and killed many immortals with the Hoi Bao. Even the 2 quasi-true immortals were shot to death. This was earth-shattering news. The Undying World's factions were complicated. Naturally, the various major powers had different interpretations of this news. Di Wudao was furious when he heard the news, because he thought that Lin Feng would be killed. After all, Lin Feng was surrounded by so many experts. Wasn't it normal for Lin Feng to die in the hands of those experts? However, things did not go as he wished. Not only was Lin Feng fine, but he also obtained a supreme treasure like the Hoi Bao. And he killed many people. Was Lin Feng going to rise to power like Lin Badian? Di Wudao's jealousy was extremely strong. In the past, he was jealous of Lin Badian. However, he hid his true emotions. He did not show his jealousy of Lin Badian until he joined forces with the mastermind to plot against Lin Badian. Only then did he reveal his sharp fangs. But he did not need to hide his jealousy of Lin Feng. The Mirror of Future said, "Looks like this kid's luck is really strong. He can even deal with such a situation of certain death. He's really not simple. I'm now at the critical moment of breaking through to the true immortal realm. I can't leave at all. If I can, I'll deal with this kid personally," Di Wudao said with a gloomy expression. The Mirror of Future said, "Breaking through to the true immortal realm is the most important thing now. To put it bluntly, those who don't enter the true immortal realm are mortals. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm can one be considered an immortal. Therefore, Your Highness must seize this opportunity and break through to the true immortal realm. If you can't break through this time, the next breakthrough will be 10 times more difficult than now," the Mirror of Future said. Of course, I'm very clear about this point, but I can also see that it's impossible to give the task of killing Lin Feng to others. Those bastards have disappointed me too much, and I can't go out and deal with Lin Feng myself. It's really troublesome," Di Wudao said gloomily. After so many years, there were not many things that could make Di Wudao worry. However, it was obvious that Di Wudao was extremely worried about Lin Feng. The Mirror of Future said, "Actually, I've thought of a way to deal with Lin Feng, and there's no need for your highness to worry about this." Di Wudao's eyes lit up. He asked, "What is it?" "I wonder if your highness has heard of the blood prison?" The Mirror of Future asked. Di Wudao frowned slightly. "I've heard of it. It's said that it's the top assassin dynasty in the Undying Realm. I've also heard that the 7th Heavenly Emperor and the ruler of the blood prison both liked the same woman, but that woman chose the 7th Heavenly Emperor. The ruler of the blood prison assassin dynasty hated the 7th Heavenly Emperor out of love, so he began to plot revenge against the 7th Heavenly Emperor. Later, when the 7th Heavenly Emperor went out to patrol the heavens, he was assassinated by the ruler of the Shui region assassin dynasty. The 7th Heavenly Emperor fled back to the Heavenly Court with heavy injuries, but not long after, he died. The blood prison assassin dynasty is unbelievably powerful. The fall of the 7th Heavenly Emperor infuriated the Heavenly Court, so they sent out many experts to annihilate the blood prison assassin dynasty. It was said that the battle was extremely intense, and the Heavenly Court lost many experts to destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty. After that, the blood prison assassin dynasty disappeared completely. The Mirror of Future said, "Actually, this organization hasn't disappeared." "What? This organization hasn't disappeared? That can't be right." Di Wudao's face was filled with shock. "Of course," the Mirror of Future said, "those who haven't experienced that era don't know how terrifying the blood prison assassin dynasty is. Back then, in order to destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty, the Heavenly Court's army even sent out their most elite troops, led by the top experts of the Heavenly Court. However, after several years of war, they still couldn't destroy the blood prison assassin dynasty. As the Heavenly Court lost more and more experts, the Heavenly Court had no choice but to negotiate with the blood prison assassin dynasty. After the negotiation, the Heavenly Court announced that the blood prison assassin dynasty had been destroyed. In fact, it was just a lie to the world. After all, the Heavenly Court also cared about their reputation. Although the blood prison assassin dynasty suffered heavy losses in that battle, part of their core strength was preserved. After hearing the Mirror of Future's words, Di Wudao was obviously shocked. He had never thought that the assassin dynasty that had caused the Heavenly Court to suffer heavy losses back then, actually still existed in this world. It seemed that even if he was the crown prince of the Undying World still had many secrets that he didn't know. "How do you know about this?" Di Wudao couldn't help but frown slightly. The Mirror of Future smiled and said, "Back then, I followed a top expert of the blood prison assassin dynasty, so, the negotiation back then. I know everything about it." "Oh? There's such a thing? Then, what was the negotiation between the Heavenly Court and the blood prison assassin dynasty?" Di Wudao asked curiously. The Heavenly Court's request was very simple. The blood prison assassin dynasty had to hide and never reveal themselves to the world. The blood prison assassin dynasty agreed to the Heavenly Court's request. From then on, they began to recuperate, so many factions thought that the blood prison assassin dynasty had disappeared. In fact, they didn't. This faction still exists. In fact, I believe the Celestial Emperor also knows about this. A few years ago, he seemed to have contacted the blood prison assassin dynasty, but I don't know why. Di Wudao asked, "Is the blood prison assassin dynasty still accepting missions?" The Mirror of Future said, "Of course. It's just that most people don't know how to contact them. Moreover, the blood prison assassin dynasty doesn't accept ordinary missions. This faction doesn't lack treasures, immortal sutras, or cultivation resources. They accept missions based on whether the mission is challenging or not, and whether it can be used to train their disciples." Emperor Wudao asked, "Do you think capturing Lin Feng will be a challenge?" The Mirror of Future replied, "Of course it will be. However, the Blood Hell Assassin dynasty won't capture Lin Feng. They'll only kill him." Emperor Wudao frowned. "If they want to kill him, so be it. I wanted to capture him alive, but that little bastard is a disaster. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace." So, I'll have to trouble you to personally go to the Blood Hell Assassin Dynasty and contact the experts there to kill Lin Feng. No problem. I'm happy to serve you, Your Highness. The Mirror of Future smiled. Swish, there was a flash of light, and the Mirror of Future disappeared. Clearly, the Mirror of Future had gone to contact the Blood Hell Assassin Dynasty. Emperor Wu Dao closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the true immortal realm. Meanwhile, the Celestial Emperor also received news of the battle. The Celestial Emperor Palace. The Celestial Emperor opened his eyes. An old man stood in front of the palace. This old man was none other than the divine Heavenly King. I'm afraid the sinner's blood in Sin Realm will make a move again. Heavenly King. Pay more attention to the situation in Sin Realm. The Celestial Emperor narrowed his eyes. Understood, the divine Heavenly King replied. The news of Lin Baitian's son's birth and rise to power continued to spread. After this matter spread throughout the entire Sin domain, a stone was thrown into the calm lake. So it's his son. No wonder the laws in Sin Realm changed. The sinner's blood emperor. When will he descend upon Sin Realm? Voices rang out one after another. Many people were waiting for Lin Feng to descend upon Sin Realm again. At this moment, Lin Feng was still in seclusion. After he had finished adjusting his body's condition, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng hadn't absorbed Old Man Black Wind's origin energy. This was because Lin Feng's next breakthrough would be to break through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. Lin Feng knew this. If other people were to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, they would definitely be able to complete the breakthrough by refining the source of a quasi-true immortal. However, Lin Feng's savings were simply too powerful. Thus, in order for Lin Feng to break through, refining the essence power of a cultivator at the quasi-true immortal stage was far from enough. As such, if Lin Feng wanted to break through to the Qi layer, he would need the help of the spiritual snowbone fire. Lin Feng knew this as well. Whoosh. Light flashed, and 2 storage rings flew out. Lin Feng first sent his spiritual force into Old Man Black Wind's storage ring. Inside Old Man Black Wind's storage ring, all kinds of immortal stones were piled up like mountains. Lin Feng even saw middle-grade and high-grade immortal stones. Among them, there were 15 mountains worth of low-grade immortal stones. Each mountain was worth about 30 million low-grade immortal stones. 15 mountains would be 450 million low-grade immortal stones. There were about 5 mountains worth of middle-grade immortal stones, which meant that there were about 150 million of them. There were about 2 mountains worth of high-grade immortal stones, which meant that there were about 60 million of them. In fact, even Old Man Black Wind usually used low-grade immortal stones to cultivate. Sometimes, he would use middle-grade immortal stones. However, he rarely used high-grade immortal stones. He would only use high-grade immortal stones when breaking through to the next realm because they were very precious. After countless years, Old Man Black Wind had only collected these high-grade immortal stones, so he naturally had to use them sparingly. Looking at the 2 mountains of high-grade immortal stones, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This old man really has a lot of immortal stones. I'm afraid I'll need high-grade immortal stones to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. These high-grade immortal stones can provide me with an endless supply of pure energy when breaking through. Then, Lin Feng continued to search for other treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng found many other things in Old Man Black Wind's storage ring. For example, there were all kinds of forging materials, magic treasures, heavenly and earthly treasures, and other rare treasures that were piled up into mountains. Old Man Black Wind had a total of 7 offensive magic treasures. They were the Sky-Piercing Saber, 100-folding Fan, Soul-Hooking Claw, Sun-Moon Blood Soul Sword, Heaven-Ringing Bell, Dark Devil Pearl, and Cloud Dragon Sword. Old Man Black Wind actually had an extremely powerful defensive magic treasure, the Golden Bone Sacred Shield. However, it was destroyed by Lin Feng's shooting Sun Divine Arrow. Lin Feng originally wanted to find if Old Man Black Wind had any supreme immortal scriptures or similar inheritances. However, he didn't find any of these things. Although Lin Feng found some divine ability inheritances, they clearly couldn't arouse Lin Feng's interest. Old Man Black Wind also had a lot of pills. There were more than 1,000 different types of immortal pills. Of course, compared to his immortal stones, it was much less. Actually, cultivators, especially those with extremely powerful cultivation, didn't like to store pills. This was because the medicinal power of pills would gradually dissipate. Therefore, they were more willing to store top-grade immortal stones. They could just buy them when they needed immortal medicines. Newly bought or newly refined medicinal pills had the best medicinal effects. Lin Feng moved all the treasures in Old Man Black Wind's storage ring into time and space. Then, Lin Feng took out Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring. Lin Feng tried to invade Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring with his spiritual force. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that his spiritual force was blocked by a very powerful force. That force was the sole power that Supremacy Yuan Tianming had left in the storage ring. Since Supremacy Yuan Tianming hadn't died yet, this storage ring still had an owner. Lin Feng directly destroyed the restrictions in Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring in the most domineering way. Then, Lin Feng's spiritual force invaded Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring. Supremacy Yuan Tianming's storage ring was even more extraordinary. It actually formed a mountain river world. There were even many living beings in this mountain river world. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Such a mountain river world was still relatively rare. And in this mountain river world, immortal meridians were spread out one after another. Those immortal meridians were at least middle-grade immortal stone meridians. Supremacy Yuan Tianming didn't move low-grade immortal stone meridians into this mountain river world at all. Supremacy Yuan Tianming was a living being that had transcended epochs. Therefore, in the beginning of the epoch, all kinds of immortal meridians had formed. At this time, Supremacy Yuan Tianming was incomparably powerful, so she had plundered countless immortal meridians. Even though an epoch had passed, most of the immortal meridians had already been used by Supremacy Yuan Tianming. However, there were still thousands of middle-grade immortal stone meridians, as well as about 200 high-grade immortal stone meridians. Lin Feng had thought that Old Man Black Wind's wealth was already shocking enough. But now, he knew that Old Man Black Wind compared to Supremacy Yuan Tianming. It was like comparing a beggar to a billionaire. There was no comparison at all. Lin Feng continued to search through Supremacy Yuan Tian's ring. Lin Feng discovered that there were 34 immortal artifacts in Supremacy Yuan Tian's ring. However, Lin Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, Supremacy Yuan Tian had a total of 13 defensive immortal artifacts. Including the silver armor she was wearing, there should be 14 defensive immortal artifacts. Therefore, it was normal for her to have 34 offensive immortal artifacts. Supremacy Yuan Tian had hundreds of thousands of various immortal pills. In addition, all kinds of treasures, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on were also piled up like mountains. Lin Feng was considered relatively wealthy before. However, after seeing Supremacy Yuan Tian's wealth, he still had a dumbfounded expression. Supremacy Yuan Tian's wealth was simply too much. Lin Feng was shocked. His divine will found an astonishing item in the pile of Dharma treasures. Lin Feng took that item out. It was a jade-like bone. Although it was just a bone, it emitted an extremely powerful aura. This was why Lin Feng was shocked. Tyrant bone, it was actually a tyrant bone. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. The tyrant bone could allow a cultivator's haki to evolve. The tyrant stone could help a cultivator cultivate haki. Whether it was the tyrant bone or the tyrant stone, they were one of the rarest treasures in the world. It was extremely difficult to find these two supreme treasures. Supremacy Yuan Tian's woman was really not simple. She even had a treasure like the tyrant bone. The tyrant bone was mainly used for evolving haki. It was very difficult for ordinary haki to evolve. Theoretically speaking, even ordinary haki could devour the tyrant bone and try to evolve, but the success rate was too low. Therefore, very few cultivators would do this because it would waste a treasure like the tyrant bone. However, evolving haki was different. There were very few people who could awaken haki that could evolve. In an era that spanned 3,000 great eras, people who could awaken haki that could evolve were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. However, although the number was small, there were still some. For example, Lin Feng's epic haki was an evolving haki. Now, it had evolved to the level of red haki. Transparent haki, white haki, red haki, orange hockey, yellow hockey, green hockey, cyan hockey, blue hockey. This was the division of the 9 levels of hockey. Currently, Lin Feng's epic hockey was stuck at the 3rd stage. If he refined the tyrant bone, then Lin Feng's epic hockey could probably evolve to the 4th stage, which was the orange level of hockey. Once Lin Feng's hockey evolved to the orange hockey stage, the power of hockey would be greatly increased. But that wasn't the most important thing, because Lin Feng had 4 types of qi, so if his epic qi evolved, he would be able to use it. In that case, when Lin Feng used the magnetic field, the power of the magnetic field would increase exponentially. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. The 4 great hockey were closely related, which was why the epical hockey evolved. It would also greatly enhance the power of the other 3 types of hockey. Lin Feng was extremely interested in Supremacy Yuantian's inheritance. After all, Supremacy Yuantian's black-robed clan was one of the top clans of the epic Lost Clans. Their Immortal Sutra must be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to study the black-robed clan's Immortal Sutra. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. After studying the black-robed clan's Immortal Sutra thoroughly, he would know where the black-robed clan's weakness was. It would be much easier to deal with the black-robed clan in the future. After searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find the black-robed clan's Immortal Sutra. He withdrew his divine consciousness from the storage ring. Then, Lin Feng moved the countless treasures and immortal meridians from Supremacy Yuantian's storage ring into Lin Feng's time and space. So many immortal stones and immortal meridians suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's time and space. His time and space was filled with immortal qi. Lin Feng's time and space had become a sacred cultivation ground. Now, Lin Feng could even capture many mortals and put them in his empty space and time world, and they could live there. He could even let them cultivate inside. In this way, Lin Feng was equivalent to a creator. Of course, Lin Feng did not have such plans. Now, he planned to refine the tyrant bone and let his epical hockey complete its evolution. Then, he would think of a way to pry open Supremacy Yuantian's mouth. He would see what he could get from Supremacy Yuantian. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to refine the tyrant bone. As time passed, the power of the tyrant bone was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's epical hockey began to gradually evolve. After about a day, Lin Feng's epical hockey. It had finally completed its evolution. His epical hockey had transformed from red hockey to orange hockey. Lin Feng could not help but smile. It had finally completed its transformation. It had not been easy. Lin Feng then summoned Supremacy Yuantian, who had been imprisoned by him. At this moment, Supremacy Yuantian had already woken up. She was actually an extremely beautiful woman. And she had once stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Conquering such a woman, it would probably make countless men's blood boil. But Lin Feng had no interest. Because the current Supremacy Yuantian was only his prisoner. Supremacy Yuantian's expression was extremely ugly. She had never thought that she would fall into Lin Feng's hands. When she first met Lin Feng, in her eyes, Lin Feng was nothing more than an ant. How many years had it been? Lin Feng had already grown to such a level, just thinking about it was enough to make people turn pale with fright. Unlike Lin Feng, the strength of these supremacies declined very quickly at the end of the epic. A few years ago, Supremacy Yuantian was still at the perfected immortal realm. Now, she had fallen to the quasi-perfected immortal realm. This made Supremacy Yuantian feel very helpless. Only a small number of people in the epic remnant clan could reverse fate, and their cultivation would not fall. Instead, they would become stronger. However, such people were too few. It was not something that could be done with strength alone. It also required opportunities and some luck. Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuantian and said, "Did you think that you would be captured by me one day?" Supremacy Yuantian said hatefully, "I wanted to kill you back then, but Tai Dao Supremacy said that it would not be fun to kill you directly. He wanted to slowly toy with you to death. He told me not to interfere. So I did not kill you." Who would have thought? That little ant from back then had actually become so powerful. It's really like nurturing a tiger invites calamity. If I had known, I would have crushed you back then. Supremacy Yuan was an extremely prideful person, even though she had become Lin Feng's prisoner. However, she did not have any awareness of being a prisoner. She continued to mock Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. Times have changed. You are no longer the person I needed to look up to back then. And I am no longer the weak youth from back then. Have you heard of this saying? It is better to bully an old man than a poor youth. Back then, my cultivation was still short, and my cultivation was not strong. But now, things have changed. You, on the other hand, are in a different situation. As an epic descendant, your cultivation base is getting weaker and weaker as time passes. You are no longer qualified to be my opponent. If it was Tai Dao Exalted Lord, I would have long since cut him into pieces. Do you know why I haven't killed you yet? Supremacy Yuan ignored Lin Feng. She remained silent with a gloomy face. She would not beg Lin Feng for mercy. Although her cultivation had fallen, she was still a peerless expert in the past. Therefore, she was still extremely prideful. Lin Feng didn't care that Zun Tian Yuan was ignoring him. He said indifferently, the reason why I didn't kill you is because I have tender feelings for women. You should be glad that you are good-looking. Humph. Supremacy Yuan snorted coldly. She still did not say anything. Lin Feng said. I will ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. Supremacy Yuan said coldly. I won't answer any of your questions. Even if you kill me, I won't answer any of your questions. So, you should give up now. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. That little girl surprisingly didn't want to cooperate. And she looked like she would rather die than submit. Lin Feng said. Now, you can't die just because you want to. You are my prisoner now. Whether you die or I die is up to me. Since you're unwilling to answer my question, I'll convert you. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to get tangled up with Supremacy Yuan Tian. He preferred to use violent means to achieve his goals. Lin Feng used the Great Purification technique. Then, a powerful force of purification poured into Supremacy Yuan Tian's mind. However, very soon, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was because Lin Feng hadn't discovered Supremacy Yuan's soul. You fused your soul with your body? Lin Feng asked Supremacy Yuan. Lin Feng knew that some otherworldly creatures or lost races of the epic possessed such strange techniques. They could completely merge their souls with their bodies. If that was the case, others would not be able to harm their souls. Seems like you are quite knowledgeable. Supremacy Yuan Tian sneered. Now, Venerable Lord Yuan had a plan to go all out. In any case, she knew that falling into Lin Feng's hands would definitely not end well. However, Supremacy Yuan Tian was unwilling to submit to Lin Feng. No matter what Lin Feng did to her, even if he killed her, she wouldn't cooperate with Lin Feng. This was something that Supremacy Yuan Tian had long planned. Lin Feng said. You think that I can't deal with you if you don't cooperate, right? You think that I can't deal with you if I can't convert you, right? If that's the case, then you are gravely mistaken. If you don't cooperate with me honestly, do you believe that I will sell you to a brothel? At that time, everyone in the world will know that the dignified Supremacy Yuan Tian of the lost races of the epic has been sold to a brothel. I wonder what kind of sensational scene it will be. I can guarantee that you will definitely be the biggest star in the world. I will kill you. Supremacy Yuan Tian was so angry that she went berserk when she heard Lin Feng's words. Then, she pounced on Lin Feng. Her magic power was sealed, and she couldn't use her strength, but she could still move her body. F***ck, seeing Supremacy Yuan Tian pouncing on him like a shrew, Lin Feng couldn't help but jump in fright. It seemed that everyone had a weak spot, and he had hit Supremacy Yuan Tian's weak spot. Supremacy Yuan Tian gritted her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't use her magic power. In front of Lin Feng, she naturally didn't have much of a deterrent force. Lin Feng grabbed Supremacy Yuan Tian's wrist and held her so that she couldn't move. It's useless to struggle. If you cooperate with me honestly, I might take you in as a personal maid. With your beauty, you're barely qualified to be my personal maid. Lin Feng pinched Supremacy Yuan Tian's snow-white chin and said. Supremacy Yuan Tian was very hateful. She could even be described as vicious. However, no one could deny her beauty. She was a peerless beauty. Her beauty was suffocating. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me your personal maid? Supremacy Yuan Tian said angrily. She was very arrogant, even more so than when she had been strong. She valued her face and dignity even more. People were often like this. When you had absolute strength, everyone would respect you. To put it bluntly, if you farted at this time, people would say that it smelled good. But what if your strength fell? Who wouldn't want to step on you? Therefore, Supremacy Yuan Tian still wanted to use her so-called pride to maintain her dignity when she had been a peerless powerhouse in her previous life. However, she had forgotten one thing. The current her no longer had such qualifications. Why are you so angry? There is one thing you need to know. Nowadays, there are many things that you can't refuse just because you want to. Only the strong have the right to choose, and the weak are destined to live by the whims of others. The current you is the weak. I let you be my personal maid because I think highly of you. If you serve me well, I might even let you be my concubine in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile. I, Supremacy Yuan Tian, will not become a vassal of any man. Supremacy Yuan Tian said coldly. Do you believe me when I say that I can make your insistence collapse instantly? Lin Feng said with a smile. You. Supremacy Yuan Tian's face turned pale. She was a smart person, so she naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. She looked glum as she said, Lin Feng, you're despicable and shameless. Compared to your father, you're a good man and you're a shameless bastard. You're a shameless bastard. Thank you for the compliment. You can say whatever you want. Now, I just want to ask you a question. Will you answer me? My patience is limited. Lin Feng said indifferently. Supremacy Yuan Tian bit her lip and finally nodded. Ask away. But after I answer you. You can't have any improper thoughts about me. Lin Feng looked at Supremacy Yuan and said, I don't have any improper thoughts about you, and you don't have the right to make me have improper thoughts about you. You are my prisoner, my slave. Whatever I do to you is reasonable. You have to understand this principle. You, Supremacy Yuan glared at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng's words had infuriated her. But soon, Supremacy Yuan's heart was filled with helplessness. Lin Feng's words were actually quite reasonable. Because she was indeed Lin Feng's prisoner now. Lin Feng said. Of course, my attitude towards you is still the same as before. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. If you cooperate with me, I won't do anything ruthless. I hope you remember what you just said. Supremacy Yuan looked deeply at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Back then, you and Tai Dao Supremacy worked together to deal with my ancestor, Lin Qi. Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson said that my ancestor was killed by you. He must be lying, right? Based on Lin Feng's understanding of his ancestor, Lin Qi, Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson was lying. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that Tai Dao Supremacy and the other supremacies had the strength to kill Lin Qi's ancestor. After all, his ancestor, Lin Qi, was on the same level as his mother's ancestor, the Lord of Gods. The Lord of Gods was the first expert to rise after the end of the era of titled gods. He had even created a new cultivation system. From this, one could see how powerful the Lord of Gods was. In other words, it also proved how powerful his ancestor, Lin Qi, was. Supremacy Yuan said. Actually, Tai Dao Supremacy is indeed lying. We four supremacies didn't participate in the battle back then. We were only watching from afar. Watching from afar? Lin Feng was stunned. He still remembered Tai Dao Supremacy's vivid description of what had happened back then. After all this time, Tai Dao Supremacy wasn't even qualified to participate in the battle back then, he was only qualified to watch from afar. After all these years, he had believed Tai Dao Supremacy's grandson's words. Tai Dao Supremacy really knew how to boast. He really knew how to flatter himself. Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Qi is such a terrifying existence. How could we be qualified to fight him? The ones fighting against him are the 8 great sacred ancestors of our black-robed clan. You might not understand the strength of the 8 sacred ancestors, but let me tell you this. Sacred ancestors are people who can reverse destiny. Their strength. Especially at the 2 nodes of the destruction of an era and the birth of a new era, their strength will increase exponentially. Even the weakest among the 8 sacred ancestors is a cultivator who has crossed 2 epochs. The sacred ancestor. Lin. Because they knew that even if they killed Lin Qi, the 4 of them would definitely die at his hands. Lin Qi also knew his own situation. If the battle continued, even if he killed the 4 sacred ancestors, he wouldn't be in a good situation. Therefore, both sides had a tacit understanding. They chose to stop the battle and left. Damn. Ancestor Lin Qi is actually so powerful, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Lord Yuan Tian's description seemed to bring Lin Feng back to that great battle. In the boundless starry sky, Ancestor Lin Qi had faced the 8 sacred ancestors of the black-robed clan alone. How hot-blooded was that? The strength of the 8 sacred ancestors is unimaginable. They once slaughtered the heavens, but they weren't able to kill Lin Qi. The main reason is that Lin Qi's vitality is too strong. He has awakened his undying bloodline 10 times. He's practically immortal. That's why the 8 sacred ancestors didn't kill him. Otherwise, how could a living being of this epoch contend with cultivators who have transcended several epochs? Supremacy Yuan pursed his lips. Awakened his undying bloodline 10 times? Lin Feng was shocked. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented an ominous sign. Awakening his undying bloodline 10 times. This meant, Ancestor Lin Qi had broken this ominous sign. No wonder Ancestor Lin Qi was so powerful. Who would have thought, Ancestor Lin Qi was so weak when he was young? In the Undying clan, he was regarded as a useless bloodline. His status was low. Therefore, after Ancestor Lin Qi's mother died, he wasn't even qualified to be buried in the ancestral grave. As expected. The saying "don't bully a poor young man" would never go out of style. Later on, it was rumored that Ancestor Lin Qi died. What do you think of this? Lin Feng asked Supremacy Yuan. The decline of his bloodline. It had a lot to do with Ancestor Lin Qi's death. Of this, he was certain. Supremacy Yuan said, I also heard this news back then, but I didn't believe it. 4 of the 8 great divine ancestors were killed in order to kill Lin Qi. How could Lin Qi die? Unless the mastermind behind the scenes made a move, it would be possible to kill Lin Qi. However, as far as I know, the mastermind behind the scenes who experienced the Khanate lifeform battle is also recuperating and wouldn't appear at that time. Therefore, the news of Lin Qi's death itself is very deceptive. Of course, I don't know why this news was spread. Something unknown must have happened back then. And what these things were, perhaps only the people involved would know. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This matter was indeed a little strange. Could it be that Ancestor Lin Qi wasn't dead? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. If Ancestor Lin Qi wasn't dead, then what did Ancestor Lin Qi do? Lin Feng was very puzzled and wanted to know. But what could he do? He had no clues. Is there anything else you want to ask? Supremacy Yuan asked. Lin Feng said, according to what you said, your black-robed clan should be an extremely ancient clan, right? How many eras has your black-robed clan spanned? Supremacy Yuan said, I'm not very clear about this. The oldest person I can come into contact with is the ancestor who spanned 8 eras. His strength is very strong. It's simply unimaginable. He can even be called a creator, as he can casually create new life. His strength spanning 8 eras is so terrifying? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Of course. An expert who had crossed 8 eras. In the history of eras. Also an extraordinary figure. Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. A living being who had crossed 8 eras was already so powerful. In this world. Was there an existence who had crossed 3,000 eras? From the beginning of the first era until the current era, there were still people in this world. If there was an existence of this level. Then. What kind of cultivation level would such an existence have? But soon, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. In this world. How could there be such a heaven-defying figure, crossing 3,000 eras? Wouldn't that be eternal life? Lin Feng continued, a race like yours must have a top-notch immortal sutra. Tell me the immortal sutra. I'll study it. Hearing that, Supremacy Yuan's pretty face changed slightly. If she told Lin Feng the immortal sutra, it was tantamount to betraying the black-robed race. What was the consequence of betraying the black-robed race? Supremacy Yuan was very clear. She said with an ugly expression, if you want the black-robed race's immortal sutra, you might as well kill me directly. You should know that you have no choice now that you've fallen into my hands. You don't have to keep saying that I'll kill you in front of me. I won't kill you because I can't bear to kill a delicate beauty like you. You know very well that you can't resist me. I'll always have a way to make you talk. Moreover, now that you've fallen into my hands, do you think this matter will spread to the black-robed race? Perhaps when you fell into my hands, the black-robed race had already regarded you as a traitor. Lin Feng said indifferently. He had been observing the changes in Supremacy Yuan's eyes. Lin Feng's words were actually a psychological attack. Because Lin Feng wasn't sure if what he said was right or if he could poke at Supremacy Yuan's weakness. Lin Feng realized that after he said those words, Supremacy Yuan's pupils contracted violently. It seemed that those words had indeed touched Supremacy Yuan's heart. It seemed the black-robed race was indeed an extremely heartless race. Moreover, Lin Feng's analysis was very likely to be close to the actual situation. That was why Supremacy Yuan had such an expression on his face. Supremacy Yuan Tian, if you join me, I can guarantee your safety. Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan Tian sneered. Save it. You want to protect me with your puny cultivation? You don't even know what you are capable of. Don't think that I don't know anything about you. You can activate the power of Hou Bao because of the Jade Talisman, but clearly, you can't activate the Jade Talisman as you wish. This supreme treasure is highly repulsive to the outsiders. Therefore, even though you've refined the Jade Talisman, it's still impossible for you to activate it as you wish. If you can't borrow the power of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, can your Hou Bao kill a quasi-true immortal? Even a Sky Immortal powerhouse might not be able to kill it. With your cultivation, how can you guarantee my safety? Said Lin Feng. I can help you change your fate. After that, your qi will change. At that time, the strong cultivators of the Black Chong Pao clan won't be able to sense your qi. After that, you will obtain even more benefits. At that time, your cultivation will increase like an ordinary person's. It won't be like it is now. It won't be like it is now. It won't be like it is now. You have such an ability? Supremacy Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. In fact, it was relatively easy to instigate someone like Supremacy Yuan to defect. Why was that? Because Supremacy Yuan was a being that had transcended eras, her family might have died long ago. Over the long years, the bloodline connection between races had become extremely thin. Therefore, the honor of a race wasn't that strong. The sense of belonging to a race wasn't that strong either. The reason these beings that had transcended eras were still gathered together was because of the drive of interest. If Lin Feng gave Zun Tianyuan hope, Zun Tianyuan naturally didn't want to die. Why had she chosen the path of death before? Actually, at the end of the day, it was because she felt tired. Moreover, she hated the feeling of becoming weaker and weaker. Now, Lin Feng's words had given her hope of living like a normal person. Is everything you said true? Supremacy Yuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Of course it's true. Lin Feng caressed Zun Lord Yuan Tian's delicate face. He said, I have many abilities. You'll know how powerful I am in the future. When the time comes, you probably won't be willing to leave even if I ask you to. Supremacy Yuan said. That'll have to wait until you can really change my fate. Lin Feng said. Of course, but I have a request. What request? Supremacy Yuan asked. You have to swear allegiance to me because I'll never do something like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan's expression changed. Finally, she said, if you can really help me, I'll agree. Of course, I'll agree to it. Then you can make the oath. After you make the oath, I'll immediately help you. I'll help you immediately, said Lin Feng. Supremacy Yuan bit her lip and began to make the oath. I, Supremacy Yuan, am willing to make an oath. If Lin Feng can change my fate, I'll be loyal to Lin Feng and will never betray Lin Feng. If I betray Lin Feng, I'll die a horrible death. After Zun Tian Yuan made the oath, Lin Feng immediately felt a strong connection with Zun Tian Yuan. Lin Feng began to recite the incantation of the Great Fate technique. Great Path of Fate, I'll use the power of fate to change the fate of this woman in front of me. Please descend the power of fate and let me completely change her life aura. After Lin Feng's incantation fell, the power of fate descended from the sky and poured into Supremacy Yuan's body. Supremacy Yuan immediately felt that her life aura was being changed. Everyone's life aura was different. And a person's life aura was already destined from birth. What was destined from birth was fate. This couldn't be changed. However, Lin Feng had mastered the Great Fate technique. As his cultivation increased, Lin Feng's research on the Great Fate technique became deeper and deeper. Therefore, Lin Feng had mastered many amazing methods. Others couldn't change a person's fate. However, Lin Feng could do it. My life aura has really changed. Supremacy Yuan's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She could clearly feel the changes in her life aura. This change made Supremacy Yuan extremely excited. Because Lin Feng was telling the truth, Zun Lord Yuan Tian realized that Lin Feng was telling the truth. Lin Feng seemed to have the ability to change her fate. As time passed, Supremacy Yuan's life aura was subtly changing. Every race had their own life aura. As for each person, although they were of the same race. However, their life auras were completely different. That was the most shocking part of it all. All kinds of different life auras could allow people to determine the specific identity of this person. For example, if Lin Feng's life aura was remembered by someone, even if he used the Grand Essence Movement technique to change his current appearance, he would still be recognized. The reason was that a person's appearance would change, but a person's life aura would not change. Lin Feng planned to change Supremacy Yuan's life aura to that of a human cultivator. In this way, no one would know that Supremacy Yuan was a living being that had crossed eras. When the time came, he would let Supremacy Yuan wear a veil. No one would be able to see Supremacy Yuan's appearance. Therefore, as long as Supremacy Yuan did not deliberately expose herself, no one would be able to discover Supremacy Yuan's true identity. Lin Feng spent 2 days to completely change Supremacy Yuan's appearance. Supremacy Yuan's life aura became that of a human cultivator. Now, anyone who saw Supremacy Yuan would say that she was a female cultivator of the human race. Not a female cultivator of the lost races of the era. Immediately, Lin Feng continued to chant the incantation. This time, Lin Feng began to change Supremacy Yuan's fate. With the foundation from before. Therefore, it seemed much easier to use the Great Fate technique to change Supremacy Yuan's fate this time. The Great Tao of Fate, please descend with the flow of fate. I will use the power of fate to change this poor woman's fate. Lin Feng's incantation rang out. When his incantation fell, the power of fate descended again. This time, the power of destiny began to change Supremacy Yuan's fate. It was indeed difficult to change a person's fate. Lin Feng tried many times but discovered that he couldn't change Supremacy Yuan Tian's fate. However, Lin Feng did not give up. He tried again and again. After trying many times in a row, finally, there was a slight change in Supremacy Yuan's fate. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike bursting begins with an ant's nest. When the gears of fate began to turn. When the birth providence began to change, Supremacy Yuan Tian's fate began to change subtly. Time passed. 10 days later, Supremacy Yuan Tian's fate was finally changed by Lin Feng. Supremacy Yuan Tian had never been as relaxed as he was now. She had never felt so comfortable before. Previously, Supremacy Yuan Tian's cultivation kept falling, and his body was also weakening. This feeling nearly drove Heavenly Venerate Yuan crazy. However, Supremacy Yuan Tian felt that his body had become even stronger than before. His realm had also become much stronger than before. It's really done, Heavenly Venerate Yuan opened his eyes. She still couldn't believe it. Because even in the black-robed clan, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to change fate. Supremacy Yuan Tian originally thought that there was no hope for her in this life. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually help her change her fate? At this moment, Supremacy Yuan Tian actually cried tears of joy. This was like a person trapped in a desert. He was already filled with despair. However, in the next moment, someone brought him out of the desert. This kind of joy came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, Supremacy Yuan Tian was crying now, not because he was sad, but because he was excited. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This woman wouldn't throw herself into his arms, right? When the time came, should he refuse, or should he accept it? What Lin Feng imagined didn't happen. Supremacy Yuan Tian was very grateful to Lin Feng for helping her change her fate. However, she wouldn't throw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Supremacy Yuan Tian was a proud person. Just as she had said before, she wouldn't become a vassal of any man. After Supremacy Yuan Tian's emotions stabilized a little, Lin Feng said, "Now, you can impart the Black-Robed Clan's Immortal Sutra to me." Supremacy Yuan Tian said, "The Black-Robed Clan's Immortal Sutra is called the Dark Indestructible Immortal Sutra. It is divided into 3 parts, and I only got the first part. The second part. I didn't even get it." Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. "What was your cultivation at your peak? With your cultivation, you still don't have the qualifications to get the second parts of the Immortal Sutra?" Supremacy Yuan Tian said, "At my peak, I was a peak true immortal. Unless I broke through to the true immortal realm. Only then am I qualified to get the second part of the Immortal Sutra. As for when I got the second part of the Immortal Sutra, I don't know." Lin Feng said with some surprise, "Isn't the true immortal realm the limit of cultivation?" "Of course not." Supremacy Yuan Tian said, "It's different now. Many people like to give themselves a more awesome name. For example, some cultivators who are only great emperors dare to give themselves the title of sacred ancestor. It sounds very domineering. But in the era of titled gods, the word sacred can't be used casually. In the era of titled gods, the sacred emperor of the human race, the sacred sage of the demon race. Only people like them can be called sacred." Lin Feng said, "In other words, above the true immortal realm is the sacred realm?" Supremacy Yuan Tian nodded and said, "That's right. Above the true immortal realm is the sacred realm. For example, those who can reverse fate and cross several epochs without dying can be called sacred. Transcending immortal and entering the sacred realm. Then what is the realm above the sacred realm?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. "I don't know about that. My strength couldn't even touch the threshold of the sage realm when I was at my peak. Therefore, I don't know much about the matters above the sage realm. Perhaps the sage realm is the pinnacle of a cultivator." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what were the cultivation levels of the titled gods in the era of titled gods? Supremacy Yuan Tian said, "The titled gods in the era of titled gods were divided into various grades and ranks. The weakest titled gods were roughly equivalent to the current great emperors, but such titled gods couldn't be considered true gods. They could only govern a very small area. For example, the mountain god of a certain mountain forest belonged to this category. If they go even higher, those titled gods can manage an entire sea. In some countries, these titled gods are basically at the level of true immortals. These titled gods are the true gods in the hearts of countless people. As for those ancient sacred emperors, they are the leaders of various races. Many monarchs of countries have to listen to their orders." After hearing Supremacy Yuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. It turned out that the division of titled gods in the era of titled gods was actually so strict. Supremacy Yuan continued, "Of course, in the era of titled gods, there are also many experts apart from those titled gods. However, those experts haven't been crowned by the investiture of the gods and don't have the title of titled gods. Therefore, those titled gods are false gods. The strength of a false god isn't necessarily weak. Many false gods are much stronger than titled gods. Some of the strongest false divinities are even able to contend against ancient saint emperors. After Supremacy Yuan's introduction, Lin Feng already had a more intuitive understanding of the division of experts in the era of titled gods. Of course. What interested Lin Feng the most was the Immortal Sutra passed down by the black-robed clan. Although it was only the contents of the first volume, it still had a lot of research value. Now, pass me the contents of the first volume of the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra, Lin Feng said. Supremacy Yuan nodded and then took out a jade tube. She imprinted the contents of the first half of the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra into the jade tube. Then, she handed it over to Lin Feng. Now wasn't the time to study the Immortal Darkness Immortal Sutra. Therefore, Lin Feng directly put the jade tube into time and space. He didn't stay here. Instead, he left with Supremacy Yuan. He wondered if Snow Lady had already arrived at the agreed place. Lin Feng didn't delay at all along the way. He rushed to the deepest part of the underground world with Supremacy Yuan as fast as he could. 7 days later, Lin Feng and Supremacy Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the underground world. In the deepest part was a dark world. Outside the dark world, there was a huge mountain range. The Snow Maiden stood at the peak of a mountain. She also saw Lin Feng. The Snow Maidens were delighted to see Lin Feng. However, for some reason, the Snow Lady felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Supremacy Yuan Tian beside Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng met up with the Snow Maiden. Who is she? Before Lin Feng could speak, the Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, she's an expert from the black-robed clan of the Epic Era, and she's called Exalted Lord Yuan. However, she's already turned over a new leaf and severed all ties with the heinous black-robed clan. Snow Maiden nodded and didn't say much. Then she said, the secret zone is in the depths, but it's very dangerous inside. We have to be careful. Otherwise, we might die inside. Yes. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Then, he, the Snow Lady, and Venerable Lord Yuan Tian flew into that dark world. This place was very strange. The power of darkness permeated between heaven and earth. That power made people shudder. Lin Feng and the other two were very careful. In fact, the Snow Lady didn't know much about this place. She had entered this place by mistake. Then, they saw the Snow Spirit Bone fire. However, according to the Snow Lady, there should be something terrifying lurking in this place. Because of this, Lin Feng was very careful. He wanted to find the terrifying existence lurking in the dark. However, after a careful search, they didn't find anything. If it was really as the Snow Lady said, there were some terrifying existences hidden in this place. Then, if he couldn't find those terrifying existences, it was enough to show how powerful they were. Lin Feng realized that Supremacy Yuan Tian couldn't help but frown. Clearly, Supremacy Yuan Tian didn't find anything either. The three of them walked all the way into the depths. It was very quiet in the darkness. They could even hear their well-proportioned footsteps. However, other than the sound of footsteps, there seemed to be no other sound. There were no ferocious beasts here. Of course, there could be some ferocious beasts living here. However, those ferocious beasts were hibernating. The three of them continued to go deeper into the dark world. Not long after, they saw a 30-meter-long river appear in the forest. The river was about to dry up. The water was very shallow. On the other side of the river, there was a faint holy light. Upon closer inspection, it was a spirit beast that looked like a deer. A sacred deer beast. It was an extremely rare creature. It was rumored that the sacred deer beast was as pure as a unicorn. However, there were much fewer sacred deer beasts than unicorns. Lin Feng didn't expect to see a sacred deer beast here. What was even more unexpected was that the sacred deer beast he saw was already dead. The sacred deer beast was lying on the ground. A ball of black gas was floating around the sacred deer beast. What the hell is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt a dangerous aura from that ball of black gas. Clearly, that ball of black gas wasn't simple. However, what exactly was that ball of black gas, Lin Feng wasn't too sure either. At that moment, the ball of black gas seemed to sense the arrival of Lin Feng's group. Suddenly, the ball of black gas started to distort violently. In the next instant, the ball of black gas transformed into an extremely ugly human face. The face had a pair of sinister eyes. When Lin Feng saw those eyes, he couldn't help but frown. Those eyes. They made him feel uneasy. Be careful, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Quick, look. Who's here? Isn't that the descendant of the Sovereign Emperor clan and the Undying clan? How interesting. Two ancient clans have the same descendant. All of a sudden, the hideous human face cried out in excitement. It slowly flew towards Lin Feng's group. Stop right there, Lin Feng said in a low voice. That incomparably ugly face said, What? Are you afraid? You have such a powerful bloodline, but you're so cowardly? If that's the case, you're a disgrace to your ancestors. Who the hell are you? Do you know any of my ancestors? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The being in front of him only had a face left. More accurately, it was a face formed from demonic qi. However, it still made Lin Feng's heart tremble. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this fellow was. The face said, I do, of course I do. In fact, I'm very familiar with you. Which ancestor of mine do you know? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He hadn't expected this fellow to know his ancestor, the Lord of Gods. Moreover, when he talked about the Lord of Gods, he was gnashing his teeth. Did this mean that there was a deep grudge between him and the Lord of Gods? Looking at this fellow's appearance and sensing his aura, it was obvious that this fellow wasn't a good person. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel gloomy. Had he encountered an enemy of his ancestor? Why was he so unlucky? Fortunately, this fellow was only left with a face formed from demonic energy, so he shouldn't be as much of a threat as before. Lin Feng silently took out the Hell King's Bell, the 3 Pure 8 Trigrams diagram, the Buddhist treasure Xianxia, and other supreme treasures. These treasures were all capable of restraining evil spirits. Snow Lady and Exalted Lord Yuan Tian also realized that this existence wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, his killing intent towards them was very strong. Thus, the two of them took out their powerful treasures as well. The ugly face naturally saw what Lin Feng's group was doing. However, he didn't curse them. Maybe from his point of view, Lin Feng and the two others were doing nothing but wasting their time. Sir, do you have a grudge with my ancestor, the Lord of Gods? Lin Feng asked. The ugly face roared angrily, I hate it. I hate it. I became like this. It's all the Lord of Gods' fault. The Lord of Gods deserves to die. He deserves to die. Lin Feng asked, You said it was my ancestor's fault. What exactly happened back then? You want to know? Then go ask the King of Hell. The ugly face said in a sinister tone. Then, he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Attack, Lin Feng coldly shouted in the face of the ugly face's attack. Next, he took out several powerful Dharma treasures and attacked the ugly face. The Snow Lady and Yuan Tian Supremacy also took action. They summoned their magic treasures and attacked the ugly face. The three people's magical weapons flew in front of the ugly face in an instant. They were about to bombard the ugly face's body. But at this moment, the ugly face opened its mouth and spat. All of a sudden, a large amount of devil chi rolled out, directly sending Lin Feng and the others' magic treasures flying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this terrifying existence was. His tyranny made people's hair stand on end. When he saw that everyone's Dharma treasures had been sent flying, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. He, the Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian quickly retreated. But it was too late. At this time, the terrifying human face had already reached Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was aghast to discover that his body seemed to have been imprisoned, and he was unable to move at all. This was an extremely terrible situation. Once his body was restrained, he would become a fish on the chopping board. Kid, I'm going to eat you. The ugly face let out a burst of sinister laughter. It began to grow rapidly. Then it wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock and despair. At this moment, he really couldn't find a way to fight against this terrifying existence in front of him. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven-patching art to avoid being swallowed by this terrifying existence. But he discovered that after being imprisoned, he couldn't even use the heaven-patching art. Clearly, this terrifying existence had already calculated all the possible scenarios that could occur. Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by this terrifying existence. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's Sovereign Emperor's study suddenly activated. The 6 devouring black holes in Lin Feng's dantian also activated of their own accord. The 6 black holes instantly merged into one. Lin Feng's ancestors appeared in the black holes. Whoosh! With a flash of light, one of Lin Feng's ancestors walked out of the black holes. It was an illusory figure. It was the projection of one of Lin Feng's ancestors branded in his bloodline. This existence was wearing a divine robe. He was very young. He was very handsome. He was like an immortal god. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth. When he appeared, a myriad of daos resonated, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. He slapped his palm toward the ugly face. Bang! In the next moment, he collided with the ugly face. Accompanied by a violent collision sound, the ugly face was directly sent flying. Ah, it's you. It's you, Master of Gods. This is a bloodline manifestation. You've been dead for so many years, why didn't you manifest your bloodline? The dead shouldn't be able to manifest their bloodline, right? Why is that? Why is that? Today, I'll let you die once more. The ugly face roared when it saw Lin Feng's bloodline projection. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he breathed out demonic energy that filled the sky. The demonic energy transformed into a demonic army of hundreds of millions, crushing toward the projection of the Master of Gods. Lin Feng looked at the projection of the Master of Gods floating in front of him in shock. He had never seen his ancestor so close. Was his ancestor really dead? Or perhaps, he was still alive in this world, regardless of whether he was still alive or not, his strength back then was unimaginable. After the era of the titled gods, the cultivation system collapsed. It was his ancestor who created a new cultivation system, allowing the declining cultivation world to flourish once more. This alone was enough to show how high the status of the Master of Gods was. The ugly face in front of him might have been killed by his ancestor, the Master of Gods, when he was alive. That was why he hated his ancestor so much. Lin Feng didn't know who this guy was, but Lin Feng knew that no matter who he was, he definitely wasn't a good person back then. Facing the densely packed devil army that was crushing towards them, Yi Zichen was stunned. The projection of the Master of Gods reached out his right hand and tapped lightly in the air. Bang! Then, all the demonic army dissipated. Destroy! The projection of the Master of Gods spoke. His voice was like the heavenly voice of the heavenly Tao, resounding between heaven and earth. He slapped his palm toward the ugly face again. After this slap, the word destroy condensed on top of the Master of God's palm. The ugly face once again breathed out a large amount of demonic energy to block the attack of the Master of Gods. The two sides collided once more. This time, the ugly face condensed from demonic energy directly exploded. A large amount of demonic energy was directly reduced to ashes. In the end, only a small amount of demonic energy escaped. Master of Gods. I am immortal and indestructible. Just you wait. I will reincarnate. I will slaughter your entire family. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the ball of demonic aura escape. He felt a little helpless because he couldn't keep that ball of demonic aura. That guy's methods were indeed very terrifying. After all, his ancestor, the Master of Gods, was just a projection of his bloodline. Although it was very powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. Therefore, the projection of the Master of Gods couldn't keep that ball of demonic aura. Inheritance, the projection of the Master of Gods turned to look at Lin Feng and revealed a gratified expression. Then, the projection of the Master of Gods turned into specks of starlight and then disappeared. The crisis in front of him was finally resolved. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, his mood soon became serious again. The guy who escaped was definitely extremely terrifying. His identity was still a mystery, but he was obviously an extremely ancient existence. Fortunately, he had just been injured by his ancestor. He probably wouldn't come out to stir up trouble for a while. He still needed to quickly raise his realm. Only when he was strong enough. Only then could he deal with all the unknown situations. Lin Feng didn't like to entrust his fate to others. The feeling of being unable to resist the ugly face just now was hard for Lin Feng to accept. "Let's go inside and take a look," Lin Feng said. He urgently wanted to raise his strength, and refining the snow spirit bone fire was the best way. Lin Feng took the lead and walked inside. After the ugly face escaped, the atmosphere here became less oppressive. However, Lin Feng and the other two still didn't let down their guard. Maybe there were other dangers, there was nothing wrong with being careful. However, Lin Feng and the other two didn't encounter any danger for the rest of the journey. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they entered a deep and serene cave in the depths of the mountain. After passing through a long passage, the three of them arrived at the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a huge stone room. Obviously, someone had built a cave for cultivation here. When Lin Feng arrived, he saw a cluster of flames burning in the center of the cave. That cluster of flames was very special. It was a white flame. Other flames were incomparably hot, but the aura emitted by this cluster of white flames was incomparably cold. Snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had finally found the snow spirit bone fire. After seeing the snow spirit bone fire, Lin Feng suddenly felt extremely excited. He was finally going to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. Anyone would be excited when faced with a major turning point in their life, right? Lin Feng was naturally the same. In the cave, Lin Feng also saw 3 corpses in addition to the heaven fire. The heavenly flame hovered above one of the corpses, while the other 2 corpses lay not far from it. Among the 3 corpses, there were 2 male corpses and 1 female corpse. The corpse under the heavenly fire should be the owner of the heavenly fire, right? Who was this person? Who were the other 2 corpses? Their weapons fell to the ground. Had they experienced a great battle when they were alive? In the end, both sides would suffer and die? I originally thought that one of the 3 should be the previous incarnation of that ugly face, but now it seems like that's not the case. I wonder where that ugly face came from. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He didn't stop at all. Instead, he quickly walked towards the snow spirit bone fire. As he gradually approached the snow spirit bone fire, Lin Feng felt that the surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder. His body actually began to freeze. Lin Feng circulated the heavenly fire and dissolved the coldness emitted by the snow spirit bone fire. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian obviously didn't feel good either. Lin Feng said, "You guys can just retreat." Hearing this, the 2 women nodded. They didn't go too far forward. Instead, they retreated more than 10 meters. Lin Feng carefully approached the snow spirit bone fire. The reason why he was so careful was because Lin Feng knew that some heavenly flames would form fire spirits. If there were fire spirits, those heavenly flames were extremely terrifying. And they were very aggressive. If he wasn't careful, he might die under the attack of the heavenly flames. So, Lin Feng naturally had to be extremely careful when dealing with the heavenly flames. It was better to be safe than sorry. In history, countless peerless powerhouses had died because of a moment of carelessness. Lin Feng didn't want to see such a thing happen. Lin Feng gradually approached the snow spirit bone fire. When he was 3 meters away from the snow spirit bone fire, Lin Feng planned to collect the snow spirit bone fire. But at this moment, the snow spirit bone fire violently distorted. "Go to hell," a cold voice came from within the snow spirit bone fire. Then, the snow spirit bone fire flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to envelop Lin Feng and then kill Lin Feng. It actually produced a fire spirit. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. When Snow Lady came here, the snow spirit bone fire had yet to produce a spirit. Of course, it was also possible that it had already produced a spirit. It was just that when Snow Lady came here, the spirit of the snow spirit bone fire had yet to awaken. But now, the spirit of the snow spirit bone fire had already awakened. Fortunately, Lin Feng was already prepared. Therefore, when he saw the snow spirit bone fire flying towards him, the 6 heavenly fires in his body immediately flew out. Then, the 6 heavenly fires wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng slapped his palm towards the snow spirit bone fire. Bang! A dull sound of collision rang out. The snow spirit bone fire was sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Ah! 6 heavenly fires. You actually refined 6 heavenly fires. If I devour you, what level will I evolve into? The snow spirit bone fire cried out excitedly when it saw the 6 heavenly fires that Lin Feng took out. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian behind Lin Feng also had an expression of disbelief. Heavenly fires were precious. Refining one type of heavenly fire was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What was more, refining 6 types of heavenly fire, Lin Feng had refined 6 types of heavenly fire. It was unbelievable. Snow Spirit World Destruction, the Snow Spirit Heavenly Fire roared. Suddenly, endless flames surged out. The flames formed an independent world. It directly swallowed Lin Feng, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian into this world. This was a world formed by the Snow Spirit Bone Fire. In this world, its combat strength reached the pinnacle. It wanted to use this world to kill Lin Feng and then devour Lin Feng's 6 heavenly fires. Burning Wrath of the Heavens, Lin Feng sneered. He used a self-created technique, Burning Wrath of the Heavens. Lin Feng condensed the 6 heavenly fires into a ball of fire. Lin Feng took out the ball of fire. Next, the ball of fire turned into a fire dragon in midair. The fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring. The power of the fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires was naturally terrifying. Therefore, when the snow spirit bone fire saw the fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires pouncing towards it, it didn't dare to take the fire dragon's attack head-on. The snow spirit bone fire quickly disappeared. Its whereabouts were unknown. When Lin Feng tried to search for the snow spirit bone fire with his divine will, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the snow spirit bone fire. He didn't know where the snow spirit bone fire had run off to. Lin Feng guessed that the snow spirit bone fire should have merged with this world. It was at this moment that countless icy creatures were formed in this world. These ice creatures were all creatures formed by the snow spirit bone fire. The ice creatures formed an army and charged towards Lin Feng and the other 2. Explode! Lin Feng shouted coldly. The fire dragon formed by the 6 heavenly fires directly exploded. The destructive power surged in all directions. Then, it violently bombarded the crystal wall of this world. Kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The crystal wall of this world couldn't withstand the self-destruction of the fire dragon. It directly shattered. The snow spirit bone fire revealed its form. How is this possible? The snow spirit bone fire cried out unwillingly. It originally thought that with the world it formed, it could deal with Lin Feng. But things didn't go as it wished. The world couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. Instead, the world was destroyed by Lin Feng. The snow spirit bone fire was severely injured. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the gourd of creation. The gourd of creation flew above the snow spirit bone fire and opened the stopper. A powerful devouring power surged out continuously. The gourd of creation began to devour the snow spirit bone fire. The gourd of creation, it's the gourd of creation! The snow spirit bone fire cried out in surprise. This guy was quite knowledgeable. It even knew the gourd of creation. A large amount of fire surged out of the snow spirit bone fire. Then, the flames turned into something that resembled a whip. That thing that looked like a long whip. It struck the gourd of fortune hard and sent it flying. Then, the snow spirit bone fire dashed outside, wanting to escape. This guy saw that he was no match for Lin Feng. Therefore, he planned to escape. However, Lin Feng did not give the snow spirit bone fire a chance to escape. He immediately summoned 6 devouring black holes. The 6 black holes instantly merged into one. Then, it enveloped the snow spirit bone fire. You want to devour me? I won't let you succeed. The snow spirit bone fire roared furiously. It began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the restraints of Lin Feng's devouring black hole. But then, Lin Feng's gourd of fortune flew over. The Gourd of Fortune emitted a powerful devouring power. It directly devoured the snow spirit bone fire. Then, the Gourd of Fortune's stopper was plugged into the mouth of the gourd. The snow spirit bone fire was successfully suppressed. After doing all this, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The snow spirit bone fire had been suppressed. Next, he had to find a place to refine the snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng planned to check the identities of the 3 dead people. He took off their storage rings. Then, he used his divine consciousness to invade them. Lin Feng found that their storage rings were damaged. It was a pity. If they were not damaged, with their strength, there should be many good things in their storage rings. However, since they were damaged, there was nothing he could do. Some things could not be forced. Lin Feng naturally understood this. Therefore, he would not force these things. Lin Feng searched the 3 people's bodies, but didn't find anything. Therefore, the cause of their deaths was a mystery. Lin Feng said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." The 2 girls nodded. They left with Lin Feng. Soon, they left the area. Lin Feng was going to try to break through to the Emperor realm. When he broke through, he would have to undergo the tribulation. The underground world was not suitable for undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to leave the underground world for the time being. He, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan Tian left the underground world and came to the forest outside. Then, Lin Feng went into seclusion. The relationship between Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan Tian was relatively cold. They didn't communicate much in private. Lin Feng could only smile wryly in response. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then, he took out the creation gourd. Lin Feng's divine consciousness invaded the creation gourd. Then, he heard the curses of the snow spirit bone fire. "Brat, I curse you to die a horrible death. Brat, I curse you to end up 10 times more miserable than me." This guy seemed to know that Lin Feng did not intend to let it go. Therefore, it did not beg for mercy. All kinds of curses came out at Lin Feng. Death is at hand. If you want to curse, then curse. Anyway, you won't have the chance to curse me in the future, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, Lin Feng began to summon the 6 heavenly fires. The 6 heavenly fires entered the creation gourd one after another. Under Lin Feng's control, the 6 heavenly fires assisted the creation gourd and began to refine the soul of the snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng naturally would not let the soul of the snow spirit bone fire survive, refining the other party's soul to death once and for all. Moreover, this guy's mouth was too smelly. The moment it came up, it cursed Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng let it live? 3 days later, the soul of the snow spirit bone fire was refined to death. In the end, only the purest heavenly fire origin was left. Lin Feng began to refine the snow spirit bone fire's heavenly fire origin. The snow spirit bone fire had just been devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that his body was beginning to freeze. This time, the ice was freezing from the inside out. Lin Feng discovered that his internal organs, bones, and blood were rapidly freezing. Lin Feng felt that his soul was about to be frozen. The snow spirit bone fire was an extremely cold fire. This kind of flame was very terrifying. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might be seriously injured or even killed by the snow spirit bone fire. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this point. From the beginning to the end, he had never underestimated the snow spirit bone fire. Just as his body began to freeze, the 6 heavenly fires were activated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body had long adapted to the 6 heavenly fires. So, at this moment, under Lin Feng's control, the 6 heavenly fires protected Lin Feng's body. His body that was gradually freezing began to quickly unfreeze. Under the suppression of the 6 heavenly fires, the snow spirit bone fire was finally suppressed in Lin Feng's dantian, unable to move. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the snow spirit bone fire. Refining the heavenly fire was not easy. Even though Lin Feng had already refined the heavenly fire 6 times. However, when refining the new heavenly fire, it was still very difficult. Especially since this kind of heavenly fire was very different from the previous 6 types of heavenly fire. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Lin Feng spent half a month's time and finally succeeded in refining the snow spirit bone fire. And the mana in Lin Feng's body began to surge crazily. Between his brows, the light of calamity flickered, and outside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He walked out of the cave where he was in seclusion. At this moment, Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan had already walked out. They looked at the sea of lightning above the 9 heavens and couldn't help but feel shocked. Even though it was a perfected immortal tribulation, it was probably not as terrifying as this, right? Lin Feng's tribulation transcendence. Wasn't it too terrifying? Lin Feng flew towards the center of the heavenly tribulation. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to transcend the tribulation. The Imperial Lord tribulation was very terrifying. Even with Lin Feng's powerful methods, it was extremely difficult for him to transcend the Imperial Lord tribulation. High-grade immortal stones piled up like mountains burned. They provided Lin Feng with the boundless energy he needed to transcend the tribulation. 1 day, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, 60 days, Lin Feng actually spent a total of 60 days transcending the tribulation this time. Lin Feng didn't even know how many tribulations he had transcended. Several times. Lin Feng almost thought that he was dead for sure. But he didn't give up. He persevered. The final result was not bad. Lin Feng passed the most difficult period. He successfully withstood all the tribulations. Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. Snow Lady and Supremacy Yuan flew over. Seeing that Lin Feng was still alive, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Feng, Snow Lady, and Supremacy Yuan left. He found a place to enter seclusion for a few days and adjusted his condition to the best. Lin Feng's realm stopped at the first level of the Imperial Lord realm. Lin Feng still had the source energy of a quasi-true immortal, but Lin Feng planned to stabilize his cultivation before refining the quasi-true immortal source energy. After all, he had just broken through. If he continued to refine the quasi-true immortal source energy to increase his cultivation, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Other than that, Lin Feng still had one more thing to do. This matter was very important to him. That was to practice the 8-9 mysteries. Calculating the time. It was time to continue improving the 8-9 mysteries. However, it was not easy to improve the 8-9 mysteries. It required luck. Lin Feng's 8-9 mysteries was still at the stage where he could only cultivate but not use it. This was because the side effects of the 8-9 arcane art were too great. It would devour Lin Feng's lifespan. Therefore, Lin Feng would not use the 8-9 mysteries. However, Lin Feng had no choice but to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Because it was the end of the 8-9 mysteries. If the 8-9 arcane art didn't make a breakthrough, he would die. Lin Feng did a rough calculation and found that the 8-9 mysteries still had more than 10 years left. Therefore, although he was in a hurry to break through, but there was still some time to find a place to break through, Lin Feng planned to return to the Sin domain. Because Lin Feng still wanted to inquire about the descendants of Emperor Shun. Although Lin Feng had previously received news that the descendants of Emperor Shun had been annihilated by the Sacred Army. However, were there any descendants of Emperor Shun who had escaped? Lin Feng naturally hoped so. The descendants of the ancient sacred emperor of the human race should not be cut off just like that. Young master, I plan to leave for a period of time. I want to go to a place. Perhaps that place. It can allow me to quickly recover to the true immortal realm. Supremacy Yuan looked at Lin Feng and said. She didn't say where that place was, and Lin Feng didn't ask. However, since Supremacy Yuan said that that place could allow her cultivation to recover to the true immortal realm, Lin Feng naturally supported Supremacy Yuan going to that place. Because after Supremacy Yuan broke through to the true immortal realm, she would be of great help to Lin Feng. All right. You go. Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. When I break through to the true immortal realm, I will come to find you. Supremacy Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded. Supremacy Yuan didn't stay for long. She quickly left. Lin Feng looked at Snow Maiden and said, "Will you leave with me?" Snow Maiden hesitated. She hesitated. "Do you have any concerns?" Lin Feng asked. Snow Maiden said. "Yes." Lin Feng grabbed Snow Maiden's hand and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. I know that some things might have happened in the past that you don't want to recall. When you want to tell me, I am willing to listen." Snow Maiden's face reddened as Lin Feng grabbed her hand. She bit her lip and finally nodded. Lin Feng didn't know that because of him, many people in the world of the immortals had been astonished. Of course, even if Lin Feng knew about this, he wouldn't take it to heart. Since he was already in the Undying Realm, he would definitely cause trouble there. A month later, Lin Feng and Snow Maiden saw a village appear in the mountain range in front of them. It was a simple and unadorned mountain village. There were a few hundred families living there. There were many such villages in the Sin Realm. In fact, it wasn't just the Sin Realm. Villages could be seen everywhere in the other realms as well. Because most of the Undying Realm was covered in dense forests. There were many villages scattered in the forests. "Let's go to the village to rest," Lin Feng said to Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden didn't want to interact with outsiders. However, she was now with Lin Feng. She was trying her best to adapt to living like a normal person. When Lin Feng and Snow Maiden appeared in the village, some children who were playing outside saw them. "Fairy sister, look. It's Fairy sister," a child pointed at Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden was very beautiful. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She had a beautiful face. She had a tall and slender figure. She indeed looked like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. Such a peerless beauty, in the eyes of these children, was a fairy sister. The children weren't afraid of people. They ran over and looked up at Lin Feng and Snow Maiden. "Big brother, you're with Fairy sister? Who are you? Could you be Fairy brother?" A 3 or 4-year-old girl asked innocently. "Do you still need to ask? It must be brother immortal," another older child said. The little girl continued asking, "Then, did Fairy brother kiss Fairy sister?" Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was only 3 or 4 years old, but she already knew how to kiss. Children's words carried no harm. Children's words carried no harm. Please don't offend Snow Maiden. Lin Feng looked at Snow Maiden and found that she wasn't angry. She was just blushing. He had to admit that Snow Maiden looked very charming when she was blushing. At that moment, some villagers walked out of the village. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Young master, young miss, these children are immature and have disturbed you. Please forgive them." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I think they're very cute and innocent. It's already late, so we're planning to stay in the village for the night. Would that be convenient?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course. Please follow us." In the evening, the bonfire was burning. The villagers in the mountain village were busy. Many women were making fires to cook. The children, on the other hand, were running around the mountain village, having fun. The mountain village had its own hunting team. The hunting team would go out to hunt every day. Of course, they wouldn't go too far away, nor would they hunt beasts that were too powerful. Everything was done according to their abilities. There were also some young people cultivating in the valley not far away. Every day, there would be elders teaching them how to cultivate. The Undying Realm was a world where everyone cultivated. Even the most ordinary mountain village had no ordinary people. They would all cultivate. However, according to everyone's talent, their strength was also different. Occasionally, some powerful people would come out of the small mountain village. If they could join some ancient sects, their future achievements would be limitless. Usually, after such a powerful person came out, the residents of the mountain village would also move out. After all, they had someone to rely on. It wouldn't be a problem to buy a mansion in the city and settle down the villagers. The Snow Lady was playing with the children in the village. She was smiling very happily. Perhaps she hadn't smiled so happily in a long time. Although when these children invited the Snow Lady, The Snow Lady wanted to reject them. The innocence of children. It could often purify the soul. It seemed that this sentence was true. Lin Feng chatted with a few men in the mountain village. The mountain village was called Xia Village. It was an extremely ancient mountain village. They had been rooted here for a long time. There were some cultivators with decent cultivation among their ancestors. But the strongest person was only at the venerable emperor level. Venerable emperors were naturally very powerful cultivators in the mortal world. But in the undying realm, cultivators of this level were not considered strong. Some of the ferocious beasts in the mountains and forests could easily kill sovereigns. Now, the most powerful person in Xia village was the old village chief. The old village chief only had one leg left, and he was leaning on a walking stick. It was said that he fought with beasts when he was young. One of his legs was bitten off by a beast. The old village chief smoked a pipe and sat not far away, basking in the sun. He was a man of few words. He wondered if it was because he had lost his leg that he had become so quiet. Or had he always been like this? After dinner was ready, some people who had gone to train in the nearby valley came back to eat. Not long after, the hunting villagers also returned, carrying more than 10 ferocious beasts. They would only keep a portion of the beast's meat. The rest of the meat was preserved and sold in the city along with the fur. Then, he would exchange them for some daily necessities and cultivation resources. After dinner, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden enjoyed the moonlight together. Lin Feng discovered that the old village chief had ordered people to set up the table. On the table, there were tributes laid out. All the villagers came out. They kowtowed to the offerings placed on the table. It looks like a sacrificial ceremony, but there's no statue. Why is that? The Snow Lady asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, maybe it's because of some taboo things, so they didn't put up the statue. After the ceremony, Lin Feng grabbed a young man's arm. This young man was called Xianxia, and he was the grandson of the old village chief. Xianxia's parents had passed away when he was young. Xianxia also had a brother called Xianxia. Both of them were very hardworking in their cultivation, and they looked very simple and honest. Lin Feng asked, Zongyan, what are you doing? Xianxia said, we are offering a sacrificial ceremony. Why didn't you put up the statue? Lin Feng asked. Xianxia said, this is a rule set by our ancestors, but I don't know why it's like this. Lin Feng couldn't get any useful information from Xianxia. Even the villagers didn't know the exact reason. In the past, some people might have known the reason. But now, it was all a mystery. However, this custom, the Xia family village had maintained this custom until now. After the sacrificial ceremony, the old village chief ordered people to carry out the 5 ancient cauldrons. There were many spiritual herbs in the cauldrons, and there was a pile of firewood below. After pouring some water, the old village chief ordered people to light the firewood. In an instant, the firewood burned fiercely. The scorching flames burned the cauldrons. Gradually, the herbs in the cauldrons dissolved. They turned into medicinal liquid. Come, let's all soak, the old village chief said. This was a medicinal bath, a very common method. It was mainly used by young cultivators to temper their bodies. Lin Feng had also tried the medicinal bath when he was young. Even now, the memory was still fresh in his mind. The medicinal bath was a painful memory. His body was scalded until his skin was torn open. Then, the medicinal liquid was quickly absorbed by his body, and his injuries healed quickly. Of course, some big powers wouldn't let their children suffer like this. Because those big powers had many amazing cultivation resources. The effect was many times better than medicinal baths. Medicinal baths were only used by some small powers. Many children wailed. They turned around and ran. Catch them all, the old village chief said. Then, many adult villagers opened their mouths and chased after the escaping children. In the village, children from 6 to 13 years old had to soak in medicinal baths. Because this was the stage of laying the foundation. They let those children cry and scream. But it was useless. They were caught and brought back. Then, they were thrown into the cauldrons. If anyone wanted to crawl out, the old village chief would use the stick in his hand to hit them on the head. Many adults laughed in Schadenfreude. because they had also been through this. Some fathers even specialized in tricking their sons. After the old village chief's stick hit them, they would add another stick. The old village chief was very strict, because this was for their own good. The undying world was very dangerous, and they had to make themselves stronger. This way, their chances of survival would be greater. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression, because he discovered that the 5 ancient cauldrons seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He walked towards the 5 ancient cauldrons. Then, he carefully observed the 5 ancient cauldrons. The 5 ancient cauldrons indeed had a very ancient origin, and many of the patterns on them were already extremely blurry. Time had erased the patterns on them. However, Lin Feng still saw some extraordinary places on the 5 ancient cauldrons. The faintly visible patterns contained the power of the great Tao. It doesn't look like an ordinary cauldron, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the 5 ancient cauldrons might have a great origin. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and released a strand of mana. When Lin Feng's mana surged into the ancient cauldron in front of him, the runes on the ancient cauldron flickered slightly. Then, a shocking scene appeared. A small golden dragon appeared in the spirit liquid inside the ancient cauldron. The small golden dragon swam back and forth around the ancient cauldron. A small golden dragon. Yi Futian murmured. The children in the ancient cauldron exclaimed. They felt very strange and wanted to reach out to grab the small golden dragon. But in the end, they gave up. In their subconscious, dragons were relatively powerful and noble creatures. In particular, the small golden dragon in front of them was like a miniature version of the Eastern divine dragon. Therefore, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. The others rushed over when they heard this. The old village chief exclaimed, "Is the rumor true? The ancient cauldron actually manifested a small golden dragon." Lin Feng looked at the old village chief and asked, "Old village chief, what rumor are you talking about?" The old village chief said, "It is said that these 5 ancient cauldrons are called the 5 dragon immortal cauldrons. Our ancestors specially created them for the children of the clan to temper their bodies. However, over the years, our clan has tried many times, but these 5 ancient cauldrons have never undergone any changes." At this moment, the small golden dragon in the ancient cauldron spewed out golden energy. The golden energy was also absorbed by the children's bodies. The children, who had been scalded until their flesh was lacerated, cried out in comfort. "It's like soaking in a hot spring. It's really comfortable." The children flopped around in the ancient cauldron with a look of enjoyment on their faces. The children in the other 4 ancient cauldrons had envious gazes. They looked at Lin Feng eagerly. "Big brother, help us," one of the older children pleaded. Lin Feng walked forward and injected his magic power into the other 4 ancient cauldrons. Instantly, the runes on the other 4 ancient cauldrons seemed to have come to life. Next, a small golden dragon appeared in the other 4 ancient cauldrons. These small golden dragons were the same as the one in the first ancient cauldron. After circling the ancient cauldron a few times, they began to spit out golden energy. After the golden energy was absorbed by them, the pain disappeared. On the contrary, each of them seemed to be full of vigor. Obviously, they had obtained great benefits. Seeing this scene, the old village chief was very excited. Because the rumor was true. These 5 ancient cauldrons were really extraordinary. However, soon, the old village chief was puzzled. Why couldn't they activate the ancient cauldrons? However, Lin Feng was able to activate it. "Lin Gongzi, can you tell me how to activate the ancient cauldron?" the old village chief asked. Lin Feng said, "I injected my magic power into it, and the ancient cauldron was activated, but you guys couldn't activate the ancient cauldron. It's really strange. You just need to input your magic power? It's actually that simple?" The old village chief felt that it was inconceivable. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. Let me think of a way to activate these 5 ancient cauldrons." "Many thanks for young master's kindness." The old village head hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. "Elder, you don't have to be so polite," Lin Feng said. He felt that the key to activating the ancient cauldron might lie in the incomplete carvings. Because the ancient cauldron was badly damaged, the villagers were unable to activate it. However, Lin Feng did not know why he was able to activate the ancient cauldron. Lin Feng did not understand this matter. Lin Feng planned to repair the incomplete carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons. With Lin Feng's methods, he was not sure if he could do it, but Lin Feng would try. After the children finished tempering their bodies, Lin Feng ordered people to move the 5 ancient cauldrons to his residence. At night, Lin Feng began to study the missing carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons. These carvings were not particularly complicated, but they were very ancient. These were the runes that the human experts had imprinted on them. The carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons were almost exactly the same. Back then, the cultivator who forged the 5 ancient cauldrons must have forged 5 identical ancient cauldrons in one go. Thus, Lin Feng found a breakthrough point. Although the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons were already damaged, however, the carvings on the cauldrons were different. Therefore, Lin Feng imprinted the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons that were still intact on 5 pieces of white paper. Then, he compared them. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the carvings on the 5 pieces of white paper overlapped in many places, and the missing carvings could also be filled in. Of course, it was not realistic to completely restore these carvings to their original appearance. However, Lin Feng's current level of array formation was already very high, and there were places that could not be restored. Lin Feng began to deduce by himself. After a night of hard work, Lin Feng restored the carvings on the 5 ancient cauldrons of the past. Although there were some changes. However, the problem was not too big. Lin Feng followed the restored carvings and imprinted them on an ancient cauldron. Then, he called the old village chief. Let the old village chief try to activate the ancient cauldron. If he succeeded, Lin Feng would continue to restore the carvings on the other 4 ancient cauldrons. If he failed, he would only destroy 1 ancient cauldron. After the old village chief's magic power poured into the ancient cauldron, the ancient cauldron's carvings immediately recovered. Inside the ancient cauldron, a small golden dragon appeared. It's really a success. After seeing this scene, the old village chief was extremely excited. The ancient cauldron left behind by his ancestor had finally recovered its former glory. This made him feel very gratified. Old man, I will soon restore the other 4 ancient cauldrons, Lin Feng said. The old village chief said, little friend, it's not too late to rest and do it later. Don't tire yourself out. We're not in a hurry, Lin Feng said with a smile. It's fine, I'm not tired. The old village chief left Lin Feng's place because he was afraid of disturbing Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to repair the other 4 ancient cauldrons. The other 4 ancient cauldrons were quickly repaired by Lin Feng. The old village chief ordered people to carry the 5 ancient cauldrons to the empty space in the middle of the village. Then, like before, he placed the medicinal herbs, poured water, and lit the fire. Many children no longer ran away. Because when the ancient cauldron was activated, a small dragon would appear inside. They would soak in a medicinal bath. It was incomparably comfortable. After the children were done soaking in the medicinal bath, the older Xia Zongyan, Xia Zongjuan, and the others took off their clothes, leaving only their underwear on. Then, they entered the cauldron to soak in the medicinal bath. Every one of them had an expression of extreme enjoyment. They lamented in their hearts. Why didn't they receive such treatment when they were young? If big brother Lin Feng had come a few years earlier, they wouldn't have to suffer from the medicinal bath every day. That night, Lin Feng, who was resting, opened his eyes. This was because he felt that something was not right. Lin Feng walked out. Looking into the distance, he saw that in the depths of the mountain range, there was actually an incomparably huge blood-colored ancient tree. The blood-colored ancient tree's branches were swaying, but soon, the blood-colored ancient tree's figure disappeared. What's that? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt that the blood-colored ancient tree was definitely not simple. Perhaps the place where the blood-colored ancient tree was located hid a huge secret. Young master, are you still awake? The village chief asked as he walked over to Lin Feng. Elder, aren't you awake as well? Lin Feng asked. The village chief said. I'm getting old, so I need less sleep. Lin Feng thought of the blood-colored tree that had just disappeared. Perhaps he could ask the village chief about it. Perhaps the village chief knew something about it. Asked Lin Feng. Mister, do you know anything about that blood-red tree? Asked Lin Feng. The village chief said. That blood-colored tree is located in a blood-colored mountain range in the depths of the forest. It wasn't that big, and it was just a projection. Normally, the blood-colored tree wouldn't show itself, but that's not always the case. Occasionally, the blood-colored tree would show signs similar to what you saw earlier. Elder, have you been there before? Lin Feng asked. The village chief shook his head. When I was young, I wanted to take a look, but when I thought of some rumors from my ancestors, I gave up on the idea. Oh? Rumors from your ancestors? What kind of rumors did your ancestors leave behind? Lin Feng asked curiously. My ancestors said, that place is very ominous. It's a cursed place. They told us not to go there no matter what. The village chief said. In truth, Lin Feng felt that the village chief's ancestors must have been very extraordinary. This could be deduced from the ancient cauldron they had left behind. However, it was clear that the village chief's bloodline had completely declined. That was why, over the years, no experts had emerged from this bloodline. Elder, may I know which bloodline of the human race you belong to? Lin Feng asked curiously. The village chief smiled bitterly. Young master, you're exaggerating. How could we dare to say which bloodline we belong to? Our bloodline is only of mortal blood and mortal physique. The strongest expert we've produced in the past was only at the sovereign realm. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Their bloodline had already forgotten a part of their history. As such, it was very difficult to find out who their ancestors were. Only someone who had awakened their bloodline would be able to find out. However, it was clear that no one had awakened their ancestral bloodline after all these years. Tomorrow, I plan to have a look. Lin Feng said. Young master, please don't be rash. That place is very scary. Don't risk going to that place. The old village chief said. Don't worry. If I encounter any danger, I can retreat in time. Lin Feng said. The next day, Lin Feng told the Snow Maiden about this. He hoped that the Snow Lady would stay in the mountain village and not risk her life with him. However, the Snow Maiden didn't agree. She insisted on going with Lin Feng. Seeing the Snow Maiden's insistence, Lin Feng agreed. Big brother Lin. Be careful. Xia Zongyan and Xia Zongjuan warned. They liked to ask Lin Feng questions about their cultivation, and Lin Feng would patiently answer them. Lin Feng liked their hardworking attitude. Sometimes, they would go hunting with the uncles in the village. They were only around 20 years old, but their cultivations were already quite good. One of them was a giant god, while the other was a heavenly god. Of course, the undying realm was different from the mortal realm. In addition, it was a golden age for cultivation. There were many cultivators who became emperors before 20 years old. However, the resources that these people received were incomparable to the Xia brothers. The reason why they were able to break through to this realm at the age of 20 was firstly because of their talent and secondly because of their hard work. I'll be careful, Lin Feng said. Then, he and the Snow Maiden flew in the direction of the blood-colored mountain range. The blood-colored mountain range was more than 50 miles away from the Xia family village. With Lin Feng's speed, he could reach it in less than 15 minutes. Not long later, Lin Feng and the Snow Maiden arrived outside the blood-colored mountain range. The blood-colored mountain range was filled with a terrifying aura. There were extremely powerful restrictions in the air. After sensing the powerful restrictions in the blood-colored mountain range, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Although he hadn't entered yet, he could already sense how terrifying the restrictions were. Wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look myself, Lin Feng said. I'll go in with you, the Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that I won't be able to take care of you. I should be the one taking care of you, the Snow Maiden said. Lin Feng said, your cultivation level is indeed much higher than mine. However, you're far inferior to me in terms of formations. The restrictions in this place are extremely terrifying. We have to deal with them carefully. Otherwise, who knows what terrifying things will happen. If you go in with me and encounter danger, the two of us will be too big of a target. Right now, you waiting for me outside is the best choice. If I really run into danger, I will take the initiative to retreat. The Snow Maiden also knew that Lin Feng's method was the best. She gave up on the idea of going in. The Snow Maiden nodded and said, "All right. Then I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside." Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when the Snow Maiden agreed. Convincing the Snow Maiden wasn't an easy task. He walked into the blood-colored mountain range. A blood-colored mist pervaded the blood-colored mountain range. No one knew how this blood-colored mountain range was formed. The restrictions in the blood-colored mountain range were extremely terrifying. There were even some restrictions floating in the air. Any cultivator who entered had to be extremely careful. If they came into contact with any of the restrictions, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. It was even possible for him to die. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Hence, Lin Feng had always been very careful. There were a total of 3 mountains in the mountain range. Lin Feng didn't see the ancient blood-colored tree on the first mountain. Lin Feng crossed the first mountain and arrived between the first and second mountains. This was a huge basin. In the basin, there was a blood-colored pool. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. When he saw the blood-colored pool, his pupils contracted violently. Could it be that the pool was formed by blood? Lin Feng walked towards the blood-colored pool. Before long, Lin Feng arrived beside the blood-colored pool. He took a closer look and realized that the pool wasn't made of blood. It was a rather strange liquid. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched the liquid. In a flash, something terrifying happened. The blood-colored liquid started to corrode Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng was given a huge fright when he saw this. This was too strange. What the hell was this blood-colored liquid? How could it corrode his palm? Luckily, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough. If it were anyone else, their palms would have been reduced to white bones by now. Author's note, please recommend monthly tickets. Lin Feng frowned. The liquid in this pool was so strange. It was really strange. He didn't know what this strange liquid was. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly found that his 8-9 Mysteries was actively running. What was going on? The 8-9 Mysteries was actively running. Could it be that the liquid in this pool could make the 8-9 Mysteries evolve? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face showed a surprised expression. He had been looking for an opportunity to make the 8-9 Mysteries break through. But how difficult was it to make the breakthrough? Lin Feng was very clear about this. But now it seemed that he had found a way to make the 8-9 Mysteries break through. He just didn't know if it was really as he thought. Lin Feng decided to try running the 8-9 Mysteries to see if it could absorb the energy contained in the blood-colored liquid in the pool. When the 8-9 Mysteries was running, something amazing happened. The energy contained in the pool quickly gathered toward Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. It could actually devour the energy in the pool. When he wanted to sleep, someone immediately gave him a pillow. Lin Feng began to absorb the very strange energy. The reason why the liquid had such a strong corrosive effect was because of the extremely strange energy. When the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body began to corrode. Lin Feng felt as if he had been thrown into a highly concentrated poison. His body was about to be dissolved. This feeling was terrifying and terrible. And his body also felt an unprecedented pain. That kind of pain was simply unbearable. But Lin Feng kept persevering. What kind of pain had he not experienced? So Lin Feng could endure any kind of pain. As the strange energy was constantly being devoured by the 8-9 Mysteries, the liquid in the pool became clearer and clearer. In the end, all the strange energy in the blood-colored liquid was absorbed by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng's 8-9 Mysteries completed the breakthrough. His 8-9 arcane art had successfully broken through to the 5th level. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had finally broken through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level of the 8-9 Mysteries, he no longer had to worry about the backlash from the 8-9 Mysteries. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the 8-9 mysterious art he practiced was an incomplete version of the 8-9 mysterious art. This 8-9 mysterious art was modified by Lord Turtle. Although it was heaven-defying, the price he had to pay after using it was too great. When Lord Tortoise asked Lin Feng to cultivate the 8-9 mysteries, it was because he had an extremely important task for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also aware of this. Only cultivators who had cultivated the 8-9 mysteries art were qualified to complete this kind of mission. The matter of Lord Turtle seemed to be extremely important. Now, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art, but Lord Turtle had been captured by an unknown powerhouse. Lin Feng would never forget what happened that night. Thunder and lightning flashed, darkness fell, and a terrifying creature appeared and chained Lord Turtle. Then Lord Turtle was captured alive. Lord Turtle was too important to Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's life, he played an extremely important role in Lin Feng's cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to save Lord Turtle very much. However, for now, Lin Feng hadn't inquired about Lord Turtle. I don't know where Master is being locked up. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Then he calmed down. After cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art to the 5th level, Lin Feng could finally relax for the time being. Then Lin Feng planned to continue to go deeper. He hadn't seen the blood-colored ancient tree yet. He hadn't explored the secrets of this place. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan to leave for the time being. As Lin Feng was about to walk deeper into the forest, suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to see something at the bottom of the pool. It was a blood-red thing. Lin Feng waved his hand and a powerful suction force surged out. Suddenly, the blood-red thing in the pool flew out. Lin Feng found that it was a crystal. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a blood-red crystal. When Lin Feng looked at the blood-red crystal, he saw a strange light. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because Lin Feng found that there was an eyeball sealed inside the blood-red crystal. That's right, it was an eyeball, a blood-red eyeball. It was very strange. Could it be that the blood-red color of the pool has something to do with the blood-red eyeball sealed in this crystal? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that it should be like this. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to sense the blood-red eyeball, but Lin Feng's divine sense was blocked by an invisible force. Lin Feng felt that this blood-red eyeball was too strange. He kept the blood-red eyeball in time and space. Then, Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Lin Feng crossed the 2nd mountain and arrived at the middle of the 2nd and 3rd mountain. Here, Lin Feng saw the blood-red ancient tree. What surprised him was that the blood-red ancient tree wasn't very tall. It was only about 2 meters tall. However, the tree trunk was strong and powerful. The bark was like dragon scales. The entire ancient tree gave people the feeling of a strong dragon body. This feeling was so strange, but so strong. Therefore, Lin Feng frowned deeply. Lin Feng tried to get close to the blood-red ancient tree, but it swayed gently. Bang! An invisible force slammed into Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Clang! Lin Feng's body smashed into a rock wall. He felt intense pain all over his body. That was because that invisible force was simply too powerful. Lin Feng's body almost broke apart from the impact. Damn, this ancient tree is so powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The ancient tree's strength was beyond his imagination. Lin Feng had thought that he could easily get close to the ancient tree. What is the origin of this ancient blood-red tree? It doesn't look particularly tall. Was it originally this tall, or is it still a young tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this ancient blood-red tree was extraordinary, so Lin Feng wanted to plant it in time and space. Lin Feng continued walking toward the ancient blood-red tree. This time, he was even more cautious. However, when Lin Feng was about 10 meters away from the ancient blood-red tree, it swayed gently again. Another invisible and intangible strength bombarded Lin Feng's body. Just like before, Lin Feng was once again blown away by the invisible and intangible strength. What a scam, Lin Feng couldn't help but wail gloomily. It was just a blood-colored ancient tree, and it might even be a sapling. However, it was so terrifying that even he couldn't get close to it. It was too strange. At this moment, blood-colored energy was emitting from the blood-colored ancient tree. The energy coiled around the blood-colored ancient tree. It seemed to be protecting the blood-colored ancient tree. Could it be that this blood-colored ancient tree has developed its own spirituality? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He kept feeling that there was something strange about the blood-colored ancient tree. Not only was it powerful, but there was also something strange about it. Lin Feng felt that the blood-colored ancient tree might really contain a terrifying spirituality, which was why it knew how to attack him. Of course, this was all just his own guess. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Feng couldn't make a concrete judgment. How should I take this blood-colored ancient tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He wanted to take this blood-colored ancient tree, and he wouldn't give up so easily. However, how to obtain this blood-colored ancient tree was a very troublesome problem. This blood-colored ancient tree displayed all kinds of extraordinary characteristics. Moreover, Lin Feng couldn't get close to it at all. This was the most troublesome part. If he couldn't even get close to the blood-colored ancient tree, how could he take it? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. What should he do next? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the world tree, builder tree, sapling in his dantian shake slightly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Could the world tree sapling and the blood-colored ancient tree sense each other? Could it be the so-called connection of two hearts? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the world tree sapling. After sensing Lin Feng's divine will, the world tree sapling shook even more violently. It seemed to be responding to Lin Feng. Little guy, can you let me take that blood-colored ancient tree? Lin Feng asked. The world tree sapling seemed to understand Lin Feng's words and kept shaking its branches. He seemed to be nodding. Next. A ball of green energy escaped from the sapling of the world tree. That ball of green energy was very special. It contained boundless vitality. There seemed to be something else mixed in as well. Lin Feng felt that it was a message. Could it be a message from the world tree to the ancient blood tree? People could communicate with each other. Animals can also communicate with each other. Therefore, between the trees. Could they actually communicate with each other? The green energy from the sapling of the world tree was all absorbed by the blood-colored ancient tree. The blood-colored ancient tree absorbed the green energy. The swaying became more and more intense. The blood-colored ancient tree seemed to be responding to the world tree sapling. Lin Feng tried to approach the blood-colored ancient tree again. Last time. Lin Feng was about 10 meters away from the ancient blood tree when he was attacked by it. Then, he was mercilessly sent flying. But it was different this time. Lin Feng arrived 10 meters away from the ancient blood tree and was not attacked by it. This made Lin Feng's face light up with joy. Could it be, the world tree really communicated with the ancient blood tree just now? So, the ancient blood tree was no longer hostile to him? So, now that he was close to the ancient blood tree did not even attack him. Besides this explanation, there seemed to be no other reason to explain why the ancient blood tree did not attack him anymore. This made Lin Feng very happy. Because Lin Feng saw the hope of getting the ancient blood tree. Although he did not know what kind of species the ancient blood tree was. However, Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the ancient blood tree was. Regardless of other things. He would take the ancient blood tree first. Maybe the ancient blood tree would play a key role in the future. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. He continued to walk toward the ancient blood tree. The ancient blood tree did not attack Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng came to the ancient blood tree. The branches of the ancient blood tree swayed slightly, gently brushing Lin Feng's body. It was as if it was caressing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed that the blood-red ancient tree was friendly to him. This made Lin Feng very happy. Because the ancient blood tree should have recognized him. This was much easier. As long as the ancient blood tree recognized him. This meant that Lin Feng had a good chance to take the ancient blood tree. From now on, the Tree of World will be your partner. I will take you to all the mountains and rivers and let you see what the scenery of each world is like. Lin Feng said. The ancient blood tree swayed gently. It seemed to be responding to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not understand the language of the tree tribe, so he did not know what the ancient blood tree was saying. Lin Feng tried to put the ancient blood tree into the time and space. However, at this time, the ancient blood tree turned into a ray of bloody light. Then it flew into Lin Feng's dantian. In the end, The ancient blood tree took root in Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng looked at his dantian. After seeing this scene, he was very shocked. Did the ancient blood tree want to be a partner with the Tree of World? It seemed that the ancient blood tree must have an extraordinary origin. The harvest this time was too great. First, he cultivated the 8-9 arcane art to the 5th level. Then, he took the ancient blood tree. Lin Feng planned to leave this place. However, at this time, a slight fluctuation came from the depths. Therefore, the fluctuation was not strong, but Lin Feng still felt it. Lin Feng looked into the depths and saw a cave. That wave of energy just now seemed to have come from that cave. What is the fluctuation coming from? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He walked towards the cave. Perhaps he would be able to find some other treasures. Soon, Lin Feng came to the entrance of the cave. Lin Feng looked inside. He found that the inside of the cave was pitch black. He could not see anything. It seemed that this cave was quite deep. Lin Feng walked into the cave. This passage was very deep. Lin Feng walked in, and the sound of his footsteps could be heard. The rhythmic footsteps sounded a little strange in such a quiet environment. Lin Feng also felt that the passage was filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. After walking for about an hour, a huge belly of the mountain appeared in front of him. Lin Feng entered the belly of the mountain. When he entered, he saw that there were many skeletons scattered in the belly of the mountain. Many of the skeletons had a special color. For example, some of the skeletons were jade-colored while others were golden in color. Generally, only extremely powerful experts would have such a change in their skeletons. Clearly, the cultivators who died here had extraordinary backgrounds. The cultivators who died here were all experts. Lin Feng was very puzzled. He didn't know how these experts died here. There was something strange about this matter. He walked inside and came in front of some skeletons. Then, he took off their storage rings. Lin Feng tried to sense their storage rings. There must be a lot of good things in the storage rings of these peerless experts. But it was a pity. When Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the man's ring, Lin Feng found that those storage rings were all damaged storage rings. It was completely impossible to get the things in those storage rings. Those storage rings had been destroyed by the power of time. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. Because time was the most terrifying power. He had seen many storage rings destroyed by the power of time. In fact, it wasn't just storage rings. Sometimes it was the same for people. They would be destroyed by the power of time. In the end, they would die. And the power of time was destined to be irresistible. Lin Feng took a closer look. He found that there should be more than a dozen skeletons here. Some of the skeletons still contained a trace of energy. But some of the skeletons had long decayed to an extreme extent. With a light bang, it seemed to be about to collapse. They weren't the same batch of cultivators who came in. There were some years in between. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There were so many people, but they weren't the same batch of cultivators who came in. Perhaps they were divided into several batches or even more than a dozen batches that entered at different times. Then, they all died here. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of secret was hidden in this place? It was actually so terrifying. It was unbelievable. It made one turn pale with fright. Lin Feng planned to quickly search this place to see if there were any treasures left behind. Then, he would quickly leave this place. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw something under a skeleton. He quickly walked over and came to the side of the skeleton. Then, he picked up the thing. Lin Feng looked carefully and found that the thing he picked up was actually a golden seal. What is this golden seal? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Bang! At this moment, an invisible force swept over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was swept away by the invisible force, and then his body slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng was shocked. There really was a terrifying existence hibernating here. Did all those dead cultivators die here because of this existence? Lin Feng hurriedly summoned his ruler's armor to protect himself. Just as the ruler's armor appeared, another wave of invisible power swept over Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying again. However, Lin Feng, who was wearing the ruler's armor, felt much better than before. "Hiding your head but showing your tail, get out here," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. However, the other party did not appear. An even stronger force slammed into Lin Feng's body. That force sent Lin Feng flying for the third time. This time, Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This existence was too terrifying. More importantly, this guy had been hiding in the dark. He did not know where he was. "Ancient Buddha skeleton. Come out." Lin Feng communicated with the ancient Buddha skeleton in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng summoned the ancient Buddha skeleton. Then, endless holy light surged out of the skeleton. Namo Amida. When Lin Feng's magic power poured into the ancient Buddha skeleton began to speak golden words. Holy light lingered, and Buddhist light filled the sky. As the holy light and Buddhist light intertwined, the existence in the darkness could no longer hide. Lin Feng saw this existence. This was a creature that was entirely black in color. It stood upright on its hind legs. Its hands were like the palms of a devil. Its head was like a centipede and a mantis. It had a tail like a crocodile. It was ugly and ferocious. When Lin Feng saw this existence, his face could not help but become extremely ugly. A foreign creature, this existence was actually a foreign creature, when he was in the mortal world. Lin Feng had actually come into contact with foreign creatures many times. He had even killed many of them. However, those foreign creatures in the mortal world had often just broken out of the seal and their strength had fallen greatly. There was no way they could be compared to this foreign creature in front of him. He, this foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. It directly leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng. 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was extremely effective against foreign creatures. When the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out, it immediately collided fiercely with the foreign creature. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, this supreme treasure, was actually sent flying by the foreign creature. This foreign creature's cultivation was just too powerful. It's useless. I've even killed a true immortal before, let alone you. The foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. It continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. The ancient Buddha skeleton struck out with a palm. Foreign ancestor sacred fist. The foreign creature laughed sinisterly. He was fearless. He used the supreme divine ability passed down from the foreign world and collided with the ancient Buddha skeleton. The ancient Buddha skeleton was very powerful, but this foreign creature's cultivation was even more powerful. After all, the ancient Buddha skeleton was just a skeleton. Moreover, the ancient Buddha skeleton's true nemesis was evil spirits and evil beings. It was not the foreign creature. Therefore, when the ancient Buddha skeleton collided with the foreign creature, the ancient Buddha skeleton was also unable to block the foreign creature's attack. After the foreign creature sent the ancient Buddha skeleton flying, the foreign creature then pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was its ultimate target. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful magic treasures and attacked the foreign creature. Those magic treasures contained unimaginable terrifying power. The power of each magic treasure was extremely heaven-defying. However, when those magic treasures were about to hit the foreign creature's body, the void runes around the foreign creature swirled. Those runes flew out. Then, many of Lin Feng's magic treasures were sent flying. The situation was naturally extremely bad for Lin Feng. Brat, die. The foreign creature's sharp claws slashed over. Lin Feng felt threatened. The foreign creature in front of him was abnormally powerful. Lin Feng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The situation was extremely dangerous. Right at this moment, the golden seal in Lin Feng's hand. It actually emitted waves of intense fluctuations. I am the Demon Emperor. Invincible in the world. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the golden seal. In the next moment, the golden seal revealed a man in an imperial robe. The man in the imperial robe was very blurry, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, since he claimed to be a demon emperor, obviously, he was an existence comparable to an ancient saint emperor. There were not many demon emperors in the era of the titled gods. There was a famous demon emperor, and everyone should know about him. He was the demon emperor Tai Yi. He was the demon emperor who built the heavenly court with the demon emperor Di Jun. There were also some other demon emperors, such as the Golden Rock Demon Emperor, the Sacred Battle Demon Emperor, and the Myriad Demon Emperor. They were all famous demon emperors in history. Of course, there were definitely some demon emperors. After all, there was a lot of missing history after the era of the titled gods. How is this possible? How are you still able to manifest yourself? When it saw the demon emperor, the foreign creature roared in shock. It could not even believe what it saw. The demon emperor looked at the foreign creature with an indifferent expression. Then, his body turned into a dazzling beam of light and shot towards the foreign creature. The foreign creature had a gloomy expression. It was very powerful, even when facing the demon emperor's attack. It still appeared very calm. This foreign creature also struck out with a palm, blasting towards the demon emperor. Bang! Then, when the two terrifying existences collided, a terrifying scene appeared. The surrounding void was torn apart. The laws of the undying world were so powerful that their attacks could actually crack the void of the undying world. From this, it could be seen how unbelievably powerful the attacks of these two people were. Lin Feng was also very shocked. The demon emperor was indeed a demon emperor. Even though it was only an illusory figure that appeared. It was also ridiculously powerful. Bang! 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 The demon emperor and the foreign creature fought fiercely. Both sides collided again and again. Every time they collided, earth-shaking sounds of violent collisions could be heard. After all, the demon emperor was only an illusory figure of the golden seal. Therefore, it could not exist for long. After a series of battles, the demon emperor's strength had begun to decline greatly. Lin Feng also noticed this situation. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he had to leave quickly. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to escape later. After Lin Feng put away his Dharma treasure, he quickly rushed outside. The foreign creature wanted to stop Lin Feng, but he was held back by the demon emperor. Damn it, the foreign creature couldn't help but roar angrily, sending a palm strike at the demon emperor. Lin Feng rushed into the passage and quickly left. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed a gloomy and terrifying chi behind him. It's chasing after me, Lin Feng frowned. The foreign cultivators were chasing after them. It should have already destroyed the demon emperor as the foreign creature's speed was inconceivably fast. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the terrifying cultivator was getting closer and closer to him. Lin Feng used his speed to increase the speed of the deployment spell. But even so, the foreign creatures were still quickly approaching him. The main reason was because the foreign creature's strength was too great. So, the foreign creature's speed was also very fast. When Lin Feng was about 200 to 300 meters away from the exit, he was caught up by the foreign creature. The foreign creature appeared and said with a sinister smile, "Kid. You're dead. I'm going to eat your flesh and blood." As soon as he said that, the foreign creature pounced at Lin Feng. When the foreign creature pounced at Lin Feng, its speed also reached the peak. This guy's speed could actually increase again. Lin Feng could not help but be extremely shocked. The other side's creatures grasped some extremely strange and terrifying methods. No wonder when the foreign creatures invaded this era suffered such heavy losses. It was mainly because these foreign creatures were too powerful. They were so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. Heaven patching technique. When the foreign creature pounced at him, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique in time. His body disappeared in advance. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng was already outside the cave when he appeared again. The foreign creature missed. The foreign creature wanted to rush out of the cave to chase after Lin Feng. But at this moment, runes surrounded the entrance of the cave. The foreign creature's body collided with the runes and was immediately bounced back by the runes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. The foreign creature seemed to have been sealed in the cave. Could it be a large foreign creature sealed by a certain expert who died in the cave, or was it another expert? Lin Feng could not figure it out. He looked at the golden seal. This golden seal definitely hid a huge secret. But Lin Feng also knew that this was not the time to explore the secret of the golden seal. He had to leave the blood-colored mountain range first. Lin Feng walked out of the blood-colored mountain range and met up with the snow lady outside. Seeing Lin Feng come out safely, the snow lady was very happy. "Did you get anything?" the snow lady asked. "Of course. And I got a lot. Let's go back and talk," Lin Feng said. "Okay." The snow lady nodded. At the same time, Xia family village. Many children were sitting in the 5 ancient cauldrons and tempering their bodies. At this moment, dozens of cultivators flew over from afar. "Young master, look. The 5 ancient cauldrons in the village have 5 golden dragons. They are really extraordinary. The 5 ancient cauldrons are definitely precious treasures." Suddenly, a cultivator pointed at the Xia family village. "These mountain villagers actually have such precious treasures? It's like casting pearls before swine." The young master in the lead looked at the 5 ancient cauldrons with a shocked expression. Then, the group of people quickly flew towards the Xia family village and hovered above it. Seeing the sudden appearance of the group of people of the Xia family village were naturally terrified. Although they had a certain level of strength, there was still a huge gap between them and these top experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a bunch of ants. "Hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons," a cultivator said. This person was called Xianxia. He was an emperor-level cultivator. Although he was not very powerful, he was clearly not someone the people of the Xia family village could compare to. Naturally, the young master did not need to do something as trivial as collecting the 5 ancient cauldrons. Exalted immortals, although these 5 ancient cauldrons are passed down from our ancestors, they can only be used to temper the body. They have no other use. "Please be magnanimous," the old village chief said with a pleading expression. "How dare you call these supreme-grade body-tempering immortal cauldrons ordinary cauldrons? Even immortals can use these ancient cauldrons," the young master in the lead said indifferently. "Old thing. Hurry up and hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons. If you don't hand them over, do you think I won't destroy your village?" Zhang Su's eyes were filled with killing intent. These people were naturally the type to kill without batting an eyelid. Therefore, when he heard that these people wanted to kill him, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. When the old village chief was young, he had gone out to train for a period of time, so he knew how ruthless these people were. Therefore, even though he did not want to hand over the 5 ancient cauldrons, however, for the lives of the entire village, the old village chief had no choice but to do so. "Hand it over, we'll hand it over," the old village chief said. "Grandfather, village chief," many people looked at the old village chief. The ancient cauldrons were extraordinary, perhaps they could change the fate of many children. Naturally, they did not want to hand over the ancient cauldrons. "Don't say any more, hand over the ancient cauldrons," the old village chief berated, afraid that these villagers would say something wrong and suffer a calamity. These people would kill at the slightest disagreement. How could they give them a chance to explain? Many people gritted their teeth in hatred. However, no one had any other choice. They could only do as the old village chief said. The children who were soaking in the medicinal bath jumped out of the ancient cauldrons. Then, the 5 ancient cauldrons were collected by the leading young master. Then, this group of people quickly left. After leaving the village, the leading young master said, "These 5 ancient cauldrons are extraordinary. Why would such villagers have such ancient cauldrons? There is something fishy about this. If some experts in their clan joined the outside forces or if some talented people were traveling outside, it would be an unstable factor. Xianxia, go and get rid of them. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Yes, this subordinate will go and get rid of those lowly people," Xianxia said and quickly left the group. Not long after, Xianxia returned to the village. "Old village chief, that person is here again." Someone saw Xianxia and said loudly. The old village chief led a group of people out. "The ancient cauldrons have been handed over to you, is there anything else?" the old village chief asked. Xianxia laughed sinisterly and said, "The ancient cauldrons are not bad, our young master likes them very much. In order to thank you all, Our young master asked me to come and send off your entire village. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Xianxia rushed towards the old village chief and the others and slammed his palm over. All of you, escape. Escape as many people as you can. The old village chief shouted loudly. Then he rushed towards Xianxia. The old village chief also slapped Xianxia. Bang! Both sides fiercely clashed with their palms. The old village chief was directly sent flying, vomiting a large mouthful of blood in midair. Old chief, let's fight it out with him. Many people saw that the village chief was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Their eyes turned blood red. They rushed forward, wanting to fight Xianxia to the death. Hurry up and leave. Do you want to see your village destroyed? The old village head shouted at the top of his lungs. He charged at Xianxia again. The old village head's body began to burn. He was burning his own source to increase his combat strength. This was the only method the old village chief could think of. He wanted to use this method to increase his combat strength. Then, he would stall Xianxia and buy time for the others. Let's go, the other villagers said with tears in their eyes. Someone pulled back Xia Zongshan and Xia Zongjuan, who had rushed forward to fight Xianxia. Tell them not to throw their lives away. The old village head was once again sent flying by Xianxia and couldn't help but vomit blood again. Even if the old village chief burned his origin, he was no match for Xianxia. Old man, if you want to play, I'll slowly play you to death. However, the others won't be able to escape. Xianxia's face revealed a sinister expression. He waved his hand. A dense swarm of poisonous insects flew out. Those poisonous insects turned out to be a type of flying spider. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. Those poisonous insects pounced on the villagers of Xia village. Does the heavens want my Xia village to be destroyed? The old village chief cried out in grief. Screams of agony could be heard one after another. Many people had already been pounced on by the swarm of insects and were eaten to the bone. The old village chief was sent flying by Xianxia again. His injuries had worsened. The old village chief could clearly feel that he couldn't hold on much longer. The situation. It was extremely bad, the Xia village could be destroyed at any moment. At that moment, a cluster of flames burned in the air. Then, the cluster of flames grew bigger and bigger. Very quickly, they surged in all directions like they were blotting out the sky. The flames burned fiercely. A large number of poisonous insects were burned to ashes. Xianxia, who was about to kill the old village chief, saw this scene and his face became extremely gloomy. Who is it? Xianxia said coldly. It's me. A cold voice came from behind Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and saw a young cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere. This young cultivator was Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Xia village. You're courting death. When Xianxia saw how young Lin Feng was, he already had a look of disdain. He attacked Lin Feng with his palm. Lin Feng waved his right hand and a sword aura surged out. Puchi. That sword aura directly cut off Xianxia's arm. Blood immediately spurted out. Ah! Xianxia let out an incomparably shrill scream. You, who are you? I'm young Master Yuanshan's man. If you dare to kill me, young Master Yuanshan won't let you go. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng in horror. He used young Master Yuanshan to scare Lin Feng. Who is young Master Yuanshan? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Xianxia was slightly stunned. This kid in front of him had not heard of young Master Yuanshan? Where did this country bumpkin come from, of course? Xianxia did not dare to say these words out loud. He said, young Master Yuanshan is the son of Supreme Lord Umo, one of the top 10 wandering cultivators in the Xin domain. Do you know how powerful my background is? If you let me go now, you can still live. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Xianxia said. So what if I kill you? I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slashed out with his sword aura. A popping sound could be heard. Xianxia was cut in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng then flew towards the old village chief. Snow Lady was also saving the other villagers. Thank goodness young master came back in time. Otherwise, our Xia village would have been destroyed. The old village chief said weakly. His fire of life was already on the verge of death. Lin Feng said. Old village chief, don't say anything else. I'll help you treat your injuries. My heart meridian was broken just now. I've been holding on for so long. I can't hold on anymore. Young master, I know you're a good person. After I die, can you help me take care of the people of Xia village? The old village chief looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Grandpa, you won't die, old village chief, you'll be fine, Xia Zongshan, Xia Zongjuan, and many other villagers said sorrowfully. The villagers were very dependent on the old village chief, and the old village chief was also a person of virtue and prestige in the hearts of the villagers. Therefore, everyone hoped that the old village chief could live a good life. However, most of the time, it was not about what you wanted. What could you do? Lin Feng tried to use the great fate technique to change the old village chief's fate. However, Lin Feng failed. Some people's fates could be changed. Some people's fates could not be changed. For example, Yuan Tian's fate could be changed. This was because one only needed to change Yuan Tian's life aura and innate fate to change Yuan Tian's fate. However, the old village chief was different. Now, Lin Feng wanted to change the old village chief's fate, which was equivalent to bringing a dead person back to life. Naturally, the great fate technique could not do this. It was estimated that no one could do this because this was too heaven-defying. I will take good care of them. Lin Feng said. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The old village chief looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Then, he looked at his two grandsons, Xiao Zongshan and Xiao Zongjuan. Zongshan, Zongjuan, you must listen to Lin Gongzi in the future. The old village chief said. Now, he was most worried about his two grandsons. When they were 3 years old, their parents died tragically. Then, he raised the two brothers. The relationship between grandfather and grandson was too deep. The two brothers shed tears and said in unison, we will listen to Lin Gongzi. Grandfather, you will definitely get better. The old village chief revealed a trace of a smile. After saying his last words, he closed his eyes and lost all signs of life. Grandfather, grandfather, old village chief. Seeing the old village chief die, many people cried sorrowfully. Lin Feng stood up and stood together with the snow lady, watching these people cry for the old village chief's death. They could not help but feel a sense of sadness in their hearts. The old village chief died tragically to save everyone. This made Lin Feng think of his third uncle, Lin Xiong. Didn't his third uncle die tragically to save him, when he died? Not even his bones remained. He had killed Du Guotian back then. However, the dead third uncle could not be resurrected. This had always been the pain in Lin Feng's heart. In addition, Lin Feng could do nothing when he saw Hui Yihan die tragically in order to save him. There was also Huang Linger's death. Back then, he wanted to save Huang Linger so badly, but he failed. This was the pain in Lin Feng's heart. It wasn't just Lin Feng. The Snow Maidens had also experienced far too many life and death separations. Now that he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful and sad. Other than the old village chief, there were more than 20 villagers who had died tragically. These dead villagers were all buried by everyone. Lin Feng found a villager and asked him about what had happened. Lin Feng understood the ins and outs of the situation. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown deeply. An ordinary man is innocent. Treasures arouse the envy of others. The tragedy of Xia family village was caused by the possession of 5 ancient cauldrons. Generally speaking, cultivators wouldn't pass by a place like Xia family village. Even if cultivators passed by, they wouldn't pay attention to an ordinary mountain village. But this time, it was a coincidence. When young Master Yuan Shan and his group passed by, Xia family village was using the 5 ancient cauldrons to temper the children's bodies. That was why the tragedy happened. But what made Lin Feng the most angry was that this young Master Yuan Shan was too ruthless. The 5 ancient cauldrons had already been handed over to you. Just leave after obtaining the ancient cauldrons. Why did he send people to massacre the village? Young Master Yuan Shan really deserved to die. I'll cut off young Master Yuanshan's head and sacrifice it to the old village chief and the others. Lin Feng said. His heart was burning with anger. Firstly, it was because of young Master Yuanshan. Secondly, it was because of himself. If he hadn't promised the old village chief to repair the 5 ancient cauldrons for Xia family village, would today's incident have happened? If he and the snow maidens had returned earlier, would today's incident have happened? Lin Feng blamed himself. He was also very angry. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill like never before. I'll go with you, the snow maidens said. Lin Feng said, you stay behind and take care of Xia family village. I alone am enough. The snow maidens understood Lin Feng's current feelings. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she nodded and said, okay. Then you be careful. Lin Feng nodded and flew in the direction the villager had pointed out. That direction was the direction young Master Yuanshan was heading towards. Even these villagers knew of young Master Yuanshan's reputation. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary young Master Yuanshan was. Lin Feng also understood some things about young Master Yuanshan from the villagers. For example, young Master Yuanshan's father was one of the top 10 wandering cultivators in Xin domain. Young Master Yuanshan's own cultivation was also unfathomable and so on. But Lin Feng didn't care about all these. He only had one thought, and that was to kill young Master Yuanshan and let him accompany the old village chief and the others in death. Sky Mountain City. One of the famous ancient cities in Xin domain. Young Master Yuanshan was currently in Sky Mountain City. This time, young Master Yuanshan came to Sky Mountain City to participate in a gathering. This gathering was organized by one of the top 10 beauties in the Undying Realm, Fairy Hua Lingxian. Hua Lingxian's background was extremely extraordinary. It was said that Hua Lingxian was a holy spirit that was born from a celestial flower. Not only was she powerful, she also had a peerless appearance. Among the top 10 fairies, she was one of the best. Countless people adored Hua Lingxian, and countless people did not hesitate to cross several regions in order to see Hua Lingxian. The reason why Hua Lingxian organized this gathering in Xin domain. It was said that Hua Lingxian was born in Xin domain. Back then, Hua Lingxian was born from a celestial flower. The supreme demon empress of the demon race, Demon Empress Fengxi, passed by. When she saw the celestial flower, she picked it. Later on, Hua Lingxian was born from the celestial flower. And Demon Empress Fengxi took Hua Lingxian as her disciple. Hua Lingxian cultivated for 300 years, but her cultivation was unfathomable. It was said that she was undefeated against some of the 8 great young masters. From this, it could be seen how powerful Hua Lingxian's cultivation was. Of course, no matter how powerful Hua Lingxian was, she was only a junior. The truly terrifying one was her master, Demon Empress Fengxi. It was said that Demon Empress Fengxi was an extremely ancient existence. The Undying Realm's demon race had 3 sovereigns and 1 empress. All of them were at the true immortal realm. The 3 sovereigns and 1 empress were all extremely ancient. Their cultivation was exceedingly high. In addition, Demon Empress Fengxi was transformed from a phoenix. That made Demon Empress Fengxi even more terrifying. This was because everyone knew that the phoenix race was very powerful. It was one of the strongest bloodlines in the demon race. Moreover, the phoenix nirvana technique was unparalleled. Therefore, countless people wanted to marry Hua Lingxian. It wasn't just because Hua Lingxian was beautiful. Many people also valued the powerful faction behind Hua Lingxian. This time, many top geniuses came to the gathering held by Hua Lingxian. Because the matter in the extreme north had caused a huge commotion, especially after the news of Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng, had spread, it caused a huge uproar. And the extreme north was right next to the Xin realm. As a result, many people came to the Xin realm to inquire about Lin Feng. Only they themselves knew why those powers were inquiring about Lin Feng. But it was obvious that most of them wanted to capture Lin Feng and go to Crown Prince Di Wudao in exchange for rewards. As for the top experts of the younger generation of the Undying Realm, they also wanted to suppress Lin Feng. They wanted to let Lin Feng know how powerful the experts of the younger generation of the Undying Realm were. They wanted to let Lin Feng know that Lin Feng did not have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the Undying Realm. The Heaven Peak Tower was the largest restaurant in the Heaven Peak city. People came and went, and it was extremely lively. But today, because of the gathering of the young geniuses of the Undying Realm, the Heaven Peak Tower was no longer open for business. They only served the young geniuses who came to the gathering. A large number of cultivators rushed over. Those who were able to participate in this gathering were all extraordinary. They all had powerful forces behind them. Even if they didn't have a powerful force. But they often had extremely terrifying cultivations. However, ordinary geniuses did not have the qualifications to reach the top floor. The Heaven Peak Tower had a total of 7 floors, and the top floor referred to the 7th floor. This was the place where the top geniuses gathered. There weren't many people, only a few dozen of them. Young Master Xianxia was a worldly immortal stage cultivator, although there was still a huge gap between him and the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. But in reality, young Master Xianxia was already one of the best among the younger generation. Because young Master Xianxia had cultivated until now. It had only been 400 years. He hadn't cultivated for long, so being able to break through to the worldly immortal stage was naturally extraordinary. One after another, a few top-notch young masters arrived and walked towards the 7th floor. I heard that young Master Mingyu is also in the Sin realm. I wonder if young Master Mingyu will come? A cultivator said. Young Master Mingyu was one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. At such a young age, his cultivation was heaven-defying. His every move naturally attracted attention. I don't think so, because the 8-level palace has deep enmity with the demons, another cultivator said. The Baji Palace is the supporter of Crown Prince Di Wudao, and Di Wudao is the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court. The relationship between the Heavenly Court and the monster race is indeed terrible. They were like fire and water. It's normal for young Master Mingyu to not come. Another cultivator said. It is said that young Master Xingyu is also in the Sin domain. Another cultivator said. Then, someone said, Brother, you are too ill-informed. Young Master Xingyu has already left the Sin domain. Obviously. Although there were many Gongzi in the Undying Realm. However, the top young masters were still the 8 great young masters. Young Master Mingyu and young Master Xingyu were among the 8 great young masters. As for young Master Xianxia, compared to young Master Mingyu, young Master Xingyu was much weaker. Young Master Shuiyu has arrived. Just at this moment, a commotion came from outside. A man wearing a green robe stepped into the Heavenly Peak Tower. He was a very handsome young master, but his eyes were very scary. It was a pair of eyes that could make people sink into them. If anyone looked into those eyes, they would definitely sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. Behind young Master Shuiyu was the famous 9 Underworld Devil Palace in the Undying Realm. This was a top force of the Devil Dao. Young Master Shuiyu was one of the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. His Devil Dao was monstrous, and no one dared to provoke him. Now that young Master Shuiyu had appeared, it naturally caused quite a stir. Many people came forward to greet him. However, young Master Shuiyu's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the people around him, but the surrounding geniuses did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Young Master Shuiyu was too powerful. No one dared to offend him. Young Master Shuiyu arrived at the 7th floor. When he arrived, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered here. Many of their expressions changed when they saw young Master Shuiyu. Young Master Shuiyu was definitely a terrifying existence. I heard that Fairy was in the Heavenly Peak City, so I hurried over. I am extremely happy to see Fairy here. Young Master Shuiyu said with a smile. Young Master Shuiyu was a cold and emotionless person. However, this did not mean that young Master Shuiyu did not like women. On the contrary, young Master Shuiyu never lacked women. As long as he took a fancy to a woman, he would do all he could to get her. Many people knew that young Master Shuiyu was pursuing Hua Lingxian. However, Hua Lingxian had never agreed to his request. The Devil Dao and the Devil Dao had a closer relationship. Therefore, even if she did not agree to his request, Hua Lingxian could not completely cut off her relationship with him. After all, there were many opportunities for them to meet. So it's young Master Shuiyu. Please take a seat. Hua Lingxian smiled. She was wearing a light blue dress. Many beautiful flowers were embroidered on it. She looked like a flower fairy, full of immortal energy and spiritual energy. Looking at her more than once would make people feel like they were blaspheming her. This was Hua Lingxian, a fairy born from an immortal flower. She was so otherworldly and beautiful. Young Master Shuiyu sat on the first seat on the left. He smiled faintly and asked, "What was everyone talking about earlier?" A genius said. "We were talking about Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng." Young Master Shuiyu said indifferently, "I came here for him. I heard that he has the undying sinner's blood. I want to use his undying sinner's blood to refine an immortal pill." The corners of many people's mouths twitched when they heard young Master Shuiyu's words. Refining humans into pills was a taboo, even more so in the undying world. Even if someone did it in private, no one would openly talk about it. However, young Master Shuiyu had said it without hesitation. From this, one could see how arrogant he was. Young Master Yuanshan's relationship with young Master Yu was pretty good. That was because young Master Yuanshan's father was also an expert of the devil path. It was normal for devil path experts to interact with each other. That was why young Master Yuanshan and young Master Yu had known each other for a long time. Young Master Yuanshan said, "I've also heard about Lin Feng. I heard that he obtained the Hou Bao and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman and slaughtered his way through the extreme north. However, according to what I know, his cultivation realm isn't very high. Back then, he was only able to release the Hou Bao's power because of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. But that was a coincidence. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman sensed the Hou Bao's aura and automatically awakened. Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to use the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so he wouldn't be able to release the Hou Bao's power. Without the Hou Bao, what is Lin Feng? There's no need for Brother Shuiyu to take action. All you need to do is send a subordinate to deal with Lin Feng. For Brother Shuiyu to personally take action is an insult to you." Lin Feng stood outside the Heaven Peak Tower and looked in its direction. The Heaven Peak Tower was guarded by guards, so not everyone was qualified to enter. If ordinary cultivators wanted to enter, they would definitely be ordered to retreat by the guards outside. Lin Feng walked towards the Heaven Peak Tower. The guards saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary bearing, so they did not stop Lin Feng and interrogate him. There were many geniuses in the Heaven Peak Tower. Many of them were gathered together and chatting. Some were talking about the top-notch geniuses. Some were talking about Lin Feng. After entering the Heaven Peak Tower, Lin Feng heard many people talking about him. However, it was clear that no one here recognized him. The number of cultivators who had gone to the extreme north was not high, and most of them were powerful cultivators. There were only a few young cultivators who had gone to the extreme north. Generally, the great clans and powers would not allow their young cultivators to go to a dangerous place like the extreme north. "Brother, do you know where young Master Yuanshan is?" Lin Feng stopped a cultivator and asked. "Young Master Yuanshan? He's in a private room on the 7th floor. Brother, how should I address you? Do you know young Master Yuanshan?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng in surprise, as if he wanted Lin Feng to introduce him to young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng ignored him and walked towards the 7th floor. "If you don't want to introduce him, then don't." Leaving without saying a word, what a rude guy. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the cultivator couldn't help but mutter. Ordinary people would not dare to casually come up to the 7th floor unless they were qualified to do so. Otherwise, they would only be humiliating themselves. They were all people with status. Naturally, they would not do something like humiliating themselves. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of the private room on the 7th floor. When Lin Feng arrived, he heard someone say, "You're here. I've heard about Lin Feng. I heard that he obtained the Hou Bao and the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, slaughtering everyone in the north. But as far as I know, his cultivation level isn't very high. I was only able to release the power of the Hou Bao with the help of the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, but that was a coincidence. The ancestral Magus Jade Talisman awakened on its own after sensing the power of the Hou Bao. Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to use the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, so he wouldn't be able to release the power of the Hou Bao. If he can't bring out the full power of the Hui Bao, who does Lin Feng think he is? There's no need for Brother Yu Shui to personally take action. You only need to send a subordinate to deal with Lin Feng. For Brother Yu Shui to personally take action is an insult to you. Lin Feng heard young Master Yuanshan's words. Just as young Master Yuanshan's voice fell, another person spoke out, "That's right, who does Lin Feng think he is? What qualifications does a mere descendant of a sinner's blood have to fight against Brother Yu Shuiyu? Brother Shuiyu can kill him in 3 moves. Soon after, a few more people agreed. Each and every one of them looked down on Lin Feng. Then, they began to flatter young Master Shuiyu. Young Master Shuiyu was naturally proud of himself. Everyone had their vanity. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they all had their vanity. Young Master Shuiyu was no exception. He was no exception. He also had his vanity. So when he heard everyone's flattery, young Master Shuiyu had a smug expression. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Everyone turned to look at the entrance and saw a young cultivator walk in. A human cultivator? Many people frowned. The human race truly didn't have many experts in recent years, and the number of peak experts of the younger generation was even fewer. So everyone began to mutter to themselves. They didn't know who this human cultivator was. Who is this person? Someone asked. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Of the dozens of people present, not a single one recognized Lin Feng. Young master, have you also come for this gathering? Hua Lingxian asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, I've come to find someone. Who are you looking for, young master? Hua Lingxian asked in astonishment. Young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng said. You're looking for me? Young Master Yuanshan was astonished. He truly didn't remember knowing such a human cultivator. He also didn't have any enmity with such a human cultivator. However, young Master Yuanshan didn't think much of Lin Feng because Lin Feng was too young. Why are you looking for me? Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Do you still remember what happened in the mountain village? Lin Feng asked. What happened in the mountain village? You're from that mountain village? I was wondering why Xianxia didn't come back to report. Could it be that you killed him? Young Master Yuanshan's expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. It seemed that Xianxia had been killed by Lin Feng. Xianxia's death didn't affect young Master Yuanshan much, but young Master Yuanshan was furious. After all, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. In young Master Yuanshan's eyes, Lin Feng's killing of Xianxia was a disgrace to him. That guy was called Xianxia? I did kill him. Lin Feng sneered. Brat, you dare to kill my people? Who gave you the guts? Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't wait for Lin Feng's answer and asked coldly, Are you here to avenge the dead villagers? Or to ask for the 5 cauldrons? I'm here to kill you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you're here to kill me? What a joke. Young Master Yuanshan burst into laughter after hearing Lin Feng's words. Many shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng with a playful gaze. They naturally didn't think that Lin Feng had the strength to kill young Master Yuanshan. In their eyes, the difference between Lin Feng and young Master Yuanshan was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Feng walked toward young Master Yuanshan. He had already decided to kill young Master Yuanshan. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let young Master Yuanshan off. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think you can jump around in front of me just because you have some strength? Young Master Yuanshan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Everyone present was a peak expert of the younger generation. Although young Master Yuanshan's cultivation wasn't weak, he couldn't be considered a peak expert here. However, young Master Yuanshan was secretly delighted. He could show off in front of a group of peak experts. Naturally, this was a matter of pride for him. Young Master Yuanshan glanced at young Master Shuiyu from the corner of his eyes. He noticed that young Master Shuiyu was watching the conflict with interest. Young Master Yuanshan felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. There weren't many chances to show off in front of a peak expert like young Master Shuiyu. Kneel. Young Master Yuanshan stood up and shouted coldly. A powerful aura surged out and suppressed Lin Feng. Young Master Yuan Shan wanted to suppress Lin Feng and make Lin Feng kneel before him. Young Master Yuan Shan wanted to show off in front of everyone. But things didn't go as he wished. When young Master Yuan Shan emitted a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng was completely fine. What a bunch of clowns, Lin Feng calmly said these 4 words. These 4 words were like a sharp sword that fiercely pierced young Master Yuan Shan's heart. Now, young Master Yuan Shan felt that his face was burning with pain. Because young Master Yuan Shan thought that Lin Feng was easy to deal with. Wasn't crushing Lin Feng as easy as crushing an ant, so he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of so many people. He wanted to show off in front of so many people. But who knew that he couldn't show off? Instead, he was ridiculed by Lin Feng. Especially after hearing the words jumping clown, young Master Yuan Shan felt the anger in his body burning fiercely. I want your life. Young Master Yuan Shan jumped out and punched towards Lin Feng. Young Master Yuan Shan failed to show off in front of everyone. Plus, after being ridiculed by Lin Feng, he became angry from embarrassment. So now, young Master Yuan Shan only wanted to quickly kill Lin Feng. Facing young Master Yuan Shan's punch, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also punched out. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and young Master Yuan Shan's fists fiercely collided. Young Master Yuan Shan immediately looked as if he was struck by lightning. In midair, he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Lin Feng's figure flashed. As if he had teleported, he appeared in front of young Master Yuan Shan and stepped on his chest. This kid is actually so strong, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Young Master Yuan Shan was a human immortal. This level was considered an extremely powerful existence in the younger generation. But young Master Yuan Shan. Unexpectedly, this young human cultivator had defeated him with a single move. This was too inconceivable. This meant that this young human cultivator was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. My eyes were blind just now, this was what many people were thinking. Who are you? How can an expert like you appear in a small mountain village? Young Master Yuan Shan shouted in disbelief. He began to struggle. However, he was stepped on by Lin Feng. He couldn't break free at all. It was a great humiliation. What a great humiliation, young Master Yuan Shan was also a high and mighty figure. Now, he was actually being stepped on by someone else. The humiliation he suffered today made young Master Yuan Shan feel like he was better off dead. Lin Feng didn't answer young Master Yuan Shan. Instead, he looked at young Master Yuan Shan coldly and said, when you wantonly trample on other people's lives, did you ever think that one day you would be trampled under someone else's foot? Are you talking about those untouchables? Is there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality with me over a bunch of untouchables? My father is exalted Lord, you fiend. Think carefully. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Young Master Yuan Shan said coldly. He even brought up his father, exalted Lord, you fiend. He wanted to use exalted Lord, you fiend to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't care about young Master Yuan Shan's threat. He sneered. So what if you're exalted Lord, you fiend? Even if your father is the heavenly emperor, he can't save you now. Lin Feng was about to kill young Master Yuan Shan. At this time, young Master Yuan Shan shouted, young Master Shuiyu, save me, brat. Stop. Young Master Shuiyu said when he heard young Master Yuan Shan's cry for help. Young Master Shuiyu and young Master Yuan Shan had been friends for many years. In addition, exalted Lord Yufiend had a deep relationship with 9 Underworld Palace. Therefore, young Master Shuiyu naturally had to help young Master Yuan Shan. However, Lin Feng didn't care about Shuiyu. He slashed out a beam of sword energy. *Pucci** young Master Yuan Shan's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Heavens, this brat really killed young Master Yuan Shan. Who is this guy? Not only did he not give young Master Shuiyu face, he doesn't seem to be afraid of exalted Lord Yufiend. I don't know. He looks very unfamiliar. This is my first time seeing him. Many cultivators in the private room began to discuss. Young Master Shuiyu's expression turned extremely ugly. As one of the 8 great young masters of the undying world, he had no choice. Who would dare to not give him face? However, Lin Feng dared to. This was the first time young Master Shuiyu had lost face in front of so many people. Therefore, he was extremely furious. He looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Lin Feng naturally didn't guess what young Master Shuiyu was thinking. He didn't care about what young Master Shuiyu was thinking. Today, no one could stop him from killing young Master Yuanshan. Lin Feng kept young Master Yuanshan's head. Then, he flicked his finger. A cluster of flames flew out and burned young Master Yuanshan's body to ashes. I apologize for disturbing everyone. Allow me to offer you 3 cups of wine as an apology. Lin Feng picked up the wine bottle and cup on the table beside him and poured 3 cups of wine, downing them all in one gulp. He then cupped his fists and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Did I say you could leave? The person who spoke was none other than young Master Shuiyu. Young Master Shuiyu was a vicious and merciless person. He would kill anyone who disagreed with him. He had done this many times. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him now. However, this time, Lin Feng hadn't given young Master Shuiyu any face and had thoroughly angered him. Since young Master Shuiyu wanted to kill Lin Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng leave. What? Is something the matter? Lin Feng glanced at young Master Shuiyu indifferently. When Lin Feng had entered the Heaven Peak Tower, he had heard many people talking about young Master Shuiyu. He knew that this person was one of the 8 young masters of the undying world. He was as famous as young Master Mingyu and young Master Xingyu. But so what, now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm, his battle strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, he had many treasures on him. Did he have to be afraid of this person? Brat! Do you know what you've just done? Young Master Shuiyu said coldly. Killing. Lin Feng said indifferently. I told you to stop. Young Master Shuiyu said coldly. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Feng replied indifferently. Young Master Shuiyu's eyes flashed coldly. He sneered. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen someone who doesn't know life from death in front of me. Brat, I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and lick young Master Yuanshan's blood clean. Then, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life today. Author's note, recently, I've been writing for more than 10 hours every day. I'm seriously overloaded. My body is exhausted. This is the second update today. I'm going to the hospital to see a doctor later. Hearing young Master Shuiyu's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Then, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. Young Master Shuiyu really knew how to humiliate people. In everyone's opinion, Lin Feng had no choice at all. Lin Feng had indeed displayed extraordinary battle strength. However, he was nothing compared to young Master Shuiyu. As one of the 8 young masters of the undying world, young Master Shuiyu's cultivation was at the top of the undying world's younger generation. The number of young experts who could contend against him could be counted on one hand. But Lin Feng wasn't one of those young cultivators. Even now, no one knew who Lin Feng was or where he came from. So what if Lin Feng could kill young Master Yuanshan? He was still an ant in front of young Master Shuiyu. Lin Feng looked at young Master Shuiyu indifferently and said, what a joke. Do you think everyone in the world will listen to you? Don't you know your own worth? Do you think you're invincible just because you've been praised? Don't forget that you're only somewhat famous among the younger generation. There are countless people who can kill you. I'm very curious, where do you get the courage to be so arrogant? Don't you know how to write the words asking for humiliation? Lin Feng's poisonous tongue was too powerful. Thus, when he heard Lin Feng's words, the corner of young Master Shuiyu's mouth twitched. Young Master Shuiyu had never been mocked like this before. Thus, young Master Shuiyu was incomparably furious. His killing intent soared. Young Master Shuiyu stood up and sneered. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Shuiyu stood up and walked toward Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Haha, you're too full of yourself. This is a gathering place, not a place for a life and death battle. Let's go somewhere else. I'll personally cut off your head. Lin Feng said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding cultivators could not help but mutter. Because Lin Feng dared to provoke young noble Xueyu. That didn't seem normal. Lin Feng clearly knew young Master Xueyu's identity. Since Lin Feng knew of young Master Xueyu's identity, then he would be able to tell. He knew how powerful young Master Xueyu was. Lin Feng did not place such a powerful existence in his eyes at all. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Feng did not place young Master Xueyu in his eyes. Could it be that this brat had some hidden and terrifying methods? Many people thought to themselves. Apart from this reason, no one could think of any other reason. Alright, let's go to the central plaza and have a battle to the death. Young Master Xueyu said indifferently. At this moment, Hua Lingxian said, Young lords, why fight to the death over such a small matter? Wouldn't it be better to sit down and drink a cup of wine and forget all enmity with a smile? Wouldn't that be a wonderful story? Hua Lingxian was actually helping Lin Feng. She knew how powerful young Master Xueyu was. Lin Feng was definitely not a match for young Master Xueyu. Hua Lingxian had a few friends from the human race. Therefore, she had always had a good impression of humans. Therefore, Hua Lingxian wanted to save Lin Feng's life. Young Master Xueyu said, Fairy, I'm only killing this brat because he's courting death. Today, this brat must die. Otherwise, where will I put my face? Lin Feng also said, We'll soon find out who's courting death. Today, I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. How many people would dare to say such words to young Master Xueyu? They were simply courting death. And everyone knew, when Lin Feng said those words, Lin Feng's expression changed. It would be impossible for him to reconcile with young Master Xueyu. Hua Lingxian could not help but feel helpless. In the end, she did not say anything. Let's go. Don't waste my time. After I kill you, I still have many things to take care of. Lin Feng looked indifferently at young Master Xueyu. Many people smiled bitterly. Lin Feng was too arrogant. Moreover, he did not seem to care about young Master Xueyu at all. This made everyone feel incredulous. Young Master Xueyu said coldly, You're only good at talking. In other aspects, you're pitifully weak. Lin Feng did not refute young Master Xueyu. He took the lead and left the room. Then, young Master Xueyu also left the room. Let's go and take a look. Many people stood up. Then, they walked outside. Although no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances in this battle, however, everyone realized that Lin Feng seemed to have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. That was why Lin Feng was so confident. Therefore, the result of this battle might be unexpected. Seeing the top geniuses walk out of the room on the 7th floor, the Heaven Peak Tower's geniuses were puzzled. They did not know why, but these top geniuses walked out of the room shortly after the gathering started. Lin Feng and young Master Xueyu left the Heaven Peak Tower. Then, the two of them flew toward the central plaza. Soon, the news of what had happened in the room spread throughout the Heaven Peak Tower. Lin Feng had suddenly appeared and killed young Master Yuanshan. The conflict between Lin Feng and young Master Xueyu was also exposed. This caused a huge uproar, and many people were incomparably shocked. Who would have thought that so many things would happen in such a short period of time? Moreover, everyone was guessing Lin Feng's identity. Who was Lin Feng? He actually dared to fight young Master Xueyu to a life and death battle. It was truly inconceivable. Many people flew toward the central plaza. This battle had piqued everyone's interest. An expert like young Master Xueyu was a terrifying existence. Now, he was actually going to fight someone to the death. Everyone was looking forward to the result of this battle. Of course, in the eyes of many, young Master Xueyu was simply too powerful. Such a person, he was definitely not someone Lin Feng could contend against. With so many young geniuses heading toward the central plaza, this matter naturally attracted the attention of others. Someone tried to find out what was going on. Then, someone told the person who asked about the upcoming battle between Lin Feng and young Master Shuiyu. After hearing the news, everyone was shocked. Then, the news quickly spread out. A large number of cultivators flew toward the central plaza. It's mainly due to the stress of life. I spent more than 2 hours writing this chapter on my phone in the hospital. Also, the finals of the top 39 popular characters selection has begun. Brothers, we're currently ranked 27, and the preliminaries are ranked 12. We can't give up. Can we help Old Steamed Bun get into the top 9? Old Man to begs for everyone's help. After returning home from the hospital, Old Man to immediately started writing. This popular character selection is too important to Old Man to. I beg for everyone's help again. The arena in the central plaza was a place where many cultivators fought. Many classic battles had taken place there. Some of them were even battles between top experts. As a result, the arena in the central plaza was covered in rust. There were even dried blood stains in many places. Apart from that, there were also countless sword and saber scars on the arena. Those scars and sword scars seemed to be telling of the tragic battles that had taken place there in the past. More and more cultivators gathered at the central plaza. Everyone looked at the arena. There were 2 people standing on the arena. Many people recognized one of them. It was the famous young Master Shuiyu, one of the 8 young masters of the Undying Realm. The other person was a young human cultivator. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. Who is that brat? He actually dares to challenge young Master Shuiyu. Is he tired of living? Yeah, there are plenty of people who aren't afraid of death these days. That kid is also a human cultivator. I don't mean to ask, but do the human cultivators still have any capable experts? Most importantly, isn't that brat too young? He seems to be only a little over 100 years old. Is he really going to challenge young Master Shuiyu at such a young age? Will he be instantly killed by young Master Bloody Yu? Many cultivators who had come to watch the show began discussing among themselves when they saw Lin Feng. In the eyes of those cultivators, Lin Feng challenging young Master Shuiyu was no different from courting death. Many people felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. No one in the world could save Lin Feng's life. As for the top geniuses, they raised their brows. They naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a simple character. However, they did not know how Lin Feng would deal with young Master Shuiyu. That was why they were all very curious. Have you thought about how you want to die? Young Master Shuiyu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. You should be asking yourself that question. Lin Feng sneered in response. The spectators were extremely excited when they saw the 2 people who were rebuking each other on the stage. It seemed that there would be an intense battle later. It's actually him. Among the crowd, some cultivators recognized Lin Feng's identity. When they recognized Lin Feng's identity, their expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng's identity was too sensitive. They never thought that Lin Feng would actually appear here. Furthermore, he was going to have a life and death battle with young Master Shuiyu. He was truly audacious. However, the cultivators who recognized Lin Feng didn't say anything. They planned to continue watching. They wanted to see what would happen next. Would Lin Feng die at the hands of young Master Shuiyu? Brat, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Die. Young Master Shuiyu's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and flew towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this time, a light flashed in Lin Feng's hand and a huge bow appeared. It was none other than the supreme treasure, the Holy Bow. Eh? This guy's treasure is actually a huge bow. Look, he's starting to shoot arrows. Is he trying to use that bow to kill young Master Shuiyu? Why aren't there any arrows? How is he going to kill young Master Shuiyu with that? Many people were puzzled. Those who had seen the Holy Bow before were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Therefore, the spectators didn't recognize that the bow in Lin Feng's hand was the legendary Holy Bow. However, the few cultivators who recognized it were all cultivators. They still didn't say anything. At this moment, Lin Feng held the bow with his right hand and pulled the bowstring with his left. Lin Feng was indeed unable to use the ancestral shaman jade talisman. However, Lin Feng had other ways to unleash the power of the Holy Bow. Within his dantian, the avatar, the magic lotus, and the ruler's armor were all supporting Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the sovereign lord realm, the avatar's strength had increased greatly. His avatar had cultivated the Stoneman 9 Transformations Immortal Sutra, and he had been cultivating in the spacetime continuum. Therefore, he had improved rapidly. Now, he was an Earth Immortal. The Magic Lotus's spirit had completely fused with the power of the second world of the Magic Lotus. This was the most crucial point. After fusing with the power of the second world, the spirit of the Magic Lotus could increase Lin Feng's strength tremendously. Moreover, as Lin Feng's cultivation increased, his control over the ruler's armor also reached an unprecedented level. The ruler's armor could also increase Lin Feng's strength. Therefore, perhaps the arrows Lin Feng shot with the Hui Bao might not be as powerful as the arrows he shot with the ancestral shaman Jade Talisman. However, the power of Lin Feng's arrows was still not to be underestimated. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The energy of heaven and earth gathered to form an arrow. That arrow exuded an extremely terrifying power. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. Whoosh! The next moment, the arrow was as fast as lightning as it shot towards young Master Shuiyu, who was charging towards Lin Feng. What a terrifying energy arrow, many people couldn't help but exclaim when they felt the terrifying power contained within the energy arrow. What bao is that? Hua Lingxian, who was in the crowd, was shocked. Lin Feng's ability to shoot such a terrifying arrow was not only due to his own strength, but also due to the huge bao. Therefore, Hua Lingxian was very curious about the origin of the huge bao. At this moment, the energy arrow shot by the Hui Bao had already arrived in front of young Master Shuiyu and was heading straight for his head. The first method is to increase vitality. Vitality is increased by reading the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. You need to use QQ Reader to read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Every minute you read the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art gives you 1 point. After 100 minutes, you can draw a lottery. The second method is to increase affection points. To increase affection points, you need to participate in QQ Reader's daily quests. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art has more than 100,000 fans. Are there any tycoons out there? Please give me some tips. The third method is to increase 3D. Click on the word 3D and a discussion topic will appear below. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Click on the word 3D to participate in the discussion. Sensing the terrifying power of the arrow, young Lord Yu calmed down. Young Master Shuiyu's expression was indifferent as he sent out a palm strike. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Lin Feng's energy arrow was shattered by young Lord Yu. What strength! Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Young Lord Yu's battle strength was truly terrifying. However, the battle had only just begun. Lin Feng shot out arrow after arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 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 Energy arrows formed one after another, each containing a terrifying power. They instantly arrived in front of young Lord Yu. Young Lord Yu could destroy an energy arrow with a single palm strike. However, Lin Feng had shot out too many energy arrows. Young Lord Yu found it extremely difficult to block them. He had no choice but to retreat. Damn it, young Lord Yu's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to kill Lin Feng with a thunderous momentum. Then, in front of countless people, to establish his unparalleled might. However, unfortunately, he had not been able to do so. Young Lord Yu opened up a distance and dodged the arrows. Following which, a war spear appeared in his hand. The war spear's name was Blood Slaughter. It was said to be an extremely terrifying killing weapon that contained unparalleled killing intent. It had a chance of evolving into an ancient killing weapon in the future. Young Lord Yu. Aren't you one of the 8 young lords of the undying world? Do you think you deserve such a title with your little cultivation? A character like you is only fit to carry my shoes. Lin Feng looked at young Lord Yu mockingly. Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, many people's mouths could not help but twitch. Lin Feng's words were simply too infuriating. Moreover, he was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that young Lord Yu was only fit to carry his shoes. Who in the undying world would dare to say such words to young Lord Yu? Who would dare to look down on young Lord Yu? No one dared to do so. However, Lin Feng had done so. It had to be said. Lin Feng was truly audacious. Just how prideful was young Master Xueyu? Naturally, he would not swallow such humiliation. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng's words, a dense killing intent appeared in young Master Xueyu's eyes. He said coldly, "I'll definitely cut off your head and sacrifice it to the spear in my hand." With that, young Master Xueyu charged towards Lin Feng. He held the war spear in his hand, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. He was like an immortal god of war who wanted to conquer the world. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced young Master Xueyu. Lin Feng continued to draw his bow and shoot. Swish swish swish, one arrow after another flew towards young Master Xueyu. In the face of Lin Feng's attacks, young Master Bloody Hell was much more relaxed. Because he was now wielding the Bloody Slaughter war spear, which was extremely powerful. Wielding it, young Master Xueyu was able to unleash a shocking amount of power. Young Master Xueyu swung his Blood Slaughter war spear at the incoming arrows. Clang 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 clang, it was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. Young Master Xueyu's war spear clashed with Lin Feng's arrows. Every collision caused sparks to fly everywhere. Lin Feng drew his bow and shot at young Master Xueyu. As for young Master Xueyu, he swept through everything with his spear. Such a battle scene was truly explosive to the extreme. However, trying to kill young Master Xueyu with an energy arrow was clearly not a realistic idea. Therefore, young Master Xueyu and Lin Feng continued to draw closer. Young Master Xueyu's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as he looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Brat, have you run out of tricks? Very soon, I will use your blood to nourish my war spear. You will die under my war spear. Consider it your good fortune from your previous life." Lin Feng sneered. "You're too much of a braggart. You haven't even gained any advantage and you're already bragging. I think you should stop calling yourself young Master Xueyu. You should just call yourself young Master Braggart." Hearing this, young Master Xueyu was enraged. He leaped out and charged at Lin Feng. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he pulled the bowstring. In an instant, 7 energy arrows were formed. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 energy arrows shot out at the same time. Every single energy arrow contained the power to destroy the heavens. Every single energy arrow was so terrifying that it made people turn pale with fright. Man-spear unity. Young Master Xueyu's expression was indifferent. In that instant, his body seemed to have become one with the war spear. It was as if he had turned into the war spear and the war spear had become a part of his body. Sweeping 8 directions. Following this, a cold voice rang out. After becoming one with the spear, young Master Xueyu exploded with a terrifying power. The war spear in his hand gently swept through the air. In an instant, the 7 arrows that Lin Feng shot out were shattered. Powerful. Truly powerful. At this moment, young Master Xueyu's battle prowess shocked Lin Feng. 9 stars alignment, Lin Feng continued to attack. The 9-star pearls shot out in succession. 9 arrows connected head to tail. They shot towards young Master Xueyu. Sky-piercing spear. Young Master Xueyu's voice rang out once more. Following this, the war spear in his hand pierced forward. 9 consecutive sounds of collision rang out. Young Master Xueyu had destroyed the 9 arrows that Lin Feng had shot out. At this moment, young Master Shuiyu was only a dozen meters away from Lin Feng. His magic power was continuously pouring into the war spear as he stabbed it towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. That brat is going to be killed by young Master Shuiyu. That's right. He's dead for sure this time. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In their eyes, this attack from young noble Shuiyu was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was going to die without a doubt. However, this result wasn't much different from what they had expected. There were almost no people who thought that Lin Feng could kill young Master Shuiyu. Therefore, now that Lin Feng was about to be killed by young Master Shuiyu, they weren't particularly surprised. Many people thought that this was a natural outcome. But at this moment, everyone saw, Lin Feng drew his bow once more and shot another arrow. But this time it was different. This time, Lin Feng took out a real arrow. Whoosh. The next moment, the arrow shot out. The arrow instantly arrived in front of young Master Shuiyu. Both sides were too close, and young Master Shuiyu had no way of dodging. Break! Young Master Shuiyu waved his war spear to block the arrow. However, when his spear hit the arrow, it didn't fly away. The arrow was too powerful, and it didn't change direction at all. The next moment, Puchi. Divine Sunshot Arrow. It pierced through young Master Shuiyu's chest. Blood. Instantly, blood gushed out. How can this be? Young Master Shuiyu looked at the bloody hole in his chest. Disbelief was still written all over his face. He hadn't expected such an outcome at all. He had thought that he would be able to kill Lin Feng. But in the end, he had died at Lin Feng's hands instead. This was a huge blow to young Master Shuiyu. Young Master Shuiyu has lost. Young Master Shuiyu's chest has been pierced. That arrow has completely destroyed his life force. He's dead for sure. Who is that kid? Even young Master Shuiyu isn't his match. Isn't this too inconceivable? Young Master Shuiyu is one of the 8 great young masters of the undying world. He's an extraordinary person, but now he's on the verge of death. This matter will definitely cause a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. Until now, everyone could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Young Master Shuiyu's chest had been pierced by an arrow. He was one of the top experts of the undying world's younger generation. It was very difficult to find someone in the younger generation who could contend against him. Many people believed that he was destined to walk the path of a paragon in the future. But that wasn't the case at all. From the looks of it, young Master Shuiyu wouldn't be able to survive. What an incredible scene. But now, it was happening right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, the sun-slaying divine arrow that had pierced through young Master Shuiyu's chest flew back to Lin Feng's hand. Everyone looked at the Hou-Yi Bao and sun-slaying divine arrow in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's cultivation base was very high. But in the eyes of the crowd, it was very difficult for him to kill young Master Shuiyu with just his cultivation base. Lin Feng's Hou-Yi Bao and sun-slaying divine arrow had played a huge role. However, nobody knew that Lin Feng had the Hou-Yi Bao and sun-slaying divine arrow. I've seen that kid before. He's Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng. The treasures in his hands are the legendary Hou-Yi Bao and sun-slaying divine arrow. What? He's Lin Feng? Is that giant Bao the legendary Hou-Yi Bao? That arrow is the sun-slaying divine arrow? So many people are looking for him, yet he still dares to show himself in a place like Heaven Peak City? How audacious. Wasn't it said that Lin Feng relied on the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman to unleash the might of the Hou-Yi Bao? This time, he didn't even activate the ancestral Magus Jade Talisman, but he was able to unleash the power of the Hou-Yi Bao. It seems that the rumors from before were just baseless rumors. When Lin Feng's identity was exposed, countless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Many people looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. If they captured Lin Feng and handed him over to Di Wudao, how many benefits would they get? Furthermore, if he could capture Lin Feng, supreme treasures like the Hou-Yi Bao and the sun-slaying divine arrows would be his. Therefore, many people wanted to capture Lin Feng and Di Wudao immediately. However, no one acted rashly. Because, with Lin Feng holding the Hui Bao, the sun-slaying divine arrow was too powerful. How difficult would it be to suppress Lin Feng? If they were targeted by Lin Feng, only death would await them. Therefore, many people continued to wait and see. Young Master Xueyu also heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. Young Master Xueyu didn't expect the person in front of him to be Lin Feng. He had come here to capture Lin Feng. He had used Lin Feng's undying bloodline as a catalyst to refine pills. And now, he had finally met Lin Feng. But the result was extremely cruel to him. "Brat, you're very good. You're much stronger than I imagined. If you were weak, then it wouldn't be fun. Now that this young master has some interest in you, this young master will slowly play you to death. If I kill you directly, then it would be too boring." Young Master Xueyu looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng frowned. Young Master Xueyu's life force was completely gone. But, yet, he still said such inexplicable words. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. He didn't know what young Master Xueyu meant. Many people were also muttering. Everyone was puzzled by young Master Xueyu's words. Young Master Xueyu said, "Do you think that this is the extent of my strength? That's where you're wrong. This is just an avatar of mine. It doesn't even have 1/100th of my battle prowess. If my true body were to appear, you wouldn't even have a chance to attack." Avatar? Many people couldn't help but be extremely surprised. No one had thought that this body was only an avatar. This body was very terrifying. But it was only an avatar. It was inconceivable. But thinking about it carefully, although this body was powerful, it wasn't so powerful that it could defy the heavens. If young Master Xueyu, one of the 8 great young masters of the undying world, only had this much strength, it wouldn't make sense. Shameless boasting. If I can kill your avatar, I can kill your true body as well. The taste of death must be very unpleasant, right? Don't worry, you've only died once. I'll let you experience it again. Lin Feng sneered. We'll know who's going to kill who when the time comes. Young Master Xueyu said indifferently. Then, he fell head first to the ground. Young Master Xueyu's aura was gone. He couldn't be more dead. But at that moment, something strange happened. Young Master Xueyu's body began to change. Before long, his body turned into a stone statue. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. It seemed that young Master Xueyu's avatar had been refined from a stone statue. Of course, this was just an ordinary stone statue. It couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's 9 orifices stone statue. The 9 orifices stone statue was one of the strongest among the stone statue race. Until now, there hadn't been any other stone statue race that could surpass it. Lin Feng put away his spear and took off young Master Xueyu's storage ring. Lin Feng took out his heavenly flame and burned young Master Xueyu's avatar to ashes. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Come over. I'll send him down to meet young Master Xueyu. Lin Feng looked around indifferently. He'd already felt a lot of hostility and killing intent. But he wasn't afraid. Everyone who met Lin Feng's gaze couldn't help lowering their heads or looking away. No one dared to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng didn't continue to stay here. He quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. But Lin Feng didn't notice that someone was silently following him out of the city. 6th update, The Undying World, the barren sky ridge. This was a boundless forest. Deep within the forest, the power of desolation permeated the air. Desolation was a terrifying power that could change the flow of time. Time could be sped up or slowed down. Ever since Zixu of the primordial era, no one had dared to enter the 9th peak of the barren sky ridge. But today, someone stepped into the barren sky ridge. It was a man with disheveled hair. He was like a wild man. The barren sky ridge was one of the 7 death traps of the undying world. The creatures here were terrifying. But, at this moment, the creatures in the barren sky ridge hid in the dark, trembling. Who is he? The creatures in the barren sky ridge trembled. They were afraid. They were afraid that the savage existence would find them and kill them. Over the years, there had been very few things that could make them feel afraid. But now, their souls were trembling. The savage came to the deepest part of the barren sky ridge. Who are you? What are you doing here? A voice was heard. Generally speaking, cultivators from the outside who dared to enter the barren sky ridge wouldn't have a good ending. But the savage came to the barren sky ridge. The creatures in the barren sky ridge didn't dare attack him. I'm here to see Emperor Huang, the savage said. Wait. See Heavenly Emperor Huang? His Majesty Celestial Emperor Huang is in a deep slumber. If you want to see him, wait 100 years until he wakes up. Then come back. The being said. Emperor Huang. My patience is limited. Do you think you can send me away with a subordinate? If you don't come out, I'll dye the barren sky ridge red with blood. Savage said with an indifferent expression. At this time, another voice was heard. Why are you looking for me? I don't want to see you. You're an omen. Emperor Huang. I need to enter a world where time is reversed. Lend me a helping hand. Send me to the world where time is reversed, the savage said. A world where time is reversed? What kind of world is this? I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person. Leave now. Emperor Huang. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Either you help me. Either I'll cripple you. The savage's voice was very cold. He was very domineering. His words made countless beings in the barren sky ridge feel disbelief. Who is this guy? He actually dared to talk about crippling Heavenly Emperor Huang. As the ruler of the barren heaven ridge, Heavenly Emperor Huang was definitely one of the top experts in the universe. Even in the wasteland world, they could compete with the ruler of the wasteland world. This guy in front of him actually dared to say that he would cripple Heavenly Emperor Huang? Wasn't this a little too pretentious? How could Heavenly Emperor Huang tolerate such arrogance in front of him? Based on Heavenly Emperor Huang's temper, he was about to kill this guy. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would teach him a lesson and let him know whose territory the desolate sky ridge belonged to. However, something unexpected happened. Heavenly Emperor Huang did not make a move. Heavenly Emperor Huang said coldly. You think too highly of yourself. If we really fought, do you think I'd be afraid of you? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the death shackles still exist in your body. Your strength has been restrained by the death shackles. The more strength you awaken, the more pain you'll suffer. It'll be a fate worse than death. Those terrifying existences rarely use death imprisonment on others because it's a great loss to them. However, since they've used it on you, it seems like they really think highly of you. I know that you've been by Lin Chi's side for many years, but now it seems that you're not as simple as a follower. A follower shouldn't have allowed those people to deliberately use death imprisonment on you. Enough. The savage's voice suddenly turned cold. Heavenly Emperor Huang. Everyone thinks that the second Heavenly Emperor has passed away, but how many people know that he faked his death? After faking his death, he hid in the barren sky ridge. I don't mind having a real corpse in your empty grave. Is that so? Let's give it a try then. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless power of desolation gushed out from the deepest abyss of the barren sky ridge. The power of desolation swallowed the savage whole. Suddenly, the violently tumbling power of desolates transformed into a gigantic beast. That huge ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour the barbarians. However, at that moment, the savage's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward, and an unimaginably terrifying aura emanated from his body. The terrifying aura suppressed the beast formed by the power of desolation. The ferocious beast formed by the power of desolates instantly collapsed. You. Heavenly Emperor Huang's voice suddenly changed. I'll send you there. He said. He didn't continue fighting with the savage. The Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in the direction of the barren sky ridge. There's movement in the barren sky ridge. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but frown. As the master of the undying world, the Heavenly Emperor had always been seeking transcendence. His method of seeking transcendence was actually very simple. It was to completely merge with the undying world. That way, he could transcend immortality and become a saint. However, it seemed simple, but it was too difficult to do. The Heavenly Emperor had been working hard. However, he couldn't succeed. However, the Heavenly Emperor felt that his opportunity was about to arrive. This feeling was very strong. But what was the so-called opportunity, the Heavenly Emperor didn't know yet. However, the Heavenly Emperor knew one thing. When the time was right, everything would be revealed. The barren sky ridge was a land of death in the undying world. The Heavenly Emperor was very wary of it. Because, the Heavenly Emperor had contact with the Mastermind. Those lands of death were places that the Mastermind couldn't reach. Everything in the world was about the cycle of karma. The Heavenly Emperor had a private deal with the Mastermind. So there was a lot of karma involved. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor couldn't enter the lands of death in the undying world. Of course, even if he could enter, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't easily enter the lands of death. Because the lands of death were too dangerous. He didn't want to put himself in such a dangerous place. But today, the strange movement in the barren sky ridge attracted the Heavenly Emperor's attention. Maybe I should go out for a walk. The Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the Heavenly Emperor disappeared from the Emperor's throne. Today's diagnosis is gastritis, intestinal dysfunction, and colitis. Staying in the hospital for half a day and still making it to the 7th update is really not easy. They prescribed a lot of medicine and spent a total of 600 to 700 yuan. That's a lot of money. Old Manta needs to work hard to write and earn money. Right now, we're only 20,000 points away from the 5th place on the popularity leaderboard. Brothers, let's work hard to surpass them. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what happened in the desolate sky ridge. Of course. Lin Feng had been looking forward to reuniting with Savage. Because Savage was Lin Feng's Dao protector. He was one of the closest people to Lin Feng in this world. Other than that, Savage told Lin Feng that he had something that belonged to Lin Qi. And those things were to be given to Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't enough. So Savage didn't give those things to Lin Feng. But it was different now. Lin Feng's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Master realm. Even in the Undying realm, he already had the power to protect himself. So, the current Lin Feng, he was no longer the same as before. If the Savage saw Lin Feng again, he would be furious. Savage could also be at ease to give the things that Lin Qi left behind to Lin Feng. Of course. The prerequisite for all of this was that Lin Feng had to see Savage. But the key was, Lin Feng didn't know when he would be able to see Savage. Lin Feng naturally hoped that it would be as soon as possible. But, Lin Feng also knew that this couldn't be rushed. He was still waiting for the chance to meet Savage. After leaving Sky Peak City, Lin Feng didn't return to Xia family village. He planned to deal with High Lord Umo. As young Master Yuanshan's father, High Lord Umo would definitely not let it go after knowing that young Master Yuanshan was killed by him. This guy might take the initiative to attack. High Lord Umo was one of the top 10 rogue cultivators in Xin Domain. To be able to bear such a title, what level of cultivation was he, peak sky immortal, or a quasi-true immortal, Lin Feng felt. High Lord Umo was most likely a quasi-true immortal. So, Lin Feng had to make the first move. If he made a move later, he might suffer. And Lin Feng had already thought of a way to deal with High Lord Umo. Lin Feng flew quickly in the forest. Suddenly, a pitch-black demonic bell flew out from the void. The appearance of the demonic bell was too sudden. Lin Feng hadn't noticed it before. Clearly, someone was hiding in the dark and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Moreover, the other party's methods were extremely superb. He had completely fooled Lin Feng. The demonic bell exuded a powerful devouring power and shrouded Lin Feng. It wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to avoid being swallowed by the demonic bell. His body quickly moved horizontally. However, Lin Feng discovered that the surrounding void was actually imprisoned by the demonic bell. Clearly, the demonic bell was an extremely powerful treasure. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He planned to use the heaven mending technique to resolve the crisis before him. However, runes flew out of the demonic bell and sealed the surrounding void. Lin Feng's heaven patching technique was greatly affected. As a result, his heaven patching technique also failed. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. In the next moment, the demonic bell swallowed Lin Feng. Around him was a world of darkness. Lin Feng felt that this place was a space of its own. He flew around, but he couldn't touch the demonic bell's wall. It was really strange. Ha 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 ha, kid, no matter how powerful your methods are, aren't you still going to be captured by us? Let's just refine this kid to death and take his treasure. Don't, this kid is quite valuable. If we sell him to Di Wudao, we'll definitely be able to get a good price. Not bad, not bad. This idea is quite good. Several voices came from outside. There seemed to be a total of 4 people. These 4 people were able to use their treasures to devour Lin Feng. From this, one could see how extraordinary their methods were. Hearing the voices of the 4 people outside, Lin Feng's face was rather gloomy. Now that he was trapped in the demonic bell, it was extremely difficult to escape. How could he escape? This gave Lin Feng a headache. At this moment, cursing sounds suddenly came from outside. *TCH, hurry up and return the treasure to us. It was unknown what had happened outside, but judging from the voices, it seemed that the treasures in the hands of the 4 cultivators had been snatched away. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt the world around him shake violently. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Feng flew out of the demonic bell. Then, he saw a familiar figure. This person was none other than Hua Lingxian. Fairy Lingxian. So it's you. Thank you for saving me. In the future, just say the word, and I will definitely not frown even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. Lin Feng said. Hua Lingxian said with a smile. Alright, I'll remember this. *TCH, you actually let this kid out. We're not done with you. Hurry up and return the treasure to us. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson. We'll capture you and sell you to a brothel. No, no, no. Selling her to a brothel is too easy for her. She should be sold to a military camp and become an official prostitute. The 4 cultivators shouted angrily one by one. Now, Lin Feng had a good look at these 4 people. These 4 cultivators all looked extremely ugly. One of them was very fat, about 500 to 600 pounds. Fatso was only about 200 pounds. Compared to this big fatso in front of him, they were too far apart. One of them was very thin, so thin that he was only skin and bones. A gust of wind seemed to be able to blow him away. One of them was a cripple. One of them had deformed hands. These 4 people were really an extremely strange combination. However, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate these 4 people. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at Hua Lingxian angrily. This was because their demonic bell was currently floating in front of Hua Lingxian. That demonic bell treasure seemed to be controlled by Hua Lingxian. They did not know what method Hua Lingxian had used. It was really shocking. Who are you people? Lin Feng looked at the 4 people in front of him with an indifferent expression. Kid, you don't even know us? Cripple looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Damn, this kid is so ignorant. Fatso said. Is this kid a country bumpkin from the corner of the country? Skinny said. Definitely. He doesn't even know us. He's a country bumpkin among country bumpkins. The guy with deformed hands echoed. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes and said, Are the 4 of you very famous? Why should I know you? Are you deliberately trying to make us angry? Is that why you said you don't know us? Cripple asked. Fatso said. That must be it. This guy must be pretending not to know us. Skinny said. If that's the case, this guy is really a scheming guy. The guy with deformed hands said, as the saying goes, wisdom and handsomeness coexist. This guy is so ugly. He must be a retard. It's normal for a retard not to recognize us. That's right. That must be it. The other 3 agreed. Cripple said, Kid, remember this. The 4 of us are the 4 handsome guys known as the Demiurge Flawed 4 heroes. Hearing Cripple's self-introduction, Lin Feng almost coughed up blood. He was handsome, but these 4 freaks called him ugly. These four freaks were so ugly that they did not even look human anymore. How dare they call themselves the four handsome guys? Could they be any more shameless? P.S. Brothers, the ranking on August 25th is starting. Today's topic is whose domineering aura is unrivaled? Whose main character can compete with Lin Feng in terms of domineering aura? Everyone, click on the participate in the topic and post plot button below to write the book reviews you want to write. It is very important to write a book review at the top of the leaderboard. Please help Old Man to continue to hit the leaderboard. He is currently ranked 9th, please don't drop down. Everyone, remember to do the various missions in the daily missions. Old Man to thanks everyone. Of course, Lin Feng would not argue with the four of them on looks. In fact, Lin Feng felt that the four of them were lacking in intelligence. To put it bluntly, they were not very bright. To put it bluntly, they were somewhat retarded. So you are the demiurge flawed four freaks. At this moment, Hua Lingxian seemed to remember the identities of the four of them. She looked extremely surprised. The demiurge flawed four heroes have become the demiurge flawed four freaks? Lin Feng could not help but be a little dumbfounded. Obviously. The demiurge flawed four freaks should be what others called them. The demiurge flawed four heroes was the name that they gave themselves. Four heroes sounded much better than four freaks. Bullshasters T? Who are you calling the demiurge flawed four freaks? We are the demiurge flawed four heroes, can't you see? The four of us brothers are each more handsome than the other. Cripple immediately shouted. That's right, we are all handsome. No man in the world is more handsome than the demiurge flawed four heroes. The demiurge flawed four heroes is a name given to us by our friends in the cultivation world. We didn't call ourselves that. You have to understand that. Besides, we are really handsome. The other three could not help but shout as well. Seeing the demiurge flawed four freaks' behavior, Lin Feng could basically confirm that. The four of them. They were indeed retarded. They were very powerful. However, since their brains were not that good, it would naturally be much easier to deal with them. So you are the famous demiurge flawed four heroes. My admiration for the four of you is like the endless torrential river. It is also like the overflowing water of the Milky Way that cannot be stopped. Today, I am so lucky to be able to meet the four dragons of the demiurge flawed four heroes. It is really a blessing that I have accumulated in my previous life. Lin Feng held a fist salute and flattered the demiurge flawed four freaks. The demiurge flawed four freaks were not very bright and acted in an extremely strange manner. Most of the time, they were also ruthless. Therefore, usually, no one was willing to deal with them. Many people defined them as evil cultivators. However, even the evil cultivators were unwilling to have too much to do with them. Firstly, it was because the four of them were capricious. Perhaps because he had offended the four of them with a single sentence, he had been killed by them. It wasn't like such a thing hadn't happened before. Secondly, many people thought that the demiurge flawed four freaks were just four idiots. Dealing with them really lowered his IQ. Therefore, many people disdained to deal with the four demiurge flawed monsters. Because of this, no one praised the demon-crippled four freaks. As for the demiurge flawed four monsters, they were very vain. How they wished that someone would praise the four of them. The four of them had no one to flatter them to begin with, yet they wanted to be flattered. Now that they were flattered by Lin Feng, the four of them were on cloud 9. Furthermore, Lin Feng's way of flattering people was too awesome, too fresh and free from vulgarity. For example, this sentence, this little brother's respect for the four of you is like the endless torrential river, like the overflowing water of the Milky Way, out of control, in the eyes of the demiurge flawed four eccentrics, if they did not admire them from the bottom of their hearts. They admired them. How could they say such touching words? Brother, we're really sorry just now. The four of us didn't know that you were our fan. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't have attacked you, said the cripple. The big fatso said. That's right, that's right. The four of us have always treated our fans as our own brothers. The skinny guy said, brother, you really have high standards. The four of us are the heartthrobs of millions. No wonder you admire us so much. Hee hee, this brother seems to be the kind of person who has a discerning eye for heroes. It's normal for him to be attracted by our imposing temperament, said the guy with deformed hands. Hua Lingxian, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. Previously, when she found out that the four of them were the famous Demiurge Flawed Four monsters, Hua Lingxian felt that the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters would definitely not let it go. Because the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters were very ruthless. Anyone who was hated by the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters would definitely fight to the death in the end. To put it bluntly, although the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters were not very smart, they were definitely vengeful people. However, who would have thought that Lin Feng would praise the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters, and the hostility of the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters immediately disappeared. However, when she thought about how Lin Feng praised the Demiurge Flawed Four monsters, Hua Lingxian immediately felt goosebumps all over her body. This guy, how could he have the nerve to say such things? Although I've admired the four of you for a long time, your names are a secret. How should I address you? Asked Lin Feng. Said the cripple. My name is Tian Ke. Said the big fatso. My name is Tian Sanyu. Said the skinny guy. My name is Tian Sankuan. Said the guy with deformed hands. My name is Tian Kanzhou. When the guy with deformed hands introduced himself, Lin Feng could not help but glance at his hands. This guy's name was Tian Kanzhou. His name. It matched his body quite well. Brother Lin. Since you're our fan, we won't pursue the matter of your friend stealing our demonic bell. Ask your friend to return it to us, said Tian Sanyu. In fact, the guy's name made Lin Feng grind his teeth. This guy was as fat as a mountain, yet he had the nerve to call himself Tian Sanyu, said Tian Sankuan. Just take it yourself. Why bother Brother Lin? As soon as Tian Sankuan finished speaking, his deformed hands formed a few seals. Then, the demonic bell quickly flew toward them. Lin Feng could not help but frown when he saw this. It seemed that the four of them could control the demonic bell. However, after Hua Lingxian took the demonic bell, they did not take the initiative to take it back. Instead, they asked Hua Lingxian to give it to them. Only the four of them wanted it. The thoughts of the four of them were not something an ordinary person could guess. Brother Lin. Where are you going? Asked Tian Sanyu. I'm planning to do something fun. Are you guys interested in joining me? Lin Feng looked at the four demonic beasts and said. The four demonic beasts were very powerful. Lin Feng felt that he could bring them along to deal with High Lord Umo. If he had their help, then the chances of killing Umo supremacy would greatly increase. Kill someone. What do you think? Lin Feng said. Kill someone? What's so fun about that? The Demiurge Flawed Four freaks couldn't help but mutter. They had killed many people. Countless people were afraid of them. Therefore, they didn't find killing fun. Is it challenging to kill the top 10 wandering cultivators in Xin Domain? Lin Feng said with a smile. The Demiurge Flawed Four freaks' eyes lit up. Then, the Demiurge Flawed Four freaks nodded and said, I'm interested. Life is only fun when there are more challenges. If everything stays the same, what's the point of it? Although the Demiurge Flawed Four freaks weren't very smart, their thoughts were quite advanced. Hua Lingxian looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She had already guessed who Lin Feng wanted to kill. Among the top 10 wandering cultivators in Xin Domain, Lord Umo clearly had a grudge against Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had killed young Master Yuanshan not long ago. This was a grudge for his son's death. It seemed like Lin Feng wanted to make the first move. Hua Lingxian admired Lin Feng very much. Although Lin Feng was young, he was powerful, bold, and meticulous. His methods of doing things were quite shrewd. Hua Lingxian couldn't help but feel curious. How many things had Lin Feng experienced over the years to be so shrewd? Lin Feng then looked at Hua Lingxian and said, Fairy, why don't we go over there and have a chat? Hua Lingxian nodded. Hey. The young couple wants to avoid us and go get intimate in private, right? Seeing Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian leave together, Tian Sanyu immediately grinned and shouted. Kiss her slowly later. Don't kiss her until her lips are swollen. It won't look good if it's swollen. Tian Sanyu said. I think Hua Lingxian is pretty. Even if her lips are swollen, she'll still look good. Tian Sanyu said seriously. Of course. Don't you know who Brother Lin's idol is? Brother Lin's idol is us, the Broken Heaven 4 heroes. Think about it, Brother Lin's taste is extraordinary. Therefore, the woman that Brother Lin likes is naturally the best. Not to mention her mouth, even if her whole body is swollen, she will still be beautiful. Broken Heaven said. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian felt extremely helpless. However, Hua Lingxian did not want to argue with the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics. After all, the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics were not particularly smart. If they were to argue with them, who knew what kind of foul language they would spew out? Wouldn't they be angered to death? Hua Lingxian's pretty face blushed slightly. Although she didn't choose to argue with the demon-crippled 4 monsters, she was still a demon-crippled 4. However, Hua Lingxian couldn't help but feel shy after hearing the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics' words. After all, she was a woman. What the 4 demon-crippled eccentrics said was too shameless. Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian walked to the side and looked at Hua Lingxian. It had to be said that looking at Hua Lingxian at such a close distance made her even more stunning. Only then did he realize how beautiful Hua Lingxian was. Hua Lingxian was like a flower fairy that was born from thousands of flowers. When he was with her, he felt like he was in the middle of thousands of flowers. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Lin Feng asked, "May I know why fairy is helping me?" He. Hua Lingxian immediately laughed and said, "I knew you would ask this." Lin Feng smiled. Hua Lingxian continued, "Some of your old friends have already arrived at the ancestral land of the demons. Do you know about them?" Old friends? Lin Feng was surprised. Could it be the Peacock King, the Rock King, and the others? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hua Lingxian nodded and said, "It's not just them. There's also the Fire Qilin, Feng Yarao, and the others. I've heard them mention you, but I didn't expect to see you in the Undying Realm. When I heard them mention your identity, I was also extremely surprised. They described you as extraordinary, but when I saw you, I realized that you're even more extraordinary than they described," said Lin Feng while smiling. Hua Lingxian was praising him and Lin Feng was happy to accept it. This was because he was such an extraordinary person. Was there anything that he was embarrassed to admit? Excessive modesty was arrogance. "Where are they?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to ask. "The Peacock King, the Rock King, and the Fire Qilin have been found by a patriarch. They're probably going to send them to a secret place to undergo a bloodline baptism. Feng Yarao and the others have been found by my master. My master plans to train them well," Hua Lingxian said. "I didn't expect the patriarchs of the demons' ancestral land to treat them so well," Lin Feng exclaimed. Hua Lingxian said, "It's all because of their great potential." Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Then, he nodded. It was indeed as Hua Lingxian had said. The world of cultivators was a very cruel and realistic world. No matter what your identity was, if you didn't have talent, no one would pay attention to you. Unless you had enough talent to attract others. As for talent, it was obviously something that many top-notch experts valued. After some time, I plan to go to the ancient demon continent to take a look. When the time comes, I hope you can recommend me," Lin Feng said. Hua Lingxian nodded and said, "Of course. But you have to be careful from now on. Once your identity is exposed, there are truly too many people who want to deal with you. However, you'll be safer with the 4 Demiurge flawed freaks by your side. The 4 Demiurge flawed freaks' origins are extremely extraordinary." "Oh? What's their origin?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Have you heard of the Demiurge flawed valley?" Hua Lingxian asked. "Demiurge flawed valley?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't been in the Undying Realm for long, so he didn't know much about the Undying Realm. The Demiurge flawed valley was the same. He had never heard of the Demiurge flawed valley. Lin Feng shook his head and asked, "What kind of place is the Demiurge flawed valley?" Hua Lingxian said, "The Demiurge flawed valley is a terrifying place. It's said that it's one of the most dangerous places in the Undying Realm because there are many terrifying existences living there." "Many terrifying existences living there?" What kind of existences are they? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hua Lingxian said, I don't know, but it's said that those people have experienced many terrifying massacres in the past. In the end, they were lucky enough to survive. Some of them even experienced the Great War in the legends, such as the Great War of Gods and Demons at the end of the Primordial Age. Hearing this, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. If what Hua Lingxian said was true, then the Demiurge Flawed Valley was too extraordinary. It was definitely a terrifying place. Hua Lingxian continued, it's a forbidden area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Zen Valley. Moreover, there's a secret rule in the Undying Realm. Anyone who is being hunted down and manages to escape to the Zen Valley will be forgiven. Oh? There's such a rule? Lin Feng was very surprised. Hua Lingxian nodded and continued, however, it's not that easy to enter the Zen Valley. It's said that one has to go through an extremely strict test to enter the Zen Valley. As for those who fled to the Remnant Sky Valley, 99% of them failed the test. Damn. The probability of passing the test is too low. Lin Feng said. Then, he asked, if I fail the test, will I be sent out? Hua Lingxian said, no. Those who fail the test all die during the test. Lin Feng was surprised. Does this mean that 99% of the people who escape to the Zen Valley will still die? However, escaping to the Zen Valley was still a hope. They hoped that they could pass the test and survive it. Although many people knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. Lin Feng asked curiously, what about the 4 Demiurge Flawed Freaks? What's their status in the Zen Valley? Hua Lingxian said, the 4 Demiurge Flawed Freaks are probably the descendants of some people in the Zen Valley. The 4 of them are very powerful. All of them should have reached the Heaven Immortal Realm. Lin Feng nodded. He could sense that the 4 Demiurge Flawed Freaks were all at the Heaven Immortal Realm. Moreover, the 4 Demiurge Flawed Freaks were not very old. In fact, they were not very old. Each of them was only a little over 1,000 years old. This was enough to show how talented the 4 Demiurge Flawed Freaks were. Most people don't dare to provoke them. Firstly, the Demiurge Flawed 4 monsters are very powerful. Secondly, the Demiurge Flawed Valley behind the Demiurge Flawed 4 monsters is a force that no one wants to provoke. In the past, someone suggested to the Heaven Emperor that we should flatten the Zen Valley. Because the Zen Valley was inhabited by cultivators who had survived the war. Most of them were injured and disabled. That's how the Zen Valley got its name. These people have a lot of wealth, supreme treasures, and even the most ancient immortal sutras. Of course, they are a fat sheep. If we can flatten the Zen Valley, we can get a lot of good stuff. The Celestial Emperor is tempted. Send the army to deal with the Zen Valley. At that time, the one leading the army was the Heavenly Emperor's second brother. You might not know much about the Heavenly Emperor's brothers, but the Heavenly Emperor has 2 brothers. The second brother is called Di Daoqiong and his cultivation is unfathomable. As for the third brother, you should have heard of him. He is the current Undying World's World Lord. Back then, Di Daoqiong led an army full of confidence against the remnant Heaven Valley. In the end, Di Daoqiong died in that battle. After hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly moved. It seemed like the feud between the Zen Valley and the Heavenly Emperor was irreconcilable. The Heavenly Emperor was furious. However, he had no choice but to withdraw the army because the price of forcefully destroying the Zen Valley was too great. The Heavenly Emperor was a calculated person, so in the end, he chose to stop the war. However, this matter clearly won't end like this. If the Heavenly Emperor finds a breakthrough, he will definitely destroy the Zen Valley. However, the Zen Valley is impregnable. The Heavenly Emperor can't destroy it just because he wants to. Right now, it is good for you to interact with the 4 monsters. If you have the chance to go to the Zen Valley in the future, maybe you can get some ancient immortal sutras and even some ancient weapons. After hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Maybe it was just like what Hua Lingxian said. At that time, he could go to the Zen Valley and get some ancient immortal sutras and weapons. Every time he cultivated an immortal sutra, his battle power would greatly increase. Moreover, he would have an extra trump card. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lin Feng needed to gather the strengths of many sects and create his own Immortal Sutra. The Immortal Sutra that Lin Feng wanted to create was the Supreme Immortal Sutra. How could he gather the strengths of many sects? At the very least, he needed to cultivate more Immortal Sutras. It seems like the Zen Valley is imperative. However, now is not the time. We can go there after some time, Lin Feng said. Of course, before going to the Zen Valley, it is best to increase your strength as much as possible. That place is a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. There are many heinous people there. If you don't have the strength, you won't even know how you died after entering the Zen Valley. Hua Lingxian said. Lin Feng nodded. Hua Lingxian said, let's say our goodbyes here. That's good. The Undying Realm isn't peaceful. Fairy, be careful when you're out there alone, Lin Feng said. You too, Hua Lingxian said. Then, she floated away. The beauty left, leaving behind her fragrance. Lin Feng turned back. Tian Sanyu said, why did that girl leave on her own? Brother Lin, could it be that you kissed her too hard? You kissed her away? Tian Sankuan said, that must be it. Brother Lin, you're too impatient. Women are like good wine. We have to slowly taste them to know what they taste like. Tian Sankuan Shou nodded in agreement and said, however, Brother Lin, you don't have to worry. The four of us are handsome men. We have countless methods to pick up girls. We can teach you some of them. We'll definitely let you know what it means to be a flower saint. Tian Sankuan said, what's the highest realm for a man? It's the same as the four of us. We can pass through thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf will stick to us. The four of them started to brag about themselves one after another. Said Lin Feng. The four of you are indeed dragons among men. With your earnest guidance, I will definitely be able to walk among 10,000 flowers and not be touched by a single leaf, said Lin Feng. You are indeed dragons among men. With your earnest guidance, I will definitely be able to walk among 10,000 flowers without being touched by a single leaf. Ha 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 ha, you're worth teaching. The Tian Sankuan four monsters grinned. Lin Feng and the Tian Sankuan four monsters didn't stay. They quickly left. Supreme Lord Umo resided in the ancient Umo city. This was a demon city. Many evil cultivators would head to this demon city. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the Tian Sankuan four monsters arrived at the ancient Umo city. This ancient city was huge. Demonic chi filled the air. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to come here. Of course, Lin Feng was not afraid of those who had their eyes on him. With Lin Feng's means, it would not be difficult for him to kill them. That kid seems to have the demiurge flawed four freaks with him. Don't act rashly. Someone recognized the demiurge flawed four freaks and warned them. The demiurge flawed four freaks were terrifying existences. Very few cultivators dared to offend them. Therefore, after seeing the demiurge flawed four freaks, the cultivators who recognized them quickly informed their companions. If they were blind enough to offend the demiurge flawed four freaks, they would be courting death. Lin Feng was with the demiurge flawed four freaks. Although they did not know who Lin Feng was, they knew that he was with them. When they thought about how Lin Feng was with the demiurge flawed four freaks, many of them thought that Lin Feng might be a powerful evil cultivator. Otherwise, how could he be with the demiurge flawed four freaks? What are the demiurge flawed four freaks doing in the ancient Umo city? Someone could not help but mutter. Even in the eyes of those evil cultivators, the demiurge flawed four freaks were definitely one of the people that they did not want to interact with. Are we going to stay here? Demiurge flawed hands asked. Tian Sanyu said, it's best if we have a big meal first. I wonder if there's anything good in this place. Lin Feng guessed that Tian Sanyu probably weighed around 500 or 600 jin, and that was how much he ate. That weight was just too shocking. However, Lin Feng was also a glutton, so he agreed with Tian Sanyu's suggestion. Said Lin Feng. Let's eat and drink, then we'll go and kill people. Let's go and eat first, then we'll leave immediately. There's no need to stay in this place. It's not good for your social status. The four freaks were delighted when they heard Lin Feng's flattery. Demiurge Flawed Hand said, "That's right. Who are we? How can we stay here?" The other three quickly nodded. Lin Feng and the Demiurge Flawed Four Freaks arrived at the most luxurious restaurant. A large number of evil cultivators had gathered here. After seeing the Demiurge Flawed Four Freaks, many cultivators who were talking immediately shut up. Many people even stood up and looked at the demon-crippled four freaks in awe. Although the demon-crippled four eccentrics were somewhat retarded, no one dared to underestimate them. The four of them were terrifying. Perhaps many people were secretly disdainful of the demon-crippled four monsters. But in reality, those people did not dare to offend the demon-crippled four eccentrics. Offending the Demiurge Flawed Four Eccentrics was no different from seeking death. "The four of you are really famous. Seeing the arrival of the four of you, these people are quite frightened," Lin Feng said. Many people cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. Who was this brat? Why was his mouth so annoying? Would people take you for a mute if you didn't speak? However, no one dared to say these words out loud. Hee, of course. We, the Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters, are existences that can do whatever we want in the undying realm. The Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters said proudly. Lin Feng's group of 5 asked for a private room, and then ordered a table full of good wine and dishes. After eating and drinking to their fill, they headed towards the Umo Palace where High Lord Umo lived. The news of young Master Yuanshan being killed had not spread in the Umo ancient city yet. This was because Heaven Peak City was relatively far from the Umo ancient city. However, High Lord Umo knew that young Master Yuanshan was killed. Because young Master Yuanshan had the origin spirit lamp. Young Master Yuanshan was killed. Young Master Yuanshan's origin spirit lamp would shatter. High Lord Umo would naturally know about this at the first moment. When young Master Yuanshan died, High Lord Umo was in seclusion. After the elder guarding the origin spirit lamp hall told the news of young Master Yuanshan's death to High Lord Umo flew into a rage and almost went berserk. Among his sons, he liked young Master Yuanshan the most. Now that young Master Yuanshan was killed, how could High Lord Umo not be angry? High Lord Umo sent people to investigate this matter. But until now, there was no news of feedback. Lin Feng told the Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters about his plan. Lin Feng planned to pretend to be a friend of young Master Yuanshan, then go to see High Lord Umo, and then launch a sneak attack on him. He asked the Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters to cooperate with him. The Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters naturally agreed. Furthermore, the Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters were extremely excited. After Lin Feng killed young Master Yuanshan, he actually swaggered to the Umo Palace and pretended to be a friend of young Master Yuanshan. The Umo Palace was located in the deepest part of the Umo ancient city. There were guards guarding this place, so ordinary people did not dare to come here. Lin Feng and the Demiurge Flawed Four Monsters arrived. Roar! The roars of fierce beasts came from afar, following which, more than 10 terrifying fierce beasts rushed over. On top of each fierce beast sat a cultivator. The cultivator in the lead was a demonic young man wearing a black robe. On his mount, there were 2 women lying on the ground. The 2 women's bodies were clearly imprisoned. They were around 16 or 17 years old, the same age as Flowers. They looked exactly the same, they were actually a pair of twin sisters. The 2 sisters wept unceasingly, as if there was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. "Third young master, you're back." When the guard saw that young master, he immediately went up to welcome him. He had a bowing expression. That young master's identity was extremely extraordinary. He was the 3rd son of Supremacy Umo, young Master Yao Yi. Young Master Yao Yi had always been vicious and merciless, so many people were extremely afraid of him. Young Master Yao Yi's hobbies were hunting and women. Therefore, young Master Yao Yi would often bring a group of subordinates to hunt in the mountains. Of course, the fierce beasts that young Master Yao Yi hunted were not ordinary beasts. They were extremely powerful spiritual beasts. This time, when he went out to hunt, young Master Yao Yi passed by a mountain village. He saw a pair of beautiful sisters. Then, he snatched this pair of beautiful sisters. He even slaughtered the entire mountain village. He was simply insane. However, young Master Yao Yi felt very excited. Now that young Master Yao Yi had returned, he couldn't wait to enjoy this pair of beautiful sisters. Young Master Yao Yi nodded to the guard. Then, he led a group of people into the Umo palace. At this moment, Lin Feng saw the helplessness, fear, and hatred in the depths of the sisters' eyes. A human girl. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng frowned. He came here to kill supremacy Umo. It was not appropriate to poke his nose into other people's business. But now, seeing that the pair of human sisters were about to be defiled by young Master Yao Yi, who was worse than a beast, he was naturally extremely angry and unable to bear it. Many forces felt that the human race did not have any experts. Therefore, they had always looked down on the human race. They had always bullied the human race. Did they really think that the human race was easy to bully? Seeing that these people were about to enter the Umo palace, Lin Feng coldly said, "Stop." Young Master Yao Yi stopped. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. He couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. A human cultivator actually dared to ask him to stop in front of the Umo palace. Did he not want to live anymore? Brothers, have you completed your mission today? You are now ranked 8th. Everyone must complete your mission. Don't fall. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude in front of our young master? Are you tired of living? At that moment, a cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. F*CK, grandson, who the F*CK do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of brother Lin? Grandson, if you don't give us face in front of our brother Lin, you're not giving us face. No need to say anything else. Beat this grandson up and teach him a lesson. There's no time to lose. Let's do it now. When the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks saw a cultivator yelling at Lin Feng, they were instantly enraged. In the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks' eyes, they were close friends with Lin Feng. How could they let Lin Feng bully them? The 4 of them charged over and pulled the cultivator off the beast's back. You're courting death. The cultivator who was pulled down by the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks was furious and wanted to punch the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks. However, at that moment, the Demiurge Flawed Jade kicked the cultivator more than 10 meters away. Wah! The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. However, the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks didn't stop there. They charged at the cultivator who fell to the ground. Then, the 4 of them began to brutally beat up the cultivator who was lying on the ground. Save me, young master, save me, the cultivator begged for mercy miserably. If they didn't save him, he would really be beaten to death. Meanwhile, young Master Yao Yi looked at the scene with a gloomy face. One had to look at the master before beating the dog. Now, his subordinate was being bullied so badly. Moreover, this was the Serene Demon Palace. How dare they bully his people in his territory? Wasn't this a slap to his face? Therefore, young Master Yao Yi's face was as ugly as it could be. Some of the cultivators in the distance were shocked when they saw the situation. However, they didn't dare to get too close to the Serene Demon Palace. This was because the Serene Demon Palace was a forbidden area. They couldn't walk around as they pleased. Therefore, those cultivators only dared to watch the situation from afar. In the eyes of some cultivators, Lin Feng and the others were simply courting death by behaving atrociously in front of the Nether Devil Palace. Young Master Yao Yi would absolutely not let them off. Aren't those for the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks? Someone couldn't help but mutter. That's right, it's the 4 demon crippling freaks. Those are the 4 monsters. Why are they here in the ancient city? Next, some other cultivators recognized the 4 Demiurge Flawed eccentrics and asked in confusion. The reputation of the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks was quite resounding in the Undying Realm. However, it wasn't a good reputation, it was a bad reputation. Therefore, everyone was quite afraid of the Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks after seeing them. No one knew why the Demiurge Flawed 4 eccentrics would come to the Nether Devil Palace and even clash with young Master Yao Yi. The cultivators in the distance were watching what was happening in front of the Serene Demon Palace with great interest. The Demiurge Flawed 4 freaks were not simple characters. They could naturally disregard young Master Yao Yi. In reality, there were many people who couldn't bear the sight of young Master Yao Yi. However, no matter how much they disliked young Master Yao Yi, no one dared to offend him. However, it was different today. The Demiurge flawed four freaks had no problem dealing with young Master Yao Yi. It would be best if they could kill young Master Yao Yi. The reason why young Master Yao Yi was so hated was mainly because he was too ruthless. He had done too many immoral things. Moreover, he had harmed countless innocent women. If he wasn't hated by others, there would probably be no one else in the world who would be hated by others. Therefore, everyone couldn't wait for young Master Yao Yi to die without a burial ground. Because they were too far away, young Master Yao Yi couldn't hear the discussions in the distance. He also didn't know the identity of the Demiurge flawed four freaks. Young Master Yao Yi said with an indifferent expression. "Reckless fools, attack and kill these 5 people." "Yes, young master." After receiving young Master Yao Ye's order, the group of people pounced on Lin Feng and the Demiurge flawed four freaks like wolves and tigers. "For brothers, why don't we help demon supremacy? You demon supremacy teaches disobedient son a lesson," Lin Feng said. "Help demon supremacy? You demon supremacy teaches son a lesson in front of the Nether Devil Palace, that would be too exciting." The Demiurge flawed four freaks immediately roared in excitement and rushed towards young Master Yao Yi. "Go to hell." At this time, young Master Yao Ye's subordinates quickly rushed over and fought against the Demiurge flawed four freaks. However, they were nothing before the Demiurge flawed four freaks. They were directly slapped away by the Demiurge flawed four freaks. One by one, they vomited blood in midair. Many of their bones had been broken. The injuries of those people were extremely serious. At this time, the cultivators finally realized how terrifying the cultivation of these four freaks was. Young Master Yao Yi couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect these four freaks to be so powerful. This level of cultivation caused him to feel a sense of trepidation. At this time, the Demiurge flawed four freaks who had dealt with the group of cultivators immediately rushed towards young Master Yao Yi. Young Master Yao Yi said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" "Let me tell you, I'm the son of Demon Sovereign Umo. This is the Nether Demon Palace, the place where my father cultivates. If you dare to behave atrociously here, you're dead for sure." Young Master Yao Ye's threat couldn't scare the Demiurge flawed four freaks at all. The Demiurge flawed four freaks were famous for being fearless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the Demiurge flawed valley. "This brat is quite arrogant. This brat really needs to be taught a lesson. We need to help Demon Sovereign Umo teach his son a lesson." "That's right, Demon Sovereign Umo will be very grateful to us once he finds out." The Demiurge flawed four freaks continued to talk among themselves. They were rapidly approaching young Master Yao Yi. Young Master Yao Yi turned around and wanted to escape into the Nether Demon Palace. However, it was too late to run now. The Demiurge flawed four freaks had already rushed over and attacked young Master Yao Yi. How could young Master Yao Yi be a match for the Demiurge flawed four freaks? He was directly slapped away by the Demiurge flawed four freaks and vomited blood in the air. Then, he heavily fell to the ground. The Demiurge flawed four freaks rushed forward. They surrounded young Master Yao Yi in the middle. Bang! 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 The Demiurge flawed four freaks were ruthless. They punched and kicked young Master Yao Yi. Young Master Yao Yi was screaming in pain. In the beginning, he still threatened them. However, young Master Yao Yi realized that the more he threatened the Demiurge flawed four freaks, the more ruthless they were. He no longer dared to threaten the Demiurge flawed four freaks and begged for mercy from them. However, the Demiurge flawed four freaks had no intention of letting him go. Young Master Yao Yi was foaming at the mouth from the Demiurge flawed four freaks as his body twitched. The spectators from afar wanted to see young Master Yao Yi being beaten to death. However, when they saw that young Master Yao Yi was about to be beaten to death by the Demiurge flawed four freaks, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. These four fellows are really ruthless. They still haven't stopped. Don't tell me they really want to beat young Master Yao Yi to death? 6th update, brothers, the 8th most popular character is about to be overtaken by the 9th most popular character. Everyone, work harder. Don't let them overtake you. If you don't have any missions to do, go to the book review section and help me increase my points. If they overtake me, I'm going to cry. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. After hearing this voice, the crowd was stunned. The demon-crippled four eccentrics immediately stopped. The owner of the voice was definitely a terrifying existence. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Was Mr. Yu the demon going to show up? In the next moment, a middle-aged cultivator stepped out from the void. The middle-aged cultivator was clad in black robes, and the aura emanating from his body was extremely sinister and terrifying. It's High Lord Yu Demon. Many cultivators in the distance exclaimed. Supremacy Umo was the lord of the ancient Umo city. Although he was a demon Dao cultivator who stayed in the ancient Umo city all year round, he was still a demon Dao cultivator. Cultivators from the demon-crippled four eccentrics couldn't see High Lord Yu Demon often. Of course, it wasn't that they had never seen High Lord Yu Demon before. In fact, many of them had seen High Lord Yu Demon before because he would occasionally come out. Moreover, he was rather high profile, so everyone naturally knew who he was. Now that High Lord Yu Demon had come out, there would be a good show to watch. However, no one knew how High Lord Yu Demon would deal with the demon-crippled four eccentrics and the human cultivator. Are you High Lord Yu Demon? We're helping you teach your son a lesson. As the saying goes, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You don't want to discipline him, but as his elders, we don't mind disciplining him for you. Demon-crippled Heaven said with a calm expression. In reality, demon-crippled Heaven was much younger than young Master Yao Yi, but he looked more mature. He looked older than demon-crippled Heaven. However, one couldn't judge a person by their appearance alone. For example, there was an extremely strange life form in the world that was at their oldest when they were born. However, as time passed, they would become younger and younger. When they died, they would turn into babies. Of course, the demon-crippled four eccentrics weren't that old. However, the demon-crippled four eccentrics always spoke in an old-fashioned tone, which annoyed High Lord Yu Demon greatly. Especially when young Master Yuan Shan was killed a while ago, and the results of that incident hadn't been sent back yet. And now, young Master Yao Yi was beaten half to death in front of the Nether Demon Palace. How could High Lord Yu Demon be in a good mood when his two sons ended up in such a state? Demon-crippled four eccentrics. You've gone too far. Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have the Zen Valley behind you? Right now, those old geezers are hiding in the valley and don't dare to come out. Even if I kill all of you today, I still don't need to worry about them. High Lord Umo said coldly. His killing intent had indeed been aroused, and he was considering whether or not to make a move. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. The Demiurge-flawed four freaks were merely sparring with young Master Yao Yi. Who would have thought that they would accidentally knock young Master Yao Yi unconscious? It was an unintentional mistake. Why must you make such a big deal out of it, revered Lord? Yes, we made a mistake. We didn't do it on purpose. The Demiurge-flawed four monsters said hurriedly. If one were to say that the four of them were brainless, they were indeed brainless at times. However, the four of them were quite quick-witted at times. Just like now. However, when the cultivators in the distance heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but roll their eyes. Obviously, Lin Feng's reason was too far-fetched. Was this treating Exalted Lord Yu Fiend like a monkey? Brat, who are you then? Exalted Lord Yu Fiend stared coldly at Lin Feng. Not only did he want to kill the Demiurge-flawed four freaks, but he also wanted to kill Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was in cahoots with the Demiurge-flawed four freaks. Fortunately, this fellow did not know that it was Lin Feng who had instigated the Demiurge-flawed four freaks to deal with young Master Yao Yi. If he knew, he would have probably attacked Lin Feng out of anger by now. Lin Feng said, I am young Master Yuan Shan's best friend. I am here to deliver young Master Yuan Shan's remnant to Exalted Lord. Young Master Yuan Shan's remnant? What is that brat talking about? How did young Master Yuan Shan's remnant become his remnant? Is young Master Yuan Shan dead? The cultivators in the distance exclaimed when they heard Lin Feng's words. They were unaware that young Master Yuan Shan had died. That brat shouldn't be talking nonsense. It seems like young Master Yuan Shan is really dead. Who killed young Master Yuan Shan? Who dares to kill young Master Yuan Shan? Aren't they afraid of Exalted Lord Yu Fiend's revenge? At this moment, the cultivators spoke in disbelief. Many of them began discussing in private. You are my son Yuan Shan's best friend. Why haven't I heard Yuan Shan mention you before? Exalted Lord Yu Fiend narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Pardon me for being disrespectful, but did Exalted Lord Yu Fiend report everything to your parents and elders when you were young?" Exalted Lord Yu Fiend raised his brows slightly. Indeed, Lin Feng's words made sense. After all, everyone had their own social circle. Said Lin Feng. Brother Yuan Shan died tragically. The reason why he was killed was because he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. The 4 outstanding celestial warriors, and I saw it with our own eyes. Therefore, when we saw that Brother Yuan Shan's blood brother was so arrogant and despotic, we were heartbroken. We were afraid that he would follow in Yuan Shan's footsteps. Therefore, the 4 outstanding celestial warriors decided to teach him a lesson. We didn't use too much strength, but it's just a few scratches. He'll recover in a few days. Since Lin Feng had already said so much, it wasn't appropriate to kill Lin Feng's group of 5 now. Moreover, Exalted Lord Yu Fiend was very eager to know who young Master Yuan Shan had offended. If Yuan Shan had offended someone even Yu Fiend Palace couldn't afford to offend, at that time, he might be implicated as well. There are too many people here. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Feng said. Exalted Lord Yu Fiend nodded. Then, he looked at the guards beside him and said, "Carry young master back to recuperate." Then, Exalted Lord Yu Fiend walked inside. Lin Feng followed closely behind Exalted Lord Yu Fiend. The demiurge broken 4 monsters also entered Yu Fiend Palace. The people outside were still discussing what had just happened. The whole thing had really taken a turn. The guy who had beaten young Master Yao Yi half to death was actually young Master Yuan Shan's friend. Furthermore, young Master Yuan Shan had already been killed. However, no one knew who had killed him. Everyone wanted to hear Lin Feng say who had killed young Master Yuan Shan. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had already followed Exalted Lord Yu Fiend into Yu Fiend Palace. However, even though they didn't know who had killed young Master Yuan Shan, the news of young Master Yuan Shan's death quickly spread throughout Yu Fiend Ancient City. Many people clapped their hands in joy. Even though there were many evil cultivators living in Yu Fiend Ancient City, in the eyes of those evil cultivators, young Master Yuan Shan deserved to die. From this, it could be seen how hateful young Master Yuan Shan was. Lin Feng had directly killed young Master Yuan Shan back then, and it was already too easy for this guy. 7th update. Brothers, have you done the mission? Everyone, please don't forget to do the mission. I'm currently ranked 8th, and the event will end on the 29th. If I can be ranked in the top 8 at the end of the event, Old Steamed Bun will explode with 20 chapters. Therefore, I beg brothers to help Old Steamed Bun up. Doing missions in the book review section, giving rewards, voting, and so on can all increase the activity. Whether or not I can get a good ranking depends on everyone's support. In the main hall, everyone took their seats. Exalt-UMO looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What happened back then? Who did my son Yuan Shan offend for him to be killed?" Lin Feng said. I believe Exalt-U must have heard about Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng, appearing in the Undying World, right? Exalt-UMO nodded. Of course. I've heard about it as well. Could Yuan Shan have offended that kid? That's right. It's him. In Sky Peak City. Lin Feng killed young Master Yuan Shan in a single move. Said Lin Feng. What? He's that strong? Previously, he obtained the Hou-Yi Bao and the Ancestral Magus Jade Talisman. It is said that he relied on the Ancestral Magus Jade Talisman to activate the Hou-Yi Bao. His strength shouldn't be that great. After the Ancestral Magus Jade Talisman fell silent, he shouldn't be that powerful anymore, right? Exalt-UMO asked. Exalt-UMO had been in seclusion recently. However, Exalt-UMO had his own sources of information. He knew about all the major events that had happened recently. Regardless of whether they were related to him or not, Exalt-UMO would try his best to understand them. For example, the matter of Lin Feng. Although it had nothing to do with Exalt-UMO, he had still managed to gather quite a bit of information. Lin Feng said. Exalt-U shouldn't believe the rumors outside. Lin Feng is a terrifying person. Not only did he kill young Master Yuan Shan, he even killed one of the 8 young masters of the Undying World, young Master Shuiyu. Of course, Lin Feng had only killed one of young Master Shuiyu's avatars, But Exalt Umo didn't know that. Lin Feng naturally had to brag about himself as much as possible. That way, he could shock Exalt Umo even more. Young Master Shuiyu is dead? As expected, Exalt Umo was shocked when he heard that Lin Feng had killed young Master Shuiyu. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Who was young Master Shuiyu? He was one of the top figures of the undying world's younger generation. Exalt Umo was powerful. But High Lord Umo knew. Even if he personally took action, he did not dare to say that he could kill young Master Shuiyu. But now, young Master Shuiyu had actually been killed. Not to mention, he was killed by a young human cultivator. Sounds good. It was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng rose to his feet and took out a storage ring. When he saw the storage ring in Lin Feng's hand, High Lord Umo's pupils constricted. Naturally, he recognized him. That was young Master Yuanshan's storage ring. My son Yuanshan's storage ring. High Lord Umo took a deep breath and said. Yes. After Lin Feng killed young noble Yuanshan, he didn't take his storage ring. Young noble Yuanshan and I are good friends, so I feel that I have to return young noble Yuanshan's belongings. Lin Feng said. Umo Supremacy's face was very ugly. He naturally knew what kind of trash his son was. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was unpardonably evil. But they were demonic Tao cultivators. Was there anything wrong with their character and methods? Even High Lord Umo himself had slaughtered billions of innocent people in order to cultivate demonic Tao. But the only thing that High Lord Umo was dissatisfied with was that his son young noble Yuanshan's eyesight was too bad. No matter how many evil deeds these demonic Tao cultivators did, their eyes had to be clean. If you did evil, no one would deal with you. But if you offended someone you could not afford to offend, you would suffer a devastating blow. High Lord Umo's style of doing things these years was to not offend people from peak factions or peak experts. That was why he had survived until now. And he had also taught young noble Yuanshan. But clearly, young noble Yuanshan did not take his words to heart. Lin Feng was so strong. Would he act against Umo Palace? High Lord Umo felt that he might need to contact 9 Underworld Demon Palace. Young Master Shuiyu was from 9 Underworld Demon Palace and had also died at Lin Feng's hands. 9 Underworld Demon Palace would definitely be furious. At that time, 9 Underworld Demon Palace would definitely send experts to kill Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng was a true immortal, as long as he offended 9 Underworld Demon Palace. In High Lord Umo's eyes, 9 Underworld Demon Palace also had a way to kill Lin Feng. High Lord. Please accept young noble Yuanshan's remnant. Lin Feng came to High Lord Umo's side and handed over young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. You're considerate. My son Yuanshan was able to make a friend like you. His life was not in vain. High Lord Umo said. Then he took young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. And at this time, Lin Feng suddenly exploded and sent a palm towards High Lord Umo. High Lord Umo had just taken young noble Yuanshan's storage ring. At this time, his heart was fluctuating intensely. Moreover, he was also thinking of a way to kill Lin Feng. So he did not think that his son's best friend would actually launch a sneak attack on him. Normally, High Lord Umo was very cautious and would not let others get close to him easily. But today, because of young noble Yuanshan, he was careless and Lin Feng got close to him. At such a close distance, High Lord Umo could not dodge even if he wanted to. Even if he wanted to block, it was already too late. Bang, following a violent collision, a violent sound rang out. Lin Feng's terrifying fist ruthlessly smashed into High Lord Umo's chest. High Lord Umo's chest instantly caved in from the impact. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? High Lord Umo was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. This scene happened too quickly, so fast that even the 4 demonic remnants freaks could not react. Seal the hall, Lin Feng shouted and continued to attack High Lord Umo. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. This was the best chance to kill High Lord Umo. Moreover, in close combat, Lin Feng was practically invincible. The 4 demonic remnants freaks hurriedly sealed the hall with restrictions, then charged at High Lord Umo while shouting. By this time, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of High Lord Umo and sent another powerful punch at him. High Lord Umo wanted to dodge, but Lin Feng had already caught up to him and made it impossible for him to dodge. Thus, High Lord Umo could not help but roar in anger. "Who the hell are you?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "I am Lin Feng, son of Lin Badian. Today, I'm here to take your dog life." "What? You're that Lin Feng?" High Lord Umo was shocked. He had never imagined that the best friend of his son, young noble Yuan Shan, would be Lin Feng. This fellow was truly audacious. He had actually come all the way to Umo Palace to ambush him. Bang! At this time, the two sides clashed for the second time. High Lord Umo was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attacks were like a tidal wave, one punch after another, not giving High Lord Umo any chance to counterattack. At this time, the 4 demonic remnants freaks had also arrived, each of them charging at High Lord Umo with powerful attacks. High Lord Umo's expression sank. He could feel the aura of death enveloping him, causing him to feel cold all over. High Lord Umo was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His strength was so powerful, even if he wasn't a match for Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters. However, he definitely wouldn't be suppressed without any power to fight back like now. The main reason was because he was ambushed by Lin Feng. In a battle between experts, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. For example, High Lord Umo was in such a situation. Although he was very powerful, he was ambushed by Lin Feng and instantly suffered extremely serious injuries. Wanting to reverse the situation was already extremely difficult. Because Lin Feng didn't even give High Lord Umo a chance to resist. Now, High Lord Umo wished that he could immediately kill Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. But the actual situation was the complete opposite. Maybe Lin Feng could kill him anytime and anywhere. High Lord Umo discovered that Lin Feng's close combat strength was simply too powerful, breaking all methods with one force. He didn't even have the time to operate his divine ability. In High Lord Umo's impression, he had never seen a person with such terrifying physical strength. But, Lin Feng's physical strength was so terrifying, so shocking. Of course. If his magic power operated his divine ability, High Lord Umo was confident that he could defeat Lin Feng. But in the battle with Lin Feng, he tried to get rid of Lin Feng several times, but in the end, it all ended in failure. There was no chance to use his divine ability at all. Now, the situation seemed to be even worse. Because the demonic 4 monsters had already rushed over. High Lord Umo knew that when the demonic 4 monsters rushed over to form an encirclement with Lin Feng, he was afraid that he only had a dead end. So, there was only one thing that he could do now. That was to think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. He absolutely couldn't continue to be beaten like this. When Lin Feng threw another punch at Umo's face changed. High Lord Umo's body actually exploded into a cloud of black chi. Then, after that cloud of black chi dodged Lin Feng's punch, it rushed out of the encirclement, wanting to break away from the encirclement formed by Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters. Obviously, this was a secret technique. This kind of secret technique was usually a trump card. Unless it was a life and death crisis, it would absolutely not be used. In a life and death crisis, this secret technique was often used to escape. Using this kind of secret technique would definitely consume a lot of energy. Otherwise, Emperor Yu Fiend would have long displayed this secret art to break away from him. When Lin Feng saw that the demon Qi wanted to escape, he released his godly black fire. Flames to heaven and earth. Many clouds of black Qis to ashes. Ah, heavenly fire. It's heavenly fire. Lord Umos to the demonic to the black to the point. The demonic Lord Umos to the death to the end to this to the to the to the to the to the to the this. S to the end S to the end to the end to the end to the end. To the God to God. T Feng. To the end. To the end. Umo realized that Lin Feng had been blowing his own trumpet. Lin Feng had told him that he had killed young Master Shuiyu. At first, High Lord Umo believed it. But ever since he found out that the person who had ambushed him was Lin Feng, High Lord Umo no longer believed Lin Feng's words. High Lord Umo discovered that Lin Feng's cultivation realm wasn't particularly high. Perhaps Lin Feng's talent was shocking, but it was impossible for him to kill young Master Shuiyu at such a cultivation realm. This point, High Lord Umo was very certain. Umo estimated the fighting strength of both sides. Lin Feng had the 4 celestial broken monsters. They were all in the Sky Immortal realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. But although the Sky Immortal realm was strong, there was still a gap between them. So High Lord Umo felt that his chances of victory were rather high. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent. If he wanted to escape, he could still easily do it. But High Lord Umo discovered that the situation wasn't as good as he had imagined. Before he could escape, he was already heavily injured by Lin Feng again. The heavenly fire's damage to him was too great. In the end, only a small portion of the demonic chi escaped. Most of it was burned to ashes by Lin Feng's heavenly fire. That small portion of demonic chi once again turned into High Lord Umo. High Lord Umo rushed outside. He wanted to call for reinforcements to deal with Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters. Although the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics had set up restrictions, they weren't particularly proficient in restrictions. So, High Lord Umo could easily break the restrictions set up by the demonic 4 monsters. The restrictions set up by the demonic 4 monsters were quickly broken. High Lord Umo revealed a joyful expression. After breaking the restrictions set up by the demonic 4 monsters, he rushed outside. Suddenly, new restrictions appeared in the void. Those new restrictions bounced High Lord Umo back. Not good. High Lord Umo's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect a new restriction to appear. And the new restriction was even more powerful. The new restriction was naturally set up by Lin Feng. High Lord Umo, give up. You won't be able to escape today. Lin Feng sneered. He and the demonic 4 monsters once again charged towards High Lord Umo. Ha 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 ha, High Lord Umo, today I'll let you experience the powerful strength of the demonic 4 heroes, the demonic 4 monsters shouted in unison. Then, a great battle broke out. Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters besieged High Lord Umo. Although High Lord Umo was a quasi-true immortal, his injuries were severe. Under the combined attacks of Lin Feng and the demonic 4 monsters, he could only defend himself. He couldn't counterattack at all. Therefore, the situation was very bad for High Lord Umo. Tian Sanyu found an opportunity to send High Lord Umo flying with a palm strike. Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity to charge forward and unleash the 8 forbidden seals. Countless formation runes intertwined in the void and wrapped around High Lord Umo. High Lord Umo couldn't resist. In the end, he was sealed by Lin Feng. Why is it like this? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. High Lord Umo roared in indignation. He was a quasi-true immortal, yet he had ended up like this. Naturally, he couldn't accept it. Lin Feng looked indifferently at High Lord Umo and said, "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You brought this upon yourself." Lin Feng planned to soul-search High Lord Umo. High Lord Umo was quite familiar with soul-searching techniques, so when he saw the strange energy swirling around Lin Feng's palm, he knew that Lin Feng wanted to soul-search him. High Lord Umo shouted, "Lin Gongzi, spare me. Although I deserve to die 10,000 times for my crimes. However, I am still a quasi-true immortal cultivator. I can help young master in many ways. As long as young master doesn't kill me, I'm willing to submit to young master. I hope to follow young master for the rest of my life to atone for my crimes." Hearing Umo High Lord begging for mercy, Lin Feng stopped. As a quasi-true immortal, Umo High Lord had hopes of entering the true immortal realm in the future. Of course, the most important thing was that Umo High Lord was the owner of the ancient city of Umo. He had many experts under his command, and now that Lin Feng had come to the Undying Realm, he was alone. He indeed needed to establish his own power. Lin Feng already had a preliminary plan in his mind. For example, he would use the Sin domain as his base. Then, to establish his own power, it was just that Lin Feng had no idea where to start. However, since Umo High Lord took the initiative to beg for mercy, it reminded Lin Feng. Perhaps he could spare Umo Supremacy's life and let Umo Supremacy secretly recruit troops. When Lin Feng was in the mortal world, he had already established many influential groups. Lin Feng was very clear. The rise of a new force would definitely be suppressed by many old forces. And the situation in the Xin domain was even more complicated. The Xin domain was guarded by the Sacred Legion, which was the cultivator army under the Sacred Heavenly King. If he wanted to establish a huge force in the Xin domain, the Sacred Heavenly King would definitely interfere. At that time, he would have to fight a decisive battle with the Sacred Heavenly King. As one of the most trusted generals of the Heavenly Emperor, the Sacred Heavenly King was a true immortal realm cultivator. It was definitely not an easy task to deal with this person. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. So, at this stage, even if he wanted to establish his own power, Lin Feng needed to hide behind the scenes. Only when his wings were fully grown could he walk to the front stage. Umo High Lord was a veteran powerhouse in the Xin domain. A powerful rogue cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng pushing him to the front stage would not arouse too much suspicion. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that he could indeed spare Umo High Lord's life. He used to be an unpardonable evil person. Then he would lead him to good. This was also better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Lin Feng said, "On account of the heaven's benevolence, I will spare your life today. Now, you can make an oath." Hearing this, Umo High Lord could finally heave a sigh of relief. Of course he didn't want to die. Being alive was better than being dead. And Lin Feng's words let Emperor Yufeng know that his life was considered saved. To High Lord Umo, this was naturally the most important matter. Was there anything more important than preserving his life? I, High Lord Umo, swear on my soul that from now on, I will pledge my life to young Master Lin Feng. If I violate this oath, my soul will shatter and I will die a horrible death. High Lord Umo swore. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that an extremely wondrous connection was produced between himself and Yufeng Exalt. This kind of connection was formed by an oath. If Demon Exalt dared to have thoughts of betraying him, Lin Feng would immediately be able to sense it. As for Demon Exalt, an oath rune had formed in his mind. When Lin Feng activated the oath rune, he could easily eliminate Demon Exalt. Lin Feng removed the restriction on Demon Exalt. Subduing a cultivator who had the strength of the quasi-true immortal layer as a subordinate was a great reward for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Demon Exalt and asked, "How much power do you have in your hands?" Demon Exalt said, reporting to young master. This subordinate has a total of 3 heavenly immortals, 15 earthly immortals, 42 human immortals, and 131 loose immortals. In addition, there are more than 3,000 emperors. Lin Feng was shocked. There are actually so many experts? Back in the mortal world, great emperors were considered top-notch experts. So when he heard that Demon Exalt had so many experts under him, Lin Feng was shocked. Umo knew that Lin Feng was from the mortal world, but he didn't care. He explained, "Young master, there is something you don't know. Our undying realm is different from the mortal world. Actually, there are many experts in the mortal world, especially now. Many self-proclaimed experts have broken out of their seals. After the great changes in the world, many people's cultivation soared at lightning speed. They encountered many fortuitous encounters and broke through extremely quickly. But how is the mortal world constructed? It's made up of the 3,000 great worlds, countless medium worlds, small worlds, and planets with life. Although some of the great worlds have been destroyed, there are still many great worlds in the starry sky world. Many large worlds, medium worlds, small worlds, or planets with life will more or less have some experts. The small number ranges from a few to a few hundred to 1,000, or even more. And so many experts from large worlds, medium worlds, small worlds, and planets with life will come to our undying realm from all directions of the starry sky world. Because the undying realm is the holy land for cultivation, there are actually many experts in the mortal world, but they are very scattered. Thus, we feel that it's not easy to see experts in the mortal world, but in reality, that's not the case. As the experts of the mortal world gather in the undying realm gives people the feeling that there are as many experts as there are clouds. In fact, this feeling is correct, because the undying realm has gathered the peak experts of the mortal world. In these years, as more and more experts gather in the undying realm, the strength of the various large forces is increasing. Thus, although the number of experts recruited by this subordinate seems to be large, When compared to the experts recruited by those top forces, the difference is immediately obvious. After hearing Demon Exalt's explanation, Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as Demon Exalt had said. The mortal world and the undying realm were different. In the mortal world, great emperors were all experts, so why would there be such a feeling? The main reason was that in such a large world, among the countless cultivators, only a few could reach this realm. Great emperors were naturally experts sought after by countless people. However, it was a different scene in the undying realm. Cultivators from all over the universe gathered in the undying realm. What did great emperors count for? What did pseudo-immortals count for? True immortals were the peak forces of the undying realm. Recruit soldiers at all costs. Can you do it? Lin Feng looked at Demon Exalt and asked. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint young master. Demon Exalt said. Then, Demon Exalt continued, young master's identity is a little sensitive, but it's also a guarantee for young master to display his strength. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. High Lord Demon said, some time ago, young noble manifested his bloodline in the extreme north. Above Sin Domain, a sinner's blood emperor condensed. This means that young noble is the one chosen by the heavens. In Sin Domain, there are still some experts of the sinner's bloodline hidden. These experts include some ancient existences, but they won't come out so easily. If young noble can display his strength in Sin Domain, maybe those hibernating sinners' bloodline will come out one after another and join young noble. At that time, young noble will be able to carve out his own territory and conquer the world. One had to admit that High Lord Umo was worthy of being called a hegemon. His vision was quite accurate. It was indeed as High Lord Umo had said. If he could plan it well, he might be able to establish his own faction in Sin Realm and fight for supremacy. This was the same as Lin Feng's idea. Lin Feng looked at High Lord Umo and asked, what do you think I should do next? High Lord Umo said, there aren't any top factions in Sin Realm because the Sacred Legion has suppressed Sin Realm too much. They don't allow any top factions to appear. However, there are many wandering cultivators in Sin Realm. Among them, the 10 great wandering cultivators are the strongest. I'm one of the top 10 individual cultivators. I'm sure young master knows this. The top 10 individual cultivators have many experts under their command. If the top 10 individual cultivators are scattered, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. However, if the top 10 individual cultivators gather and form a force, it will be an extremely terrifying force. That's true. Lin Feng nodded, but then he raised his brows and said, the 10 great wandering cultivators are so strong, but they're willing to become wandering cultivators. They clearly don't want to be the vassals of others. They want to be the overlords of their own territories. Recruiting them is easier said than done. High Lord Umo said, it's indeed a troublesome matter. If we provoke them, they won't agree to it. However, the world is bustling with activity, and everyone is here for profit. If the profit is big enough, there's still a possibility that others will join us. However, this method won't be able to recruit everyone. If we can't recruit everyone, then the news will definitely leak out. If the Sacred Legion finds out, it'll be a disaster for us. The Sacred Legion will think of ways to eradicate us before we do anything big. Therefore, we must take down the other 9 Supremes in one fell swoop and completely seal off the news. Then, there are 2 ways to do that. The first is to defeat them one by one. This method is the simplest method, but it won't be easy to implement because there are a few experts who are extremely cautious. If we go to their residence to deal with them, they must have a lot of experts around them. Moreover, it will be very difficult to find a reason to make them dismiss their experts. Therefore, this method won't work. Since the first method doesn't work, then I can only use the second method, which is to catch them all in one fell swoop. When the time comes, we'll suppress all of them. If they agree to recognize you as their master, then that's good. If they don't, then we'll just kill them. I'm sure that in the face of life and death, those cultivators who are already having a hard time will change their minds, unless they don't want to live anymore. After hearing High Lord Umo's reasoning, Lin Feng discovered that High Lord Umo had quite the potential to be a doghead strategist. Evil devil cultivators were skilled in scheming, and High Lord Umo was clearly the same. Lin Feng asked, What are the other 9 loose cultivators' strengths? You demon High Lord said, the other 9 loose cultivators are all quasi-true immortals. Lin Feng said, 9 quasi-true immortals, it won't be easy to deal with them. Of course, when Lin Feng said it wouldn't be easy, he was referring to suppressing all of them and not leaking any information. In truth, Lin Feng could set up a formation to trap them, but he couldn't guarantee that experts of their level would have some hidden trump cards. At that time, they might break the formation and leave. If that was the case, the news would be leaked. When the Sacred Army attacked, Lin Feng's wings weren't fully developed yet, so there was no way he could contend against them. To put it bluntly, he still wasn't strong enough. If Lin Feng's strength was enough to suppress the 9 quasi-true immortals, this plan wouldn't be a problem at all. However, he still couldn't suppress them. High Lord Umo frowned as he pondered. He already had an idea, but the biggest problem was how to suppress the 9 quasi-true immortals. How about I call my first wife, the Red World Fairy, over? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Of course, in front of the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng didn't dare to use the term first wife to address the Red World Fairy. Who knew if the Red World Fairy would slap Lin Feng to death in anger? However, in Lin Feng's heart, he had already set a goal for himself. That was, sooner or later, he would conquer the Red World Fairy. Thinking about the feeling of conquering such a powerful woman like the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng felt his blood boil. Lin Feng felt that at this stage, he might really be able to find a way to find the Red World Fairy. It was just that he didn't know where the Red World Fairy was right now. However, Lin Feng had a strange feeling. He felt that the Red World Fairy seemed to be in the Sin domain. As for why he had such a feeling, Lin Feng didn't know. In truth, the reason why Lin Feng had such a feeling was because of the emotional entanglement between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy back then. Although the Red World Fairy had severed their relationship, Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy's fates were intertwined. Thus, when the two of them were within a certain range, they would have a special feeling. They could faintly sense each other's existence. Lin Feng felt that it was very strange. However, Lin Feng didn't know that there were some things hidden within. Help me spread a piece of news. Say that an old friend is looking for the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng looked at High Lord Umo and said. Although High Lord Umo didn't know who the Red World Fairy was, since Lin Feng wanted to find the Red World Fairy, perhaps the Red World Fairy was a very important person to Lin Feng. Thus, High Lord Umo agreed. High Lord Umo asked, Young Master, do you still need to tell the Red World Fairy where to find this old friend? Lin Feng didn't say who was looking for the Red World Fairy. Thus, High Lord Umo didn't say anything either. Lin Feng said. No need. If she really wants to find this old friend of hers, she'll definitely be able to find him. The Red World Fairy's figure appeared in Lin Feng's mind. What was she doing? Lin Feng said, Alright, we should leave. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Understood. High Lord Umo said. He then personally escorted Lin Feng and the Demiurge flawed 4 monsters outside. When he came outside, he saw the pair of delicate and beautiful twin sisters. At this moment, the beautiful twin sisters were waiting for Lin Feng outside. Brothers, have you completed today's mission? Your character support is currently ranked 8th. If you work harder, can you reach 7th? This is the 4th update. There's still 3 more. Old man too has to continue writing. Big brother, thank you for saving us. After seeing Lin Feng come out, the 2 sisters quickly thanked Lin Feng. This was a pair of beautiful and moving sisters, but their fate was also very tragic. In this world, there were too many things that made people feel unjust and sad. Most of the time, people could only sigh. There was nothing they could do. Therefore, Lin Feng would still help when it was within his power, such as saving the sisters. Little girl, why are you only thanking Brother Lin and not us 4 handsome men? The Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics said in unison. The 4 of them were feeling pretty good about themselves, but their words made the tense atmosphere around them a lot more relaxed. However, the people around them kept slandering them. How dare you call yourselves the 4 handsome men? Shameless people are invincible in this world. Of course, no one dared to tell this to the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics. If they dared to say such nonsense in front of them, they would have their bones broken by the Demiurge flawed 4 eccentrics. Thank you, big brothers, for saving us. The two sisters thanked the demiurge flawed four eccentrics. The two sisters originally wanted to thank the four uncles for saving their lives, but they realized that the four of them were calling this handsome big brother Brother Lin. Therefore, the two sisters changed the way they addressed the four of them. Hee, no need to thank us, no need to thank us. The four of us are not only handsome, but also helpful. That was just a small matter. The demiurge flawed four eccentrics opened their mouths and said in unison. The four of them had quite a tacit understanding. Lin Feng looked at the two girls and said, "Do you have any relatives? I will send you to your relatives." The two girls shed tears at this point. One of them said, "Young master, our relatives are all dead, please take us in. We are very diligent and can do anything, we will definitely serve you well." Another one said, "Please take us in, young master. We are willing to be your cows and horses." Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. He originally wanted to send the two girls to their relatives. However, seeing that their relatives were already dead and looking so pitiful, he couldn't help but feel upset. "Brother Lin, these two little sisters are much prettier than Hualing Xian. Why don't you accept them and let them be your first and second wives? What do you think?" Amputated Heaven grinned. Hearing this, the beautiful faces of the two sisters immediately became rosy. Although they were young, many people at their age were already married, so they naturally knew a lot of things. Lin Feng said, "Big brother Tian Kai, please don't make such a joke. It will make the two little sisters feel embarrassed. How about this, you two can stay by my side for now. I will try my best to make arrangements for you too." "Thank you, young master." The two sisters thanked him. Then, Lin Feng and the others left. On the way, Lin Feng asked for the sisters' names. The elder sister was called Feng Mingyuan and the younger sister was called Feng Mingxin. This pair of sisters were too similar in appearance. As a result, Lin Feng sometimes mistook them for each other. The two sisters were in low spirits. It was obvious that the tragic deaths of their relatives had caused them great grief. At this moment, Tian Sanyu said, "The two of you must hate young Master Yao Yi. Let me tell you, we have already avenged you too." The two sisters looked at Tian Sanyu in confusion when they heard this. Tian Sanyu chuckled and said, "Anyone who has been taught a lesson by us will die from Qigong deviation within half a year to a year." After hearing Tian Sanyu's words, Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of the four demiurge flawed freaks. Although the four demiurge flawed freaks seemed retarded, they were extremely ruthless at times. For example, it was obvious that the four demiurge flawed freaks had secretly done something to teach young Master Yao Yi a lesson. Therefore, that was why young Master Yao Yi died from qi deviation sometime between half a year to a year later. By doing this, they were able to eliminate the source of the problem. "Thank you, big brothers, for helping us kill that beast, young Master Yao Yi." The two sisters thanked the four demiurge flawed freaks. "We are chivalrous warriors who uphold justice. It is only natural for us to do such a thing." The four demiurge flawed freaks spoke with a righteous expression. In fact, if the four of them accepted someone, they would treat the other party extremely well. For example, it was the same for Lin Feng. Young Master Yao Yi deserved to die. Lin Feng naturally felt that the four demiurge flawed freaks did the right thing. Now that this fellow was dead, there would be one less scourge in the world. Supremacy UMO still had a few sons, and Lin Feng hoped that the other sons of Supremacy UMO would learn well. Lin Feng, the four demiurge flawed freaks, Feng Mengyuan, and Feng Mingxin returned to the Xia family village. He took out young Master Yuanshan's head. Then, he placed it in front of the graves of the village chief and the others. The villagers all came out. Everyone knelt in front of the graves to pay their respects to the dead. Lin Feng asked Xia Zongjuan to arrange a place for Feng Mengyuan and Feng Mingxin to stay. When the Snow Lady saw Lin Feng return with a pair of beautiful sisters, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Hence, she couldn't help but be a lot colder towards Lin Feng. She didn't even take the initiative to talk to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally noticed the change in the Snow Lady's mood. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that the Snow Lady is jealous? If the Snow Lady is jealous, it means that the Snow Lady is interested in me? With that thought, Lin Feng felt a little happy. Lin Feng liked beautiful women. After interacting with the Snow Lady for a period of time, he realized that the Snow Lady was actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. All these years, she basically didn't interact with outsiders, but in reality, the Snow Lady was very kind in her heart. However, so many people wanted to kill the Snow Lady and seize the Snow Spirit Bone Fire, but the external environment forced the Snow Lady to resist. She had no choice but to kill. Because she wanted to live on. And the Snow Lady also needed the care of others. Night fell. The Snow Lady sat alone on a smooth boulder at the peak of a mountain not far from the Xia family village. She rested her chin on her hand and looked into the distance. No one knew what she was looking at. Lin Feng walked over and sat beside the Snow Lady. Then, he asked, "What are you looking at?" The Snow Lady turned to look at Lin Feng. She blinked her long eyelashes and then turned her head to the side. Just like before, she ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Snow Lady seemed to have really lost her temper. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Snow Lady lose her temper. However, the Snow Lady's temper was like that of many women in love. She chose to ignore the other party. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold and emotionless anymore. She was much cuter than before. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold anymore. Lin Feng didn't think she was cold anymore. She was much cuter than before. Lin Feng looked at Xuannu and said, "Those two sisters' relatives were killed. I felt sorry for them, so I saved them. Initially, I wanted to send them to their relatives, but they didn't have any relatives, so I had no choice but to bring them here," said Xuannu. "Why are you explaining all this to me?" "You don't have to explain it to me," the Snow Lady said. Although she said that, the Snow Lady was very happy to hear Lin Feng's explanation. Although the Snow Lady knew that many women liked a man as outstanding as Lin Feng, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Lin Feng said, "Because I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand. I'm not anyone to you." "Why are you afraid that I'll misunderstand?" "I won't misunderstand," the Snow Lady couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand. That's because you hold a different place in my heart," Lin Feng said as he reached out and grabbed the Snow Lady's hand. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you." The Snow Lady's face instantly turned red. Then, she struggled gently. Lin Feng said, "Nothing. I just want to hold your hand like this. I think it'll feel good. If you don't want me to hold on to you, I can let go of you." The Snow Lady's lips trembled. She wanted to say, "I don't want to." However, it was as if she was possessed. The Snow Lady swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. The Snow Lady didn't say anything. Clearly, she agreed with Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng was delighted. Indeed, if a man wanted to pick up a girl, he had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. Or else. "What makes you think you can get a girl?" Lin Feng asked. "We've known each other for a long time, and we've been through many things together. I'm sure you know a lot about my background and my clan, but I don't know anything about you. I know there are some things you don't want to talk about, but there are some things we have to face in life. I'm willing to listen to your stories and share your worries. Can you tell me everything?" The Snow Lady struggled out of Lin Feng's grasp and stood up. "There are some things that you're better off not knowing. It won't do you any good. I'm planning to leave. If we're fated to meet again in the future, perhaps we'll meet again," the Snow Maiden said. Although the Snow Lady couldn't bear to leave now, she knew that Lin Feng wanted to find out about her past. The Snow Lady was scared. She didn't want to drag Lin Feng into this because it was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng. Now, it was enough for her to bear this danger alone. There was no need to drag Lin Feng into this. Lin Feng realized the severity of the situation. It seemed like the things that had happened all those years ago had affected the Snow Lady greatly, and she was extremely terrified. That was why the Snow Lady wanted to leave. In fact, she wanted to hide. Lin Feng knew that if the Snow Lady left, perhaps they wouldn't meet again. The Snow Lady would become the same as before. She would be alone. She would be all alone. She might even become the target of many cultivators. She would struggle to survive alone in this world until the day she died at the hands of those cultivators. Or she would be found by her enemies. or she would fall into their hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about the situation the Snow Lady was about to face. How could he let the Snow Lady face such a situation alone? Lin Feng would never allow such a thing to happen. As the Snow Lady was about to leave, Lin Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. The Snow Lady looked at him in disbelief. He kissed her red lips. The Snow Maiden's mind instantly went blank. Slowly. Slowly. Bit by bit. Bit by bit. When the Snow Lady regained her senses, she pushed Lin Feng away. She looked at Lin Feng furiously and said, "Lin Feng, you're too presumptuous. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Lin Feng said, "How can you bear to do it? Now, as your man, I command you to tell you everything that happened in the past. You're not allowed to say no." The Snow Lady's face turned so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out when she heard Lin Feng's words. She had never thought that this would happen. However, everything that happened today was too unexpected. Her heart was still beating extremely fast. The Snow Lady wanted to make herself cold, but she realized that she couldn't maintain that cold aura in front of Lin Feng. After all, her first kiss was taken by Lin Feng. For a conservative world, for a woman, this was a huge matter. The Snow Lady was a conservative woman in this conservative world. She sighed and said, "Why do you have to force me like this?" Lin Feng said, "When did I force you? I just want to know everything about you." The Snow Lady lifted her head and looked at Lin Feng. She saw a pair of clear eyes. The Snow Lady liked looking at Lin Feng's eyes. They were very clear. Even though Lin Feng had been through so many things, he was still able to maintain his original heart. This wasn't easy. Perhaps this was what attracted the Snow Lady the most about Lin Feng. "It's very dangerous and scary. I might die. I don't want you to fall into such a dangerous situation," the Snow Lady said in a sorrowful voice. At this moment, she remembered what had happened in the past. To the Snow Lady, the things that had happened in the past were things that she was unwilling to recall for the rest of her life. "Don't be afraid. I'm by your side. I'm willing to give up everything to protect you," Lin Feng said as he grabbed the Snow Lady's hand. The Snow Lady's heart trembled when she heard Lin Feng's words. These words. They deeply touched the Snow Lady's heart. The Snow Lady had been through so many things over the years. She still remembered how she hid in a cave when she was young and trembled, afraid that she would be eaten by powerful beasts. She still remembered how she was surrounded and almost killed by those cultivators time and time again. She still remembered the tragedy that happened when she was young. Everyone was dead. Her grandfather, father, uncles, mother, brother, sister, and so on. They were all dead. She was very afraid. She had no one to rely on. She grew up alone. When she was thirsty, she drank snow water. When she was hungry, she looked for wild fruits and vegetables. However, the place she hid in was covered in snow all year round. Many times, she couldn't find any wild fruits or vegetables. At this time, she dug out tree roots and ate them. Just like that, she slowly grew up alone. Countless nights. The Snow Lady wept alone. Countless nights. The Snow Lady was so scared that she started to tremble. She really wanted to have a hug to lean on. But she never had a hug to lean on. Snow Lady grew up under the shadow of death. She seemed to become stronger and stronger. She wanted to live. She didn't want to die. So, after she slowly became stronger, she began to try to resist when she encountered danger again. But no. She only hid and escaped. Just like that. Snow Lady became stronger and stronger. She also became colder and colder. Snow Lady never thought about it. Most of the time, Snow Lady felt that she had a heart of stone. But today, Snow Lady cried. Because she felt that someone really cared about her. And that person was standing beside her. He was very handsome. His eyes were very clear. This was a pair of eyes that could make one lose themselves in them. He was so real. He appeared beside her just like that. Snow Lady once thought that she didn't need to rely on anyone after she grew up. But now she realized. no matter how strong a woman was. She needed someone to rely on. But, Snow Lady was afraid. She was afraid that she would lose this person one day. Snow Lady looked at Lin Feng. Her face was a little pale. This was because Snow Lady thought of some terrifying things. She thought of some terrifying things that might happen in the future. When that time came, Lin Feng would also be implicated. This was the scene that Snow Lady didn't want to see the most. So, Snow Lady was still hesitating. But at this moment, Lin Feng pulled Snow Lady into his arms. "Let go of me," Snow Lady bit her red lips and said. She was struggling gently. She only struggled a few times. But she couldn't break free from Lin Feng's arms. "I'm not letting go. Tell me everything quickly. If you don't tell me, it means that you don't trust me," Lin Feng said. Snow Lady couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Perhaps she really couldn't resist Lin Feng. Or perhaps it was because she subconsciously didn't want to resist Lin Feng. The Snow Lady's heart was filled with sweetness. She realized that she liked Lin Feng's dominance. "My real name is Xianxia. I am from the Snow Clan. I come from the Snow World. The Snow World is one of the 3,000 macro worlds. It is an extremely beautiful place. My people lived a carefree life in this world until I was 6 years old. At that time, a terrifying cultivator invaded the Snow World and started a bloody massacre. Countless creatures in the Snow World were killed, including my people. They seemed to be looking for something, but I was too young at that time and didn't understand many things. I saw my family members falling into pools of blood one by one. The old servant who took care of me brought me out of the Snow World. Many people chased after us, and later, even the old servant was seriously injured. The old servant brought me along and was lucky enough to avoid the pursuit of those people. After that, we arrived at the Undying World. Not long after we arrived at the Undying World, the old servant died, and I was the only one left. I hid in the world of snow that bordered the northernmost part of Sin Domain and the extreme north. Just like that, day after day passed, until I slowly grew up. Although not many cultivators went there, there were still some cultivators who went there. Some people saw me. Perhaps it was because of my appearance, or perhaps it was because they had other intentions, but they always wanted to catch me. The legend of the Snow Lady gradually spread from that time. Later, when I used the Snow Spirit Bone Fire to ignite the Divine Fire, many people thought that I had the Snow Spirit Bone Fire and wanted to catch me even more. The Snow Lady spoke very slowly. Her voice sounded very calm, but Lin Feng could feel the changes in the Snow Lady's heart. Her body was trembling. Lin Feng had the impression he was looking at a little girl. He was alone. Scenes of surviving in a world of ice and snow. The Snow Lady had experienced countless dangers over the years. She was able to survive. It was really not easy. Lin Feng hugged the Snow Lady tightly. "Don't be afraid. You won't be alone in the future. I will be by your side," Lin Feng said softly. The Snow Lady's face leaned against Lin Feng's chest. Her hands hugged Lin Feng's waist. This feeling of hugging Lin Feng so tightly. It was really very comfortable. Was this the feeling of being protected? If it was possible, she really hoped that this could continue. If this was a dream. She really hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. "Snow Lady, do you know what those people are looking for?" "Who are they?" Lin Feng asked. The Snow Lady said, "I'm not sure. They are very mysterious and very powerful. However, when the old servant died, he gave me something." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "It's a piece of bronze," the Snow Lady said. Then, she took out a piece of bronze and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the piece of bronze. Bronze was a unique product of the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age meant that it was ancient and powerful. The bronze in front of him was branded with countless runes. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Those runes were a type that even he didn't recognize. Lin Feng thought that he had a deep understanding of all kinds of runes. However, he couldn't recognize what those runes meant. "Back then, when the old servant gave you this item, did he say anything to you?" Lin Feng asked. The Snow Lady said, "Before the old servant died, he did say something to me." However, I was still young at that time. Coupled with the great changes in my family, I was in a daze. Therefore, I can't remember what he said clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If that was the case, wouldn't the clues be cut off just like that? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Before the old servant died, he gave this item to the Snow Lady. Obviously, it was because this item was very important. Could it be that those mysterious people who destroyed the snow world were looking for this piece of bronze? Lin Feng felt that even if the other party's target wasn't this piece of bronze, it must be closely related to this piece of bronze. Lin Feng asked, "Have you discovered anything special about this piece of bronze all these years?" The Snow Lady shook her head and said, "I've been trying to discover the secret of this bronze, but I've come up empty-handed." Lin Feng said, "Perhaps we need to take this piece of bronze back to the snow world. When the time comes, we might be able to find something." The Snow Lady sighed. That was the place where her family had died. That was her homeland. However, that place was also the place she was most unwilling to face. "Brothers, we've been beaten to 9th place. Let's not give up. Let's charge forward." Lin Feng knew what the Snow Lady was thinking. No matter who it was, it would be hard for them to get over it. It was the same for the Snow Lady. However, the Snow Lady had to walk out of her sorrow. Otherwise, this matter would become her inner demon. If it really became her inner demon, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Because in the future, in the process of cultivation, perhaps this inner demon would suddenly act up. At that time, if the Snow Lady wasn't careful, she might die. Of course, this wasn't something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng hoped that the Snow Lady could live on well. He hoped that the Snow Lady could live on happily. Let the death of her loved ones be a thing of the past. If she wanted to overcome the fear in her heart and even her inner demon, she had to deal with this matter face to face. Therefore, if the Snow Lady wanted to overcome the fear and inner demon in her heart, she had to go to the snow world personally. Lin Feng rubbed the Snow Lady's beautiful face and said, "I'll accompany you to the snow world. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Moreover, your enemy is also my enemy. I guarantee that I will cut off their heads and offer them to your dead relatives." The Snow Lady nodded heavily. The feeling of being protected by Lin Feng was simply too good. This feeling made the Snow Lady have an urge to cry. The Snow Lady originally thought that her tears had dried up, but only now did she realize that she could still cry. It was all because of this man in front of her. The Snow Lady didn't even know when she fell in love with this man. In the next few days, the mountain village became very peaceful. Lin Feng planned to continue deciphering the evil corpse ring. At the same time, he planned to enter the 13th level of the Chonglu demonic palace to see what was inside. Lin Feng took out the evil corpse ring first. Now, the runes of the Skyrending Ho, Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee, Ice-Armored Horned Demon Dragon, 8-Clawed Fire Centipede, and 9-Winged Celestial Dragon had been successfully deciphered by Lin Feng. Previously, Lin Feng wanted to decipher the Lightning Bat Dragon's runes, but he didn't succeed. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor Lord realm, Lin Feng felt that deciphering the Lightning Bat Dragon rune shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Feng began attempting to decipher the Lightning Bat Dragon runes. This kind of rune was indeed extremely difficult to decipher. However, it was just as Lin Feng had guessed. Although this kind of rune was difficult to decipher, it was not difficult for him. In the end, Lin Feng successfully deciphered the Lightning Bat Dragon Beast rune. There were only 3 types of beast runes left in the evil corpse ring. They were the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast, the Sea-Cracking Mysterious Dragon Whale, and the Kuei Ox Beast runes. Lin Feng attempted to decipher the Blue-Winged Sea Dragon Beast's Beast rune. However, Lin Feng did not succeed, which made Lin Feng slightly disappointed. However, Lin Feng had already expected this situation. Lin Feng put away the ring. Then, he entered the Chonglu Devil Palace. There were many good things in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Therefore, every time Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Devil Palace, he would look forward to it. Although some of the things he obtained in the Chonglu Devil Palace were temporarily unusable. However, that did not mean that Lin Feng would not be able to use them in the future. He would need them in the future. When the time came, those things would definitely have heaven-defying effects. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to the good things in the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Just as Lin Feng arrived at the first level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Black Bear Sage appeared in time. "Master, you are here." The Black Bear Sage bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Bring me to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace." In the past, the Black Bear Sage would have directly brought Lin Feng to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. However, the Black Bear Sage did not do so today. The Black Bear Sage said, "Master, today, we are going to the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. It is the last level." "Oh? The last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that it was a pity. Because, this meant, after exploring the 12th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, the Chonglu Devil Palace would no longer be able to provide Lin Feng with powerful treasures. What a pity, what a pity. However, after thinking about it, he had already obtained many shocking treasures in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel much better. One should not be too greedy. One should know how to be content. "Bring me to the last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace," Lin Feng said. "Yes, please follow me, Master," the Black Bear Sage said. Swish. In the next moment, a light flashed. Lin Feng and the Black Bear Sage both disappeared and reappeared. The two of them had already arrived at the last level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. This was an independent space. There were mountain ranges and ancient forests. There were rivers and streams. However, this place was very quiet. There were no birds or beasts. There weren't even any bugs. The Black Bear Sage retreated while Lin Feng walked around this space. This independent space was very special. Lin Feng felt that this place was filled with a special energy. It was hard to tell what kind of energy it was. However, since this was the last space, Lin Feng felt that there must be many extraordinary things about this space. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what was so special about that place, he still had a lot to learn. Lin Feng planned to search carefully. Perhaps he would find something. He walked all the way in. Not long later, Lin Feng saw a cultivator appear in the forest. That cultivator walked in front of Lin Feng. He was wearing a black robe. Lin Feng did not see his appearance clearly. Lin Feng did not even know when this cultivator appeared. However, no matter how fast he increased his speed, he was unable to catch up to that cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Was that existence an imprint here, or was it a remnant soul? If it was an imprint, whose imprint would it be? If it was a remnant soul, whose remnant soul would it be? Could it be the Chonglu Devil Emperor? However, Lin Feng sensed carefully. He did not sense any soul aura from that existence. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the possibility of that existence being an imprint was higher. Lin Feng's speed increased again. He tried to see if he could catch up to that existence. However, the situation was still the same as before. Lin Feng was still unable to catch up to that existence. This caused Lin Feng to frown. Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, the existence in front of him actually stopped. Then, he turned to look at Lin Feng. "P.S. Brothers, have you completed today's mission? Can everyone work harder? I really want to cry but no tears come out. Many people are grinding the rankings. We have real strength. After the event ends, we will definitely be in the top 9. Everyone, work hard." Old man to thanks everyone. Lin Feng also stopped and looked at the cultivator. The cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he gave off a dignified aura. Lin Feng had a strong feeling that this was the imprint of Demon Emperor Chonglu. "Are you giving up just like that?" The path of cultivation is filled with difficulties and dangers, and any small matter might cause a cultivator to be annihilated. All we cultivators can do is persevere, and only by moving forward with a Tao heart and never giving up would we be able to complete transcendence. The cultivator said. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. The man was talking to him as if he was a person of flesh and blood standing beside him. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. If it was just an imprint, could it achieve such power? As if he knew what Lin Feng was thinking, the cultivator continued, "This is indeed my imprint, but it's fused with a remnant of my soul. I've been waiting for someone to come here, and now you've finally arrived. You're Senior Demon Emperor Chonglu? Lin Feng looked at the man and asked. Yes. The man nodded. Lin Feng was shocked. It was really Demon Emperor Chonglu. His temperament was extraordinary, and he was indeed a hero. He was admirable. He was worshipped. Thank you for the treasures you left behind, Senior. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, to be honest, I didn't leave behind much. Fortunately, these things will be of great use to you. I can sense a special power in your bloodline. Does your bloodline contain the power of destiny? Lin Feng found it unbelievable. This was just an imprint and a remnant of his soul, but he could sense the power in his bloodline. Demon Emperor Chonglu must have been a terrifying existence in the past. Lin Feng said, I have the bloodline of destiny. Bloodline of destiny? This is the first time I've heard of such a bloodline. However, this bloodline is called the bloodline of destiny. It seems like it has a lot to do with the Tao of destiny. Perhaps this is where the fate between us lies. Everything has its own cause and effect. Demon Emperor Chonglu looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng was puzzled. He felt that Demon Emperor Chonglu was implying something, but Lin Feng did not say much. If it was really as he guessed, then Lin Feng felt that Demon Emperor Chonglu would explain everything to him. At this time, Demon Emperor Chonglu said, before I fell, I went deep into an extremely dangerous place to look for something. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. Obviously, Demon Emperor Chonglu was going to say something extremely important. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. That is an extremely important item. It is condensed from the Great Tao and rarely appears in this world. That thing is called the Water of Destiny. Water of Fate? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. The Water of Destiny had the word destiny in it, so it was clearly related to destiny. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. Could the Water of Destiny help him awaken his destiny bloodline on a deeper level? Of the 3 bloodlines Lin Feng had awakened, the Undying bloodline had awakened 4 times. The Sovereign bloodline had awakened twice. As for the Destiny bloodline, it had only awakened once and had yet to undergo a deeper level of awakening. When a bloodline awakened for the first time, a cultivator would gradually be able to use the bloodline. All kinds of bloodlines would begin to display their terrifying might and would need to undergo a deeper level of awakening. The Destiny bloodline was inherited from his father, Lin Baidian. Lin Feng naturally hoped that his Destiny bloodline would undergo a deeper level of awakening. If his Destiny bloodline underwent a deeper level of awakening, Lin Feng felt that he might obtain some unimaginably powerful abilities. This was something that Lin Feng was very much looking forward to seeing. Besides, Lin Feng had a mysterious and unfathomable feeling about his Destiny blood. The main reason was that Lin Feng didn't know much about Destiny bloodlines. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, the Water of Destiny can have a tempering effect on your Destiny bloodline. It should be able to temper your Destiny bloodline to the point of awakening. Lin Feng said, where is the Water of Destiny? Senior, please bestow the Water of Destiny to me. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, the Water of Destiny is in a pool deep in the mountain range. Hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He could go there to take a look later. Demon Emperor Chonglu said, the reason why I'm waiting for a fated person is that I want this fated person to do something for me. No matter what it is, I will do my best to help you. Lin Feng said. Demon Emperor Chonglu looked at Lin Feng with gratification and said, thank you, young friend. Then he continued, here's the thing. Back then, something happened to my daughter's body. After she fell into a deep sleep, I sealed her in Chonglu Demon City. I don't know how she is now. I hope you can go to Chonglu Demon City and wake my daughter up. Of course, no problem. I just don't know where Chonglu Demon City is? Lin Feng asked. It is in the Demon Realm. When you reach the Demon Realm, you can find out the location of Chonglu Demon City by asking around. Demon Emperor Chonglu said. Okay. Lin Feng replied. Then Demon Emperor Chonglu took out an item. It was a bracelet. It was a bracelet formed by a total of 8 crystal beads strung together. If she wakes up, give this to her. Demon Emperor Chonglu said. Demon Emperor Chonglu said. His eyes were filled with longing and sadness. No matter how strong a person was, there would always be something that made them worried or difficult to let go of. Demon Emperor Chonglu was the same. Then, his body began to slowly dissipate. "Senior, rest in peace," Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew that when Demon Emperor Chonglu's body completely dissipated, Demon Emperor Chonglu would completely disappear from this world. Demon Emperor Chonglu's body turned into energy and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Demon Emperor Chonglu dissipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He calmed himself down and walked toward the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the mountain range in front of him. He saw a pool. The energy of heaven and earth was constantly flowing into the pool and being absorbed by the pool. When he arrived here, Lin Feng felt that his destiny bloodline was fluctuating violently. He felt that his destiny bloodline was about to awaken on its own. The water of destiny. The water in the pool must be the water of destiny that Demon Emperor Chonglu had mentioned. P.S. Brothers, don't forget to do missions and push up the points. They are about to fall. I am tired and want to cry. This is the second update. Old Mantu, continue writing. End of chapter 4551. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.